Hello, Pokemon fans. Juancho Saldana here, and I'm about to introduce you to someone who needs no introduction. Of course, one of the best players in the game right now, Tord Reklev. Yes, Tord Reklev is here in the Milwaukee Regional Championships. What are we doing here?
You know what? I was sitting at home for a long time. There was no tournaments. There is one in a couple of weeks in Lille. But you know what? I needed to play right now. So I booked a trip this week and I headed over here.
I love the passion. And if anyone is familiar with any of the online discourse, Tord, I heard that you flew all the way here, thousands of miles, because you wanted to play a very specific deck. A very cool deck, some would say. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes. You know, we just got new cards. We just got the Mega Evolution cards. And, you know, whenever we get new cards, I have a lot of fun. And this time I had so much fun that I simply could not wait to go here and play with them. And you know what? Maybe I have good hopes for this one because I think the deck is so fun.
I bet. And, you know, I got to do it, folks. Just for everyone here watching the stream, Tord was very, very kind enough to share the list. This is the list. This is the secret list everyone online has been talking about. So let's go ahead and show the folks at home. I believe we're calling, Tord, what are we calling this deck?
I'm still a little bit between them, but I think, you know, Mega Absol Box is a pretty fitting name for now.
All right, Tord's Mega Absol Box. We're going to show it up on the screen in a minute. And whew, oh boy, Tord, what a list. This looks like definitely a ton of fun. It's basically a bunch of basic Pokemon, a bunch of colors, a lot going on. There is an Absol, there is a Mega Kangaskhan, a lot of new cards. I don't even know what to ask you about first, but how about, let's talk about that Absol. Why Absol?
So, Absol is a really cool card. It's a throwback to a card I used to play a lot with before. Like I like to play in retro format, which is Stantler, which does 20 and attack is push away. Does 20, look at your opponent's hand, discard a trainer. Now instead we're doing 200 and we take any card we want and we discard it. So, you know, amazing attack. Obviously, if you know what your opponent is trying to do and you take away their best card from their hand, that disrupts them quite a lot. And his first attack is not too shabby either, to say the least. You can one-hit KO anything if they have exactly 6 damage counters on them. And we have a Pokemon that, you know, could get there. We have the Monkey Dory, so...
Yeah, I'm sure we'll dissect some matchups too a little bit later, so we'll talk about that. But how about the Mega Kangaskhan now this time? How do we make use of that?
So when Kangaskhan has a really, really good ability. When it's inactive, you get to draw 2 cards. And that's pretty cool. Like, it's a downside that has a pretty costly attack, has a high retreat cost, but we have other cards in the format that kind of solves that issue. With Latias, it no longer has a retreat cost. And with Pekarunt EX, we can freely move it into one of our Dark Attackers. So we could retreat into it, thanks to Latias giving everything for retreat. And we can Pekarunt back into the attacker we want. And that way we can kind of use Mega Kangaskhan every single turn as an engine. And that's pretty cool. So it's one of my new favorite engines from this set, I think.
So you're telling me you like drawing 2 cards? Sounds about right.
I mean, the more cards I have, the better, right? And 2 cards is definitely pretty good.
That's for sure. That's for sure. It almost seems unfair, right? You have this Absol that's taking away cards from your opponent, key cards, mind you, from your opponent, and you're just drawing 2 cards almost every turn. The secret hero here is, of course, that Pekarunt EX, just being able to switch out, in and out. Let's talk about the different the other Dark Attacker. Well, you know what? There's so many cards here. Honestly, we were talking about this a little bit backstage. A lot of the cards here are for very specific matchups, but, you know, this Yveltal, there's 2 copies of it. Where does that come into play?
So Yveltal has a very familiar attack that's been, you know, very annoying the metagame for quite some time now, I would say. Like, we had the Maractus, we have the Sudowoodo more recently, and now we also have the Yveltal. Very similar attacks. You do 20 damage, your opponent can't retreat, but in this deck you have a very cool combo as well, because normally with these other Pokemon you're just doing 20, your opponent can't retreat, so it buys you time, you can set up more stuff, but here it's even more menacing, because as Yveltal is attacking, you can use Pekarunt EX to poison the Yveltal, take some tick damage, and now you can use the Monkey Dory to send the damage you're taking over to the opponent again. So if you do find a target to trap, you can, you know, damage the target, but you can also move the tick damage from poison over to the opponent's bench in the meantime. So now it's a lot more scary for your opponent to sit and be idle and wait for you to knock out one of their useless Pokemon that you trap inactive.
No, definitely. That sounds like a very evil strategy for this evil Tall deck. That's for sure. I mean, trapping something to active. In my mind, I was thinking, oh, Maractus has the ability as well. If you hit it, you take damage. But no, this evil Tall is taking damage every turn, and you're moving it almost every turn as well. You can almost as if control the game too, where if you're about to take a knockout with clutch attack or whatnot, you can take it with the Monkey Dory and trap something else. Very, very evil, Tord. Very evil. You must tell us, you know what? I've been dissecting the deck. I want to know, how did you come up with this?
You know, the best ideas happens late at night, and this was this was nothing else than that. So, but you know, whenever new cards come out, I like to just try them out. And funnily enough, this deck plays a lot of new cards in the same deck, right? You have the Kangaskhan, the Yveltal, the Absol, the Lily. There's so much new stuff going on here at once, and it just happened to be that they all fit very well together. So I thought that was very cool. So I had to come here and try it out.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Again, a lot of cool cards, definitely. And again, these are cards that made you fly thousands of miles just to try out. Okay, you know what? Now we're gonna get to the part of the video where let's go ahead and talk about specific matchups, right? Let's do a quick master class, if you don't mind. How do you beat Gardevoir?
So Mega Absol, I think, is probably the best card you can use against Gardevoir right now. It is Gardevoir weakness, so you can do not only 200 but 400 at 1 KOs Gardevoir EX, even Mega Gardevoir EX if someone decides to add that to their deck. And you also get to take away their best card in their hand. And Gardevoir right now doesn't have the best engine anymore. There's no Refinement Curlia, and there's no Shining Arcana Gardevoir. So if you take away their supporter while you also knock out the Gardevoir EX, they tend to struggle to set up the next one. Has been my experience, at least. So, like, just having a Dark Attacker in general is pretty powerful against them, but also being able to disrupt them while you're doing it is, you know, really, really powerful. On top of that, the deck usually doesn't play Turo these days either. So that means that the Yveltal could come in and buy you a lot of time if you know, run into a pickle at some point during the game as well.
I like it. I like it. Just the Dark Attacker taking out the strongest card in the field and in the hand, right? Very powerful. All right, second deck. Oh, this one might be a little bit tougher. How about Dragapult? There's no clear Dragapult answer just yet, but enlighten me.
I originally played Clefairy, actually, but then I found a pretty cool line where you could establish multiple Monkey Dories instead and set up an Absol. And this is where Absol's first attack comes in. So everything is relatively tanky, right? A lot of HP on these big basic Pokemon. And you have Bravery Charm to boost them further. You have the Stadium to boost them even further. So it's really hard to, you know, really one-shot these things. So what you do is you establish Absol and a few Monkey Dories, and you kind of play the waiting game. You wait until your opponent hits you. And as soon as they hit you, you unleash the Monkey Dories and a Penny. So you move 6 damage counters back onto the Dragapult. You penny the target they attacked into, probably Mega Kangaskhan. And then you use Absol's first attack to 1-hit KO the Dragapult. And then you completely negated their turn, and you got the first 1-hit KO. On the big stage 2, they spent a lot of time and effort bulling up while you were just sitting there fiddling around with your basic Pokemon, which is really cool.
That's pretty good. I totally forgot about Absol's first attack. In my mind, I was like, oh, we're always just discarding cards. But yeah, using the first attack on the Absol, very smart on the Dragapult. And I feel like that's the nature of the deck as well. There's a lot of Pokemon here that feel like they do multiple uses, right? Like the Petron can attack late game too. It's not just there. The Kangaskhan is your draw engine, but it is also a good attacker. I think you mentioned Terrabox a little bit earlier. Oh, backstage anyway. I think the only second attack we're not using is like what, on the Yveltal almost?
Oh no, actually you can use Yveltal as well, you know? Because if you're up against Crystal, then you don't actually have that many good attackers because it blocks, you know, rule box Pokemon or like EXs and stuff. So if you use Yveltal, then with the Bravery Charm, then they don't have a great way to want to KO you, and you can use the second attack plus your own Monkey Dories to kind of try to win the war of attrition against these slow, you know, crab decks as well.
All right, you got me. It sounds like you have an answer for everything. All right, I think we have time for just maybe one more deck dissection. How about Golden Go? What are the answers here for Golden Go?
You know, so this is where the, you know, seemingly random cornerstone comes into play, because Goldengo doesn't really have a damage cap, so one of our main strategies of tanking a hit and sending all the damage back and messing with your opponent doesn't really work. Cornerstone doesn't really get attacked by Goldengo, and now suddenly your deck starts working again. Because now that you force them into using Soul Rock or maybe the Baby Goldengo or maybe like a Crimorant tech or something. But all these cards, they do damage, but they don't really do enough damage. So they do struggle to get past the cornerstones, and or they can start functioning into this deck again. And they have a really difficult time getting past these stone Pokemon.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Sounds like we were able to use almost everything in the deck at this point. Talked about a lot. I'd love to talk more about different matchups. I know we talked about Serral Edge, which is a little tough backstage, but you know what? We're gonna have to save that for maybe some other time. Maybe you're gonna have to just follow this man to find out all the secrets. With that, Lord, thank you so much for the interview. Before I let you go, anyone you want to shout out?
Ooh, shout out all my friends, family, everyone that's cheering for me, and also the very kind Americans that let me stay at them this weekend. I truly, truly appreciate it. And I hope to, do the deck proud, but there's no guarantees. But at the very least, I think I'll have a lot of fun no matter the result this weekend.
Oh, that's for sure. This deck looks like a ton of fun. We're very excited to see you play it. Hopefully, we get to see it on stream. For that, thank you so much. Again, this was Tord Reklev's Absol box. We're going to throw it back now, though, to more Pokemon action.
Applied with that Fairy Zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, your Pokemon World Champion!
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
He goes on the ice beam! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands
Hello, Pokemon fans, and welcome back to Phase 2 of the Milwaukee Regional Championships. It is Halloween season, but our competitors right now are afraid of nothing and are going for the gold here at the Regional Championships. My name is Juancho Sedana, and I'm joined with Pablo Meza and Kyle Sablehouse. What a day one. I'm excited for day 2. How are you guys feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. I really like the idea of the Mega Evolution decks making their path into this new metagame. I really feel like Psyduck is helping with that, so I'm really looking forward to see what makes Top Cut today.
That conversion rate for Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan is something else. The sauce is out. It is a spicy time, and that is a really good deck. So I'm looking to see a lot of that here in our next Phase 2.
Ooh, yeah, definitely. Who knew having a basic Pokemon with over 300 HP is good? Yeah.
Big basics kind of do work. That's a historical fact.
That's for sure. A lot of exciting stuff is definitely going to happen here today in the day 2 of the Milwaukee Regional Championships. But let's go quick recap of some cool things that happened in Phase 1 of Milwaukee. There was definitely a ton of amazing games, and this definitely has to be one of them. Ryuki Okada versus Andrew Hedrick. What a match.
Yeah, I mean, this was something else. In Game 2, we saw Ryuki really holding on for dear life. Game 1 was absolute decimation. We saw the real power of this Mega Absol deck. But then we moved to Game 3, and my goodness, not a lot of time left. It really looked like the prize cards just were not going to fall for either player. But what a big move here from Ryuki, trying to move the damage over with the Monkey Dory, missed out on that 10 damage on the Latios, and here's the punish. After the Iono, Hedrick finds the boss's orders and the jamming tower, knocks out the Latios, and wins the game. This only happens because Hedrick starts as a turn, or has Ryuki start as turn 0 with 3 seconds left.
You could even see Andrew's hand shaking when he saw that jamming tower, right? Like, that was unbelievable. One copy left of each card. Incredible.
We need a new graphic just for that. It's not top deck. It's top deck. A bunch of top decks.
Yeah, the Iono itself was a top deck. Into that top deck, it's just start smashing the button.
Ooh, I couldn't have written it better myself, if I have to say. Definitely amazing stuff. And yeah, you were right, Pablo. I watched that. That was such a nail biter. Things had to come down to the line. The internal clock on a lot of our pro players, that's something we have to keep into account. Just the fact that Andrew played it perfectly down to the last 3 seconds. We're waiting for Ryuki to draw that card, right?
Yeah, and for Ryuki as well, that may have been his only loss that he's had on with obviously on stream there. And he did mention that he had some of those issues. He wasn't super proud of his play there, but he didn't let that stop him. He has gone undefeated since that point, and he is 10-1 right now. So be sure to look out for him on a vengeance.
Speaking of people to look out for, though, there's a lot of amazing players playing right now. I believe we're around round 11. So let's go ahead and take a look at the Swiss standings. Again, a lot of amazing players are playing right now here at Milwaukee. Number 1 and number 2 right now, though, Alex Szymanski, Ryuki Okada with 10 wins a pop. 30 points already. Must be feeling great.
Yeah, Alex starting off the season very strong, coming off of a very good showing at the World Championships, right? Top 32, then getting 9th place at Pittsburgh, I believe.
Cut, yeah.
Yep, and now first seed heading into round 12 right now. And of course we have Hedrick, as we saw him win that round against Ryuki, Jackson Ford, Halo Bernolti. He doesn't get to play a lot of tournaments, but when he does, he always shows up.
Yeah, big regional winner. We see a lot of great names on this list. Rowan Stavino, former world champion. One interesting one for me, Austin Charles was one of those few competitors that barely got in on the world's qualifications, and since then has taken that and ran with it. So really great to see him in contention as well.
Amazing stuff. We're talking about all these amazing players. It's getting me excited. I want the games to start. So how about we get going here? And but of course, before that, I want to remind folks at home to definitely follow all the relevant channels, Pokemon.com/broadcast, definitely for all your broadcast needs. This is definitely where to find us. And of course, all our Twitch and YouTube channels. It's just /Pokemon. I love the Twitch integration and all this, being able to interact with everyone down in everyone watching, and of course our all our socials, X, Instagram, and all that jazz. But you know what? I want to watch some matches. Let's go ahead and check out the format video before we get going on Phase 2 of the Milwaukee Regional Championships.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. It's a 2-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win, and you move on. Lose, and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
And we are ready to get into our day 2 action. A couple of rounds have already taken place today. We're whittling things down just a few more Swiss rounds until we will know who is in our top cut. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined here by Azul GG to take you through this first round of the day. And I'm very excited, Azul, to see some exciting Pokemon action.
Yeah, definitely excited for it. We've already seen quite a bit of action, and we're getting close to that top cut. A couple more rounds to go, and this is going to be a big one. Won't quite put the players with if the player with a victory here won't quite put them in top cut, but they'll be very, very close.
Very, very close indeed. Let's get down to that table, get into this game, and see which one of these players is going to continue to propel themselves forward in the event. On the left, Bulin Zhang playing that Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan EX deck. Certainly one of the big stories of this tournament. And over on the right, one of the most experienced players in the game, one of the best that Canada has to offer, Rowan Stavino with Gardevoir Jellicent.
Yeah, and definitely I would say, an interesting take on the Gardevoir, actually, from Rowan. There's very little new additions to the list, actually, from what we had kind of seen from other builds. He's almost sticking to 60 cards, very similar to what Aban used most recently in Pittsburgh. There's only one Lily's Determination in here, so it's almost like he's just playing a 60 from like last format, very few new additions.
Yeah, updated the Ralts and Curlias, and that one Lily's, that is about it. So very interesting take, not similar to what we've seen from most other Gardevoirs so far in the event. So for Bulin, we've seen this Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan deck on the stream yesterday. There's a lot of discourse about it online, and I think one of the question marks for players when seeing this archetype was, what does the Gardevoir matchup look like? Who is favored here, and how does the Jellicent play into things?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting, especially with these lists specifically, or I should say Rowan's list, maybe more specifically, because Rowan is playing the Guardy Jellicent. And we did see a Guardy Jellicent from Ian Robb yesterday. Ian Robb did play 2 Bravery Charm in that list. Rowan here only playing the 1 Bravery Charm, and I feel like hitting hard is definitely something you're looking to do in this matchup. You don't have to take down those Mega Pokemon, potentially in an effective one-hit KO. Maybe some Monkey Dory damage gets stacked up over a turn or two, and then you close it out with a Scream Tail and a Bravery Charm. It's going to be a little bit more tough for Rowan to take those effective one-hit KOs, and is probably going to have to settle for more 2-hit KOs, or maybe chasing down Bulin's Monkey Dories off the bench to get the initial prize cards.
And if Rowan does ever hit into one of these high HP basic Mega Pokemon, Bulin is coming packed with 4 penny in the deck list to potentially just remove an entire turn of damage from Rowan. Certainly something we're going to be tracking. Let's see these prize cards being laid out now for the players. That one of Jellicent in the prizes for Rowan, and that one Secret Box. Not sure how impactful the Jellicent is, but Secret Box, never something you want to see in the prize cards.
Yeah, and specifically a bigger deal with the list that Rowan is running, because he is going heavier on the Arven. Like I mentioned, very light on the Lily's Determination. That is like the big adjustment we saw a lot of Gardevoir players make. Little to no Arven in most lists, 4 to 3 Lily's Determination. But Rowan is a lot more all in on the Arven and the tools, the Air Balloon, the TM Evolution still in there, which means you're more likely to want to get aggressive with your Secret Box early to find your follow-up off of your first Arven. That's not going to be available to Rowan in these early turns.
For Bulin, that one of 2 Monkey Dory in the prize cards could be a little annoying. I'm not sure how much damage Rowan will necessarily leave in play, but I mean, Rowan may be forced to leave damage in play if he's going into a Mega Pokemon with a ton of HP. Looks like we're getting into this game. Cards are being drawn. The starter for Bulin is that Cornerstone Mask Ogre Pawn EX. Probably not something he really wants to see in the active spot to start things off. And for Rowan, he's probably happy to be starting Frillish, one of the best starters in this deck. And he's going to kick it off with an Artisan, putting that Stadium card into play, allowing him to now search his deck for any basic Pokemon without a rule box and put it directly onto the bench.
Yeah, so probably the optimal starter for Rowan, I would assume. Here's what you want. Having the potential to maybe even go into the Frillish early will be a great option for Rowan, and can play the beginning of the match pretty slow for sure. Definitely doesn't need like a turn 2 Rare Candy Gardevoir or anything like that. The potential for the prize trade to go in his favor is definitely there. Being able to attack with the 1 prize Pokemon like the Scream Tail, combining some Frillish damage plus Monkey Dory Adrena Brains will be able to set him up to take that lead at some point over these Mega Pokemon. So doesn't need to have a super aggressive start, and at least wants to probably get out Ralts though.
Yeah, Ralts is definitely going to be the key, because you got to get Ralts in play if you want to get to a Gardevoir, and get to a Gardevoir quickly is certainly what Rowan will be aiming to do. Taking note of the prize cards here, he'll see that, yes, the Jellicent is prized, not something he'll have access to. Lily's Clefairy as well being prized. Not a huge deal, I think, in this matchup. One of Technical Machine Evolution, you know, oftentimes we'll see players Arven for the 1 TM Evo and then Secret Box it away to go get the other TM Evo, right? Just thinning the deck, but Not really a big deal here, especially because Rowan, yes, does have that secret box prized. Off the Artisan, he does grab the Ralts, and that's it for turn number 1. After an attachment to Frillish, passing things over to Bulin. Let's see what he has to kick off this turn. Just has that Cornerstone Mask Ogre Pawn active, and we'll kick it off with the Artisan.
Yeah, so set up here from Bulin. I mean, we're probably going to be looking to get the Absol online as soon as possible, Turbo Energize to that. And then from there, honestly, for Bulin, this might just be like an Absol game. Maybe the possibility of clutch does happen. Rowan is not playing any mobility cards, no switch. Does have the air balloon, but that's not going to get you out of the clutch from the Yveltal. So if Bulin ever gets ahead on the Monkey Dory is on board, it's possible we could see a clutch line come out for Bulin. Even using clutch in the mid game or late game to slow the game down, even if Rowan would win through an eventual back and forth with the Monkey Dories, it can give you time to like set up a follow-up Absol or something like that.
And here's the play we see so often, turn 1 from this Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan deck. Arven for Turbo, Energize, and that precious Trolley, the ace spec of choice for this archetype. So strong, being able to search your deck for as many basic Pokemon as you want. Put them directly into play. Really good, especially when you have the option to put tons of Mega Pokemon into play super fast.
Yep, and we're probably going to see the Absol get loaded up here, and then going to find some backup as well. It looks like is eyeing up a full squad here as well. Is going fully wide. This leaves no bench space for Monkey Dory, which is actually interesting in this situation specifically for Rowan, because Rowan did prize the Jellicent EX and Clefairy, which can potentially be reasonably heavy hitters and give Rowan a chance to actually take a prize lead and maintain the prize lead. That's one thing I was going to mention, because Rowan did prize specifically the Clefairy. That is like the safer heavy hitter for Rowan. You could, of course, attack with Gardevoir EX, but if that goes down, you might not be able to set up a follow-up attacker. So Screamtail becomes a better option, or becomes the more powerful option for Rowan because of those prize cards. But now you can't punish potentially the Screamtail attacking for maximum damage because there's no bench space for a Monkey Dory right now.
We do see the retreat of the Cornerstone Mask from the Skyliner ability of the Latias EX, and then retreating into the Mega Kangaskhan using the Run Errand ability to draw 2, and that Petrarunt EX will now be used. Subjugating Chains pushes the Absol EX into the active spot with that Technical Machine Turbo Energized. Bulin will now be able to use that attack, search his deck for 2 basic energy cards, and put them onto his Pokemon however he would like. Worth noting, of course, Bulin can still establish Monkey Dories at some point this game through the use of the pennies, right? Healing one of these Pokemon, something we may see him go for. Rowan here does have his own Monkey Dory to get established with that Darkness Energy already in hand, has an Ultra Ball. What kind of supporter option does he have, though? That is the question. And it does look like he has an Iono at the very back of the hand.
Yeah, I think Rowan will be just fine this turn to continue progressing towards setting up, and probably doesn't hate just attacking with Frillish this turn. The item lock, though, is not going to be too effective here for Rowan. The item lock is initially really, really strong if you can do it before the trolley happens. But once the trolley happens, the deck here from Bulin is not super item reliant. As long as you can find energy, of course, one of your main ways to find energy is using Arven to find Earthen Vessel to find your energy. But as long as Bulin can just naturally draw into those energy through draw supporters, or even just getting one off this Iono, Bulin should be in a fine spot to stabilize and put on the aggression despite the item lock coming, probably.
Off the Iono, though, Rowan is unable to find a Kirlia. No Ultra Ball, no way to get the Kirlia, and no Technical Machine Evolution, so he will be a little slow into getting to the Gardevoir here. Potentially, he's going to be pushing for one of the 2 copies of Rare Candy on the next turn that he does play.
Yeah, and this is where things can get a little scary for Rowan, I feel like, because when the Absol attacks, it does 200 damage, which basically KOs anything in the Gardevoir deck, but also discards a card from your hand.
Yep.
So the further you are away from your ideal setup, where Rowan currently is, once your cards start getting picked out of your hand, it might be it's possible that you just never end up getting to a Gardevoir.
Bulin here with a simple draw for turn right into that Lily's Determination, one of the most impactful new cards from Mega Evolution. We've seen it many times, and I think for the next few years, we will continue to see it over and over and over again. Shuffle your hand into your deck, draw 6 cards, but if you have exactly 6 prize cards remaining, draw 8 instead. So strong in the early turns of these games. In both the Evolving setup-based decks and also the aggressive basic attacking decks as an option, which is what we see here from Bulin. I have to imagine looking for an energy card so that he can start attacking with the Mega Absol EX, and he does not find one here, Azul. He may be living off of that run errand ability of Mega Kangaskhan to get himself an energy card to start attacking here.
Yeah, we're not out of draw power yet. Can retreat to the Kangaskhan, and then we'll still be able to use the Petron EX to push the Absol with the 2 energy back into the active. If an energy's found...
Does he find one? No, he does not.
Oh, that is unfortunate. Did find the Turbo Energize, so Bulin can now Turbo Energize with maybe the Absol with the 2 energy to then set up the Absol with 1 energy to kind of maximize the potential from the Turbo Energize. I wouldn't hate to see that from Bulin, but that is a huge whiff, and that is exactly what Rowan was hoping for, a whiff on the energy for turn, leading to kind of a free turn to regain and start to build up towards that Gardevoir before the Claw of Darkness start hitting.
Now, I do want to point out, before Bulin played Lily's Determination, he did have Penny in hand. So there was the option to have used Penny, pick up the Mega Absol, and just guarantee the attack this turn. What do you think of his play?
I don't hate the idea of that, but I think effectively removing an energy from play would have felt really, really bad here from Bulin, because I think you are trying to get to 2 Absol setup, and it's really hard to want, or wouldn't it be great in the middle of the game to use Turbo Energize? You're trying to attack on turn 2 with Absol and then manually build up your backup Absol, hopefully leading to Absol after Absol. Taking that turn off, effectively taking a turn off of an energy attachment wouldn't have felt great. So I like the Lily play. It's just kind of unfortunate there was a whiff.
Yeah, it didn't pan out this time, but cannot fault him for going for it. It was definitely something that seemed like a pretty reasonable hit to find an energy card off of 8, plus the potential of the run errand from Mega Kangaskhan. Does not come through this time, but Bulin is able to get a couple more energy cards into play. 1 fighting going to the benched Mega Absol, and then 1 Darkness Energy on to that Pecharunt EX. Over to Rowan here with another Monkey Dory coming down, another Darkness Energy. He's getting his board nicely established and has that 1 copy of Lily's Determination that he's playing in the hand to shuffle in, draw 8. Let's see if these can yield a Rare Candy Gardevoir, and if he does find it, does he want to put it in play right now?
Yeah, I think you would probably get aggressive here as Rowan, especially if you have access to the Screamtail as well. I don't think Rowan has used the Artisan, so that should be available to start to get aggressive, put some damage on these Mega Pokemon. The Monkey Dory is nice, but of course, the Monkey Dories don't matter if you don't have Gardevoir to build up damage in play for them to utilize, because Bulin will not be leaving damage in play on your side of the field as this game progresses. It's going to be 1-hit KOs turn after turn, and Rowan, it is no Curlio once again.
Yeah, no Curlio once again, no Rare Candy Gardevoir play, has nothing going on. Just forced to Oceanic Gloom and send things back over to Bulin. Now Bulin here with a heavily damaged Absol in the active, a bunch of Mega Pokemon in play. How does he want to proceed? Looks like a start of the retreat into the Mega Kangaskhan, the run errand. Such a strong draw engine. Does find a Penny, so he could clear that Mega Absol out of play. Could even establish a Monkey Dory right away as well. We'll see what he goes for.
And I think that's what I'd like to see here from Bulin. Because we got that extra energy off of the Turbo Energize and put it on the Pecharunt, we could see a Penny on the Pecharunt and then establish a Monkey Dory off the Artisan. Instead, decides to clean up the damaged Absol. I don't like this quite as much because it does remove an energy from an Absol, and I think back-to-back Absols is really what you're looking for here. This is going to make it, this is going to give you way less pressure in your attacks as this game progresses. So I think I would have liked to have seen a Monkey Dory get established, and that would have led to some healing on that damaged Absol as well.
Bulin will push this Absol with the 3 energy on it. Claw of Darkness ready to go. Artisan does pull Monkey Dory from the deck directly into play. We know the Darkness energy is waiting in hand from the Penny, so Bulin can get an attachment there. And he's going to start swinging. Claw of Darkness, 200 damage, 400 into the Dark Weak. Frillish, you know, more than enough. Take that out and also rip a card from Rowan's hand, send it to the discard pile. A little bit less impactful right now since Rowan does have an 8-card hand, but it's not going to be too bad. Lots of supporters to choose from. Also, Pheasantipity EX.
Yeah, and I think it looked like eyeing up a Vessel, but there's another Vessel in the hand. I think I'm looking at the Fez here maybe just to take away that extra draw power. And it doesn't just get rid of the Fez, but if Rowan wants to have access to Pheasantipity, which Gardevoir generally does, especially in these more aggressive matchups, it feels like, it means it would also cost a recovery card to get it back into play. So honestly, I don't think Rowan's too mad at the Vessel hitting the discard pile over the Fez there. We'll see if the Fez comes down. And also, as far as getting to the Gardevoir goes, you have no pieces in hand right now, I don't think, for Rowan. No Candy, no Ultra Ball. The Fez can help you get there.
And that is a top deck of one of the pieces, Ultra Ball in the hand. So now just looking for a Rare Candy, which he could find through an Arven. He could find it naturally as well through Pheasantipity draw, potentially. Now with one of the pieces in hand, there's kind of the question of how to approach things. Oh, does he have the Arven as well? Yeah, it actually looks like he does. So he's got it lined up guaranteed. Got to just navigate how he wants to get things rolling. He does also need Psychic Energy cards in the discard pile, a piece that's missing for him right now.
Yeah, I think there was maybe a second vessel in hand. I could be incorrect on that. While Rowan's piecing this one together, though, I think it's also worth noting about the play from Bulin last turn. Rowan, now that Monkey Dory is available to Bulin, is going to avoid leaving damage in play.
Yes.
Whereas if the damage Absol from Bulin had stayed in play, Bulin has that pool of damage to work with in the future with Monkey Dories to make it harder for Rowan to go into, you know, a heavier damaged Screamtail or something like that, kind of limiting Rowan's options. So when you have no damage in play on Bulin's side, it might seem better, but actually leaving some damage on your side of the field gives you that constant threat of your own Monkey Dory.
Rowan will use Ultra Ball after Earthen Vessel to discard a Psychic Energy. Also does discard the Pheasantipity, going for a Curlia. Is it going to be a slower play here from Rowan?
Yeah, that is interesting. Does play the Air Balloon, so we could maybe see a Mind Bend, but the Mind Bend isn't going to be that effective. There's so much mobility on Bulin's side. Yeah, I'm not sure what the play here from Rowan is going to be, but looks like maybe he is going to take it slow.
Ultra Ball and Technical Machine Devolution found from this Arven, and discarding the Bravery Charm for Rowan to find another Curlia. So looks like a pair of Curlia will be put into play. Perhaps a Call Sign incoming. Searching the deck for up to 3 Pokemon. I know that Henry Chow had mentioned that this was what he felt like one of the biggest upgrades to Gardevoir was from the new expansion, being able to search your deck for 3 Pokemon and add them to your hand. Very, very powerful.
Yeah, so Rowan taking his time here. I did mention the prized heavy hitters of the Clefairy, of the potential Jellicent, but another heavy hitter in this matchup can be the Mew, and more specifically actually to copy Absol's first attack. Double Monkey Dory putting 6 damage over onto the Absol, plus Mew copying Absol's first attack allows you to get a one-hit KO on the Absol through the Mew EX.
Yes.
As a potential attacker. It does leave a pretty vulnerable 2-prizer in the active, and there is a lead here for Bulin, but not a tremendous lead, and honestly that seems like a pretty good route for Rowan, and it seems like that's where Rowan's headed.
Yeah, in theory, Rowan could win the game by using genome hacking 2 times to KO 2 Mega Absol, thanks to genome hacking copying that terminal period attack. If your opponent's Pokemon has exactly 6 damage counters on it, you're able to take that KO. Bulin here will retreat into Mega Kangaskhan, uses Run Errand, draws a couple, and the Mist Energy, that is a huge find.
Yeah.
Mist Energy, of course, protects that Pokemon from all effects of attacks. In terminal period, that's an attack effect.
Yeah, and Rowan does not have an answer for Mist Energy. This also limits the potential of, well, I guess that's really the only main thing. Mind Bend isn't that scary like I mentioned last turn, so it really is just the terminal period. The Mist Energy completely deals with that potential line from Rowan, and now that Rowan has like fully committed to this line instead of going for like a Candy Guardian and starting to build up some damage in play, it kind of puts Rowan another turn back where he could have been, because now he does have to work on some 2-hit KO potential through these Mega Pokemon. And actually, thinking about the Mew potential in this matchup a little bit more, I guess I wouldn't hate to see Mega Kangaskhan be an option as well here for Bulin. We'll see if that maybe starts to get set up at some point. But of course, Mega Kangaskhan can't be as easily one-hit KO by a Mew EX, so it's a little bit safer into the Mew EX. Just the early game discard potential from the Claw of Darkness from Absol is definitely your initiator, or wants to be your initiator.
Another potential line for Rowan could be to go for the more traditional 2-2-2 prize trade and totally ignore Mega Absol EX. The risk there is Bulin's heavy count of Penny, right? So at any point, Bulin could fix the board, get one of those 2 prize Pokemon out of play, but with Rowan's 2 counter catcher that he plays, plus the access to Screamtail, you know, it would line up in theory to KO both the Cornerstone, the Latias, and then the Petron with the Screamtail.
Yeah.
But we are going to see Claw of Darkness, 200 damage, KOs that Curlia. Now Bulin has to choose one of these cards to discard from Rowan's hand.
Yeah, and honestly, looking at this, I lean towards that Iono. The Mew has been completely neutralized because of the Mist Energy, and there's 2 Gardevoirs in hand, only 1 Curlia to put them on. I don't think you really care if Rowan has access to research next turn, but you have a massive hand here as Bulin. May as well keep it around.
Rowan will go with the Nest Ball that he top-decked for turn, finding another Ralts, putting that into play, and then left with Research as his supporter option. So what is Rowan's move here? He could attack with Gardevoir EX. That doesn't seem great. It just gets KO'd by the Mega Absol. He could attack with the Mew EX, copying Claw of Darkness. That also doesn't seem great. It just gets KO'd by Mega Absol. What is he trying to set up for here?
I think the one The one saving grace here for Rowan is the lack of threats on Boolin's side. It is just a Mega Absol. There's the Petron on the back line, but it's not fully there yet. So I think you have some time here from Rowan to attack with a couple one prizes in a row. I think ideally, or it just has to be Screamtail, I guess. Start to get through this Mega Absol, and from there, on the current board state, all you have to deal with is a Petron after that. So if Rowan can get a 2-hit KO on this Absol between this turn and next turn without a 2-prizer getting KO'd, I think Rowan is actually in an okay spot to win this game. The problem with that, though, is Boolin has a, I don't know, 20-card hand at this point, and we'll be able to draw more cards next turn. The chance that Boolin doesn't just have Boss KO Guardian next turn is pretty low, I think.
Rowan plays Earthen Vessel, discarding a basic Psychic Energy in favor of finding 2 more from the deck. Judge just wanting to get a quick read of the Mist Energy, make sure he knows all that happens here. And it looks like we were missing a little bit of poison damage as well from that Subjugating Chains of Petron EX. That's all fixed. Good on our judges getting that corrected. Now with a couple of Psychic Energy, looks like there will be 4 in the discard pile, plenty to play with. Grabbing a Darkness Energy here. Rowan could establish the 3rd Monkey Dory if he would like this turn. He does play 3 copies in his list.
Yeah. Another thing worth noting here is that Boolin did put the Bravery Charm on the Monkey Dory on the bench, which protects it from a Screamtail unless Rowan wants to commit 4 energy to it, which would leave it with only 10 HP remaining unless there's a Bravery Charm found. And then the threat of Boolin's own Monkey Dory to get like an extra prize card on the turn would be present. So I really like that Bravery Charm attachment there from Boolin. And this is just looking really tough for Rowan. I'm struggling to come up with a game plan here for Rowan. It looks like Rowan is maybe going to go into the Mew for turn. Maybe it'll be a Guardy into a Mew 2-hit here, but the options are very limited for sure.
Yeah, just brute force his way through this Mega Absol. Sure, Boolin can easily respond, but by doing so, he would leave this Absol in play with a bunch of damage on it, and he doesn't really have much else set up on the back line, as you mentioned.
Yeah, once we get through this Absol, now it does have to be with probably, we're going with the 2-prizer hit here from Rowan with the Mew EX. That'll get KO'd by the Absol. Rowan will not be able to attack with like back-to-back Mew EXs, because combining Iona with a Claw of Darkness from Rowan next turn would be really, really good, but then you just lose the game if there's a Dark Energy on the Petron from this turn or next turn. So it probably has to come from the Screamtail at that point, unless maybe an effective 1-hit KO or can be set up through. There is triple Monkey Dory on board. That is going to be a lot of damage already stacked up on the Absol before the Mew even hits into it.
So this is going to be a lot of damage laid into the Mega Absol here. There's 230 HP remaining on it. Rowan will hit it for 200 with Genome Hacking to copy the Claw of Darkness. He gets to rip a card here from Boolin's massive hand, and this Absol, after the poison takes place, will be left with just 20 HP. An easy thing to be KO'd next turn with a simple Adrenabrain. Rowan will get rid of the Boss's Orders as Boolin's option. Ripping a card from your opponent's hand, a very powerful effect, but its luster does decrease whenever your opponent has so many options.
Yeah, I think Boolin did have multiple Boss's Orders in the hand there, but just trying to get around, take away some of the potential of future Boss's Orders play once the Ionos start hitting, ideally from Rowan on a future turn. And I think for the damage on the Absol here, if there's not enough healing coming down, I think the Absol will be able to get cleaned up by just some Adrenabrains on the following turn, which is exactly where Rowan wants to be.
Now, Boolin did take his other Monkey Dory off the prize cards early this game, so through the use of pinning onto one of these Pokemon like the Cornerstone Mask or Latias EX, something like that, he could establish the Monkey Dory this turn. He actually has the energy switch in his hand as well, so that's a way he could get an energy card onto it if he would like. Looks like he will kick it off with a retreat of the Absols. Look at all those dice moving to the bench with it. Into the Mega Kangaskhan. Started off with the run errand, never a bad call.
Yeah, we're kind of seeing the consequences potentially of the earlier plays, choices from Boolin, where we picked up that initial Absol with the energy and weren't trying to maximize the kind of threats on board. And as we're getting towards this end game here from Boolin, there's so few threats on board, no energy on the Mega Kangaskhan. There is the one energy on the Petron, but our fully set up Boolin's fully set up Absol here is under threat of just being KO'd by Monkey Dory's Adrenabrains, which is not something you want to have happen on this next turn.
It's going to be really, really strong for Rowan.
And
if that's what he's able to do. And the Subjugating Chains adds even more damage onto it. Rowan could even set things up to where this Absol gets KO'd between turns, and he leaves one prizer active and just passes for the turn as well.
Yeah, we do see the extra attachment making its way down onto the Petron EX here, so the backup threat is there, but Rowan with a Screamtail can remove both threats from the field and comboing that with an Iono.
Yep.
I don't see how Bulin comes back from that.
Yeah, that would be a really powerful play. Bulin will go with the boss's orders this turn. Brings up that Gardevoir EX, wants to take that as a threat out of play. We do see Bulin using that Adrenabrain, placing it all onto the active Gardevoir. He would be knocking it out regardless, but hey, just go this route so that he will not leave any extra damage in play for Rowan to play with next turn. And that could be the problem here for Rowan, would be generating enough damage in play to really take advantage of the heavily damaged Mega Absol. If Rowan can't find Gardevoir EX, he will not be able to generate enough damage with Adrenabrain to get the KO. And also worth noting as well here, Azul, those energy cards are locked up on the Mew EX. So even if Rowan does find Rare Candy Gardevoir Screamtail, he may not have enough energy cards to attack effectively with the Roaring Scream.
Yeah, Rowan did smartly accelerate energy to the Monkey Dory on the bench there. So the Mind Bend is an out here to KO the Absol with a one-prize Pokemon, which means you wouldn't lose on to the next turn. The E-Switch here is actually a pretty big deal from Bulin, but I think I would have liked to have seen the energy be split up a little bit more because there is still that threat of the Screamtail play to remove the Petront. The Kangaskhan is 2 energy away from attacking. We could have made it so that the Kangaskhan and the Petront were 1 energy away from attacking each, creating like 2, evening out our threats on board a little bit more. So
both Pokemon only need 1 energy to be able to attack.
Yeah, as opposed to now, if the Petront does get KO'd alongside the Absol, we might not be able to set up an attacker on the next turn from Bulin.
Rowan is going to push that Monkey Dory, so at minimum, we will see Mind Bend be used to take out Bulin's Mega Absol. And Bulin did just discard Iono from Rowan from the hand, but Rowan has, oh, it's an Arven. I thought it was another Iono there, so that is not going to be something Rowan can do. Not being able to disrupt this massive hand here from Bulin will be unfortunate for Rowan.
Yeah, that is scary. Looking at the board state for how it has played out, I guess, like, yeah, you mentioned the 3 energy being trapped on the Mew. I think that actually does take away the potential of Screamtail KOing the Petront. So that is not a play available to Rowan. Rowan doesn't play anything like a Turo to reset it. So the threat of the Petront should be fully live going into Bulin's turn. And with the Iono discard from the Absol,
I mean, all Bulin needs next turn is boss's orders on Mew EX to win the game.
Yeah, and I think there is a boss in hand. I'm not 100% sure. We did see Rowan remove a boss from Bulin's hand.
Bulin did play one this last turn.
Yeah, but I think there is probably still one in the hand. Bulin does play 4 boss's orders and a Pokegear and has the potential of drawing cards with the Mega Kangaskhan next turn.
And also has like 30 cards in his hand.
Yeah, probably has access to Pheasantipity, so that's plus 3 more cards. Like, this Absol needs to go down for Rowan here, I feel like. So we know that's probably happening, which does lead to bench space and draw power. So this is looking tough for Rowan here.
He will go for Arven. This finds Rare Candy in the Air Balloon. Rare Candy can get him a Gardevoir into play. So that could lead to some Adrenabrain things happening. Is there anything off Rowan's prize cards that could help him here? He would be taking the Secret Box plus a basic Psychic Energy.
That could be big.
So that could be a big deal. If he takes those cards, they're now pieces he can discard. He can't get enough.
Does Rowan have enough energy in the discard pile to...
He only plays 7 Psychic. So it's actually not possible for him to get the full 8 necessary onto a Screamtail.
The Mew is being promoted. Adrenabrain to the bench. I'm trying to do the math here.
There's the Adrenabrain, 40 damage. That is enough to knock out the Mega Absol. 2 Adrenabrains being used, so 1's still available. Rowan will take 3 prize cards for his efforts here. Night Stretcher, Secret Box, and the basic Psychic Energy added to his arsenal, and now has to see what Bulin is going to do. We will see. Oh, Rowan's going for the win right now. He could win the game if he flips enough heads. Genome hacking to copy rapid fire combo. That is 200. 1 more heads. Wins him the game. And he hit a heads. Rowan Stavino with 2 head flips finds a way to win the game. That was his one chance. He went for it, and it paid off.
And what an insane sequence there from Rowan. Gets just enough Psychic in the discard pile to get the effective KO on the Absol, and then gets the counter catcher off the prize cards. And he did have pretty good odds. There was a Secret Box that could have found a counter catcher in the deck, I think, plus the counter catcher.
Wow.
Finds it and does need to still hit 2 heads at that point, but saw the line, went all in.
That was his one play. That was the only way he was going to win that game, was if he flipped 2 heads by gust KOing the Mega Kangaskhan. He recognized the terrible situation he was in. Low percent chance, 25% of the time, that's going to pay off, and it rolled right for Rowan here.
Yeah, that was a pretty sick end to that one, Chip.
Wow. Absolutely speechless. I mean, we were scrambling, trying to find win conditions for Rowan, and I think he was doing the same. And you don't really like to rely on coin flips as a potential win condition, but sometimes that is the one chance, the one spot that you can go for, and that's what Rowan had to do.
Yeah, and as we saw that as this game developed here, the big hit was when the mist energy was found. As soon as that was found, we saw Rowan was definitely gearing up for that Mew play to utilize Absol's first attack with a couple Monkey Dories. Then the mist was found, things got really sketchy for Rowan, and it all led to struggling to get through that first Absol, and then pulling off the miracle Mew to copy the Kangaskhan's attack and hitting 2 heads.
Rowan absolutely steals a game from the grasp of defeat. Finds a way to win, and now Bulin here probably left reeling a little bit. How do you mentally collect yourself after something like that? He was in a dominant spot.
Yeah, dominant spot for sure. We're already seeing a better start here from Bulin. A big hindrance to Bulin's board state in that last one was honestly opening the cornerstone. It's not a Pokemon you're ever setting up to attack with, and it takes away a bench space from a potential secondary attacker like a second Absol or establishing 2 Monkey Dory, which in that game definitely would have made a difference if we had seen double Monkey Dory set up to heal a little bit more damage off that Absol. It would have made things a little bit more awkward for Rowan, but now we'll have access to that extra bench space effectively.
Rowan starts the Ralts, benches a Screamtail, and that is it for turn 1 on Rowan. Bulin, by losing game 1, does get to choose first or second here, is going to choose to go second, wants to try to use that Technical Machine Turbo Energize, I imagine, as quickly as possible. Checking the prize cards here. Doesn't seem like there's much that's too bad here for Bulin. 1 penny, he plays 4. 2 energy cards, he does play 10. But, you know, each energy is pretty important. Lively Stadium as well. Hey, if that was in play last turn, forces Rowan to get 1 more heads. Doesn't come down, though. Nothing too bad, I would say, for Bulin.
Yeah, that's definitely the worst prize card here is probably the Lively Stadium. Maybe pricing 2 energy could be a little bit rough as we start to try and develop our Monkey Dories. But the Lively Stadium here from Bulin, you want to try and effectively win the Stadium trade. They both play 2 stadiums, so whoever has to play their first stadium first means that the other player can have their stadium in play for the end of the game.
I think this is huge here. This Pokegear 3.0 needs to find an Arven, and Bulin is able to get just that. Arven will be used here to search the deck, I imagine, for Precious Trolley, and probably Technical Machine Turbo Energize unless one of those pieces is already in the hand. Then a Bravery Charm could potentially be found. It does look like those will be the 2 choices, the Trolley and that TM Turbo Energize. Bulin setting up here perfectly.
Yeah, so far it's looking pretty good. It looks like Bulin maybe price checking here, maybe lining up the place here. I'm actually really curious to see how Bulin plays this. Because of the threat of the Mew on the other side, do you even want to go for double Absol, or does that make things too easy for Rowan to go back-to-back Mews to copy the Absol's first attack? Do you look for Absol into Kangaskhan? I think you definitely want to initiate with Absol to try and be disruptive. That is one of the strongest points of this deck is Absol's second attack, the Claw of Darkness, looking at your opponent's hand, discarding any 1 card. You can just win the game on your first Claw of Darkness attack, potentially. So you definitely want to initiate with it. It looks like Bulin is committed to the double Absol line. I guess one thing with that as well, as long as you pick away the recovery cards, it's possible only 1 Mew EX can ever be utilized. So,
and worth noting here, too, Bulin does play 2 Mist Energy. Now, he may have a hard time finding the Mist Energies, but there is, in theory, the board state where he could set up where he has a Mist Energy on each of these 2 Absol, and a Mist Energy has already been found, Azul.
Yeah, that is a huge draw there. Commits the Turbo Energize and the Dark Energy to one of the Absols. I like this as well. This is like, if we're going to put 2 Absols in play, let's get all the energy on the Absols. Because that can be a problem we run into in the late game, is getting the energy for the second Absol for Bulin.
Now, we'll end his turn here with that Turbo Energize, searching the deck for 2 basic energy, attaching them to his benched Pokemon. However, he would like, of course, loading up that Absol. And kind of a nice point here, you would normally think of that Subjugating Chains being a downside, putting that 10 damage into play on this Mega Absol EX, but it's got so much HP, and this is going to be a way that Bulin can power his own Monkey Dory.
Yeah, we definitely need to be careful with that from Bulin. We saw last game Bulin basically every single turn retreat to Kangaskhan, Petron EX, push the Absol back in the active, but that poison damage does build up, and we saw it be a difference there in the last game. I think if Bulin has adequate resources in hand, we should try and avoid poisoning our Absols. On this next turn, Bulin can retreat from Mega Absol to Mega Absol. We don't need to retreat to the Mega Kangaskhan and then use Petron EX to push the Absol into the active, poisoning it. We can avoid that extra damage being in play. Having some damage, having the threat of your own Monkey Dory guaranteed is nice, but we don't have to go the full distance every time.
And it looks like Rowan is going to be going very aggressive here because he was able to find Secret Box, his A-spec of choice. Searching the deck for one of each of the trainer cards, a supporter, an item, a tool, and a stadium will be added to his hand here as an option for the prize cards. Jellicent in the prizes. Once again, probably not a huge deal, but that counter catcher, we saw that come up last game. Counter catcher being in the prizes actually helped Rowan since he was able to take it and close out the game on that final turn.
Yeah, so from Rowan here, going to be a little bit of the same. I don't think we're going to see Rowan Tunnel Vision as much on the Mew play. It's kind of one of those things where you have to kind of make that judgment call on how quickly do you think your opponent will be able to find those missed energy, I guessed. But the slower you play it, like Rowan did in that previous game, the less likely you have more options to work with towards the end of the game. And it did force Rowan into having to find the counter catcher and then hit 2 heads with the Mew copying Mega Kangaskhan's attack. So I think Rowan would like to be a little bit more aggressive, but then also keeping that Mew line in the back pocket. If there's no miss on the Absol, once you have double Monkey Dory plus the Mew ready to go, you definitely go for it.
Off of the secret box, Lily's Determination, Rare Candy, Artisan, and that Technical Machine Evolution are the cards found for Rowan here, with just 1 Psychic Energy card in the discard pile and none being discarded here off of Ultra Ball. That is one of the big pieces for this deck. And if Rowan is going to go Rare Candy into Gardevoir and then play this Lily's Determination, he is really going to be crossing his fingers here off of these 8 cards that he is able to find a way to discard some Psychic Energy.
Yeah, so we got the turn 2 Candy Gardevoir going first here from Rowan. Hey, I think it's exactly where you want to be from Rowan, but like you said, there's a lack of energy going on. Also, you did aggressively put the Artisan in play, which for the current board state from Rowan I think is correct. You kind of want to try and save those to counter the lively stadiums, but there's no Monkey Dory in play, no backup Ralt. You definitely need basic Pokemon alongside some energy here.
Here come 8 cards. Rowan's certainly going to be looking for Earthen Vessel as a way to discard some energy cards or add them to the hand at least. There's a Psychic found and an Ultra Ball, so can at minimum move this Gardevoir. Could even start attacking with it, but that is not too much happening. I don't know. I mean, Rowan...
I think we got enough there from... Got a Dark Energy as well. I think that was about to be the big miss there from Rowan to start to set up the Monkey Dories. And I think worth noting here as well, on Boolin's side, Boolin can't afford to start to establish Monkey Dory and attack with Absol on the next turn, means any damage that Rowan puts in play this turn will stick in play. So even a Screamtail to just do 80 damage to one of these Mega Absols, Monkey Dory move a little damage over to the other side as well, off your Gardevoir from when you retreat it. That starts to build up for an effective 2-hit KO going into the next turn.
Rowan will play another Ultra Ball, does discard 1 Psychic Energy. The other discard looks like it will be Rare Candy.
The Rare Candy discard is a little scary here from Rowan. That is the second of 2 Rare Candies. If that Gardevoir EX gets Boss KO'd on the next turn, there's no potential for a Gardevoir on the following turn from Rowan for bigger plays.
Looks like Rowan does have another Ralts in hand, so can put that down. I do believe the Artisan was used, yes, to put the Monkey Dory into play.
Yep. Got the Monkey Dories established. Still has some potential for draw power with the Mew as well. In the hand there for Rowan, I think there is a research. And a Curly, I think. But like I said, with the candies gone, if this Guardy gets KO'd, we're kind of locked into a Screamtail Borsite on the next turn, which will only be hitting for 80 damage, which is not enough to 2-hit KO a Absol here. So maybe we'd even see Rowan go the route of starting to put pressure on some of these 2-prize Pokemon. Could remove the Monkey Dory from play as well. I think pressuring the Absol still makes the most sense. Just KO 2 Mega Pokemon is easier than KOing a bunch of 2-prize Pokemon, especially when there's the threat of the pennies.
Rowan's going for a restart here on the Mew EX to draw 1 more card here to the hand. And it does look like, ooh, are we going to see him actually go for the Technical Machine Evolution here just to get another Curlia into play?
Oh, it might be, yeah, playing, all right, I like this play a lot. Playing around that potential of the Boss KO. Doesn't want to go all in on being as aggressive as possible. Then all of a sudden being in a really bad spot if Boolin does have that Boss KO on the Guardy, gets the Curly established. So now if the Boss KO on the Guardy happens, the Curly can become a Gardevoir on your following turn, and you're feeling a lot more comfortable as Rowan.
Technical Machine Evolution goes to the discard pile. Curlia has come into play. Now over to Boolin here. Has that missed energy. That is the big piece to have found. Rowan with a simple nod of the head, recognizing, yep, there it is. Put into play now. And Boolin's got a couple Boss's Orders. He's also got Lily's Determination if he wants to find some more cards to work with. But is he just going to start chasing prize cards? There are less than 15 minutes left. He needs to win 2 games if he wants to come away with 3 match points here. Looks like he is going to be aggressive with the Claw of Darkness, taking the KO and ripping a card from Rowan's hand.
Yeah, got that missed energy, which is huge here. And
wow, Gets rid of Research. Rowan left with a Curlia, left with a Psychic Energy. I think Rowan is going to be living on the potential of this restart from Mew EX to get out of this spot.
Yeah, the restart here from Rowan is going to be big. And the top deck, you never know what that's going to bring.
It's a Nest Ball that gets Pheasantipity if Rowan wants it. He avoided putting Pheasantipity in play last game.
Yeah, it is a card that can potentially get stuck specifically from the clutch of Yveltal, but when you're up 1-0 as Rowan, the clutch strategies aren't going to be very effective. Also, Absol just hitting the Pheasantipity for 200, not KOing it, can trap it in the active as well. So it is a little bit scary to put in play in this matchup, I feel like. Also just being another 2-prize liability, of course, but you need something here as Rowan. This does leave Rowan in a similar spot as last turn, though, where there's only one Curly on board, which means there's only potential of one Gardevoir.
Restart finds another Psychic Energy, flip the script, drawing 3 cards. Rowan is able to at least find an Iono here. Has Counter Catcher as well if he wants to try to bring something up on Boolin's side. I don't know how strong that would necessarily be at this point. Rowan may just need to try to brute force his way through this first Mega Absol EX here.
Yeah, this hand for Rowan is extremely weak, to be honest. We do have the Iono, so we'll get to see a fresh 6 here, but we're going to need to try and find something a little bit stronger from Rowan. It needs a Gardevoir, wants to start hitting these Absols hard. You don't want to get picked apart by too many Claw of Darkness. Even if Boolin's only getting a single prize card, it's the resources that are under pressure.
Rowan does find what I believe is his 4th and final Ultra Ball, which will be a way for him to discard the Psychic Energy he just drew if he'd like, but also get Gardevoir EX from the deck to add to hand. He also has Night Stretcher, so that's another option to find Gardevoir EX here for him. He's already used that Flip the Script. We see that Mew as well having been used, so no more draw power really remaining.
This is where things get a little bit scary for Rowan. This is why hitting hard with Screamtail last turn felt so comfortable. There was no threat of the Monkey Dory from Boolin plus a Claw of Darkness. But now, going to Boolin's turn, the attachment's going to be freed up. The Claw of Darkness is already established, so we could see an Adrenabrain, which means you can't accelerate too many energy to the Screamtail, because then it will just get return KO'd by the Adrenabrain, which you don't want to give Boolin that option. We could see Rowan maybe just go into the Mew EX here, hit harder, and with the Iono, did just disrupt the hand, so maybe you can limit Boolin's potential by taking away a card from his hand with a Claw of Darkness.
Rowan will retreat this Screamtail into the Mew EX, so it looks like that is going to be the play. Claw of Darkness, rip something from Boolin's hand, try to limit him as much as possible. Did Rowan find another Darkness Energy to get the second Adrenabrain off here? That would be really nice for him.
Yeah, start to build up more damage would be great. You could build up towards that effective one-hit KO on the Mega Absol. We're already close to it here. There's going to be 260 damage on the Mega Absol. And this is what I was mentioning about the poison damage from the Pecharunt. This Mega Absol would have gone down to poison damage here if Boolin had used the Pecharunt EX to get the Mega Kangaskhan draw on the previous turn.
Perhaps wise for him that he did not. Now Rowan here has to choose what to get rid of from this hand for Boolin. And there's a couple of strong options. The Darkness Energy, not too bad to discard. There's Bravery Charm as well. Yeah. That would be nice to remove from Boolin's arsenal. Looks like Darkness Energy will be the choice here.
Yeah, that's a tough choice, to be honest. The Darkness Energy, of course, is good because if Boolin can't establish another Mega Absol, even if you don't effectively want to KO the active, it probably doesn't matter. Yeah, even if you can't get double Monkey Dory to KO the Mega Absol on the next turn, if there's no follow-up Mega Absol, you're feeling really comfortable as Rowan. So I like the energy removal there. Gives over the Bravery Charm for the extra HP, but you don't need to effectively one-hit KO this Mega Absol. You can just go ahead and hit it again with a Screamtail or something next turn. As long as there's no follow-up Absol, you're feeling pretty comfortable.
Things are set up here for Boolin to win the game on the next turn. He's got 4 prizes remaining. He's going to KO this Mew EX, obviously, here with the Claw of Darkness. And then if he can find Boss's orders to take out that Gardevoir EX, he will be able to close out the game. Looks like Boolin feels like he needs a little bit of help here, though, and will use Mega Kangaskhan's Run Errand in order to draw a card. This does mean when he attacks this turn, he's going to have to use Subjugating Chains to poison that Mega Absol. He is able to find Lily's Determination, though, off of it, so it pays off nicely, shuffling the hand in to draw 6 cards, and I have to imagine an Energy card is the main thing Boolin is looking for.
Yep, that's what we need right here. We just need to set up another threat. Boolin probably going to establish an Energy on the Mega Absol if we find one. Attaching to the Pecharunt doesn't seem quite as good, so I imagine we're just going for I imagine Boolin's just going for second Mega Absol here, but finding the Energy is going to be the first step. The Mega Kangaskhan draw power has been expended. It's all on this Lily.
6 cards to be found. Let's see if Boolin is able to get an Energy card, and Azul, I do not see one.
Yeah, that's rough. Actually, also found the energy switch. So if Bulin had found an energy,
He could have
there,
attacked with the clean Mega Absol.
yeah, which could have made things a little tricky for Rowan. But now this is exactly where Rowan wants to be. The energy's been whiffed. We actually saw something similar in the first game with the Iono on like turn 2 or turn 3 where Bulin whiffed an energy. Like that is once again the play that's being lined up here and happening. It does E-switch from the Absol to the Petron.
This still opens it up for Bulin to potentially win the game on the next turn where he can use Petron EX to KO Gardevoir EX to win the game.
And found the Bravery Charm, which will protect this Petron on the bench as well. I'm doing some math real fast on the
Petron up to 240 HP.
240.
Does look like Bulin will push this Absol into the active, will poison it with Subjugating Chain, so that is more damage coming into Rowan's turn. So 2 Adrenabrains actually would knock this Pokemon out.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's what I was trying to line up, is like, does the Petron poison matter? And it does. Without the poison damage here, the Adrenabrains wouldn't be able to get the effective one-hit KO. So this does mean Rowan can remove the Petron and the Absol from play with a Screamtail alongside the Bravery Charm, which Rowan does play one of.
I will also say, Azul, we are in a spot where if Rowan feels like his chance to win the game is low once again, he could go for the exact same play we saw in game number 1.
Yep, it is available. It is available. Bulin did.
He has more options. I don't feel like he's going to be necessarily as pressured here to do that, though, depending on what he has.
Yeah, Bulin would need a lot on the next turn to be able to win the game. Would need the energy for the Petron, which is already down quite a few energy, and would need a boss's orders. There's the draw power there with the Mega Kangaskhan. The Fez is actually in the hand, I believe, here for Bulin, so has that potential already. But yeah, now it just comes down to what does Rowan want to do? How does Rowan want to tackle the situation?
Going for the Pheasantipity EX, flip the script, drawing 3 cards to kick things off. There's the Darkness Energy for Monkey Dory. That leads to the Mega Absol EX being KO'd on Rowan's turn here, and Earthen Vessel can discard another Psychic Energy. That'll open up some more options as well.
Yeah, so initially going with the discard of the Vessel discard on the Psychic Energy, and then, yeah, I think it's going to have to be probably the Screamtail from Rowan. I'm trying to piece together, like, what is even the best line here. Maybe we could see a weird Frillish play from Rowan to slow things down, because you don't actually have to take another knockout this turn as Rowan. As long as you remove this Absol from the board, you just need to be able to deal with the Petron on the following turn. You don't actually even have to deal with it this turn as Rowan. You just need to make sure you minimize Bulin's chances of winning going into his turn.
Rowan here left with Arven as his supporter for turn, so all he'll be able to do is search for an item and a tool card. And what item is going to help him the most here? He's got access to Counter Catcher if he wants it. Night Stretcher could get back one of his Pokemon.
Yeah.
What's he going to go with? Looks like it is a Gardevoir EX being fully loaded up here. 6 damage counters now on it thanks to Psychic Embrace. With the Darkness Energy in hand, Rowan can go with the double Adrenabrain, take a couple pieces off the prizes, see what helps him out there.
Yeah, I guess in this scenario, actually, Rowan has drawn 0 prize cards at this point. I guess it will be 3. The Petron is threatening the Gardevoir EX here on the next turn for the last 2 prize cards. So it won't be able to kill something like the Fez.
He can't quite reach for the KO. So he does have Counter Catcher here now off of his prizes.
Yeah, the mobility, of course, on Bulin's side is very high. The Counter Catcher would allow you to bring up something like one of the Megas to hit it with,
I mean,
like Clefairy?
The Counter Catcher take off the prizes gives him the Mew play. If he wants it.
That's true.
He gives him the Arven to get Nest Ball, because he took Super Rod as well, so he can Super Rod back the Mew, Nest Ball it back into play. I guess that route.
It gives him the option to use Mew to KO the Petron, actually.
Ooh, that is true.
And that removes all threats from Bulin's side of the field.
And that's probably exactly what we will see here from Rowan. He's going to check the deck with the Artisan. Could put something into play here. Just taking stock of his resources, I imagine. He's also eyeing up Frillish.
Does he
something to put down? Yeah, Genome Hacking to copy the Irritated Outburst. 60 damage for each prize card your opponent has taken would line up for an exact KO on this Petron EX right now, but Rowan is not going for it.
Yeah, it would remove the only current threat from play. Bulin does play the Ursaluna, though, of course, which would be able to return KO the Mew back, but it would allow Rowan to immediately remove all threats from the current board state. The Frillish is searched out, though, so our bench is locked here from Rowan. It looks like we're going into that play that I mentioned earlier. Just go into Frillish for the turn to slow things down, give yourself some time to fully remove the liability from board, and maybe comboing that with an Iono to limit Bulin's access on the following turn.
So Rowan is crossing his fingers here that Bulin does not have the combination of Boss's Orders and Darkness Energy. If he's got those 2 cards, Bulin will win the game on the spot by bringing up Gardevoir EX to close out the game.
Yeah, no Iono this turn, and items won't be a huge factor. I guess Earthen Vessel, there's the Earthen Vessel. I think the Pokegear's already been played, so potentially to find the energy, that could be a big deal.
Worth noting here for Bulin, Subjugating Chains cannot bring Pecharunt EX to the active spot, so Bulin won't have access to Run Errand here if he wants to retreat. He won't be able to push the Pecharunt back active.
Yeah, so no access to that draw power from the Mega Kangaskhan. I don't see the play in Bulin's hand currently, so I don't think Bulin's going to be able to close this one out on the next turn. And then the big play from Bulin on the next turn will be just establishing multiple threats. Of course, there's the Ursaluna, like I mentioned, so even just getting that down on the board, honestly, just benching that and maybe even attacking with Pecharunt could be enough to close this one out.
So Bulin does have the Fezandipity, so he could draw some cards here. Items are going to be locked, however, so won't have access to something like Pokegear to dig a little bit more. He's going to retreat into this Mega Kangaskhan EX.
And this basically gives up on potentially winning this turn from Bulin, despite maybe putting the Fez down to draw some cards, or even getting the draw power off the Kangaskhan. Yeah, there's no win condition, I don't think, from Bulin on this turn anymore then.
Kangaskhan comes active. We do see Run Errand drawing 2. There is the boss that he needed, but no energy. Wouldn't have been able to go for that full play this turn anyway. Doesn't even, yeah, no energy doesn't lead to, it means he can't use Monkey Dory here. Does have Blood Moon Ursaluna counter gain. Counter gain's not live, of course. Rowan's got more prize cards remaining. Lively Stadium could come out to boost the HP of the Pecharunt a little bit, make it even more difficult for Rowan to try to close out the game.
Yeah, the Lively Stadium would probably be a decent play here, make Rowan work a little bit harder. I think Rowan does still have an Artisan remaining, so would have the counter for that. But yeah, here from Bulin, I mean, it's probably going to be a pass with Kangaskhan on the active. I don't think you're going to want to Pecharunt your Absol to the active to build up more damage on it and leave a weaker 3-prize Pokemon in the active there. So I guess one thing I'm questioning here is, does Bulin realize that the Fez is active right now? Is that even like a consideration from Bulin? Okay, there it makes its way to the bench. And there we go with the Fezandipity draw. Let's see what's grabbed here.
3 cards being pulled from the deck. None of them were energy, so even if Bulin had gone with the Fezandipity play to start, would not have been able to win the game. He is going to put Lively Stadium down. Rowan does still, I believe, have an Artisan left. He plays 2. I don't think the other one has been discarded, so should have access to one more to try to get rid of that Stadium into play. Of course, it also does boost the HP of all of Rowan's basic Pokemon. Worth noting here, too.
Yeah, and at this point, we're coming down to time here. I don't think there's any potential for Bulin to win this match. A tie would be the only possible outcome here for Bulin besides the loss. But for Rowan, having won game 1, once time and turns expire, Rowan would walk away with the victory here. So Rowan doesn't need to win this game, just needs to not lose at this point to get the victory, which is definitely worth noting.
Bulin thinking what to do, will just pass it now over to Rowan. Can Rowan take 3 prize cards this turn? Doesn't necessarily have to do so, but see what he can piece together. Looks like Earthen Vessel will be eyed up, discarding that 3rd Monkey Dory in order to search the deck for a couple of more energy cards. Adding them to the hand. Does have a pair of Psychic left, also a Darkness Energy floating around in the deck too. We'll grab the 2 Psychic here. Other than that, he's got Counter Catcher, so that opens some different plays up. The Pecharunt here has 270 hit points, 250 remaining because of the 20 damage on it. Worth noting here too, I guess, Screamtail does actually have more HP than normal because of the Lively Stadium, so that means it could push for a little bit more damage with its Roaring Scream attack.
Is there actually, with that Lively Stadium, is that enough for Rowan? Is counter catching up the Pecharunt here. I was wondering if that was enough for Rowan to actually KO the Mega Absol. I don't think we're quite there. We have double Monkey Dory. Yeah, like you mentioned, the extra HP on the Screamtail. I wonder if Rowan is just going to settle for another Frillish attack here, though, just to slow things down, make it harder for Bulin to close out the game on the following turn. But
Psychic Embrace is going to put a couple more damage counters onto this Frillish, so both those Adrenobrains are live, 60 damage available to be played with, and I do believe time has been called. So Rowan is going to be turn 0 here, and now that's why he's going to take a moment, think through things, because he doesn't have to try to win this game anymore. He now just needs to make sure that Bulin cannot win on the next turn, and what is his best way to do that? That's what he's asking now.
Yeah, and honestly, I think attacking with Frillish is probably that play here from Rowan. Was, I think, gonna retreat into the Screamtail and KO the active Pecharunt EX with the Screamtail plus some Monkey Dories maybe. But if you draw 2 prize cards here from Rowan, you give Bulin access to Counter Catcher and Ursaluna be able to attack for 0 energy. So
And you also give Bulin Pheasantipity as well, right? So it would open up so many things
the
for
bench
Bulin.
space for the Ursaluna. So
yeah.
Just going to Frillish attack, and I think this should probably lock it up here for Rowan with a 1-0 victory.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like Bulin has much in the hand, just 3 cards. There's the attachment for turn. No boss's orders available, however. No way to... Oh, wait, does he have boss? Was that a boss? No, it was I think it's Counter Catcher. I think he has Counter Catcher Lily as his last 2 cards.
It looked like a boss's orders, but I think you're probably right. I mean,
I think he would have played it by now, yeah. I'm pretty sure it's Counter Catcher. Cannot use that. And then once again, Subjugating Chains cannot push the Pecharunt. It's self-active, so Bulin can retreat, use Mega Kangaskhan, try to draw a couple cards. It's not going to help him here.
Yeah, I think Rowan was just making sure of that as well. You can't, Pecharunt cannot push itself back to the active, so you can't get access to the draw power from Mega Kangaskhan and
get the attacker back.
Yeah. And with the Kangaskhan draw there's just a pass from Bulin, and Rowan takes the victory with the Guardy.
What a game from Rowan there. The Mega Kangaskhan being copied by the Mew EX. One of the more exciting finishes to a game that I can remember in recent times, but Rowan is going to propel himself much farther forward in this tournament. He's going to be feeling really nice after coming away with that victory.
Yeah, really sick dub there from Rowan, and honestly, this just makes me more excited to see more of this matchup, the back and forth potential, the Monkey Dories, the Absol, the Mew plays, the missed energy gets found, but it's still winnable. So many things going on. It's a really, really cool matchup to watch.
Let's recap that exciting match and see how we got to this point, with Rowan coming away with the win, being 10-1-1 now. Early on for Bulin, it was a little rough. Board was awkward because of that Cornerstone Mask start, but he got swinging pretty early with that Claw of Darkness on Mega Absol EX.
Yeah, and then that big play, of course, finding the missed energy, completely limiting Rowan's options. Rowan kind of went, I don't want to say panic mode, but tried to scramble anything together to build up some damage on this Absol, and then was eventually able to KO it effectively in 1 hit, and then closes it out with that Counter Catcher KO on the Mega Kangaskhan.
Only thing I'm a little disappointed by is that we didn't see the last flip on the screen. It rolled off the screen, left us in suspense, but I think it's obvious there from that reaction. Rowan flips the double heads, and I think he knows he got away with one there.
Yeah, definitely. You don't expect to hit the 2 heads. Maybe 1 heads, you're feeling comfortable hitting 1 heads for the Kangaskhan, but the 2 is definitely unexpected.
And then here in game number 2, we saw Bulin get off to a pretty decent start here and left Rowan with a awkward situation after this Mega Absol was able to remove a specific card from hand, but Rowan was able to KO this Mega Absol EX with the Adrenabrains on the Monkey Dory, clear that Pokemon from play, and Bulin on this final turn had no way to do anything. +1 turns, not enough for Bulin to find a way to take 2 prize cards, and Rowan feeling pretty nice, moving to 10-1-1.
Yeah, so not quite there. That is a big win, though, for Rowan. Is 1 win away, I want to say, from making his way into the top cut, which he's very familiar with, of course, and, you know, I'd be excited to see him there.
Yeah, absolutely. Rowan, one of the best players in North America, very, very consistent as well. He's won regional championships before. Also, worth noting, 2015 world champion in the juniors division. So he's a very experienced player, dating all the way back to the younger divisions, and it's always cool to see how these kids grow up, you know, moving through the game and just the journey over the years.
Yeah, definitely. He's been playing a really, really long time. One of Canada's strongest. He's still doing it to this day.
Yeah, absolutely. Love to see it. And for Bulin here, moving now to a record of 9-1-2, still very much alive to make it into top cut here. Probably does need to win 2 in a row in order to make that happen, but with 2 Swiss rounds left and playing one of the strongest decks in the format, should feel okay.
Yeah, definitely the potential there. Does need to win both, of course. No ties. Can't take another loss, but definitely might see Bulin later on today.
Well, while we're waiting for this next round, let's take a quick look at our metagame for this event, starting with Phase 1 yesterday. Coming into this event, no deck meta share over 10%. A lot of different variety out there in the field. Now, things are broken down a little bit, right? Golden Go's are broken down, the Gardevoirs are broken down, so the overall meta share of Gardevoir does lead it to being the most popular deck, but when we break things down even further, Ceruledge, EX, Lunatone, Solrock leading the way.
Yeah, definitely a more even spread there than what we're used to seeing. We're used to seeing Dragapult, Dusknoir on top, Gardevoir on top by quite a bit. Even Raging Bolt is usually up there in the 10% plus area. But yeah, this time around, once we're identifying Jelly Guardy and Guardy a little bit separately here, and they are pretty different in terms of how they can approach matchups and stuff like that, it gets a lot more even here. And yeah, Saralege and Grimmsnarl kind of leading the pack by a little bit there was definitely a surprise.
And then as we move from Phase 1 into Phase 2, there's a newcomer here. And I think one of the big stories of this event is the success so far of Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan EX. I think we will certainly see a couple of players using this archetype in Top Cut.
Oh, almost for sure. The quality of players, I think I mentioned this yesterday, the quality of players playing this is just super, super high. Ryuki, one of the best players in the game, I believe is still in contention for Cut and probably in a pretty comfortable spot. So yeah, I expect a couple of these in Top Cut for sure.
And looking at the rest of the setup here, the other decks, Frostlass, Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX still remaining a pretty popular choice here. It became a bit of a talking point coming into this format, got a big boost with the Lily's Determination. That made a big deal, but another point from Mega Evolution is the addition of Lunatone and Solrock to the equation here, being added into both Golden Go EX and Saralege EX decks.
Yeah, big boost to both of those decks with that aggressive draw power and also aggressive attacker in the Solrock, which I think is like the underrated part of the combination there, but being able to pull off those early game attacks and just having the one prize option even as the game progresses to leave a one prize in your active while also being able to pressure or draw prize cards is a huge deal.
Yeah. Let's take a look at our players to watch and get a little bit of an update on how they are doing coming into this weekend. These are three of the top players in the game right now. Aban Ahmed having an incredible season. He is currently sitting at a 9-2-1 record. The same story true for Christian Labella over on the right side. He is the defending Milwaukee Regional Champion, also sitting at 9-2-1. And then how about Alex Szymanski? He's coming off of a top 32 finish at the World Championships, a top cut run in Pittsburgh, all with Terabox. He's running it back with Terabox, sitting at 10-1-1.
Yeah, we talk about Aban, the most successful player so far this season, but Alex Szymanski as well there, having a great run. In the most comfortable spot out of the three, just needs one more victory. The other two players do need to win their last two games, but all three players are in the running. Christian and Aban, though, might hit each other on their way up to that potential top cut, though.
Absolutely, yeah, definitely potential there. Alex actually did just play Ryuki in this last round. Ryuki, of course, on the Mega Kangaskhan Absol deck. Things seemed like they were kind of tough for the Terabox in that matchup, to be honest, but Alex was able to find a way to get a tie.
Yeah, that matchup is definitely one I'm very interested. I'm actually interested about all of the Mega Absol matchups. They're all very intricate, the options that they have, and especially that Terabox match we saw yesterday with Josh Frink, and it felt like it was Absol favored. Their options favored them, but I mean, that Leafeon is like very, very devastating in that matchup potentially.
Absolutely. Well, we got more exciting Pokemon action still to come. We're going to take a quick little break. Don't go anywhere. We will be back very soon.
Are you guys ready for the Pokemon Center?
Yeah! So excited! What are you gonna get at the Pokemon Center? I'm gonna get the Jigglypuff. What are you gonna get? I'm gonna get the Pikachu. Oh, I'm so excited!
Okay, let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
Yeah, let's go! Yes, we need to get these.
Oh, this one. Oh, Psyduck.
Tough choice. Remember, you can only have one.
What did you get from the Pokemon Center? I actually got something for you. Thank you! That's so cool. I actually also got something for you. I got a Pikachu. Thank you!
Oh, let's head to the arena, okay?
Okay. How many Pikachus do you think you have?
Too many, can't count.
What are you gonna name your Jigglypuff? Probably Iggly Biggly meatball.
Sou Gabriel e eu nasci em São Paulo. Meu Pokémon inicial seria o Pikachu. É meu Pokémon, um dos Pokémons favoritos meu. Eu jogo bastante com meu irmão, ele sempre me ajuda nos treinos. Competitivo, os 2 primeiros anos ali foi mais na brincadeira, aí depois umas pessoas vieram falar com a gente dos torneios maiores e a gente foi acabando entrando nesse lado competitivo do Pokémon TCG. Já fui em 3 campeonatos mundiais, em Londres, no Japão e no Havaí. Uma das memórias favoritas foi quando eu ganhei o Mundial do Japão, em Yokohama. Foi incrível lá. Porque é o maior torneio que existe no Pokémon Mundial e no Japão, onde foi criado, é melhor ainda. A estratégia que eu usei para esse torneio não era ser muito agressivo, meu deck é mais calmo, passivo e esperar meu oponente começar a ação para eu voltar e finalizar a partida. O deck que eu escolhi era o Charizard de Pidgeot, ganhei o regional de Joinville anteriormente ao Like, então só mudei 2 cartas e vim com ele. A minha última final do Like, ano passado, foi um outro formato. Eu acho que foi uma partida bem parecida, era uma partida entre 2 decks pau a pau e veio para quem comprou melhor. A parte da jogabilidade que eu tento melhorar sempre é o nervosismo, que minha meta é acalmar tudo, mas sempre tem aquele friozinho na barriga antes das partidas, que às vezes acaba também fazendo eu errar. Acho que é muito bom estar na final, a sensação de chegar longe.
You could hear the crowd chanting his name. They want him to take it home yet again.
No último turno da partida, não tinha mais o que ele fazer naquela situação do último turno, então dava pra ver que já tava o jogo na mão. Essa sensação foi incrível, sabe? Que todo o nervosismo que eu passei durante o jogo acabou, foi um alívio.
And that's it! He extends the hand, back-to-back champions. Gabriel Fernandez does that and repeats his title as the international champion here in Latin America.
A sensação de ganhar o evento é uma sensação incrível. Sim, não tem muito o que falar porque eu tô sem palavra praticamente. Olha, não podia ser melhor, né? Significa muita coisa, que por ser minha última temporada de sênior, também meu último internacional no Brasil, gostaria muito de ganhar esse torneio e acabei ganhando. Eu vejo como mais um título que vai me dar confiança para jogar aí os próximos e conseguir mais título por aí. O conselho que eu daria para os treinadores de Pokémon é treinar bastante, que não consegue chegar numa final e ganhar sem o treino, sem um preparo bom. E também olho de inspiração o Thor de Recleve, que é um dos melhores jogadores aí, se não o melhor, do Pokémon TCG, e o Azul GG. Ganhar o 2º Mundial significaria muita coisa para mim, que indo para Master, os torneios vão ser maiores, a dificuldade aumenta. Eu acho que os outros treinadores têm que me considerar como uma ameaça, porque já vim aí de muitos títulos, ganhei os 2 internacional no Brasil, o internacional no Londres e o Mundial do Japão, e fui bem no Havaí, então tomar cuidado.
Singing in eerie voices, Gourgeist wanders town streets on the night of a new moon. Anyone who hears their song is cursed. Small Gourgeists pretend to be children to fool adults, with large Gourgeists put on the guise of adults, taking the hands of children to lead them to the afterlife.
Hello, Pokemon fans. Welcome back to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We are here for the TCG Regional Championship. We are in Phase 2 now, and we are working our way ever closer to that coveted top cut to see which of our players will make it all the way to the final game, potentially earn $10,000. I'm Kyle Sabelhouse, here with me, Pablo Meza. It's going to be pretty incredible to see who's going to win these last 2 matches we have of Swiss rounds and make it to that top cut. Pablo, what are you looking forward to as we move into the rest of day 2 here?
I mean, I'm looking forward to more exciting moments like that coin flip we had in the previous round. I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing more of that along the way. MUEX proving that it can handle its own against those mega Pokemon.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you just gotta roll the dice, see what happens. And he took a chance, 25%, it worked out for him. And we'll see what that means as far as our standings for Rowan, where that puts him, along with all of the other players here in Milwaukee. A lot of great names to check out here. And up at the tippy top, it's no shame in seeing these two, Ryuki Okada and Alex Szymanski. They took the tie, and there are plenty of players sitting at 31 points.
Yeah, 31 points brings them ever so closer to that coveted asymmetrical top cut. I mean, you're definitely trying to avoid the asymmetrical top cut if you can, but being in top cut, guaranteeing at least that top 16 placement and being able to play for that title is pretty big. And so Ryuki, Alex, Jackson, Rowan, Sander, RJ, all of those players at 31 match points. It'll be interesting to see how they handle this round of Swiss. We still have this one and the next to go, but I mean, I'm sure they have their eyes on the final and big prize, Kyle.
Yeah, a lot of big names to check out here. We see Nick Robinson as well. Saw that we have Brandon Salazar too, so some national champions making their way toward the top of this list. You never really retire from Pokemon, do you, Pablo?
Yeah, no, really. They always come back, right? Everyone who says they're going to take a step back, they're going to be stepping away from the game, 10 years later, here they are, back at the tables and back at the top, which is very impressive.
Yeah, and this leads us to our notable matchups for this round. A lot of big names squaring off. Very curious about some of these matchups that we see. And yes, Rowan playing against Ryuki, Alex against Jackson Ford, Xander Perot also near the top of the list, but we are featured on Hiroshi and Brandon. What do you think about this?
I mean, I'm hoping it's a good match. We have a player flying all the way from Japan, and we have a former national champion trying to defend the home turf, right? So it'll be interesting to see. I think it's always nice to see like the Japanese players, they play, I don't know, it feels like, obviously we're all playing the same game, but it feels like they handle the game a little bit different. They also they tend to concede less, I want to say, overall, which is like they fight until the very end, which is nice to see, right? Even though in best of three, sometimes that can come back to bite you a little bit.
Yeah, the tournament structure certainly is different over there, and there's a lot of penalizing if you don't make it all the way to the end. If you had the double match loss we heard about and everything. So it's a different world over here, and we've seen a lot of adjusting though. Ryuki taking his talents over, playing in Europe, winning EUIC, winning a regional over there, and now playing over here in North America. We'll see what Hiroshi has up his sleeves for us too, trying to take down the 2014 national champion, I believe.
Yeah, I believe so. And now, what are you looking forward to, Kyle? Like, I want to see more coin flips. What do you want to see more of?
You want to see more coin flips? I want to see some great gameplay. I really love the interaction of the Gardevoir players and their use of the MUEX for genome hacking against all of the different decks and all the different attacks they see from the Mega Pokemon. The interactions in the Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan is super intriguing, and I can only imagine what that looks like for a few of these other matchups that we see.
Now, did we all, I don't want to say we missed Mega Absol, but did we all underestimate Mega Absol? We were all looking at Terminal Period, one KOs, anything, but it's not easy to get exactly those 6 damage counters or whatnot. But it seems like Absol could be the big, basic, dark type Pokemon that can take on Gardevoir and maybe take it down. I mean, obviously, last round we saw Gardevoir still manage to win, but is Absol the best answer to Gardevoir at this moment?
It might be. The Mist Energy really provides a lot of coverage when you see that genome hacking on the other side, so having that protection built in is nice. This list just seems like it has a lot of answers, and the disruption that you see, the 200 discarding and getting into the hand post Iono, or when you have that read on your opponent that they just don't have very much left, it is so disruptive to get into the hand. We haven't seen it since, I mean, I haven't watched it since Stantler.
Yeah.
if you play back in 2007, and we weren't doing nearly as much damage back then.
Oh, certainly not. 200 was unheard of back then, pretty much. It was a very special and elite club of cards that could actually do that amount of damage. But yeah, I mean, I love the Absol. I also want to see, aside from coin flips from Mega Kangaskhan, I really want to see like some completely devastating Claw of Darkness attacks where they just like take a huge knockout, like we saw in that game where Serendipity got KO'd, and then we had that Night Stretcher get yoinked out of the hand. Therefore, you cannot get back that Serendipity.
It's so clean. You can set up so many different ways to disrupt your opponent. If you want to focus on taking out some of the resources to get back these cards, or if you want to target down the energies like we saw in the previous game, that really can be all the difference. And it's not something that Mega Absol decks are used to seeing, at least against themselves. They do have very heavy lines of supporters, but if you catch them using a few too many bosses, a few too many pennies, you can leave them stranded, and then they got to deal with either not taking knockouts or a lot of damage on their side.
And Milwaukee has really been all about Mega Absol and Mega Kangaskhan, right? It's their show, they're running it, and it's every other deck really trying to bide their time and see if they can actually keep up with that deck. And I mean, the lack of Raging Bolt, I think, really plays into favor of this. I don't know what their strategy is against Raging Bolt specifically.
Doesn't seem good.
But yeah, something that can just take you down regardless of how much HP you have. Maybe you need to rely on a few clutch discards from the hand, but then with Noctowl searching for the pieces, I mean, Gardevoir keeping Raging Bolt at bay could be the reason why this deck is successful, right? But if this deck is super successful after this weekend, I'm sure we're going to see the counters come in big time.
I wonder as well with the mirror match that we've seen. It seems like that one is very interesting when you have to build up your own Mega Absol with the Mist Energy, protect yourself against that attack, or just go heavy on the Kangaskhan. That back and forth, I'm sure, would be very interesting. And we have a lot of big names at the top of our tables that are playing this deck. I can only imagine that the Top Cut will feature that at some point.
Oh, for sure. And speaking of Top Cut, we actually have a bit of news from Belo Horizonte, the other regional that's happening in Brazil. We have veteran of the game Diego Casiraga, former world champion in Top Cut. We have two-time international champion Gustavo Wada in Top Cut. And we also have that senior player prodigy who's now aged up in Masters, Gabriel Fernandez. So maybe Seniors was just a little too easy for him, and now he's in Masters. Can he get the accolades that everyone's hoping for? We'll have to see, but let's focus on this Swiss round, Kyle.
Yeah, we have a lot to look forward to here and there at our tables now. It is Brandon Salazar playing the Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX with Frostlass up against Hiroshi, running back a regional champion deck list, maybe with this Enzork EX Retro, and we'll have to see what the differences are.
The two Dark-type Pokemon that were the stars of the show, trying to bide those tournaments against Gardevoir EX, trying to take them down. Zoroark was successful, as you mentioned, a couple of weeks ago over in Pittsburgh, winning. Liam Halliburton winning the tournament. Grimmsnarl has been pretty quiet since its top 8 at NAIC by Piper Lipin. It has had okay results, but nothing standout. But, I mean, it seems like this mega format could be a bit more accommodating, that Lily's determination, giving it that extra oomph that it needed, instead of Professor's Research to not be so aggressive with the discards. And we could see a bit more representation of Marnie over at the top tables this weekend.
Yeah, very curious list to see here from Hiroshi. A few other inclusions that we did not see from Liam. And also, there might be something to this. We know the success of Marnie's Grimmsnarl in Japan. It's all over the list, the list that we see when we check out their results. Hiroshi's probably seen a lot of Marnie's Grimmsnarl. Do you think that maybe plays a role in this matchup now?
I have to imagine, right? And all the Cornerstone just such a big card against it. So, and like Cornerstone feels like a great counter to many of the top decks, right? It's a great counter against Goldingo, it's a great counter against Charizard, and it's a great counter against Grimmsnarl, and sometimes even against Gardevoir if they don't have like a Drifloon or whatnot to really do a lot of damage. Everything has an ability these days.
All right, well, let's catch you up here, folks. This game already started as we were out in the field. We brought them over, and they have rebuilt the game state for us. Thankful for that. Look at these prize cards.
Good.
Triple Lilies, 2 big basic Pokemon here in the Impidimp and the Snorunt, and on the other side, see a Boss's Orders and a Turo, and 1 copy of that TM Evolution.
Just as I was saying how important and what a huge upgrade Lilies is to Grimmsnarl, we see 3 of them hiding in the prize cards now. I do believe Brandon went first, so he just attached, played Nespel, and passed. So we'll have to see what he has in his hand. There's plenty of other supporters, right, available. But now it's on Hiroshi to make something happen and already has the double cornerstone down.
Yeah, it looks like Hiroshi actually went first. This Lilies may have been, yeah, well, you could have had that in the hand previously, but this energy attachment was from last turn. So there is a chance for some pretty aggressive plays here off of the Lilies determination. Evolution plus Dark Energy, just looking for the End's Reshiram afterwards to start attacking.
Okay, so then Brandon's hand must not be very good at all, right? Clearly no Lilies, right? They're all in the prize cards, but not much else of help. No Arven, no Secret Box, no Iono. No Zoroark EX found, though, it seems.
Yeah, surprising when you see 8 cards, how often they just do not lead to what you need. And Zorua played down Munkidori with the Dark Energy as well. So a little bit of play afterwards, but nothing just yet. And a pass over of the turn, not even a scratch.
Arven off the top here for Brandon, so it seems like he will be able to make something happen. There's the Arven. Definitely gonna go looking for that secret box and give himself a very solid turn right now and guarantee a supporter for next turn. I wonder if he's gonna price check his supporters at this point in time just to make sure that he's not missing out on anything. I feel like whenever you have not such a great hand or you're missing supporters, I tend to check them just because I really want to know what I can rely on as the game advances.
Yeah, look at this understanding of the matchup here from Brandon. You see these cornerstone mask Ogerpon on the other side. You know that attacking into these Pokemon is going to be trouble. So what do? You count out the Frostlass. You need the damage to start accumulating on that side of the board. It's the only way you're really going to take them out of the game. And with that one Snorunt prize, you may be worried, but it is a 3-2 line. So we could still see the full 2 copies.
I think we've seen 2-3 lines in the past. This 3-2 definitely seems pretty good and will allow him to compensate for that Snorunt in the prize cards. And that Fishing Shroud ability will definitely start to accumulate quickly now. Hiroshi did already establish a Munkidori, so he'll be able to use that damage in his favor, at least in the beginning. But as the game goes on, Brandon should have a lot more Munkidori availability overall. So he should never be losing in that Munkidori trade unless he ends up drawing like really, really badly.
Yeah, the damage will accumulate. With that 5th bench spot from Hiroshi, do you expect that to be another Munkidori at this point? And do you also slow down on the Zoroark benching? How much damage is too much?
I mean, there's definitely, if your opponent has 3 Munkidori or 2 Munkidori, you want to match them with your own 2 Munkidori, right? But by filling up that bench space with a Munkidori means you don't have space for Reshiram, and therefore your Zoroark EXs are just going to be extra draw power, but not an actual threat, right? Which, the way the energies are distributed right now, Cornerstone is good, but it's only good if it can actually damage. If you just leave it in the active, then it gets eaten up by those Frostlass.
Look at this here from Brandon off of the secret box. Went with a bunch of different tools to help build this bench up. And with this TM evolution and energy, this double Snorunt evolves into double Frostlass. The Munkidori is established. This could have been a spot where you use the Spikemuth, you evolve into the Grimmsnarl, and you start attacking. But this is where you understand the matchup, and you see this damage is so important. You have to start building up on this bench right now.
Yeah, and that's a great concept, right? Just because you can doesn't mean you have to. Yes, you are a Grimmsnarl deck. Yes, you could have gotten a turn to Grimmsnarl, or whatever turn this is, Grimmsnarl attacking this turn, take a knockout, right? But in the long term, that's just not going to help you deal with the actual 2 threats, which are the 2 cornerstone in play.
Now over on Hiroshi's side, top deck of that Super Rod, not much help here. There was an Iono in the hands, but it looks like the Artisan will start things off. We saw it searched out Munkidori on Brandon's side. Is Hiroshi thinking the same?
I have to, yeah, it's not a straightforward decision. Long term, you want to match your Munkidoris with theirs, especially now that there's 2 Frostlass in play. Those damage counters will start stacking up quickly. But on the other hand, you could start being aggressive, get that Reshiram, and take a knockout on this Morgrem, and initiate the price trade in your favor, whilst hopefully you slowly but surely charge these two up.
Yeah, the problem that we have here is with that last bench space, if you choose to attack with your ends Zoroark at any point, you probably want that Reshiram in that spot so you can get the ball rolling. But if you want to play full defense here and just protect these cornerstones, maybe you do just switch over to Munkidori.
That's the thing, though. Like, protecting them just isn't enough, right? You have to apply pressure, and therefore, if you commit, I feel like if you commit to the Munkidori in this spot, you have to go Technical Machine, Energize, and power up the cornerstone. I believe that is available in this deck in particular. We don't have the deck list just quite yet, but yeah, there is Technical Machine, Energize, and therefore, if you commit to the Munkidori, you probably need to do that. However, we do see the Reshiram getting benched, and that means another strategy you can utilize is Hiroshi trying to take down their Frostlass eventually, right? And therefore, there's no more passive damage. Your opponent's Munkidoris don't really work, and that's where Cornerstone truly shines.
Well, taking a hint there is Hiroshi moving on towards attacking. Needs a little bit of help now off of this Lily's Determination. It did not work out last time around. Will he see the trade? Just an energy and an Ends Zoroark should do the trick here. Just take this Pokemon off the board and start to relieve some of this pressure.
Now we do only have one copy of Ultra Ball in the deck, so unless you find that actual Zoroark, Hiroshi is definitely relying a lot on those tool cards, right? Technical Machine Evolution, Technical Machine Energize. Do we find a Zoroark, Kyle?
Oh my, this is unbelievable. I think we see an EX, but it's Pheasantipity. This is...
It's Becherant.
Oh my, this is just absurd.
No.
They're not in the prize cards. It's just not finding it.
Yeah. One Technical Machine Evolution is in the prize card, so...
Turbo!
Yeah, at least we're going to be able to either evolve our benched Zorua or get those energy down onto the Cornerstone. But now there's going to be at least 6 damage counters on one Cornerstone, probably 4 on the other. That Freezing Shroud will start accumulating, and Brandon will now have an opportunity to set up a second Munkidori, sending even more damage Hiroshi's way.
Yeah, so unfortunate we see this now for Hiroshi. It's, yes, you have the Turbo Energize. You can pivot and start to charge up your Cornerstone, but you benched the Ends Reshiram off of the Artisan. You don't have the Munkidori to protect. The damage is going to pile up here, and that's a lot of resources to commit. When you lean on this Cornerstone style, that fighting energy is your one fighting. Yes, you do have ways to recover it, but ultimately, you're committing a lot when you put that one fighting in play.
Now, there's the power-up of the Cornerstone. That single fighting energy that, as you very well mentioned, is so, so precious. Now, we do need to see the Freezing Shroud damage onto the board, and Hiroshi did choose to send the damage to the Frostlass, which might seem insignificant in a way because it can just be sent back immediately and keep the Frostlass healthy, but every Frostlass you heal means you're not healing your own Munkidori. And by not healing your Munkidori, eventually your own Freezing Shroud could self-KO the Munkidori. So how Brandon goes about this will be very important. How he handles all the damage management will be very key in coming out the winner of this game.
Well, for Brandon, some of this deck list is starting to work out in his favor now. Yes, you don't have the Lily's Determination this time, but with the 3 copies there, he does include 1 Professor's Research and finds it, and sure enough, it works out great. The Munkidori with the basic Dark Energy is ready to go, and this is a defensive approach. Not concerned about taking this Enzarua off the board. It's not a threat here. Instead, you have your Munkidoris. You can push damage over to this side, and you feel pretty comfortable with these Frostlass.
Yeah, and Technical Machine Evolution grabbed. Of course, there's no evolutions in play right now, so not a very useful card. And we're going to see the Grimmsnarl finally going to be able to take a prize card. If you really wanted to, you could actually take down both of your opponent's Zoras this turn, thanks to that Adrenabrain and the bonus damage from Shadow Bullet, dealing 30 damage to the bench, which when you have these 300 HP Pokemon, 30 damage doesn't seem very significant, but those Zoras haven't evolved, and therefore they're prime for this Shadow Bullet.
Yeah, and how does Hiroshi play back from this spot if you lose out on your Enzarua? You have no trades for the remainder of the game, and benching this Pokemon, yes, it's 70 hit points, but if you're not dealing with Marnie's Grimmsnarl, the Monkey Dory math and the Shadow Bullet will forever take this Pokemon off the board.
Yeah, you can only ever hope to match your opponent's Monkey Dories, but you won't do it this turn because you need to attach to the Cornerstone if you want to start being aggressive and have some sort of walling potential. And that means your opponent will be able to have extra Monkey Dory damage over on your side of the board for much longer. And we are even seeing Brandon just target down the Monkey Dory. He knows that if he has 2 Monkey Dories and his opponent doesn't have any, then having 1 Zoroark is not really a big deal. It really doesn't matter.
All right, moving the damage over, taking the KOs, and we see the Frostlass starting to tick up with the Freezing Shroud. Not too many matchups where you see the double Freezing Shroud come into play, but here this is very helpful, starting to build up on the double Cornerstone. Pablo, how do you feel about the double benching of the Cornerstone here? I know we walked into this game a little early, but are 2 necessary here?
I mean, probably not necessary. Sometimes it feels like it's almost like a scare tactic for an opponent. It's like, ah, ha, ha, look, I have double the Pokemon that you cannot attack, right? But if there's one deck that can easily handle the Cornerstone, is Grimmsnarl, especially when there's double Frostlass. If there was only 1 Frostlass, I'd be a little more worried for Brandon's situation because the one could get targeted and all of a sudden the damage stops. Or yes, you attack into the Grimmsnarl, they can send some of the damage back, but that's only 60 damage. It's not that really impactful overall. However, double Frostlass, no Zoroark draw, Monkey Dory went down. It's not looking great for Hiroshi, and this is the sort of situation where the Cornerstone at this moment is just a damage, it's just a damage builder, right? That Cornerstone is a ticking time issue where it's just gonna get taken down eventually, and that's a free 2 prizes for Brandon.
Yeah, this is starting to become a little troublesome now, and when you look at Hiroshi's board, yes, you have established an Yveltal there now, but the prize cards, at least 1 Cornerstone has to be handled in order to close out this game, but it seems like without any Monkey Dory in play, this damage will build up and inevitably take them out unless we see Boss's Orders on Frostlasses back to back.
Yeah, there's definitely no Monkey Dory potential this turn. Either you set a Monkey Dory or you attack, but you cannot do both. And did we even find an energy, Kyle? I don't think we did.
Oh, there's an energy switch, but no energy on board.
Is there no Zoroark either still?
There's, we don't see any of that either. This is unbelievable. Just missing back-to-back on the Lily's Determination and now into the Iono. It is a discard of the Fire energy switch onto the Yveltal, and then Counter Catcher stalling.
Yeah.
But where do you go? Just bring up Frostlass and hold on for dear life. The Cornerstones are ticking away.
And I mean, I think this is exactly what we were talking about in the beginning, right? Yes, the game can go on. Yes, you haven't lost. Your opponent hasn't taken all 4 prizes, but realistically, even if you trap Frostlass for the next 5 turns, right, that's a lot of damage building up on your side, not only by the Freezing Shroud, but also your opponent's Monkey Dory. So what is the game plan? How do you win from this spot? This is a situation where you need to consider possibly heading into a second game when things are just not working out at all for you.
Right, you hinted at it earlier. Sometimes these are the lines that we see. This would work if there weren't Monkey Dory on the other side.
Yes, absolutely.
You could see Hiroshi build up a Monkey Dory of his own, push the damage off of the Cornerstones, and slowly start to come back from this spot. Instead, you were just allowing the inevitable to happen with this Freezing Shroud. The damage builds, it's pushed back over to the Cornerstones, and nothing is slowing them down from being KO'd over the next 3-4 turns.
Yeah, double Freezing Shroud, such a powerful strategy. And yeah, this passive damage, like, sure, you have me trapped, but I'm still threatening you. You're still under a clock where eventually you're going to get taken down. Now, we see all of this done before drawing Flip the Script. Now we found a Zoroark. Now we'll be able to draw 2 extra cards. I wonder if we should have done this, Kyle, before committing all these resources, the retreat, the energy switch, just in case we do find the energy and we want to change our plans.
Yeah, and at this point, yes, you did find a few more resources. You evolved the Zorua to protect it some more, but Every one of these Pokemon that you just played down has an ability. There is more damage to be thrown around here, and there is no room for Monkey Dory.
Yeah, there's a little too much damage on the Zorg. That was a tilted dive, but all good. We are now over on Brandon's side. He cannot retreat this Frostlass. I'm not seeing any sort of Professor Turo scenario or even a simple switch to get out of this spot, but just because he's trapped, that doesn't mean he's not threatening so much, right? The double Monkey Dory damage will get to Hiroshi eventually. And I mean, Hiroshi definitely knows or has bought himself at least 5 turns, right? If he plays another boss, he could buy a few more attacking into the other Frostlass, but he doesn't even have any space for Monkey Dory at this point.
Yeah, call the ambulance, but not for me. Because Brandon's not feeling any of the pressure here. Monkey Dory now shifting some of that damage with Adrenabrain over. And look at this, moving over to the Enzarua. Is there any potential to see a TM Devolution at this point, or have we already lost that resource?
No, I believe it is still available. We're about to find out, I guess, off of this Arven. Oh, it might, no, yeah, it's right there. So we can't get a knockout this turn onto that Zorg. And I mean, this is a clear tell on how, like, yes, Cornerstone prevents Grimmsnarl from attacking, but you don't have to fear the Cornerstone, right? It's just piling up damage, and it's not threatening to attack or do anything at all. So those can stay there, just build up the damage, and with your Monkey Dories eventually, you're going to clean up this board quite easily.
Yeah, speaks to considerations Brandon made while making this deck. Just have an answer for everything and focus on what your opponent's deck is weak at. Enzork is not very good without Enzork. You need to trade. You need to build up a hand. You need these resources. And there goes the Enzarua, the Zork, back into the hand after the TM devolution. And the damage builds up. Pablo, are you ready to throw in the towel?
I was ready last turn, Kyle. Yep, I think we really need to see if Hiroshi wants to have a chance at even tying this, right? Because this game could drag on for at least another 10 minutes if we're just going to be passive and take keep the Frostlass prized, and Brandon's damage output will only be Adrenabrain plus the Freezing Shroud, right? It will still take a good bit for those Cornerstones to be taken down. And, I mean, you're fine over if you're Brandon at this point in time. You win a long game 1, and you know your opponent can't really rush you at all unless you have like a completely awful start. So I'm feeling good if I'm sitting in Brandon's seat at the moment. Yep. Wow.
Where do you go from here? The ends PP up to load up the Dark Energy on the Reshiram. Not something you see every day.
Yeah, we don't even have something like Thornton or Ninja Boy or Swoop Teleporter to be able to take advantage of this. We're just playing the cards we have. We're drawing extra cards. I mean, I want to give the players the benefit of the doubt, right? Hiroshi is still in the game, so maybe he has a way out of this that I'm not seeing. I really can't tell based off his list what the plan would be, though. One Monkey Dory definitely is a good start, though.
Yeah, you can start to move some of the damage away and try to come up with a plan. When you have that energy switch, and we've already seen that used, maybe there was a world where a surprise Pecharunt with a Hero's Cape could come in and start wiping out some of these massive hit point Pokemon, but Brandon's played around that. There's 6 prize cards remaining. There's 1 Marnie's Grimmsnarl in play. You will have to work tirelessly to remove this board.
Now we do see the reveal of the Hero's Cape onto the Monkey Dory. Brandon hadn't seen Hiroshi's ace spec so far, I believe, and so now he knows something that's a good piece of information for next turn, right? Zorak tends to play either Secret Box, sometimes on first stamp, but now we do see the Hero's Cape reveal, and that can come into play just in case Brandon needs to prepare for something else. And we do see the scoop by Hiroshi finally realizing that there was just no way out of this, and if he wants to have a chance at getting a point out of this play match, we need to get enough time to win at least a long game 2.
And that's a great point as well, Pablo, is these players are playing at a 9-1-2 record at this point in the tournament. You want all of these match points, and when you play into a spot like this and you lose what could have been, 5-8 minutes, depending on how it works, you need every one of those points. Let's see how we got here in game number 1.
Now let's take a look at the replay. A full board for Brandon, taking down his opponent's Monkey Dory, not really caring too much about any potential Zoroark draw. He knew the damage would build up on the Zoroark and eventually would be taken down by that technical machine evolution. So as long as he had the Monkey Dory advantage, he would definitely be very far ahead, and that's exactly what we saw as Hiroshi finally realized that the time was up in this game.
Yeah, was not going to lose that turn, but very likely so on the following turn. Monkey Dory is pushing damage over to the cornerstones, would have closed things out. So a lot to consider moving into this next game now. You have to think maybe a single cornerstone might be the play, maybe avoiding letting some of this damage build up, and maybe even including those Monkey Dories earlier on. But we also have to speak to how unlucky Hiroshi was to not see any Zoroarks for the first 2-3 turns of the game.
Yeah, missed Zoroarks, missed energy as well, so he wasn't able to even be aggressive with the one cornerstone he was able to power up. Maybe that attachment on the Monkey Dory was a little too preemptive. We had seen that energy on the cornerstone, keeping a smaller board. That second cornerstone, definitely, if you're not going to use it immediately or get a ton of energy onto it, can probably wait. So it'll be interesting to see what adaptations Hiroshi makes into a matchup that we know is very popular in Japan, right? Marnie's screen style always has seemed a lot more popular and a lot more successful over there than on our side of the world.
Yeah, this is something that you run into all the time over there. The Hero's Cape is interesting too. I think it finally found the right home in the on the Monkey Dory, but it was way too late. If it was found earlier on, if it was played on that first Monkey Dory that already had the dark energy, at least there would have been some pushback, some damage being moved over, maybe even enough to start pressuring Frostlass at some point of the game. But the board state was just so difficult to come back from, and for Brandon, everything was looking pretty good.
Now we are having a slight delay in the start of this game because Hiroshi seems like he needed a sleeve replacement. I think that's all taken care of now, so we should be getting this game started as soon as possible. And yeah, let's hope that we get to see a lot of technical machine evolutions and a lot of trading this time around, Kyle.
That's right. Yeah, I'm glad if we see it on either side of the board, just build up, give us a game. Let's see what we're made of. It's always fun with the inclusion of Frostlass to see the damage build up, see the math that these players have to consider. Brandon with the mulligan here, so maybe Hiroshi's wish is granted.
Yep, one mulligan always feels good when you lost. It's a great feeling when you lost the first game and your opponent starts mulliganing, you know you're going to have a better chance in game 2. But when it's the other way around, when you lose game 1 and then you start giving out mulligans, it's always so awful.
Yeah, it's also a little nerve-wracking here for Hiroshi to consider how much time is left.
Yeah.
How many mulligans is too much? Because yes, it's nice to have additional cards, but it's 30, 45 seconds every time that your opponent misses.
Yeah, at least. So now we'll have to see how this game plays out. I have to imagine Hiroshi is choosing to go second, right? With all these technical machine evolutions,
right.
The Arven strategy, you almost always want to go second so that you can evolve and almost compensate for not going first. You're still ahead in the evolution count.
Well, it looks like we are in for a great one here in game number 2. Let's see what our players have in store for us. It is a miraculous start.
Now, Nestball, I think you want to establish possibly a Monkey Dory right off the bat. You have a lot of options later down the line to establish everything else, but seems like it's going to be Freezing Shroud as soon as possible here for Brandon.
Yeah, wants to build up this Pokemon as soon as possible. And it may be a little telling of the hand. You get nervous. You see Nest Ball for this Pokemon, means that maybe the Artisan wouldn't be focused on this, or maybe you don't want to play that just yet because your opponent is just staring down with that lone Monkey Dory in the active.
Now, nothing too major price. Maybe the technical machine evolution, right? Could be a little problematic if he needs to have a big play of devolving a lot of Zoroarks out of play. Subrod for recovery as well, but overall, decent prices for Brandon.
Yeah, certainly could work with those. One of the 2 copies of Marnie's Morgrim, so if that Pokemon were to see the TM evolution, that could be a bit of a trouble, but ultimately, you have to expect that some of that's going towards Frostlass here. And Hiroshi is absolutely moving on this side of the board. Air Balloon to the Monkey Dory, energy to the Zorua. and now flying through the deck looking for some more help.
No Cornerstone inside, just 3 Zorua, 1 Monkey Dory. Nothing to... Oh, the Fighting Energy is prized. That means no access to Cornerstone. We only have 1 Fighting Energy and 1 Luminous Energy. So powering up that is going to be a lot more difficult. No supporter plate though, Kyle. So not a great start here for Hero.
Why? We've seen that there is a mulligan here. Now you draw, you finally build up. You have all the Zorua. It only takes 1 Zoroark to get the ball rolling though. Maybe we'll see that this coming turn. For Brandon, it is all hands on deck. Giddy up. He's got the Snorunt. He's got the Buddy. And he's got the Artisan. This could be a full board.
Yeah, looking pretty decent now, even getting an attachment onto Monkey Dory, possibly trapping the Zorua for a turn. And this is pretty telling for Hiroshi's. Like, he had the opportunity to play a supporter or use a tool card, and he did neither. So the Artisan, sure, it can get him another Monkey Dory or the Reshiram. But unless there's specifically a Zoroark in hand, there's not much benefit to that at this point.
Your opponent discards an Iono with their research. It's just insult to injury at this point. You had a chance at a new hand if it weren't for that 1 copy of Professor's research. And now you have to hold on, wait to see what will happen. Looks like there may be 1 Zoroark in the hands. So Hiroshi could start to chain things together.
Yep, hopefully that works out for him and we see a lot more trading this time around, a lot more aggression. And with the clock ticking down, there's still plenty of time, but this is not a very fast-paced matchup. It's all two-hit KOs, it's all damage counter, placement in different spots. It's all freezing shroud ticks in between turns, so it's definitely not going to be a very straightforward 2-2-2 price trade that we see in many other matchups.
Yeah, and look at this with the way that the board is set up on Hiroshi's side. Brandon moves over to the Impidimp style, double Impidimp here, and it is the corner from Maractus actually getting some weakness in there to target down on the Zorua.
Yep, that damage can be utilized to be sent back. With that Adrenabrain, we do see the Reshiram get placed off the Artisan. Are we seeing another Rib Sleeve? I believe, yep, we are. So gonna get that changed as soon as we can. So I will continue with this game. Couple hiccups here, Kyle.
Yep, little unfortunate here for Hiroshi. Just things not working out just yet. We do have a chance to see some fireworks here at least. The Ends Reshiram opens up some attacking. Could see Virtuous Flame copied by the Night Joker of Zoroark. Taking a knockout here. You do need some help. We haven't seen a supporter just yet. We do see the Zoroark. Time to trade.
Finally time to trade. We only saw 1 trade the whole of last game, right? I'm hoping we see quite a few more this time around.
Oh, Pecharunt Dark Energy, where are we going? Enough for a knockout, but a missed supporter here again. Brutal to see.
No help off the top, but we can't take it. No, we're not going to take a knockout. We're just going to play it a bit on the slower side of things. We're going to attach to the Monkey Dory. We're going to make sure we have a Monkey Dory to match our opponent's Monkey Dory, and we're just going to pass, letting the Freezing Shroud last and get those ticks every single turn.
Yeah, I don't mind this from Hiroshi. You see a Maractus on board. That means that if you want to have the perfect setup of double Frostlass, double Marnie's Grimmsnarls and Impidimps and Morgrams, and then double Monkey Dory, that's just not possible with this Pokemon in play. So there is a world where you can play down that other Monkey Dory on your side of the board and start to push the damage over and maybe take those Frostlass off the board, opening up for the Cornerstone.
Now it's on Brandon to make something happen here. Had the Maractus gotten KO'd, I think he would have been under quite a bit of pressure, right? Needing Rare Candy Grimmsnarl to immediately respond, which he has a pretty sizable hand. Wouldn't have exactly been easy to pull off, but maybe it is within his reach. But for now, he has that Maractus essentially stuck in the active, right? Unless he finds that Herballoon. But what else would you want to do? If you don't have Candy Grimmsnarl, Maractus is a perfectly fine Pokemon to have in the active.
All right, for Brandon, you've done all you need to do at this point. You have the Monkey Dory with the Dark Energy now, post Artisan. Frostlass can be protected by moving this damage over, and with the boss's orders to bring up the Monkey Dory, maybe some damage is going to be shifted over to that Pokemon. You always just want to target one lifeline of the deck and see if you can slow things down. Damage being pushed over from Hiroshi's side, no more, at least at this point.
Monkey Dory being taken down. Brandon going for the same approach. I'm just going to have more Monkey Dories than you. Therefore, the Freezing Shroud damage will be pretty major over on my side. And just making sure that all the Adrenal Brain damage and the Freezing Shroud, it is a lot of damage counters going back and forth, right? So
yeah, a lot of considerations for everything that moves around in this matchup. This hand, once more, is just atrocious. There's nothing to work with here. Trade, the only thing helping out. You can take a knockout. It doesn't feel good. You could remove the Maractus, but you have to think that one of those 2 copies of Boss's Orders would be nice right now. At least remove that single Frostlass from the board.
A lot relies on the trade, though. And with only 1, Kyle, I don't fancy my chances.
It doesn't seem great. Hiroshi will think about this as well with the Artisan, taking a Pokemon out of the deck, thinning just a little bit more. Maybe some of that luck that we did not see in the opening game can start to reveal itself here now with trade.
Big 2 cards here, Kyle. Off the top, Super Run and Ultra Ball. I mean, it's another potential trade, right? Yep. That Ultra Ball is going to be very costly.
It's the whole hand. You lose just about everything. Maybe you can maintain a Super Rod, but this is just not what you want to see. Nest Ball for Pheasantipity now to try to build up the hand a little bit more. So there are some more lines. You can build up with the Flip the Script. You have Ultra Ball if you need to dig a little further with trade. But do you think all of this is just for Boss on the Frostlass now?
Well, the Monkey Dory did get taken down by the Freezing Shroud, though. So I think even Brandon signaled to the judges, like, be aware, because it seems like Hiroshi is going to try to use it, right?
Okay, yep, so. Yeah. That's just something you need to look out for in this matchup, too. With the knockout in between turns, the Flip the Script ability does not come into effect because of how Freezing Shroud worked there. So Hiroshi's big miss there. It actually would be a full discard of the hand at this point if you wanted to use that Ultra Ball and the trade.
Yeah, so, I mean, seems like we're just going to take down the Maractus, right? Which we could have done the previous turn. And maybe that saves our Monkey Dory because there was no Maractus to do 20 damage. So that attachment on the Monkey Dory last turn definitely seemed questionable. And I think it's the same approach as in one of the games we casted yesterday, where it's like, you are behind a game. Your opponent doesn't have a super strong board. So just be aggressive, right? You will have time to set up that Monkey Dory. But one way to make sure that your Monkey Dories are protected is if you are applying so much pressure with the active Pokemon that your opponent has to deal with that active Pokemon before worrying about Monkey Dory.
Yep, that's exactly what I think as well, Pablo. And this is a pass of the turn, just playing so slow here. Maybe this is just a spot where you think that the Maractus on board is that much more valuable. You cannot afford to give that bench space up and see another Frostlass or another Monkey Dory, but you have to take prize cards if you want to win this game. There's 14 minutes remaining, and you are down in this set.
And like the big reason why Frostlass is a problem, right, is because your Cornerstone gets slowly but surely eventually KO'd. But there's no Cornerstone. There's no threat of Cornerstone whatsoever from Hiroshi. The only way he has to win this game right now is he could be 2 prizes ahead at this point. He could have taken a prize last turn, could have taken a prize this turn as well. He'd be up 2 prizes. And with a semi-decent board and probably with a Monkey Dory in play where there's no more Grams putting pressure on your opponent to have Rare Candy Grimmsnarl if he wants to do anything at all. I don't like this passive approach in this situation specifically.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to go about this. And here is the punish from Brandon. He played down the Pheasantipity. Now I get to hold on to this Pokemon here in the active spot. The perfect corner target here, as this will just continue to sit and watch the Freezing Shrouds tick away.
Yeah, we need some Freezing Shroud ticks on the Zorg and the Monkey Dory. I do believe I don't think they were placed this turn.
Yep, hopefully we see those added onto the board here soon enough. But as we move forward, we see the hand starting to build up. This is just not what you want.
Yeah,
no
there's
way
the boss.
to move.
There's the boss we wanted
Just
for the last 2 turns. But now we need Professor Turo if we want to move this Pheasant DPT, because we cannot retreat it whatsoever. Yeah, there we go. Finally getting that Freezing Shroud damage. Very important to be on top of that, because it's very key, right? 1 damage counter can be a difference between a KO or no KO.
Right.
Zoroark just evolved this turn, so there's no Freezing Shroud damage just yet on that one. Definitely need both players to be really on top of that.
Hiroshi checking resources now, cards in hand, discard pile, wants to see what the potential there is, if any, to make a comeback in this spot. You have a Pheasantipity stuck in the active spot. You have no energy in play. Boss's orders used to slow things down on the Frostlass, but that inevitability still continues here. Pass of the turn, Freezing Shroud. Monkey could make a mess of this here.
Yeah, there's just everything going well for Brandon, and he's perfectly fine playing this slow approach, right? He's the one that's in no rush. He doesn't even need this game to end whatsoever. He just needs to make sure that he stays ahead and he stops his opponent from attacking him. That's exactly what he's doing perfectly at this point.
Yeah, Brandon, if you combine this turn, this game and last game, he's done upwards of 600-700 damage, and he's only used 1 Shadow Bullet. He hasn't had to do anything at this point of the game. The damage does itself, and now we see the Arvin for the secret box. If you ever needed any less help, well, here it all is. You've got everything you need. Can even take the turn off if you want to use this team evolution. The world's his oyster.
Yeah, honestly, he can do whatever he wants. He's going to be able to find that Air Balloon, keep that Pheasantipity trapped in the active for more turns. And then here, I really wonder if Hiroshi's going to go Turo, and whenever he finds it, right, which could not be anytime soon, and then just not KO the Maractus once again. Like, how is that a game-winning strategy? I really want to ask him.
Okay, well, trying to map out what potential there is for this turn as far as TM Devolution plays to try to remove multiple Zoroarks. Looks like would be a little bit short in that regard. If you use the Marnie's Grimmsnarl now, you can KO the Fez, maybe play some damage elsewhere. You could knock out the Monkey, but if you want to take that Zorua off the board with the Monkey, there might be a way to try to clear out a few spots.
Yeah, with 8 damage counters, you could move 2 over here, and then Freezing Shroud will take the KO, and then 3 over here, and then you could be seeing a 4-price turn, leaving Hiroshi with 2 Zoroarks and a Reshiram, and nothing really threatening Brandon's almost perfect board. So, I mean, maybe Brandon is just like, okay, fine, I'll just win this game.
if you won't let me, then I'll let me. We now see the Frostlass moving with the Air Balloon. Would maybe just be a little short of the KO on the Zorua, but should still have plenty to move over. If you move both targets to the Zorua, then you can KO that Pokemon, but you won't take the Monkey.
No. Really trying to figure out how to go about this here for Brandon, making all the counts. We see 3 damage counters over on the Zorua. We can then move 2 onto the Monkey to bring it to 100 HP, and then the Freezing Shroud tick will KO it, right? So we can take all 4 Pokemon down thanks to the 30 damage from the Shadow Bullet, but seems like we're going to keep the Monkey available. We're just going to be happy taking this and actually removing some damage off the board. Oh, Zorua has 70 HP. Yes. That's my bad. My bad.
We got there.
I could have thrown it at 60. I don't know why.
Yep, well, it will be removed. The Monkey hangs on, but regardless, the damage is done. Hiroshi still 6 prize cards remaining. There are 2 Pokemon clearly in range of being KO'd. There is an EX Pokemon that could be knocked out fairly soon here as well. Needs a lot of help. The Pheasantipity is gone. What do you do to come back in this spot?
I mean, surely maybe finally be able to go after the Frostlass. but you played your boss's orders last turn, so now you have one less boss's orders to play with. We're gonna see the first trade, get rid of that watchtower. Not the most important stadium at this point in time. Probably a measure anti-Noctowl decks, right? Anti-Pidgeot as well. Raging Bolt tends to be difficult for Zork, but from what I'm seeing, despite double Cornerstone, Grimmsnarl's pretty awful as well.
Yes, this looks to be a pretty rough matchup. We see a shake of the head there for Hiroshi. It's just not the cards you're looking for in this spot. Any plan that you could incorporate here with the boss's orders, Yveltal stalling on the Frostlass, it would take multiple turns. You try to preserve the Munkidori, but that Pokemon's going to be gone next turn. It looks like this is all she wrote. Is there anything potentially in the discard pile that he can take account of?
One Darkness Energy is not the key card you need. You essentially need a better attack than Powerful Rage or Virtuous Flame. They're good attacks. You can apply a little bit of pressure, but those super passive early turns just did not work out at this point. You had the better setup in theory. Unlocking prize cards also is unlocking resources, right? And that's pretty huge. And we actually see a Professor Turo at the very bottom of the prize cards from Hiroshi, so that could have helped in case one of his Pokemon got trapped. Maybe he respected the 6 damage counters from Exploding Needles a little too much, but if he got TM Devoed and knocked out, he still had a backup Zoras, he still had the Serendipity, so there was still plenty to do at that point.
And also just the pure shift of the strategy here. We saw 0 Cornerstone this time around, wanted to completely forego that route, which would lead you to think that this would not be that defensive-minded game, but sure enough, it's what Hiroshi had to go with or chose to go with in this spot, and now he's paying the price. Sees 3 cards. There is the counter catcher, but he's just going to hold on with all the hit points as long as possible. Hero's Cape on the active.
Counter catcher Iono, not bad draws off of that Fez. Can take down the Frostlass, protect your Munkidori. Like from the passive damage at least, because there is enough damage for it to be knocked out anyways from Adrenaline Brain. Iono to 6, put your opponent down to 2 cards. Needs a stadium though. I feel like if you don't counter a stadium and your opponent establishes double Grimmsnarl on the board, you're still in a world of trouble.
Yeah, even energy switch would be nice at this spot. Move the energy from the bench Zork over to the Munkidori so you can push some of this damage away. Would be nice to see. It seems like that Pokemon will be knocked out soon. Does find the energy, however, so that's a bit of a relief there. Would mean that Munkidoris would have to see all that damage pushed over. And it's going to be moved to the active.
There we go. Finally, the first KO for Hiroshi on a Pokemon he definitely really wanted to KO for a while, but only 1 prize card taken, and now there's 5 minutes on the clock. And sure, you have Hero's Cape. That Zork has a lot of HP, almost mega levels of HP. But Brandon, I mean, if you attack into the Zork and it doesn't get, and they KO you back, that's fine. You have the backup Grimmsnarl. And if they don't and they heal it, that's fine, because your Grimmsnarl just keeps attacking and there's no problem. So even though Hiroshi finally did something impactful this turn, I don't know if it's impactful enough to win him this game.
I mean, even for Brandon, it could be bring up a single prize Pokemon and leave it up in the active spot for a few turns. There's 4.5 minutes remaining and you're up a game. Goes with the bench of Snorunt. There's a few different things to consider in this spot here as we see the Hero's Cape. So the TM Devolution plays a little bit off the board here now as the Hero's Cape would protect that Pokemon. Trying to target 2 single prize Pokemon isn't the worst idea. Boss's orders would be a match win here on the ends Reshiram, and then double Munkidori damage moved over to the Munkidori on the other side of the board. So a few different ways to close out if the resources were all there. They're not, however, so it is just the Iono.
Iono to 2 cards. It's 2 different cards than what Brandon had, so that's pretty good. He's going to take a look at them very slowly. Now, I mean, honestly, the Maractus didn't come up. I feel like the way Hiroshi has been playing, I would just promote the Maractus and see what he does, because he really doesn't want to KO that Maractus at all.
It's a scary cactus. We'll see the damage start to move over to the Monkey Dory. And this was a bit curious too, as we saw from Hiroshi last turn. Moved the damage to the active and took the KO, trying to leave some damage off the board. But there was enough damage if you wanted to KO the Monkey Dory regardless with the 4 and 2 placement.
Yeah, now it's going to be, I mean, even with Shadow Bullet bonus damage, right? But now that 30 won't be enough. It will leave the Monkey Dory at 100 HP total. I wonder if that was a calculated move by Brandon or just like not really worrying too much about the Monkey Dory.
Okay. Yeah,
okay.
I was a little, I was nervous about that too. The math wasn't mathy for me.
Yes, exactly. Now we have the very illustrated KO on the Monkey Dory with the bonus damage from Shadow Bullet onto the bench. A lot of damage on the Zoroark. And now Zoroark can do that super powerful rage and do 380 damage back, only for it to fall down onto the Grimmsnarl. So I even have to wonder if that Stadium counter that got discarded off the trade would not have been a good card to play before the Iono, because your best chance is your opponent not having this Grimmsnarl established and then going after it, and that's where the damage output is actually pretty limited for Brandon afterwards.
Well, not much else here now. Tons of damage on the end Zoroark. A clear knockout left waiting, but you can't take it. There is a Marnie's Grimmsnarl waiting in the wings for you. We see energy, we see Yveltal. Is there a boss's orders? Can you stall a little bit longer? 2 minutes remaining.
I mean, you definitely can retreat into the other Zoroark and punch into the Grimmsnarl EX. That is an option with the Virtuous Flame. We're going to see the trades happen, of course, before we commit anything else. There's not enough time to really heal that Zoroark with enough Monkey Dories. And with the backup Grimmsnarl just waiting in the background, I think the curtains are closing in this match, Kyle.
A little short here. We see the Yveltal and the energy. You can energy switch over to the Monkey Dory, try to relieve some of the damage that's on the Zoroark, but it still would be in range of TM Devolution.
Yep.
If you want to play as safe as possible, you can boss's orders, bring up that Snorunt. It's the only Pokemon without energy at this point, so TM Devo is a little less likely, but you're considering a lot of lines that extend a game that you need to win right now.
I mean, that's a good strategy sometimes against Grimmsnarl, right? You can accurately expect between 8 to 9 basic energies from them, along with 1 copy of Herballoon. We know the Herballoon is in the discard from the previous Frostless that got KO'd, right? And there are a total of 7 energy in play right now. That means Brandon could have 1 or 2 energy left. I don't remember exactly how many are in the discard pile at this point in time. But yeah, stranding the Snorunt could be a good strategy. But with 30 seconds on the clock, even if you wanted to play to a deck out scenario, it's just not going to happen.
Well, with the Lily's determination now, in order to slow things down, you need the counter catcher off of this. Just 1 copy remaining, I believe, at this point. But Hiroshi is in for some bad news pretty soon. The clock continues to tick. The answers are not there. I think it is all starting to make sense now, even though that last counter catcher was in the prize cards. Not working out here.
I think I would powerful rage just for the funsies.
We do love the funsies. It would.
And there we go. Yeah. Take 2 prizes, at least get the game down to 3 prizes left. And then Brandon, all he needs to do is TM Devo, or quite simply attack the active with Shadow Bullet for the game. And Brandon Salazar wins round 13, getting him closer to that top cut.
Yes, Brandon moving his way back in. He's continued to do this at a lot of different regionals in a lot of different ways, but he always seems to have that one, may I say, annoying deck. He's done it with Eternatus before. He's done it with a few of those interesting decks that were just like, oh man, the damage is all over the place. I've seen him with the Galarian Wheezing up there, disrupting. He finds a way to take this and just really put his opponent in a blender, and you can see it now on Hiroshi's face. That was a brutal 50 minutes.
That was, yeah. I mean, Hiroshi had this, on paper, very powerful counter against Grimmsnarl, right? The Cornerstone has a way to power it up, but whiffed really bad in the first game. And let's take a look at, let's take a look at the replay and what happened in these games. But The Cornerstone just sat there on the bench the whole time, accumulating damage, whilst Brandon slowly but surely dismantled Hiroshi's board, not worrying at all over that, and then the Evil Dolls trapping strategy was not really effective at all.
Yeah, the Frostlass continued to do its job, even took a knockout there with the TM Devolution, and there just was not enough left there for Hiroshi to continue this game. Things started to look up a little bit as we started game number 2. We saw triple Zorua, we saw energy, and then no supporter, nothing working out there. Brandon continued to force the aggression. He had the Frostlass, just one copy this time. As he saw the board state without Cornerstone, he went for the Marnie's Grimmsnarls, and Hiroshi just could not keep up. He had that one final Zoroark with the Hero's Cape, held on as long as possible, took a prize card, but it was not enough. And we see the big KO copying the powerful Rage. Always a great way to close things out. Knockout right there for Brandon. Could have easily done that with a Shadow Bullet, but it's we're here for the funsies, right? Right, Pablo?
Yeah, we're here to get the best and silliest KOs that we can with that technical machine devolution after a 440 damage powerful Rage. I mean, great follow-up, great display of Marnie's Grimmsnarl. You have to ask, right? Marnie's Grimmsnarl wasn't really doing well enough or good enough before the Mega Evolution format, right? Yeah. Now it has Lilith. Is that one supporter card enough to really bring it to the forefront of the metagame?
It kind of looks like it at this point. Same with Gardevoir, where Gardevoir was great, but now it's incredible. You're not taking that early prize card ever. And very rarely are you not going for this setup when you see the heavy hit points that are on the other side of the table. So you just build up this nice big board, draw 8 cards 2-3 times, whatever it may be, and then you just have a full setup. And then you go and start attacking. You have TM Devo, you have all of these things set up for you, and you have Counter Catcher working. It makes so much sense to go behind in these matchups, and thankfully on the other side from Hiroshi, he had nothing to really force any aggression and make Brandon have to play a little bit inopportune.
Well, let's hope we get to see more of Marnie's Grimmsnarl in our upcoming rounds or in Top Cut. We'll be right back with our round 14. Don't go anywhere.
Fear and loathed by many, it is believed to bring misfortune to all those who see it at night. It is said that when chased, it lures attackers onto the dark mountain trails where the foe will get lost.
Hey trainers, welcome to Pokémon Championships History, the series where we take a look at some of the most memorable and exciting matches in the past of the Pokémon Championships series. My name is Jeremy Jallon, and today I'll be talking about the 2017 Memphis Regional Championship Finals, where we had a clash of two of the best players that the TCG has to offer, Zul Garcia-Griego and Michael Pramawat.
Hello, I am Michael Pramawat. My name is Azul Garcia-Griego.
Even back in 2017, both of these players were no stranger to the finals table, with Azul having 4 regional wins to Michael's 6, the most at the time.
Who is your biggest rival?
Biggest rival? That's a tough one. Probably Michael Pramawat.
All right, yeah. My biggest rival would be Azul, Garcia Griego.
We always have good games when we play.
We play each other a lot in local events, and then
in the top 8s, top 4s in major tournaments. Most recently, we met in the finals of Memphis Regionals.
But at the end of the day, we have two familiar faces, Michael Pramawat and Azul Garcia Griego. These two players actually faced off in the top 4 at that San Jose Regional Championship not that long ago. And you know, Azul got the best of Pram in San Jose, so this is perhaps a bit of a grudge match.
Azul was using a deck based around the powerful attacks of Glycopod GX paired with the obnoxious Garbodor with its Garbotoxin ability to disrupt the ability-ridden field of the tournament. Pramawat, meanwhile, was using a deck centered around 3 Pokemon GX and their powerful abilities. Zoroark GX with its Trade, Lycanroc GX with its Bloodthirsty Eyes, and Tapu Lele GX with its Wonder Tag. Both Azul and Pramawat start with a Wonder Tag to search for a Bridget to get a bench set up. Azul is able to play down a Garbodor to start locking down abilities, but Michael has a quick Field Blower to start applying pressure early. Rising 2 Glycopod GX means Azul was focused on protecting the one he had, and thanks to the card Acerola, he was doing just that.
Acerola picking up that Glycopod GX and all the damage with it.
Garbotoxin, in combination with N, forces the game to slow down, and Azul jumps ahead on prizes once more. Michael responds with a Puzzle of Time, a unique item card that allows you to recover any resources if you have 2 copies, to bring back Field Blower and enable his abilities yet again. N disrupts Azul's hand once more, Pram's last.
What Azul draws off of these 2 could determine the outcome of this game.
And out of 3 cards, Azul has set up for the winning attack on the next turn.
And the Float Stone.
Michael top decks the last Field Blower in his deck, which gives him access to trade once more. The first trade finds another 2 copies of Puzzle of Time. This enables Pram to get a KO on the heavily damaged Glycopod GX with Guzma, and with no cards in hand, it is looking like the scale has shifted in Michael's favor, as he has the strong energy needed for the last KO and takes game 1.
Everything went Michael's way after a few turns in the middle that kind of looked iffy, and he's 1 game up in the finals now.
Game 2 starts off much better for Azul, having Wonder Tag for Bridget and the Glycopod GX and Garbodor with Floatstone to go along with it on the following turn. Pramawat finds himself with not much going on and struggles to get much of a bench going until a late Bridget finally gives Michael a full bench.
Typically you want that Bridget on the first turn of the game, not the third, but he'll take it either way.
Michael draws N to keep his hope of a comeback alive. A Field Blower allows Zoroark GX's trade to be used once again, but the draws don't find an energy for him to attack. Azul responds with another KO and sees himself 1 prize card away from tying it up. Pramawat is forced to pass the turn to an empty-handed Azul, who top decks a Guzma to clean up game 2, and they are off to their final game of the set.
Your boy comes in the clutch and cleans up game number 2.
In game 3, we see Pramawat to be the one starting off strong with a Bridget, as Azul just passes with a couple of Wimpod in play. Azul finally draws a Guzma and takes a KO with Glycopod GX, but he struggles to do much else. After managing a 1-hit KO with Dangerous Rogue GX, Michael is able to set up a 2-hit KO with Field Blower and is now in the lead 2 to 5 prizes. Azul finally plays the end that he has been holding on to and finds a tool for the Garbotoxin once more. Michael attacks back, forcing Azul to get the Glycopod GX out of the active spot with Crossing Cut GX. Crucially, Azul's last Guzma is in the prizes. Pramawat misses Guzma while Azul picks up the heavily damaged Glycopod GX and continues the pressure with First Impression. The last 2 Puzzle of Time allow Pramawat to switch up gears and go for 2 Guzma with the hopes of trapping the Garbodor in the active spot and deck Azul out. Azul looks at his hand and concedes, knowing the last card in his deck is of no help. Michael Pramawat nabs his 7th regional championship win and cements himself as one of the best to ever do it. 6 years later, both of these players found themselves placing 3rd and 4th at the Yokohama World Championships, with plenty of energy left in the tank for that inevitable finals rematch. Thanks for watching, and make sure to let us know your favorite competitive Pokemon TCG moments using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Chandelure haunts dilapidated mansions. It sways its arm to hypnotize opponents with the ominous dancing of the flames. The spirits, burned up in its flames, lose their way and wander this world forever.
Ooh, well, Sierra's got me feeling pretty spooky at this point, and we see a little more fear in the eyes of our competitors as we move forward to our final round here in phase number 2. It's going to be Swiss round 14. I'm Kyle Sablehouse. This is Pablo Meza. We are ready for one more match here to see who will make our top cut.
Yeah, and it's looking like there's potential for a huge asymmetrical top cut. Not quite more than 16 players. We'll have to see. Of course, natural ties could come into play to see what or who makes it all the way to the top. We do have some players, I think, guaranteeing their spot at this point in time. But yeah, there's still one more round to play for. These players are here to make it happen. All the pressure. What I don't want to see, Kyle, is a tie.
Yes. Yeah, well, if you don't see any ties, we will see the spookiest number. The 13 top cut players could be invited in. If we see all of those winners, we do have some updated standings to check out as we see who was able to win in that last round 13. There was a lot of big names facing off.
Yeah.
There was a little bit of tying going on, but ultimately we've got some big names still in it to win it here.
Yeah, I think you told me Tord could still make it through. I mean, I think even just looking at his updates on his social media, he had given up on himself and was rooting for the other Mega Absol players. But turns out he's still very much in the running. He's not showing up in this top 16 players, but I do believe he's sitting at 31 match points, so still has a chance to make it through.
Yes, he's been nowhere near the top of this, as we've seen. I believe it was 5-2-1 to get into phase number 2, and has won 5 straight games to move forward and have a chance. There's many other players at this point, though. However, it looks like 34 could be the spot where asymmetric cut takes place, which means Jackson Ford, Rowan Stavenow, Xander Perot, and Luke Smith, all with their IDs, will be moving forward. And maybe a few of those players don't have to take place in the asymmetric cut.
Yeah, Jackson, Rowan, and Xander could be the top 3 seeds heading into a tournament. We do have the possibility of other players catching up to 35 points, right, with Brandon, Serena, and McCanny and Nick. But yeah, 31 match points, all to play for these 2 players that we have on our match table.
Yes, we have our game ready to roll. Let's take it over to the table, see who our 2 competitors are as we move forward. And these are some familiar faces. Lance Bradshaw with a phenomenal run in Pittsburgh. Once again shows up. I believe started 1-2 at this tournament, if I'm not mistaken.
My
and
goodness.
has run the table 10-2-1 to make it to this final match of Swiss, up against one of the final bosses that we see at almost all of these events. Alex Szymanski always in the running, and he's running that Terrabox deck. How do you feel about this?
I mean, Terrabox, we saw it in the beginning of the day yesterday, right? His friend and teammate Joshua Frink showed that the deck is very powerful, but also the humongous HP that these Mega Pokemon are having doesn't seem to be quite achievable because of those Bravery Charms, because of those Lively Stadiums. However, in this matchup in particular, Dragapult at 320 is in range of Lily's Clefairy, is in range of the Gravity Mountain plus Pikachu EX combination. And the early game, there's a lot of small, low HP Pokemon that can be taken out by the Wellspring Ogre Pond.
This should be a lot of fun. Let's see what our prizes look like. Blood Moon at the top, that won't be relevant. Few energies to go along with this, and 1 copy of Hoot Hoot. On the other side, for Cloak and a Dusclops, 1 Luminous Energy of the likely 7. A couple of those supporter cards.
Those Professor Energy are
0405.
0405.
Lance
wow.
Bradshaw was not around in 0405.
Yeah.
maybe he was just born.
Yeah, so Alex really with the fancy looking energies. As you mentioned, Kyle, not too much impactful prize. I mean, everything that you prize is impactful, but with extra copies, the energies on Alex's side could come into play, but he has the Sparkling Crystal to compensate for any lack of the right energy.
Okay, well, we're sparkling on this side of the table. Alex Szymanski has the drip. Ultra Ball throwing away a lot more, and he's going to get things started here. See some Hoot Hoots moving. You know what that means. Fan Rotom.
Fan Rotom, Wellspring Ogerpon immediately threatening the bench. We see no Shaman. Oh, no, we actually do see Shaman on Lance's side of the field. I mean, well, not yet, but it is in the deck list. So if Lance is able to find that Shaman on the first turn, he has Ultra Balls, he has a copy of Nest Ball. There isn't any Artisan really, so finding it is not easy. And I think part of the reason why we haven't seen a lot of Shaman despite the resurgence of Wellspring Ogerpon is because of that pesky 80 HP. Having more HP is actually a detriment because you cannot use Body Puffin for that Shaman.
Yeah, so often that is the card you want to use. Get things rolling. We do see some energies flying through over on this side of the board now. And for Alex, he's got a pretty solid setup, but he's in for some bad news. If Lance has a nice setup, he can protect against these energy placements on the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon. Really make it just a Torrential Pump 3 for 100. That's not where you want to be.
We see a Drippy off the top for Lance, and he does have the Ultra Ball available right now, so he could immediately shut down this pressure from Torrential Pump if he chooses to go for it. He's considering what to Ultra Ball for. I am sure we are going to see the Shaman here.
Yes, it's very helpful in this matchup specifically. I know we've talked a lot about Psyduck and its placement in protecting against some matchups. We don't see that here this time around on Alex's side. It's a spot where you don't get punished for playing the Duskull, Dusclops, Dusknoir, and Lance actually taking advantage of that bench placement with the Shaman now.
Shaman about to hit the field. It's being brought to the forefront of the deck. Wow, hesitating a little bit. Does have a Lily to follow this up, so you have plenty of Body Puffins, you have plenty of other stuff. I feel like in this spot, if you whiff on the Itchy Pollen item lock, you're completely fine, because shutting down Torrential Pump means Alex will not be able to get to prize cards next turn. There's no way to like canceling Cologne on that Shaman. That's no longer an option for a while now. So we see the attachment, we see the Lilies, and now we could see Itchy Pollen, we could see the Flower Curtain protection. Alex already in a lot of trouble, despite there only being one turn played so far.
And look at this from Lance as well. The Psychic Energy. Sometimes we see players leaning over on the Latios, using that as a way to switch this Pokemon, but so important to see that turn 1 item lock. Wants to take 0 chances trying to find that Latios, would rather lose the energy attachment for turn. Looks like will be rewarded just fine with a nice big setup.
Puffin for a couple extra Dreepies, I'm sure. And his hand was not looking too great, but he did find a follow-up Lilies to this. So we're certainly going to see the retreat into the Itchy Pollen just further limit whatever Alex can potentially do. And I mean, do you commit your, because the water energy is priced, do you commit your Sparkling Crystal and another attachment to deal 100 damage to a body, or do you two-hit KO the body with Sob? It feels like a lose-lose for Alex.
Oh, yes, it's a really rough place to be, and for Alex as well, it's those 2 energies in the prize card. Every one of those resources can be so precious, and it's a really tough decision to make. If you have access to Crispin, maybe you can switch over to a different plan. We've seen players lean on something like that Flareon and trying to get the ball rolling, but that's just a lot to ask of your deck right now. Maybe it is just take a KO when you see it.
I think the biggest deal here for Alex is that he chose to discard the boss off of the Ultra Ball, right? Which I think is an indication that he didn't know of the Shaman over on Lance's side. If he knew, probably keeps that boss, and sure, this turn you still commit to what he's doing, but you play the boss and knock out the Shaman. Especially now that Lance discarded an Ice Stretcher with his own Ultra Ball, making recovering the Shaman a lot harder, and therefore if your opponent's not playing Rare Candy, now you threaten with a Torrential Pump for 2 prizes a turn afterwards.
Alex will take that into considerations for future games, but this time around has to work on his feet and work quickly. does have an interesting card in hand with that Iron Bundle. If you ever wanted to move that Pokemon and tack into maybe a more considerable target on the other side of the table, but we'll hold on to that resource for another turn.
To see Drippy up top, we see an Ultra Ball for Lance. Could grab something like a Dracloak to start establishing his board. That Shaman just providing so much protection at this point in time. Now, because of Lily, a lot of these Dragapult players are playing less Night Stretchers, right? They have less discard, less harsh discards off of Professor's Research and whatnot, so they are cutting down on the Night Stretchers. One is down. And I think this is why usually you would see like the Blood Moon getting discarded quite quickly, but because one Night Stretcher is prized and one has already been played, if you discard the Blood Moon, for example, then you no longer have access to it until the very end of the game with your one Night Stretcher. So I think Lance being very conservative, very accurate with his discard pile, and just switching gears here by not going too aggressive.
Yeah, there's a lot to consider here from Lance as we now see this Lily's Determination to refill the hand. There's a recon directive to go along with this, but a double-edged sword with the Shaman as the bench spaces start to get rough. You'd like to have a Latias to free retreat, move this Dreepy, but you can't swap into a Badoo. There's no place for this Pokemon here anymore, so you lose another energy attachment potentially, or you give up on that item lock strategy. Pablo, what do you feel comfortable going with here now?
I think it's fine to not go this hard into the Badoo. Like, what item are you really limiting at this point? Ultra Ball, perhaps, to stop another Noctowl. And what is Noctowl accomplishing? I mean, maybe getting a Crispin to power up the Mew, which you'll probably want to target anyways if it has any energy, with a counter catch or Boss's Order. So I think the item log definitely doesn't have any sort of priority. I think getting an energy down onto a Dracloak, opening or easing off the pressure on finding your one copy of Neo Upper Energy or a Hilda in order to search for it. And wow.
That's a tempting card. The Jamming Tower is seen there. I mean, for Alex, it's still a pretty sizable hand, but with that water energy in the prize cards, you just don't have access to a relevant attack anymore if you can shut off this crystal for more than a turn.
Now, it seems like Lance is going to favor that Badoo, so really trying to slow any sort of Noctowl pressure, searching for a boss to deal with a Shaman, or, I mean, if you end up attaching an energy somewhere and it gets pressured with the boss, then you're back to square one, but no item lock. So, Itchy Pollen, it's all about the Itchy Pollen this weekend. We see the counter catcher to make it harder for Alex to deal with the Badoo. We also see the Jamming Tower, so Wellspring can only sob right now.
Well, Alex on cue moved the Gravity Mountain over to the top of his hand as I was talking about Jamming Tower. I might want to check that headset, buddy, but he's got the answer. The problem that he does have, however, is this Noctowl is stuck, and you don't have too many great answers right now. It's you're losing out on energies, attacking into this Badoo. It seems like everything Lance wants you to do.
We're going to see that Gravity Mountain hit the board. I think a simple attach retreat KO is going to be the play. Now, because of that 10 damage onto the Wellspring, though, it is in range of the Phantom Dive. So if Lance has a Hilda or just has the Neo Upper Energy, could still prove very problematic. And I guess we're committing the energy somewhere else as we search for that Balloon.
Yes, as the Jamming Tower is now stopped, you have that opportunity. There is the Professor Turos, which seems like a similar answer, but if you don't go with a Boss's Orders in this spot, then you go that route instead. What do you think you should go with here, Pablo? You could go Air Balloon, Boss's Orders, take a nicer, cleaner KO on Dracloak, or you like the Turo here?
I like the Turo. It lets you get 2 Hood next turn to make it a little bit harder for your opponent to take both of them down, giving you access to Noctowl. Of course, there's still the threat of Counter Catcher, Boss's Orders, and that Cursed Blast because there is no Damp Psyduck to stop that. However, we're going to go for the Crispin. Are these energies getting put onto the Noctowl? Are we getting an energy attachment onto a Mew? This is definitely a deviation here.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this. Hawlucha is a card. There is one Hoot Hoot. There is a Gravity Mountain in play. There's nothing. There's no future Noctowl afterwards if this Pokemon were to be KO'd. This is a really dangerous spot here.
Very dangerous. I think Alex just really worried about that 1 damage counter on the
here we go.
Wellspring. And yeah, I guess we're gonna speed wing for the knockout, Kyle.
All right. Well, sometimes you torrential pump and don't discard. Sometimes you speed wing. These are what you do to make it to round 14 and try to stay in the game. Lance loves to see this, however. He's given up 2 easy prize cards, is building up a nice big hand now. Still looking for the Neo, but I think we saw that Hilda.
Yeah, there's a Hilda in hand. We are guaranteed the search for Neopper and the Dragapult. So I think you want to get the most impactful knockout that you can at this point. And I think the Hawlucha is also already in the hand, and if not, there's an Ultra Ball to go search for it.
It's in hand. Yep. Yeah. It's going to fly off the top rope, and it's going to be a dangerous spot here for Alex. Did not cash in on that chance. And now Hoot Hoot is in a lot of trouble. Lance in for some great news. He knows his prize cards. He's going to get a reminder here. He's got everything he needs.
No need to give up a prize card with Cursed Blast to take down this Hoot Hoot. We're just going to see that flying press, I have to imagine. Now, does have an Ultra Ball left over as well. Could establish the Dusclops, yet go for the Hawlucha, or quite simply give himself extra draw with the Fez, but it will be the Dusclops this time around.
Yeah, seems nice to get that Pokemon into play. Maybe have Dusknoir for a future turn. Just cleans up on some of these Pokemon that might be slightly out of range, that surprise Eevee evolution that comes down at times. And here is the press. 60 hit points remaining on each of these Pokemon. You see how the math lines up beautifully. Goodbye, Hoot Hoot. We'll see you later.
Yeah, if you have double Hoot Hoot on the bench, I mean, Alex had enough energy to just take the KO with Fan Rotom and gives himself a chance to have access to Noctowl this turn, right? And now, sure, he has another Crispin. He has a Nest Ball. I think he top-decked one of those because he searched for Crispin and Turo, right? So he might have top-decked the Crispin at this point. He can respond with Clefairy, which is very impactful.
That's a beautiful response. Not much else to consider at this point in time. You see the energies ready to go. It's how many energies are left in the deck is the only thing that's got me a little nervous.
Yeah, it could be. Oh my gosh, there's no energy. There's no energy. The 2 energies prized and the energies that got utilized for Noctowl and the 2 energies that are stuck here.
Hello?
Yeah, there's no energy left in the deck. We have 2 in hand, 2 in discard, 2 in prizes, 2 on the board. Pretty even distribution of the energies at this point in time. We have to rely on the 1 Supra to get us there.
Fez for Rod. This is where you have to go at this point. There's just nothing else to do. Alex throws his hands and says, we just got to hope. I mean, the Rod's already gone. Where do you go from here?
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. You can't. Yeah. And I mean, and you needed a follow-up Nest Ball as well. I guess Energy Switch is a way you could maybe go about this, right? Which is where you would really like a backup Hoot Hoot to be able to Jewel Seeker for the cards you need.
Unbelievable. We see the Iron Bundle. The Dragapult is not being handled this turn. Neo Upper Energy lives to fight another day. Dracloak brought into the active spot. Wow. Big sigh of relief for Lance now.
Interesting to go into the Dracloak instead of the Hawlucha. I have to wonder why that is. I mean, what value does Hawlucha offer?
Fan Rotom for a free prize card on a struggling turn. Maybe that's the only thing you consider there. Just a couple extra hit points.
Yeah, possibly. See a Buddy Puffin fail by Alex. And sure, he's going to be able to take a knockout this turn, be ahead in the prize cards, but this will just give Lance counter-catcher possibilities. And there is a Mew in play. So there is a world where Lance could go Dusknoir, put 130 damage onto the Mew, and take a 4-prize turn right now.
We see that there's a Turo used, and it did not pick up Mew. It picked up the Fan Rotom. Wanted to give up that single prize option for Lance, but Lance might not be eyeing that. He could just have the answer.
Yeah.
He is a... Well, not even a retreat. This is a knockout, unless it's Sob stalling. Nope, he's a Dusknoir away.
Dusknoir plus counter-catcher wins the game.
It's in the discard pile. It was discarded earlier on. Night Stretcher is there, found off of the prize cards. He's got it all. This evolution,
there you
this
go.
Curse Blast, Mew is gone, and we see a 4-prize turn for Lance Bradshaw.
Don't even need the counter catcher. Boss's orders. Pretty decisive win. That Crispin top deck for Alex did nothing really. And yeah, Lance wins game 1. We do have an update from the field, right, Kyle?
Tord Reklev did win his match in a pretty quick fashion, it looks like. Aban Ahmed also winning versus Ryuki Okada. Carson Washer taking down Callie White. So these are just a few of our names that will be joining the likes of Jackson Ford, Xander Perot, Rowan Stavenow, and Luke Smith in the asymmetric top cut. Looks like we could have a few great players added on top of this, and Lance Bradshaw looking to make sure his name is also included.
Yeah, both of these players could join everyone you just mentioned into that top cut. Wonder what adaptations we will see from Alex. That Turo versus Crispin decision was tough, though.
Yeah, it was really detrimental, losing out on that Hoot Hoot. Attacking with the Noctowl. I understand that sometimes you need to get creative to take those KOs, but it just seems like he's fighting from behind too often, and his resource management just was unfortunate to see how awkward it had to be.
All right, we're gonna get this game 2 started. Alex does get to go first once again by his choice. I think he top-decked an Eevee into a very awful hand filled with a lot of evolutions. Triple Noctowl in hand, but no Fan Rotom or Nest Ball or Ultra Ball to go with it.
That's unbelievable. Just nothing to work with here. Leans into the boosted evolution of Eevee, throws the hit points in the active spot, and is going to hold on. Missing out on Fan Rotom is rough, but is this hand much better? There's a ton of basic Pokemon.
Yeah, no supporter either. I think Alex is just hoping for an Iono from Lance, but Lance doesn't even have anything at all to work with. He's going to have a very full bench. 2 Ionos prized.
You gotta be kidding me. For Lance, this is pretty rough too. The Latias removing around these Pokemon. No more. One of those 2 copies of Night Stretchers, the boss's orders. For Alex, he'd love to see that Lily's Determination. Even a Crispin to get the ball rolling and attack on, but this is going to be a pretty goofy game 2 setup.
Yeah, both players with very awkward setups. Both players essentially in top deck mode, which is never where you want to be at if you are a Pokemon player, really. Lance has the energy available, chooses to play it down, and will go for the Itchy Pollen. Kind of wish we were holding on to that energy just for a little bit. It's very susceptible now, and you know you're not doing much until you top deck something, right? So a little vulnerable. Oh,
Nest Ball is found into the Itchy Pollen. There's not even an energy to work with this. And Lance is zooming through. He has nothing to do. Neither does Alex. We are moving at lightning speed here. Nest Ball is found. You don't need that. We're back to Itchy Pollen. Alex sees not an energy. It's a boss's orders.
Onto the Dust Gloves, forcing the prize card or giving himself a chance at item cards and playing down that Hoot Hoot. What are we seeing? We never see turns this fast, Kyle.
Oh, this is wild to think about. But yes, here is a prize card for Alex. He is rewarded with a Pokemon. No, a boss's orders. Boss's orders gives him bosses. And he misses out on that Lily Scafari in a pretty important matchup for now, at least. Is there another energy? There is, but it's not the right one.
Not the right energy. There's a boss onto the Dreepy.
Get back here.
Yep. Can we see a Nest Ball for Latias against an Iono at the top?
That's the only one you don't want.
And you're down 2 in the prize cards too, so the chance of drawing an Iono are way lower than drawing a Lily's Determination off the top. No. I don't think you play it. I think you just keep on with the Itchy Pollen here.
There's nothing to worry about in this spot. The only issue you have now is Dreepy is in the active, but if you can move this Pokemon, Itchy Pollen seems like a pretty solid line.
Apparently, Lance told Alex, all right, I got an Iono for us, so the friendship Iono.
Wow. Oh, restoring everybody's faith in humanity as we saw 7 turns fly like nothing.
Right, Lance playing even super conservatively, just going for the Shaman, right? When there's no Wellspring, no Hoot Hoot, no access to it. I think this is another
this
choice.
Is
wow.
Unbelievable.
3
what
Lilies.
Is that?
3 Lilies and an Iono. There's all the supporters, Kyle.
Okay, well, you found Wondercloak. Can it turn into 2? There were a few discards. Oh, it's just the Duskull line.
We're going to miss on the item lock because we didn't go. Oh, the Latias is priced. Never mind.
Oh, there's Night Stretcher. There's not an energy, though. It's just the Duskull. There is a missed item lock. Alex, rewarded with Iono, sees fire energy.
Oh,
and funny enough, he doesn't have any items he wants to play now.
Found the fire, though. Found the Hoot. Doesn't have Noctowl anymore. They're all at the bottom, right? But he'll be able to attack now. He'll be able to get the Wellspring powered up if he wants to. Could just go for the Pikachu.
There's definitely a game of Pokemon happening at this point, and he's got the Terras. He's protecting himself with one active, one benched. He's got an answer if things get a little wild, but Hoot needs to restore our faith. This is a troublesome place to be.
2 cards off the top, another Nestwell to establish second Hoot. I have to imagine, right?
Yeah.
There we go. So now Alex's board is looking a lot better, and Lance didn't get too much help off the first Iono, but he will have a Lilies to follow this up, and could potentially finally go into the Dragapult since we do have the Dracloak with the Neopera available.
Well, now with the Burning Charge of Flareon, we see the KO there on the Dreepy and some energies that likely are going to make their way over to the Wellspring Ogerpon. It never seems great for you when you see Shaman, but this was the Pokemon he targeted down. Just wants that basic answer to taking out Dracloaks, I suppose.
Yeah, that Mew with 1 energy is such a big threat, though, right? And he just got Lily's Clefairy off the prize cards and has energy switch in hand. So if Lance commits to a Dragapult, Alex could have the immediate response. And that's great for Alex, right? But a big difference from the previous game is the fact that Lance now has an extra energy down, right? If Alex responds to a Neopera Dragapult, gets the KO, and there's no energy in play, then there's no way Lance responds other than with Blood Ursaluna. But now, because there's that extra energy, Lance can have back-to-back Dragapults to keep disrupting Alex's board and keep up with the KOs.
Yeah, the prize exchanging seems like it would go in Lance's favor at that point then. After you lose the Badoo, your opponent's down to 3 prize cards remaining. Hopefully you chain that into drawing the Ionos out of the prize cards. The Cloak has the Neo. Where is the Dragapult if you're trying to go quick?
I think we found out an Ultra Ball. One play we do have is to potentially go Hawlucha, 1 damage counter here, 1 damage counter here, and get a 3 prize turn, knocking out a lot of the Pokemon that Alex can use to recover from a low card Iono. The question is, do you go for it? Because that Mew is looking very scary.
I mean, with the damage that we see on the Mew, if there ever were to be a Dusknoir as well, you can see the prizes starting to add up on that side.
Don't think we found either Dragapult or Hawlucha, so we're just going to have to Ultra Ball for 1, and it will be the Dragapult. Not taking a KO also means Fezandipity doesn't activate, and that's also a pretty good thing to consider and play around. But those double Hoot are looking very scary, Kyle.
Yeah, it's a rough place to be. See, your opponent was struggling, but now instead up 2 prize cards. You see 5 energy on board in a deck that plays energy switch. The cards can start to shift around. Lily's Clefairy can surprise you out of nowhere. And this is something you just have to continue to play into as Dragapult. You have 1 true weakness in Lily's Clefairy, but you have to take that chance.
We have the counter catcher. Do we want to target something else, or are we just happy hitting into the Flareon? There's not a really big threat to our Dragapult itself. Can our Dreepy get played down?
This does play around your opponent having the Lily's Clefairy if you leave the bench spaces closed off.
Yeah, attacking into the Fez or attacking into Flareon means there's no extra bench space and force your opponent to have the area 0, right, for the Clefairy. Now, we do know Alex's hand is not ideal. I don't think he has access to a Noctowl just yet.
Wow. Completely avoiding the Hoot in this spot. Wants to take the 3 prize cards from these EX Pokemon. And what do we see here? It's Noctowl to get things rolling. This Turo might be better than the last one we saw.
Noctowl off the top, energy switch in hand. We could see the Fez completely recovered and Lilith Clefairy take a knockout, or Mew take a knockout actually, and potentially take out the Duskull as well.
Yes, it's getting to a very dangerous point in this game. Fezandipity completely saved, 200 damage taken off of the board here. And Alex, he can really pretty much do whatever he wants at this point. The Hoot Hoot is protected. The damage wasn't placed there either. So much to consider now.
There's the Area Zero. There's the Fez. There's the Lily Clefairy. There's the energy switch. Now we're even going to see a restart for 3.
Another Hoot Hoot would be phenomenal, but let's not press our luck. Pretty solid turn here with the Noctowl. Gets the job done. Copying now with the genome hacking, taking that great attack and leaning into the Bidoof.
Yeah, taking out the Bidoof instead of the Duskull. Doesn't want to deal with item lock shenanigans, slowing him down whatsoever. Now the Duskull can evolve and protect from a future Phantom Dive, but I guess Alex is just not counting on being able to copy Phantom Dive ever again.
Maybe item lock would be a little troublesome given there's already 6 energies on the board and use your Turo. You just don't want to sit here and watch a game go to time in this instance. If you're down a game, you have 24 minutes remaining. You have to close out here with prize cards.
No Iono found 4 lands off the Recon Directive, so there's not going to be any sort of disruption.
There are none.
No, yeah.
There's got nothing else. The Ionos are waiting in the prize cards for him that he just cannot find.
The way he spread the damage means Mew is not in range of Phantom Dive damage counters, and therefore he has to attack into the active, making it like a very ineffective use of the 200 damage. And 6 damage counters doesn't KO anything because we didn't place any damage onto that Hoot Hoot previously.
Yeah, it was a big risk, but it could have had a big reward to go along with it. The Noctowl saved the day. So now he will put a little damage onto that Hoot Hoot. But 2 prize cards, neither of them which being Iono, are pretty brutal.
Right, lots of energy in hand and in play here for Alex. We're going to draw 1 with Teal Dance. We're going to draw 3 more. There's Super Rod. I think we have Crispin in hand, which means Lilith Clefairy is live and will be able to Full Moon Rondo, KO Dragapult, and send us to a Game 3, Kyle.
Oh, he's got it all. It's so nice to see here. Crispin closes it out, and we have 22 minutes remaining before we get into this Game 3. Both players showing us what their deck can't do, which is just draw pass for so many turns. Sure enough, that Iono changed everything.
I'm like Alex, I'm pretty sure he saw his hand with triple Noctowl and Mew, and he was ready to give up at that point. Top deck the EV, retreated, evolved immediately thanks to a booster evolution, and passed. Under item lock, I mean, Lance had 1 Dracloak established before the Iono, right? So I don't know if that Iono was a little preemptive. It's like with the information that you have, you can probably take it a little bit slower, but let's take a look at everything that happened in this game.
Yeah, we had plenty of turns, but these were the impactful ones. This boss's orders brought up the Dusclops, which gave up that first prize, which really unfolded everything here for Alex. He found another boss, slowed things down a little bit further, and it led to these energies exploding onto the board. Noctowls found off the top deck, and you just have too much going for you at this point. Lance tried to fight back, 6-1 prizes. He's had a lot of work ahead of him, but no need. Super Rod Crispin is going to get the job done.
And it felt like Lance's game to lose after his opponent had such a mediocre start. He had a mediocre start as well, but he had a full bench full of everything that he could hope for, right? It was just a matter of time, whereas Alex needed to find Hoot Hoots and bench them without playing items. But eventually, that Iono proved to be detrimental for Lance. So we have Game 3 starting our way. Now, Alex chose to go second. No, sorry. Wait, who? Lance chose to go first?
I guess. I don't know. That's a Halucha, and that's a pass.
Yeah.
And that's a transformative start ditto in the active. Yeah, Alex is absolutely rolling right now. There's energy, there's Crispin. This is looking pretty nice.
It seems like Alex's prize cards this time around are a little bit kinder. We do have a boss's orders, but everything else we have extra copies of. And if you're going to prize any energy, you're happy for it to be the grass energy, which you have multiple copies of. Everything else is a one-off. Whereas over on Lance's side, he has not only a Dracloak prize, but also 2 copies of Lilith.
Wow, I'm pretty speechless to the start of going first in this instance. You just walk into the first KO, all of the pressures now placed over on you to keep the ball rolling. The transformative start into the fan rotom with a stadium is a KO on this Hawlucha.
Do we have the stadium, Kyle?
We'll have to find out. I'd have to assume with this active fan rotom, there's something rolling here.
We're seeing a turn 1 Crispin, so we're going to get energy down on the rotom. Perhaps even Sob the Hawlucha could be a decent strategy. That means you're not getting item lock next turn as well. All right, 2 energy off the Crispin. Fire to the active. Yeah, we're going to see the Sob. That means no Itchy Pollen next turn to see the attachment of the water. And there we go. Sob. That Hawlucha is stuck in the active. We see Shaman off the top.
You gotta be kidding me.
And Iono over Lily being chosen here.
That's surprising too, as your opponent's off to a fairly solid start. You pretty much already saw all the bad news of the Hoot Hoots, and you have to expect that they'll have a little bit of an answer, but giving them a new hand when you could see 8 cards with that struggling board is surprising.
Yeah, you're taking away 1 Noctowl guaranteed, sure, but you know your opponent has at least 2 more, probably 3. And because you're sobbed into the active, you will not be able to Itchy Pollen away the Ultra Balls, for example. So, yeah, I think 8 cards here, especially Iono is like very good in the later stages of the game. Now you have 1 less. We'll have to see how Lance plays this out and if it ends up working out for him.
Well, it did reward him with a Buddy Poffin to throw a few more Pokemon onto the bench. Has that Duskull and Dreepy now added. Where do you go from here? The energy to retreat this Hawlucha, well, you can't because you're stuck with the Sob. You're not getting the Itchy Pollen. Just likely spreading energies onto Dreepies and trying to build up some semblance of a board, but doesn't feel great. All the initiatives forced back over to Alex now. It is just a pass.
Yeah, Lance does have a pretty strong follow-up to this. Now, Alex, does he choose to keep attacking with Sob, buy himself time to have an even stronger board, or does he just start applying pressure with Torrential Pump?
Well, now with the Noctowl found, there's a little more to look forward to. Area 0 under depths being targeted. Fill up with a nice full board here. Sometimes we do see this on the other side, as if Lance does find his Dragapult, he'll have his Terra Pokemon in play and get to surprise us with a few extra Pokemon on the bench, which would be nice in a deck that has cards like Shaman.
All right, there's the Latias for more mobility. Maybe we now go into the Fenrotom for the knockout. We burn the Buddy Puffin, and then we go Lily, 8 fresh new cards, and a world of options for Alex here.
Yeah, as far as everything else you want to see from this board, just leaving that last bench space open. You could see Mew EX if you want the Lily's Clefairy. You usually hold on to, as you don't want to reveal that card, but making yourself a little more Iono-proof as the prize cards start to fall would be ideal.
Now we do have some updates from the field. It seems like a ban has defeated Ryuki, marking his 3rd straight back-to-back top 8 cuts. We also have Tord winning over RJ Squires, so he will be in that asymmetrical top cut. And then Carson Washer beating Callie White.
Yeah, a lot of big names added to our asymmetric cut here now. And with this prize card, Alex trying to get 1 step closer. Sees the Night Stretcher. And now Lance needs to make something happen. We see the defensive counter catcher, the research losing some resources, and this hand is going nowhere fast, but Ultra Ball is found.
No Dracloak. I mean, there is an Ultra Ball, but it's going to be a costly one on top of the discard that research just offered. We can Itchy Pollen finally here try to buy a little bit of time. Energy gets discarded as well. This Recon Directive basically needs to find another Drag Cloak, or we're in a lot of trouble here.
Yes, chaining these Pokemon would be ideal here. Seen so many cards that aren't Drag Cloak. Badoo is one of those now added to the board. The retreat isn't as bad having the Neo upper energy in hand, but you have to expect that a double Dracloak is the only way you stick around in this point. One boss's orders clears you out. Oh, and he does find it.
Goodness, immediate grab of the Reconrective and third. He doesn't even look at the other card. Wow.
There's no other card that we need to see.
And finds a Lily of the third Reconrective. This could not have worked out any better for Lance. I mean, now he's going to be 2 prizes down, sure, as long as Alex has an energy to attach and retreat. But committing the Neo Upper is an interesting choice. If Alex has energy, but actually, that's not enough to take a KO on the Dracloak.
Yeah, it may just be safe at this point with how the energies are placed.
Yeah.
It would have to be, what, a sparkling crystal? And yeah, even then you can't get this. Well, you can. Yeah, you can't move this Pokemon, the Noctowl's evolution. This is.
You would need Herballoon, right? Herballoon could do it.
Yeah.
But I don't see it in hand, and there's no Noctowl in hand either, so Lance will definitely have a big sigh of relief here with the Crispin getting played. That means no boss's orders and Shaman. Shaman's such a key component in this match. If Shaman was not in Lance's deck, I would say Alex would be in prime position to just completely take over this game.
Yeah, the Wellspring would just be taking over with the Torrential Pump, just knocking out Pokemon left and right, and don't see that this time around. Instead, few energies, grass to the Noctowl to move this Pokemon, but may just be a simple answer of Fan Rotom, KO on Badoo, and move on.
Yeah, I think that's what we're about to see. I like the energy on the Mew, preemptively preparing for that Clefairy Phantom Dive copy knockout that we saw in the previous game. Alex now going to take the Assault Landing, get himself ahead, and his board's looking pretty good, but there is a world where Lance could KO both Hoots at the same time and make it awkward for Alex to find all the pieces that he needs.
Yeah, just one of those Pokemon with 70 hit points is enough to slow things down. 10 damage from a Hawlucha. If you bring that Pokemon back, a Dusk Glops would be pretty costly, but could help you out as well. We do see Lilies, we do see Counter Catcher. There's still a lot to be found here.
Yeah, Counter Catcher is great. We have exhausted one of the others that we do run a total of 3. Now, could take down the Mew immediately this turn. We are missing the Dragapult itself, though.
Okay, well, after identifying how many cards are in hand, Lance wants to dig a little further before Lilies. Wants to see that Iono, I suppose, now. And can he find it? No.
No Iono. Could Nest Ball for Serendipity. That could be an extra 3 cards. Does keep that Nest Ball. We're going to see the Ultra Ball. I have to imagine this is establishing the Dragapult, right? Of course, you would maybe want the Dust Gloves. You would maybe want the Hawlucha to take down both of the Hoots. But if you get the Hawlucha, place the damage down, and then you miss the Dragapult, that feels really, really bad.
It'd have to be the Night Stretcher to help out. The way that the cards have flown this game, but Lily's Determination could help find some more cards. And the Counter Catcher onto the Mew, a great call here. You can remove a little bit more of that Psychic Presence that could be turned Fairy with the Lily's Clefairy.
So Lily's Determination has been played. That means Alex gets to keep his huge hand, which does contain a Nest Ball, does contain a Night Stretcher. The big card missing could be the Noctowl, though. I'm not sure if I saw that available.
Yeah, we didn't see Noctowl played previously, and now we see all the Iono for Lance. He's taking a big risk by promoting this Dragapult, but seems like a solid time to do so. You have Night Stretcher to take out the Hawlucha. You would only cash in on one Hoot, and at that point, maybe you just don't go for it.
Yeah. Knocking out both, pretty impactful. Knocking out one, pretty mediocre. So keep the resource. You don't know if you're going to need to Night Stretcher back the Dragapult, Night Stretcher back any of the Dusknoir pieces, or we can just go ahead and do it and Do completely what we were thinking of not doing.
Maybe this is a 10 damage to Hoot Hoot with 70, 10 to the Fan Rotom. Still take the KO, but have that 10 damage on a Pokemon that you could work into another big KO later on.
I mean, Lance did find another counter catcher. Maybe there's a world where he goes after both anyways and changes his play. Oh, maybe he didn't find it. Never mind. He could have sworn I saw it in his hand. So yeah, just 3 price turn, not too shabby.
Yeah, big knockout there. Alex did not have his hand disrupted. Has free retreat. Plenty of energy in play and has a pretty easy answer lined up with Lily's Clefairy. However, we don't see the energy switching or the Crispin just yet.
See the Nest Ball to start us off. There's the Lily's Clefairy, so we are most likely going to knock out this Dragapult, but we might need a little help from Flip the Script.
Yeah, plenty of cards in the hand. Psychic Energy there as well, so even if it weren't to be Crispin, that energy switch would do just fine in this spot. Plenty of cards that could help out in here. Anything that leads to Noctowl gets the job done. There's even a wacky world where Counter Stadium could help out. You could move that Noctowl, then Night Stretcher back onto Hoot Hoot.
Big 3 cards here from Flip the Script, though. Alex just deciding whether he wants to play the other Nest Ball to thin an extra resource, whether he needs to keep it available. Yep, there we see the Nest Ball getting played, just maximizing your chances. 1 extra card from the deck. Doesn't seem like it's too impactful, but every card you take out of your deck slightly increases your chances of finding the right card at the right time, which in this case is either Ultra Ball or Noctowl or a single energy switch.
It's a game-breaking turn here. You need to pull out all the stops, every percentage point, lean it over, flip the script, finds Ultra Ball. That is Noctowl.
Double Ultra Ball events. Like, you know, you need this? Sure. Here's 2 just in case.
And with the way the prize map unfolds here, Alex will go down to 2 prize cards remaining. Holding on to that other Ultra Ball doesn't seem like the worst idea if you need to find that last Pokemon to help out. But with this bench, the way that it's played out, it's pretty much locked in on this board.
Yep, that Gravity Mountain will let you shuffle things up a little bit. I mean, I guess you get rid of all 3 single prize Pokemon. Just make it so your opponent, despite being at 3 prizes, has to deal with 2 of your 2 prize Pokemon.
Yeah, it seems like it'd be difficult, but with the Dusclops there, Dusknoir opens up a few different avenues to find some help. Do you see the Gravity Mountain, single prize Pokemon to the discard pile now? Lily's Clefairy has the KO lined up on the Dragapult, even with all of those Pokemon being moved. The Rondo is just way too strong at this point.
And I mean, yeah, even the Dragapult has less HP just because of the Gravity Mountain, right? It's now sitting at 290. Lilith will do more than enough, but it's all on Lance's side. All he needs is a Dusknoir, a Dragapult, an Energy, and a Gusting Effect, and he will be able to take a 4 prize turn, knocking out both of these Pokemon. So can he find all the pieces? There's Dusknoir in the discard pile and a Night Stretcher utilized last turn. There's only 2 copies of Night Stretcher. Can he get everything he needs, Kyle?
I don't see the cards just yet. He's going to look for the help on this hand initially.
Boss is one of the pieces.
He's the wrong energy if he wants to attack with the Dragapult, though.
Luminous is no help because the 2 Luminous energies would cancel each other out.
Pablo, do you ever shift gears? You've got Blood Moon Ursaluna, you've got Luminous, you've got Iono. You could attack with this Pokemon, take a KO, and look at this board. It's not pretty.
There's nothing really to deal with that. There's the wow Counter Catcher found now. I mean, Counter Catcher, Iono, it's only 3 cards, not great. Counter Catcher Lily is a big ask. Like, you're putting a lot of pressure on yourself to find what you need. Does keep the Counter Catcher, though. Is it Counter Catcher KO Fez with the Iono, maybe? Then Full Moon Rondo doesn't do enough to KO the Blood Moon. But then you have a problem yourself of getting the Blood Moon out of play, picking it up. It can't attack again. to remove energy and give your opponent the 3 extra cards off the knockout.
We've not seen Sparkling Crystal this game. That may be a consideration here after the Jamming Tower 2, Air Balloon, those type of cards. But it is Blood Moon Ursaluna time.
Yep.
Luminous Energy ready to roll. You have to expect Iono. Is this also where you throw in Dusclops? I mean, you could put your opponent on 1 card. It's... where do you go here?
Well, we've committed the energy. No Iono, so we're going to keep the Fez in play, and we are going to take away the attacker, which I don't mind doing that for sure. See 3 cards, and one of them is the Professor Turo and another energy, so we can get back-to-back attacks with the Blood Moon Ursaluna. So if Alex doesn't find game next turn, which I don't think there's a way, he needs to promote the Pikachu, but then...
Look at this! He found the crystal and he's Jamming Towered.
Oh my gosh.
It's just a few of those attacks you potentially could lean into now are gone. Earthen Vessel to look for some energy, but this board does not have a Mew. It is a lone Fez to build up this hand. Where do you go from here?
Oh my goodness.
The energy typing to E-switch onto a Pikachu, I don't see that on board just yet.
We need Suprod and Crispin to maybe have a chance with the Pikachu, I guess. Did we already play
Sparkling
Suprod?
Crystal into different stadium. There's a lot that needs to happen here.
No help off the top from Pheasantipity. We have an energy. We can still Teal Dance once again. Okay, we're committing to the Pikachu bit. So, I mean, I think Alex is going to play to the fact that Lance needs Turo plus energy in order to win. Coincidentally, Lance drew Turo plus energy off of Iono.
Pretty good cards to have in hand, and for Alex, he just does not have ways to disrupt the hand on the other side. So focused on his own build and everything that he can do. He's going to trust in that Resolute Heart, it looks like, and hold on. Just wants that one other energy. Look,
there's the Sob. That's going to be the game for Lance with the cards that he has in his hand.
That's wild.
My goodness. You can see Lance shaking, just eager to play the cards. It's Turo energy.
Yes, he's got it all there. It feels weird, but you can Turo the active Pokemon, bring this up, promote the Dusclops pop for KO, and then bring the Blood Moon back up into the active spot. He's going to search out a little bit with the Ultra Ball.
I don't think he sees it. He's grabbing Latias off the Ultra Ball.
He's going to be a little safer with it and give himself retreat. Didn't need to do all that.
Yeah, there's a Turo. Alex now takes a prize card, rebenches, and attacks, and there we go. Lance Bradshaw wins round 14 and goes up to 34 match points.
Wow. I mean, there's so many ways to close out in the game of Pokemon, but it is so interesting to see what you have to do to give yourself those little extra percentage points. Alex tried to hold on with the Sob, but it was not enough. And you have to think that with that hand size for Lance and how little he got into his deck during that game, it was pretty unlikely to see those cards.
Yeah, for sure. One copy left of, well, one copy total of Professor Turo. A lot of energy had been utilized at that point. Wow, what a series. And especially, I mean, let's take a look at the replay. Game 2 was out of this world, Kyle.
Yeah, phenomenal. So fun to see both these players giving it their all, trying to make it into the top cut here now. And this was a huge play. We saw Alex did not Turo on his Noctowl, which meant that one of those Hoot Hoots was left stranded, took the KO, and did not have Noctowl for a very important portion of the game. Dusknor, excuse me, takes the KO there now because of the damage moved over for prize turn. And then we got into the most ridiculous game I've seen in a minute.
Game 2 was a party. It was a full-fledged party between both players. The Iono helped the player that didn't play it, and Alex ran away with a game that was very unlikely after he started off with Mew and triple Noctowl. And then game 2, Alex once again had the initiative, had the advantage, had even the transformative start with the Ditto. And unfortunately for him, Lance had the perfect, crucial card to deal with the end game. And it all came down to that Iono, taking away Alex's options. Lance very properly took away the attacker instead of the Serendipity, chose to remove that possibility, and was able to seal the game with a clutch Professor Turo scenario.
Yeah, the energies there were so devastating for him. He needed to remove that metal energy, the E-switch play for the Pikachu and the Crystal.
Yeah.
It all could have lined up there to take a big KO on the Blood Moon Ursaluna. Instead, now, doesn't have to worry about that. He's got all rainbows ahead of him now as he moves into the top cut. And Lance is he's making his way back again after Pittsburgh. Is this the year of the Bradshaw? What are we doing?
Yeah, I mean, and all these very young players, right, making it all the way to the top. I'm seeing a lot of completed games, so we might actually have quite a big, one tie, you're telling me?
Which is unfortunate. It's two pretty great players that are going to miss out on top cut in Makani Tran and Nick Robinson. However, a few names to add to our list. Brandon Salazar, who we saw win on stream earlier. Tord Reklev, we've mentioned. Aban, we've mentioned on probably the hottest run of the season here with his third cut in a row. Carson Washer moving up from the senior division, showing off what he's made of. Hale Obernolte making his way back from the shadows. Always great to see him here. And Aiden Koos.
All right.
Aiden Koos, man, he's been playing some wacky stuff, and today's no different. He's got a little spice for us that's going to be really exciting to see in our cut. Just one other match. Well, it looks like it's the one that we had on stream, so probably a asymmetric 11 that we'll be working with.
Okay, so a very healthy amount of players in top cut. I'm rooting for Carson. Carson, first year master. I know he came so close to winning in seniors. I don't know that he managed to win a regional. He had so many second places and other incredible achievements, but I don't think he managed to win one. What a story would it be if he just ages up and he's like, nah, Masters is easier, and he just gets his first win here.
Yeah, there's one other game that we need to look out for. There's Ian Robb and Cyrus Jones playing, so we'll look out to see who wins that one. But yeah, there's some big names in this cut, and is there a better story than Tord Reklev making 6 straight wins? I suppose it would be Bradshaw with his 10 or 11 he chained together, but for the Mega Absol tournaments and Tord Reklev to hold on, it's pretty exciting.
Well, I mean, we have Lance right here with Juancho ready to tell us all about his run, so let's hear from them.
Thanks, Pablo. Juancho Saldana here, and I'm joined by the last round winner, Lance Bradshaw. Lance, back-to-back in top 8 now. That was an insane match to watch, a lot of fun to watch. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I started this tournament 1 and 2, so really couldn't be, still kind of processing that I made it all the way back to cut. But yeah, kind of unreal experience.
That is quite the run back. 1 and 2. If you don't mind me asking, what were the decks you lost to and tied?
I lost round 2 to a, is it Sarah Ledge? I don't know the name of the Pokemon. Sarah Ledge, I lost to it. He just had, you know, it happens sometimes. I lost that. And then round 3, I lost to a Jellicent Gardevoir, which is a pretty bad matchup.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Then I ran it back from there. Nice. I eventually tied a Crustle in day 2, but that was far enough later that, you know.
No, that's great to hear. Again, you're playing this Dragapult Dusknoir deck. This is probably one of, a deck we've seen a lot of, that's for sure. You played this same deck as well, the same archetype anyway, in Pittsburgh. You made a couple of changes with, of course, the Lilies, some Mega cards. Why did we decide to run it back?
I just wanted to run it back because I've put so many hours into the deck at this point that I'm kind of, I don't know, I'm forgetting the word, but I don't want to...
You're an expert, a pro.
I'm not an expert. What's when you commit too much time and you don't want to stop, or you commit like too much money? I'm sunk cost at this point into Dragapult. So that's why I stayed on Dragapult. I thought I would play it well because of how many hours I played. I played very poorly on stream, so still some things to iron out. But that was kind of my idea. Is I'm sunk cost into the deck at this point.
Sunk cost. No. We're gonna keep expert. Dragapult expert, top 8 back-to-back. Now that's what that is. No, but yeah, Dragapult. In this format, though, the Mega format, Psyduck exists. Has that been a problem at all for you?
You know, Psyduck isn't too bad. Not many people are playing it, and the people who are usually because they already have a bad matchup into Dragapult, so usually it might make the matchup better for them, but it's probably still favorable for Dragapult. The only matchup where it's really annoying is in the Mega Absol deck, because it swings that one from a pretty favorable matchup to pretty unfavorable, I think. But besides that, it's not too bad.
Cool. Have you faced any Mega Absol decks?
I have not. I have not hit any, but I know they're out there. I've played the matchup quite a bit, so we'll see.
We're practice. Hopefully we get to see you play that matchup. Very curious as well. Again, it's a new archetype after all versus one of the best archetypes, proven archetypes. But yeah, again, back-to-back top 8s. What's going through your mind now, though, now that you've made top cut once again?
There's a lot to figure out. I have to rebook a flight, so that's probably priority number 1. But yeah, I don't know. Just especially, I'm still pretty flustered from how I played on this rematch, so I just need a little bit to calm down. But once there, I'll kind of figure out where I'm going from here.
That's for sure. I mean, the match was absolutely insane. I think you won game 1. That game 2 was quite a match. A lot of passing on both sides, really. So I'm sure there's a lot to think about, but you have a lot of time to reset as well. Closed out that game 3 though. That one was close as well, right? The being able to identify. Okay, yeah, I want to dissect that last turn, right? There's a chance for you to win that turn right there, but the choice between, now that you have the Lily, you have the Iono, is it time to bear? Are we going to go for the counter catcher Dragapult plays? What was going through your mind then? Yeah. How did you land on that decision?
Yeah, there's a lot to figure out there, because I can win if I hit Boss Dusknoir, but the Dusknoir's in my discard pile, so I need to hit Stretcher, which there's only 1 left in my deck. So, I mean, I guess that's all. And I also need to hit Energy Pult, because those weren't in my hand at the start either. So I have to hit 4 cards, which is quite a bit. So I kind of go through the recons. I don't hit those. So then I have to decide, okay, do I want to attack with Pult or do I want to attack with Bear? And so Pult loses to if he hits Stretcher, Crispin. Bear loses if he can attack with the Pikachu. But I was able to play Jamming Tower, so then his Crystal's offline, so he has to hit Counter Stadium plus like some energy switches or stuff like that. So there's a lot going on there. I'm still not sure. I'm pretty sure I'm just supposed to attack with the Dragapult. I talked to Alex after, and he told me I'm just supposed to attack with the Dragapult. But I decided Bear. I thought there's less outs. I don't know. The big reason I chose to attack with Bear is in that spot, I had 2 Dragapults in hand before I Iono'd. And I didn't want to evolve into 1 then, because then I would lose a Recon Directive. So that was kind of the breaking point for me, is I wanted to still have double Recon Directive to follow up on the next turn. But I don't know. I'm still not entirely sure what's correct there.
I remember, too, I think you were missing the energy.
Yeah, I didn't have the...
And what you're trying to do then is, if you post Iono, you still have to draw into the specific basic energy. So I don't blame you for the play. I thought the play was the right one, in my opinion. It worked out. You're able to get the Turo at the end. Definitely clutch, because... Alex definitely just had the Sob play into possibly the Ursaluna, but
right. Yeah.
Ended up working out, that's for sure. Again, your Draclos. You still have your Draclos. Even if you didn't draw it off the Iono, there's always still that potential, right?
Right, yeah.
So, again, that's so much to dissect in that match, and that's just the nature of Dragapult. There's just so many lines, and you're up against a deck that has so many lines as well, right? So many things to consider. I think you played it beautifully. It was a great match to watch, that's for sure. Definitely deserving your top 8 spot. With that, you know what? You made your top 8 back-to-back. I just want to ask a couple more questions before I do let you go. What advice would you give someone who wants to get that result as well? Get into top cut.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned this in my last interview too, where I had a really, in my opinion, poor season last year. I played the whole season, I had no cuts, and I was kind of in a spot where I thought, do I even want to continue playing Pokemon if I'm going to put all this time and I'm not doing the results I want? Do I want to do it? And then I kind of said, well, I'll give it one last try, and I grinded just a ton of games online with Pult before Worlds. And then I didn't do great at Worlds, but I felt like I was pretty good at playing the deck, and now I've hit 2 cuts in a row, which is still definitely pretty lucky. But I guess the idea is don't give up. Put as much practice as you can in, and eventually you will get to your goals.
Great answer. Don't give up, and just play more PTCGL. Yeah, I like that. With that, you want to shout out?
Yeah, I always shout out my high school AP statistics teacher, Mr. Moser. So shout out, Mr. Moser. I hope you eventually see one of these, but shout out to you.
Oh, that's right, Mr. Moser. That's great. I really do hope he sees it. One of these days, you'll be up there, maybe in an IC. I'll pull him up. Mr. Moser's right here.
Hopefully.
Oh, very cool. Thank you so much. Great interview. Best of luck in Top Cut.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, for sure. With that, I'm going to throw it back to the desk for just a little bit. I have a quick segment I do want to do, so definitely watch out for that. But yeah, for now, back to the desk.
Thank you, Wancho. Yes, Mr. Moser has left him on red a few times, I suppose. He's really trying to reach out to him. And there's only one way to do that. You have to continue to win your winning in on the stream, as he did in Pittsburgh, I believe, and now here he is again. It's pretty unbelievable to see Lance doing it here, and in an crazy fashion. He won, what, 10-0-1 in 11 matches in a row. That's unreal.
I don't think I've had a streak that hot, honestly, in quite a few years. But yeah, I mean, we have such a stacked top card from what we are seeing. I mean, we'll see the bracket in a few moments later, but yeah, I'm very excited to see what comes out on top. We've had so many good games, Kyle. This phase two, sorry, has proved to be very, very energetic and very back and forth. And this series we just watched was like just crazy.
Yeah, this was the culmination of everything we've been looking for. Maybe not the decks we expected to see, but that matchup was really fun. Just so much to consider. The back and forth, all the wild attackers we saw. Game one, holy moly.
I know.
But that's what it comes down to. You got to give it your all, and Alex really played phenomenally. He tried to come up with a game plan. He almost had the pieces. Lance will be moving forward. He's got a few other great players to be looking out for in this cut. There is some Enzoric. There are a few Gardevoirs. There's Mega Absol decks. There's another Dragapult Dusknoir as well. So a lot to look forward to as we move forward. Some regional winners, some we had some world champion finalists. This is a great list.
Yeah, we have national champions as well from the past heading into top cut. So yeah, I think the storyline for this weekend is Megas are here to pave the way for this new era of Pokemon TCG, right? And maybe it's not the ones we expected, but it's up to the older Stage 2 EXs, see if they can keep up with this new huge basic Pokemon.
And this is, I mean, we're absolutely blessed to see this list. This list speaks to how healthy the format is right now. Mega Pokemon are introduced into the format. We get this huge tournament. Thousands of players enter. I recognize every single name.
I know.
Every single name. Regional champions, amazing senior players, Tord Reklev, Abonamed. This is a massive list. Very incredible to see that this is what we have for our top cut.
Now, did you do this on purpose, Kyle? Did you say we are absolutely knowing that Mega Absol is going to be a big feature from this top cut, most likely? Was that on purpose, or was it just your natural flair coming out?
You know, we've got to keep it spicy. It's been looking to come out. This Mega Absol deck has been at the forefront of my mind as soon as we saw it released. I needed to understand what was happening here, and a lot of players dedicated some time to it on both sides of the table. Wanted to know the matchup, and there's some great players on these decks, man. Well, there's also a surprise there too if we see Xander Perot.
Yeah,
he's bringing back a blast from the past for us, so great to see him on the stage too.
All right, well, as we get our players ready for this top cut, we do have a special moment for you all. In the lounge, we have Juancho as well and Chip waiting for us, so let's see what they have in store.
Hello and welcome everyone to the Milwaukee Regional Championship. My name is Juancho Soldan and I'm joined with Chip Ritchie and Azul Garcia Griego. And oh boy, do I have a treat for everyone here. It's everyone's favorite game. We're gonna be playing Guess That Flavor Text.
Here we go. I'm ready.
Yeah, so obviously, I think you both, you guys know the rules. Just to remind folks at home, I'm gonna be reading flavor text, and you guys are just basically gonna guess the Pokemon. You guys can get clues, but you both have to agree that I will give the clue. You know, it's only fair.
Okay.
Obviously, if you get the answer right, you get 1 point. If you don't mind, if you can just mark that you got a point.
I'll keep track, yeah.
Yes. Appreciate that.
Popcorn.
And yeah, should be nice and simple. Of course, folks at home, you can guess as well. I believe we're going to put up the question or the flavor text in the screen. All right, you guys ready?
Let's do it.
I'm ready.
All right. So here we go. This Pokemon startles people in the middle of the night. It gathers fear as its energy.
Ooh. So we're going with like the Halloween theme.
Yes.
It seems
okay.
like. Okay.
A lot of these are spooky Pokemon.
Definitely seems like a ghost type Pokemon for sure. But from there, I have nothing.
There are many options here.
Yes.
Of course. I don't want to give away. I don't want to give away too much of my thought process here, though. I am trying to win.
If both of you get the perfect score, the real loser is me for making this too easy. Okay.
Startles people.
Would you guys want a clue?
I'm down for a clue.
I'm down for a clue.
Okay, they're both locked in with the clue. This is Pokemon from the set Paldea Evolved.
Okay.
That doesn't help me at all.
Okay.
I'm still lost.
You want to attack?
Do you know any other cards from the set Paldea Evolved?
Maybe some ancient Pokemon?
You want another clue?
Yeah, I'd like another clue.
It's almost an ancient Pokemon, but not quite.
Oh, well, that's...
That one...
That doesn't help me either.
Oh, hang on.
Ooh, I think Chip's got it, so maybe I have to stop with the clues now. He's thinking.
Yeah.
Do you want an attack?
I know what it is.
No.
Okay.
Well, all right. We're gonna have to lock in Azul.
I can't. I need to write it bigger. I was writing it really small. No one's going to be able to see it.
But yeah,
I can't picture this card in that set, though. That's the only problem. So I could be wrong here.
I'm going to read it again. This Pokemon startles people in the middle of the night. It gathers fear as its energy.
All right,
this is totally going based on your clue of it's almost an ancient Pokemon. So that's like, and I'm leaning into that way more than I'm leaning into the flavor, the Pokedex entry here.
Damn, I made my clue too easy.
You ready?
I'm ready.
All right.
Down.
And the answer is Miss Drevis.
Ooh, I did Mimikyu.
Yeah, that's a really close to an ancient Pokemon, Azul.
Well, I just didn't know what is. I don't know what. I was thinking it's not a future Pokemon because that's not close to an ancient Pokemon. But from there, that's every other Pokemon that's not future or ancient.
Yeah, Mr. Drevis, I was thinking of the Flutter Mane. I felt that was an okay clue. I was going to give you Hypnoblast as an attack. I don't know if that was going to help out.
1 point for Chip.
All right, good job. Next one. To steal the life of its target, it slips into the prey's shadow and silently waits for an opportunity.
Okay, well, I think I know this one.
I have heard this flavor text before. I do not remember what Pokemon this is.
I'm locking it in.
I figured I'd run into something like this.
No hints necessary here.
Ooh, okay, so
With
no
the cap on, we're feeling confident.
And I'll go with something.
Did he get it? All right. Locked in?
Locked in.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is Gengar, the 151 set.
I went with Dusknoir. I know someone who's going to be very disappointed in me for that one.
I can imagine. Who gave you that pin, by the way?
Ooh. I'm sorry.
All right, 2 points for Chip now. Azul, there's still time to turn this around. Are you guys ready for the next one?
I'm ready.
It changes into the forms of others to surprise them. Apparently, it often transforms into a silent child. That one's scary.
That is a little
spooky.
This is
crazy.
This is on a card, okay?
Wow.
I tried to be in theme.
Them.
Well,
Clue? Clue?
You want a clue?
I would like a clue.
Let's go with the clue.
All right, do you want set, attack, or stage?
I think attack. I would like to...
I mean, it's a ghost type. He's going to say, like, Shadow Ball or something, and that's not helpful, is it?
All right, set.
I'm going to give you attack because you said that.
Okay, that's fine. Attack.
Scratch.
See, yeah, great one.
Do ghosts scratch?
No.
They don't. Do ghosts have claws? Ah.
I'm still drawing a blank.
I mean, I don't think we want what stage the card is because Scratch is very much a basic attack, right?
Can we know the set?
Will it help you at all?
I don't know. We'll have to find out. I have to get the set first.
I'm giving you the set.
Let's go with the set.
Journey Together.
Journey Together. Oh, I know who it is.
Oh,
this
okay.
is easy. This is easy.
It's not easy for me, but...
Oh, okay.
All right.
You locked in?
I am probably far from correct.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is Ends Zorua.
Oh, I put Zorua.
Whoa, he didn't get the ends.
That's...
That doesn't count, right? He didn't say ends. It doesn't count.
But there's Zoruas out there that aren't ends that also...
But we are talking about Ends Zorua from Journey Together, number 097.
so close to a
Are we going to do him like that?
No, I'll give him the point.
All right, both of you get the point. Although I did see you put the N near the end. I was just like, okay.
I did think about it right at the last second, like, oh, it's not just Zorua. It's from Journey Together. It's In's Zorua. If you watched the last finals at Pittsburgh as well, you saw a lot of scratch used by In's Zorua. Well, Zorg.
All right. Next one. Its extremely soft wings makes no sound in flight. It silently sneaks up on prey without being detected.
Extremely soft wings. Man, Pokemon are wild, dude. Are you just locking something in? You're no guesses, no hints? You're good?
I'm good. I'm just gonna go.
You're good?
Oh,
yikes. Okay.
I'm sorry then, Chip. No
Clues
clues here now.
Extremely soft wings.
I just thought of something instantly, so I'm just gonna go with it. I'm not even like. No
I like it. I like the confidence.
I'm probably wrong, but
no. But by locking it in, you have a bigger chance of making Chip wrong.
Yes.
Like
at that point, that's what I'm going for.
Oh, an interesting strategy here, Azul, huh? All right, this is a little bit out of left field. This could be so wrong.
Okay.
Ooh. I thought about it a little bit more. I'm just on like the spooky theme. I'm all in on the spooky theme now. All right, well, I'm ready.
Are you ready?
Should we reveal our boards first?
Sure, let's do that. And
Murkrow.
You are both wrong. It is Noctowl.
Noctowl.
Noctowl from
I was
Stellar
thinking.
Crown.
I was trying to think of like almost ninja-like, and Hulucha's like a fighter. You know, probably like flying from the top rope, sneaking up on someone. That's the thought process I went with.
Like, owls in real life actually fly silently.
Yeah, that's true.
And it's not very spooky.
Still kind of spooky, you know. It's nighttime.
Yeah.
All right, ready for the next one?
Let's do it.
With its thin, veil-like arms wrapped around the body of its opponent, it sinks to the ocean floor.
Oh, okay. Are you good?
Wow.
I got it.
I
feel good about. I think I'm pretty.
Well, I had an initial guess in mind, but
Okay, there's one clue I would like.
Okay. No clues.
No clues.
I got one.
Okay. Okay.
No clues. I like the strategy here. Very competitive.
We take this seriously over here. I may have spelled this wrong. I'm not gonna lie.
I wouldn't know how to check.
Oh, because it's not it.
All right. And let's reveal.
Ooh.
You're both wrong. It's Frillish.
Oh, that's right. The clue I wanted was what stage it was. No, Azul.
But good job though. Close.
We were on the right path. On the right path. I think of Frillish isn't big enough to be dragging someone down, but Jellicent.
Yeah, that's true.
The size difference there is pretty drastic.
It is a pretty drastic difference.
All right. Well, we have the next one here. It uses its strong psychic power to squeeze its opponent's brain, causing unendurable headaches.
No guess, no hints. Azul's definitely not gonna know this one.
Chip, I prepared all the hints and stuff.
Well, I only know one headache Pokemon, but it's not spooky. So, oh man.
Depends on what you think is spooky, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Squeezing someone's brain is pretty spooky.
Although I don't think Psyduck is very scary, if that's what you're thinking as well.
That is what I'm thinking of.
Log it in.
Lock it in, Psyduck.
That was my guess as well.
Wait, what? Psyduck has the headaches. It doesn't cause headaches.
I know, but I could. That's
But
the
he's
only
a psychic. Oh, I guess that's okay.
I knew it. I know it's not Psyduck, but it's the only Pokemon I can think of that has anything related to headaches.
Let me give you clues.
Well, he was just locked in. He was so fast. I would have been down for a clue.
It's LGM. That was a tough one, but it's the one from the control decks, from Black Bolt.
The attack name. Right. That would have been a good one there.
Yeah, I have that one, just in case.
Honestly, I might not have known that one off the rip. Azul probably would have.
All right. This one I'm not sure is very spooky. To me, it's spooky. But it controls flames burning at over 5,400 degrees Fahrenheit.
Why is it so specific?
It casually swims through the sea of lava it creates by melting rock and sand.
Okay, I do think I know this one. But if you want to give us some of your hints, Wancho.
Yeah.
Hang on. How about this? I'm going to write my guess down. I'm not changing it. and then you can give Azul the hints.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, give me the hints.
Sure, I'll give you. Do you want the set, an attack, or
attack name?
No, I'll give you Paradox Rift.
Paradox Rift.
He said, why did you ask him what he wanted you to do?
I was hoping he'd choose the set. All right, I'll give you an attack.
Yeah, give me an attack.
Flare Bringer.
I feel like I should know this. The flavor text is very familiar as well, but...
Oh, I'm wrong. I'm wrong.
You could still change.
Can I? I was locked in. I'm going to cross it out and I'll write the real answer.
Okay, but only... Yeah, but because he's changed it, you have to give us the last hint here.
Okay, sure, it's basic.
I know it.
All right.
All right.
We got
Did I make a good change, Wancho?
Pretty good. I would have also chosen the first one.
Well, mine is probably not it, but I picked Slugma.
My first thought was Mag Cargo, but I changed to Chi-Yu after thinking about Paradox Rift a little bit more.
It is Chi-Yu from Paradox Rift. I didn't want to give the attack because I thought we do announce this attack quite a little bit, right?
I was going to say, my initial thought was Macargo as well, but then you said basic, so I was like, well,
yeah,
the smaller Macargo, I guess? The Slugma?
The 5,400.
Do I get a point for that one?
You do. We'll give you a point.
Half a point.
And then...
half a point?
Only a couple left now.
Half a point.
All right, all right. This one's more Halloween than spooky, really, but its elegant finishing moves, performed by nimbly leaping around using its wings, are polished in the forest where it was born and raised.
The forest.
Man.
Quite a bit there.
There's a lot going on in these flavor texts. These are longer than I remember most flavor texts being. Like.
How did they fit all this on a card?
Yes. Again, its elegant finishing moves, performed by nimbly leaping around using its wings, are polished in the forest where it was born and raised.
I'm down for...
So the wings aren't polished, its moves are polished.
Its skills are polished,
Okay.
Let's do a hint here. Let's do
sure.
The set.
Base set, Scarlet and Violet base set.
Scarlet and Violet base set. Okay, you want more?
Yeah.
It is a basic Pokemon.
Okay.
With the attack wing attack.
I might be more lost than I was before. Wing attack.
That's all I got.
I think I know it. I think I know it. I think I know it. And this is funny. This is funny because I already guessed this Pokemon once and was wrong.
Oh no.
But I'm pretty sure
Murkrow?
It's wait, this is the same. When we guessed for Noctowl, these are the same two Pokemon we picked. I'm pretty sure this is Hawlucha. Yeah, sure enough.
It is Hawlucha.
Oh.
The wing attack helped me a lot because in Scarlet Violet, like, I pieced it all together because that card is in the cube, and I have attacked with wing attack many times in the cube.
I'm pretty sure it just showed up on stream. Just
but you don't attack with it.
That's
no one attacks. I've never seen Hawlucha attack.
So you don't read the flavor text as you're playing a card, guys? No.
Not quite.
In my mind, I was like, oh, he wears a mask. That counts as Halloween stuff.
Yeah, I like it. I like it.
All right, I got my last one here.
I have 4.5 points. How many points do you have?
One.
How many points is this question worth?
This is
4 points.
There's 5 points.
5 points.
Okay.
All right.
Here's your chances, Azul.
Swallowing large amounts of water, they make snow clouds inside their bodies and attack their foes with violent blizzards.
These are some of the hardest flavor texts
I chose all standard. I watch you guys, and you guys choose stuff from like, yo, what? Some really old
I've
cards.
got an idea initially. Well, you want some help, Azul?
Yeah.
Hints? Let's get it. Come, why don't you give us a hint?
My handwriting is really bad. It is from White Flare.
Okay, well that narrows it down a lot. So it's a Unova Pokemon, a black and white Pokemon.
Oh.
Okay.
Can we get an attack name?
I think
he's gonna say Blizzard, dude.
Ram.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure this is Ram. I wish I printed the card.
I have to guess. Do you want the last flavor test?
Yeah, give me the last hint.
Stage 2.
Okay, well, I was gonna guess Beartic. So it's not Beartic.
Stage 2.
I'm still technically in theme. Technically.
So spooky, ghosty.
I get the 5 points.
Stage 2? Really?
Pretty sure this is stage 2.
He's
pretty sure
on his fingers.
I'm blanking on this one. I have nothing.
I really don't have much of anything here. Water type, maybe? The only water type stage I can think of is Seismitoad. There's no shot this is Seismitoad.
Oh, looks like Azul wrote something down.
Well, I mean, it's just the first stage 2 water Pokemon I thought of.
I don't really. This doesn't sound like this Pokemon, but I don't have another guess, so.
This one's tough.
I'm gonna guess this. I don't think it's right.
All right.
That's about all I could think of.
I picked Blastoise.
Azul, it's from White Flare.
I know, but I can't think of a stage 2 water
But
Pokemon.
you know that's not correct.
How did I know?
What
you
else would I
picked
guess? I got
Blastoise?
nothing else. Vanillix, actually. That's a good guess.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is Vanillux.
Let's go.
Because
That's a good guess.
it's a treat. It's trick or treat.
I wouldn't have thought of that one as swallowing water. That was.
I guess how you make the ice cream.
I mean, I knew it wasn't it. Let's get that clear. I knew.
I'm writing down my 5 points, so I finish with 9.5 points.
I only finished with 1 point, but it is a very big point. So it's probably close.
Very good. I might deduct a point for you just for missing out on Gengar, probably. But no.
Yeah, you get minus points for missing Gengar for sure.
But yeah, thank you guys for playing my game, my original game here.
It's a good idea, honestly. Yeah.
For the Pittsburgh Regional for Milwaukee Regional Championship. A lot of fun. Congratulations, Chip. Very well earned there. The master of flavor text now. With that, we do still have Top Cut coming up. A lot of excitement here at the Milwaukee Regional Championship. So don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break.
The first Pokemon game I ever played was probably Pokemon Diamond version. That was probably around 15, 16 years ago. Mew is my favorite Pokemon. No real reason, just it's always been my favorite. The farthest I've ever traveled has probably been to Australia for OCIC multiple times. At this point, I just look up to the player base in general. It's inspiring seeing us grow so much. I probably prefer to travel by plane and then by car if possible. During events, I'm really just too busy to eat consistently, so whatever's there. This is a controversial take. My favorite region is Hoenn with all the water. It was just my favorite game in general, so I played Emerald a lot. It was just my favorite region. My favorite city, at least recently, has been San Antonio. It's been really nice there every time we go there. It's very walkable, lots of stuff to do. Probably an alternative most of the time. It's my favorite. Outside of Pokemon, my favorite hobby is probably like very casual bowling with friends.
The
best way to test your team is to get a group of friends together and hold a tournament. Check your show 6, pick 3, and learn how to work your way out of situations, tough situations, easy situations.
So when I'm preparing for a regional, what I usually do is I play a lot of live, and I have a spreadsheet next to me with like every single deck I play, what deck I'm playing against, whether or not I went first or second, and then every single mistake I made, and whether just like everything that I could get from a single game, and that helps me just like condense all my knowledge and get better at my deck as quickly as possible.
I think it's very important that you never cut out your team or a team member too early. You need a few games to determine, okay, this isn't going to work. You know, just testing so many games over the past like 2 months. That's how I ended up with the 6 that I have here today. Some unconventional, but sometimes if it fits for your team, that's what you need to go with.
Practice with, I'd say, the Great League or the Ultra League. Go on the app and just like practice. Learn some strategies and just practice, basically. Practice makes perfect, so.
Personally, live and going to locals, I go once or twice a week as best as I can. You know, and going against people, it's different from live, but like it's good to get the reps in.
I think that there are a few good ways to test your team. Some of the best include just competing at locals and going out and getting real experience with other players, because sometimes what looks good on paper doesn't always do well in practice, so that's always good. But also working with friends and other people who are interested in the same Pokemon and archetypes that you are, because a lot of times we all see the game differently, and you never know what you can learn from those people, even though they want to use the same things as you. So.
That would be Fire Red. Fire Red. My brother got Fire Red, and that was my first game, and it was super duper fun. Oh my goodness, yeah, good memories. My favorite Pokemon is probably Psyduck. Maybe a bit of a basic answer, but I really like how he just kind of has an empty look in his eyes. He's really cute, and you know they're printing a playable one, so maybe I'll play it in my deck one of these days. Farthest I've ever traveled to get to a Pokemon event is probably Sao Paulo for LAIC during this season, 2024. I've never gone sort of north-south before, but yeah, it was a pretty long flight. We went overnight, and yeah, it was a really fun tournament too. I look up to a lot of players. I mean, I really look up to Tord Reklev. His consistency is just off the charts, and it's something I strive to achieve every tournament. I look up to Azul Garcia Griego and Ian Robb a lot. We all played together in the New England area around 2010s, and when I was thinking about getting back into the game, I still saw them winning tournaments. So I was really inspired by the fact that they were still competing, even though, you know, I hadn't spoken to them in forever. So that sort of motivated me to try to get back into the game. And lastly, I really look up to Andrew Hedrick. I think he's the best player in the world right now. My favorite Pokeball. This is not something I've ever really thought of before. I was the kind of kid who would always try to catch everything with the Pokeball, like even the legendaries. So I'm just gonna go with the Pokeball here. I get sort of anxious sometimes, so I usually eat after the event. So I don't like to eat during the event day, but when I finish, you know, going out to like Korean barbecue or something, especially if everyone's doing well, is a really good time. I'm a huge fan of vanilla ice cream instead of chocolate ice cream. I don't know, I really like chocolate itself, but chocolate ice cream just never really sat that well with me. I will say that like the swirl, I would pick over vanilla a lot of time though. I like the variety, but if I had to go one or the other, I'm picking vanilla every time. Favorite city I've been to for a Pokemon tournament? It's gotta be Toronto. It was my first time going to Toronto this year, and I had a really good time. I was staying with some of my good friends, Raymond Long, Michael Long, and we just had a really good time. I wish I could have explored the city a little bit more. I guess I'm sort of biased towards the tournaments that I go to during like break time, so I can stay a couple extra days in the city. That's when I really get to have fun. Ooh, right now, my favorite type of music, I don't know, I listened to some like R&B recently, and yeah, pop, rap. I'm not too picky, but yeah, I'm a huge fan of music just in general, I guess. The basic answer. I don't know, it's hard because I really have fun playing Pokemon these days, but you know, I really like going on walks, and you know, I'm really into like school. I like playing other video games too. I'm trying to get back and play some of the Pokemon games as well, you know, outside of Pokemon cards. I don't know if that counts as outside of Pokemon.
We are back, Pokemon fans, about to get underway with Top Cut action here at the Milwaukee Regional Championships. We've whittled through over 2,000 trading card game competitors, and now just a handful remain, more than 8. And it's going to be exciting. We can't wait to see who is going to keep fighting through and get to the final match, who will become our regional champion this weekend. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined here by Azul GG to take you through this first of several top cut matches through the day. Lots of great names in this top cut as well.
Yeah, really stacked top cut. We got 11 players here in the asymmetrical cut, and it's going to be exciting. We have a lot of expected, I feel like, at this point. We knew the Mega Kangaskhan and Absol deck was going to be a pretty big threat, especially once we move from Phase 1 to Phase 2, and we do have quite a few of those in Top Cut. We'll be seeing one of those piloted here by Tord Reklev in this upcoming match, and yeah, really excited to see what comes of this.
Let's take a look at the bracket for our Top Cut, see which players have made it in and who still have a chance to become the champion. Yes, you can see indeed there are 11 players here, and Tord Reklev is among them. His Mega Kangaskhan deck has made a massive imprint on this event, as he is not the only player playing that archetype in this Top Cut. Both Xander Perot and Hale Obernolte also piloting it to massive success. They are both already in top 8 of this event.
Yeah, and then alongside that, we have got Rowan piloting the Gardevoir, Jackson Ford, the lone Charizard in cut. We'll be awaiting the winner of Carson and Tord, who will be the featured match on stream. We'll be seeing Tord with the Mega Absol deck, Carson with the Dragapult. First time we're having Tord on stream. Carson is returning here. And then Ian and Lance there. Ian playing the Gardevoir. Yep. Saw some of Ian earlier. And then Lance we just saw playing the Dragapult Dusknoir, and he's coming off of a top cut at Pittsburgh as well.
Yeah, that's right. Lance on quite a tear, and he told us in Pittsburgh that, you know, he had kind of a rough season last year and was kind of doubting his place in the Pokemon TCG space as a competitor. I think this is a pretty nice reassurance here with a couple of tournaments in a row getting into Top Cut. And then that final top 16 match, the asymmetrical cut match happening, is Aban Ahmed up against Aiden Koos. Aban Ahmed with his 3rd Top Cut in a row. Absolutely insane. He is going to have a tougher time, though, here as Aiden Koos is piloting in Zoroark EX.
Yeah, that'll be a tough one for Aban, but even if he does lose here in the top 16, the back-to-back-to-back cut, like, that's about as consistent as you can get. Of course, you always want to go further, but getting to the top cut over and over and over again, you're always setting yourself up for that potential further success.
It's going to be exciting, Azul, with lots of different archetypes, but it does feel like kind of the big two, the Mega Kangaskhan, Mega Absol deck, and Gardevoir leading the charge here, but quite a few other things sprinkled in. What do you think of Jackson Ford going far here with the Charizard EX? That's a deck I know you were a fan of coming into the weekend.
Yeah, I'm glad to see a Charizard make it through. I knew it wouldn't be an extremely popular deck, but I thought it was very well positioned in the format, in the metagame. A very powerful deck, of course. I think everyone knows that. It just had its ups and downs in the last couple formats because Dragapult has been one of its worst matchups, but Dragapult's kind of on the back foot right now. The Psyduck's out. It gives Charizard a better chance into that matchup as well. I'm not sure if Jackson is even playing the Psyduck, but I think disrespecting the Dragapult wasn't a terrible play for this tournament. We saw a couple top players with their lists and deck choices choosing to do that, and Jackson is one of those players who's been able to come out on top so far.
And perhaps a handful of these Dragapult players here have been able to capitalize on the fact that players were not willing to respect Dragapult in this event. And Carson Washer is one of them. And speaking of Carson Washer, let's get down to the table as our two competitors are seated and setting up for this first top cut match. There we see him, the young Carson Washer on the left. First-year Masters Division player playing up against possibly the best to ever do it, Tord Reklev, one of the most accomplished players in the history of the game. He's a World Championship finalist, a 5-time international champion, 3-time regional champion. Tord has done it all.
Yeah, done it all. The only thing Tord is missing at this point is that World Championship victory, but he wouldn't mind adding a couple regional victories along the way to that final achievement, and we might be able to see him rack one up here. Carson, of course, looking for his first, his first top cut. He's gonna be looking for his first victory in the Masters Division as well, and we've seen this matchup a couple times now, I think, on stream so far, and it's been interesting every single time. There's so many moving pieces and factors in this matchup. The Monkey Dories, the Dusknoir possibilities, the Psyduck to be able to stop the Dusknoirs, and then, of course, the Absol with its Claw of Darkness attack, being able to sometimes completely limit the opponent.
Yeah, Tord actually just played against RJ Squires on the win-in here to this top cut, a player who was also piloting Dragapult Dusknoir for the event, and RJ unfortunately had a very, very bad opening hand with a bunch of evolutions, Neo Upper, counter catcher, stuff that he just wasn't able to play, lost very, very quickly. And Tord's comment after the match, he apologized for the bad luck, but then at the same time said he was disappointed to not get to play the game because he said this is a really fun matchup. That was Tord's comment on this matchup. So I'm looking forward to seeing how these players choose to navigate this position. Now, as Carson here, he's someone who's played a lot of Dragapult. He played it a lot last season in the seniors division. He's had success with it so far here, now getting to top cuts. The Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan deck was a little bit of an unknown until about a week ago. How do you think he's feeling heading into this matchup?
I don't think it probably is too uncomfortable for him. He's probably pretty comfortable with what to do up against this matchup. I feel like Dragapult Dusknoir's, a lot of its matchups play out pretty similarly. It's just kind of how many Duskulls you want in play is kind of the biggest factor. How many potential Dusclops and Dusknoir do you want to utilize in a matchup is kind of the biggest question mark. So I imagine he'll be okay. I think the biggest factor initially is just going to be who's going second. Whether or not Tord can find the trolley and get that off before Badoo comes into play, gets involved, and potentially shuts that down, because that is the big card to fully set yourself up here to be able to have all of those options. Stuff like the Psyduck, which we do see here is prized for Tord.
Yeah, that is a pretty impactful card in this deck. Psyduck, the new promo card with its damp ability, says that your opponents cannot use any abilities to knock out their own Pokemon. That, of course, shuts off the Cursed Blast ability of Dusclops and Dusknoir, something Tord will not have access to early on, and that is those early turns where that card can be most impactful. That could allow Carson to reach for a massive 3-prize KO very quickly, as early as turn 3, possibly turn 4.
Yeah, the Psyduck's very important because it does stop Carson from being able to effectively one-hit KO the big Mega Pokemon, especially that first Mega Absol, with the help of the Dusknoir. Tord is going first here, but does have the trolley in the hand.
Whoa, what an opening right away for Tord. Reklev slams the precious trolley, the A-spec of choice for his archetype. You only get to play one A-spec in your deck, so when choosing what to play when you're building is a huge, huge decision point. And Precious Trolley is so good in this deck, searching the deck for as many basic Pokemon as Tord would like and put them directly onto the bench.
Yeah, usually it's found through Arven, which can search for an item card. But when you're going first, of course, you can't play a supporter. So fortunate for Tord to have the trolley in the opening hand there. That's why going second is so important in this matchup. If you go second, you can use Arven to find the trolley as Tord. If you go second as Carson here, you'll most likely be able to pull off a turn 1 Badoo to stop the trolley from being found. Very fortunate for Tord. Of course, though, Tord's going to find some bad news here.
Yeah.
No Psyduck. And it could have even been, if it wasn't prized, it would have been that much better for Tord. Tord already has the Mist Energy in hand, which is a card you would want to get down on the Psyduck potentially to prevent the Phantom Dive spread damage to your bench from the Dragapult from being able to clean it up off the board to be able to get access to your Dusknoirs later in the game.
Yeah, Psyduck Mist is an important combo, protecting that Psyduck from the pressure that Carson's Dragapult EX can put on. Now, Tord, without access to Psyduck, how is that going to change what he wants to do here early?
I don't think it'll change too much. You're still going to go for the Absol. If anything, it might be a little bit of a blessing in disguise because you have more bench space for Monkey Dories. So you get to put another Monkey Dory in play as Tord. So you're not going to be too mad about the situation as Tord here, I don't think. And it only matters if Carson is able to get to the Dusclops and the Dusknoir. If Tord is able to pick apart the hand with the Absol, or if Carson doesn't draw into those pieces naturally, then not having the Psyduck won't be that big of a deal.
Off of Precious Trolley, we do see the Latias EX, a pair of Monkey Dory, and then 2 Mega Pokemon, Mega Kangaskhan EX and the Mega Absol. Immediately, the Yveltal will retreat, into Mega Kangaskhan EX using that Run Errand ability to draw the top 2 cards of the deck. Tord's got Bravery Charm in hand. Looks like there's also a couple of energy cards he could choose from. Could play towards the Turbo Energize next turn. Debating attaching here the Bravery Charm to this Absol and immediately placing Mist Energy on it as well.
Yeah, getting it fully set up now. This will protect the Absol from potential early Phantom Dive damage. Want to keep that thing big and healthy as your main attacker, as it will be your initial main attacker here for sure.
Here for Carson, things looking a little awkward. He does have the Dreepy. He has Buddy Buddy Poffin, but Azul, the only 2 supporters I see in his hand, Hilda and Jack.
That could be rough. And it is at this point, as Carson, where you question if you even want to go into Badoo. Tord's deck is very item reliant until you use Precious Trolley, and then from there, the only item that is super important to utilize in the early game is potentially the Earthen Vessel. But of course, you could always just naturally have the energy in your hand to utilize for your attachment for turn. Item locking with Badoo isn't going to shut down the Turbo Energize, which is the next big card for Tord on this coming up turn. So honestly, as Carson here, I don't even think you stress to get into the Badoo here. I think you just set up your Dreepies, the Duskulls, maybe even play Jack this turn and find double Dracloak for the following turn or something like that.
Yeah, so won't have a super explosive setup turn necessarily, but has just about all he needs. 3 Dreepy and then a couple of Dracloak potentially added to the hand with the Jack. Hilda can find the next one on the next turn. And sure enough, Carson will not go for the Badoo, just values having that extra Dreepy into play. Where he goes from here is the question. He is taking a moment to check his own prize cards. He did prize a Badoo. He does play 2 copies of the card. He also has prized Monkey Dory, which is a 1-of in his deck.
Yeah, and I think that might be the most impactful prize card here for Carson, is that Monkey Dory, not having access to that to set up for bigger Phantom Dive plays onto the board of Tord as the game progresses. Could be a hindrance to certain game plans he might want to execute. But it looks like he is going to be giving up on the potential of the Badoo. Like I mentioned, it's just not that powerful. Once the trolley has come down, you're not that scared. Sure, you would like to just use Badoo here just to stop the potential of the Earthen Vessel from Tord, but especially with how Tord placed his energy initially, that almost tells you Tord has an energy in hand for sure on the following turn.
Yeah.
And will be good to go into a Turbo Energize as long as he can access that.
Yeah, especially with the fact that that energy came down alongside the Bravery Charm.
Yep.
Jack now being played for Carson, searching the deck for 2 Evolution Pokemon, adding them to the hand. It will be a couple of Dracloak. Another thing for Carson here, I guess the only other thing he would potentially be missing would be an energy attachment. Did you see one in the hand, Azul?
I did not, and that does question whether or not the Hilda maybe should have been played this turn. Now, you are 2 turns away from attacking with the Dragapult here as Carson, but getting as many energy in play as possible, as soon as possible, leads to you being able to attack with back-to-back or even back-to-back-to-back Dragapults, depending on how this game progresses from here. So even though you don't need to stress an energy this turn from Carson, you wouldn't hate it.
Yeah, it does indeed not have an energy card in the hand, it appears. Adds a couple of Dracloak. He's setting up for a strong option on the next turn. And a simple pass now back over to Tord, who's going to kick things off with a draw. And I have to imagine Run Errand will be used early on here. Tord is actually playing the Tatsugiri. That's something we don't see in every single one of these Mega Kangaskhan and Mega Absol decks.
Yeah, we don't see it in all of them. I'm a big fan of the Tatsugiri myself. Just as a card, you know, I like a little bit of extra support on the board.
We know.
It doesn't always find the customers, but when it does, it feels pretty good. So Tord's Psyduck is prized, and I feel like Carson should know that at this point. Every time we've seen the Absol deck go up against the Dragapult deck, the trolley always finds the Psyduck immediately. So hopefully Carson is aware of that information. Now, that doesn't mean Tord won't have access to it constantly, but Carson can play off that information whenever Tord draws prize cards. That could be a turn for Carson to stress playing Iono over other turns possibly. And of course, even though Tord's bench is full right now, plays plenty of Penny to pick up Pokemon out of play, so can create room for that Psyduck if we can find off the prize cards later.
Tord plays Arven as a supporter for turn, searching the deck for an item card and Pokemon tool card, adding them to the hand. Have to imagine Technical Machine Turbo Energize is a shoo-in as a choice. The other option here for Tord, just a couple of item cards. Nest Balls aren't super useful at this point. He's already got energy, so something like the Earthen Vessel not going to come through. What do you think he's going to go with here for the item card?
It'd have to be, there's already a Pokegear in hand, but don't have the option of also second Pokegear to increase the odds of being able to find the boss, especially with Carson not attaching turn 1, targeting the energy that Carson puts into play on potentially the following turn could be powerful, or the Earthen Vessel here for follow-up attachments. If Tord maybe wants to sit on this hand for a couple turns in a row, now we'll have access to those energy cards.
And the Earthen Vessel was indeed the choice. Tord is going to retreat the Mega Kangaskhan into the Monkey Dory. This is a smart way for him to ensure that he gets an attachment to Monkey Dory. He knows it is safe. It is not going to be KO'd. This is deck list knowledge here from Tord, assuming Carson not playing the rare candy. And he will use the Turbo Energize, allowing him to search the deck for 2 basic energy cards and attaching them to his benched Pokemon however he would like.
Yeah, this is a play we've seen a lot of the Mega Absol players make, is stressing getting those energy on the Monkey Dory. Now, Kangaskhan could be a decent attacker in the game later on, but sooner than the late game is the mid game where you want those Monkey Dories set up and established, and this deck is not great at getting energy into play past that first Turbo Energize.
For Carson here, not a bad top deck. The Iono adds some options to what he could go with this turn. A couple of Dracloaks into Iono doesn't seem too bad, but Hilda could guarantee one more evolution. Which do you favor, Azul?
I think the Dracloak plus the energy is super tempting from the Hilda here. And then on top of that, you get to save the Iono for a future turn. The argument against that would be Tord did just stack his hand with a Vessel, which means you know Tord lined up some options in the hand. And almost with the Vessel grab from Tord off the Arven, almost maybe gives a read over to Carson that there is a Boss's Orders in the hand, because Pokegear wasn't grabbed off the Arven. So Carson could definitely make a read here that Tord probably has a Boss's Orders or already has a Pokegear in the hand to potentially find a Boss's Orders next turn. And that is a scary card for Tord to play, so I don't mind the Iono here for that reason.
Yeah, what makes the Boss's Orders so impactful on this coming turn for Tord?
It has to be the Dracloak. Whatever Dracloak gets in energy here, that Dracloak getting KO'd could be pretty devastating. Of course, Carson does play the Neo Upper Energy and did just draw into it, so can go from a 0 energy board to an attacking Dragapult with that Phantom Dive, but you would like to try and get like a Luminous and a basic Psychic attack off on this next turn. Instead, try and build those energy up into play, or even get yourself into a position where you could use your Monkey Dory if you can find it off your prize card later.
Carson was able to find a basic Psychic Energy as well as the Neo Upper, as you mentioned, choosing to put a Luminous to the bottom of the deck in favor of keeping a Lily's Determination. He is stacking himself up nicely for plenty of options on the next turn. Over on Tord's side, off the 6 cards he found from Iono, does not appear that he found Boss's Orders. So he'll need to dig a little bit, and he does not have Pecharunt set up, so we can't see him go for the plays we've seen from these players, where retreating into Kangaskhan to draw 2 with Run Errand, and then using the Pecharunt to push Absol active to start attacking. Might not be on the table here for Tord. Could be onto his top deck if he wants to find Boss.
Yeah, it's also possible we maybe see Tord take it a little bit slower here. We could see another Turbo Energize come out from Tord, maybe set up the Yveltal as a threat, get another energy onto a Monkey Dory, get the Kangaskhan established. I am going to be curious to see if Tord decides to get aggressive here, or maybe just chills for another turn and just establish a more developed board state to be able to respond better when the Dragapults are attacking.
Buddy Poffin here for Carson played. Only going to find 1 Pokemon, just a singular Duskull. Had the option to get another Dreepy, choosing not to do it, Azul.
Yeah, not going with the Dreep here. Definitely want the bench space open. The possibility of the Fez is a big deal. And even potentially getting another Duskull into play after you've maybe activated a Dusknoir's ability on the following turn. You want to try and make sure you get as much value out of your Dusclops and Dusknoirs while the Psyduck is not in play, staring you down.
Yeah, wise moves here from Carson. Now over to Tord, who has nothing, Azul, in this hand. There's nothing going on. Penny, Energy Switch, a couple Pokemon. He can attach a Mist Energy somewhere.
Doesn't even have the Turbo Energize to just like set up more energy into play. Kind of, yeah. Oh, I guess the second Turbo Energize is actually prized, so that wasn't even like a line for Tord here potentially. I mean, KOing the Dusclops to prevent a Dusknoir the next turn doesn't seem terrible. I don't hate it, but giving Carson access to Counter Catcher is something that is also pretty scary, because that would allow Carson to pull off an attack in a way that doesn't leave damage in play for then Tord to utilize with Monkey Dories.
Tord deciding what to go with here will be the Mega Kangaskhan. Now he does have Penny, so he can still attack this turn, just looking for a little bit of extra support. He does find the Lily's Determination, which is available as an option to draw 8 cards, but what is more valuable, drawing more cards or attacking? It looks like neither is the option.
Well, he's got the Pecharunt in hand.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, so now he can do the play, like you mentioned, pushing the Absol into the active, and this will be KOing the Dusclops, which means there's no threat of a Dusknoir next turn. Like you said, Carson does not play the rare candy, so no candy Dusknoir possible on the next turn, which means this Absol is safe. This Absol cannot be KO'd on the following turn. Did I speak too soon? Jamming Tower is
yeah, Carson
a
does play
possibility.
2 Jamming Towers in his list.
Yeah, and because of the poison, I guess it would be 10 short. The Absol could survive with 10 HP here.
We do see Claw of Darkness. Tord able to rip a card from Carson's hand and has a couple of powerful options. Could rid him of the Lily's Determination, but it is very tempting to get rid of that A-spec of choice, Neo Upper Energy. Carson hoping it gets to go back to the deck. Nope, straight to the discard pile.
Yeah, and imagine how devastating that turn could have been if Tord actually found a Boss's Orders. You could have KO'd the Dracloak off the bench and then removed the Neo Upper Energy from the hand. That would have been almost a game over scenario, but with the Psychic Energy on the Dracloak, and the fact that there's no way for Tord to actually guaranteed one-hit KO a Dragapult. There's a possibility if enough damage sticks in play for double Monkey Dory plus the first attack of the Absol to get the KO, the terminal period, but like I said, Counter Catcher's active, Carson can just play around leaving too much damage in play.
Carson was able to find Dragapult EX from the top of the deck. That will be nice, something he can utilize here. There is a couple of interesting choices, Azul, off of the Recon Directive. That Jamming Tower you were calling out, but also a third Dracloak is tempting.
Yeah, I think you want to avoid attacking into the Mega Absol this turn from Carson, so I like the extra Dracloak grab. You're not trying to get to that Bravery Charm quite yet. You'll be able to access that card later on. Plenty of draw power in this Dragapult deck. So I like just going for the wider setup board here.
More energy spread, some options. Carson does have counter catcher here, so if he wanted to, he could chase prize cards going after something like Monkey Dory or Petron EX.
Yeah, I like the prize chasing here for sure, and is going after that Petron EX, which does remove some mobility from Tord's side of the field as well. I guess the Latias in play should keep Tord pretty safe, but I definitely like this chase here. And like I said, Tord taking that knockout does give that counter catcher access over to Carson. One thing you sometimes want to second guess when you're going up against stuff like Dragapult and Charizard decks with so many counter catchers, do you want to give them that almost free gust, it feels like.
The only piece Carson needs here off of Lily's Determination for 8, plus a couple recon directives, is an energy card. He's got 7 in the list. That Neo Upper did hit the discard pile. 1 is attached, so he'll have a few different outs to find here, and he will see 12 cards when you consider the 2 recon directives coming in, so pretty decent odds to find one.
Yeah, energy, I would say, is all but guaranteed. Pheasantipity could also make its way onto the field.
Oh, buddy, you did not just Caster's Curse this guy right now, did you? All but guaranteed, he
there
says?
It is.
Okay, okay.
I'm bringing a different energy to the desk, Chip. I believe that they'll be able to pull it off. Does have the energy, that's locked up. Does have an Ultra Ball as well. The other play to consider here from Carson before potentially the Psyduck is found and put into play. We did see draw a prize card last turn. Would we do want to utilize this Dusclops, or utilize the Duskull, evolve into a Dusclops, and maybe take out that Monkey Dory off the bench that has a dark energy? And then from there, you should knock out a Mega to win the game.
Recon Directive will add a couple more cards to Carson's hand, hoping to have some help moving forward. Ultra Ball gets rid of Badoo and Dracloak, 2 Pokemon that Carson is no longer going to need. He will find out the Dusclops, evolving Duskull all the way up. So popping that Curse Blast is an option. You kind of hedge his bet a little bit, hope that Tord did not take the Psyduck. He only had a 1 out of 6 chance to do so. And if not, that could lead to a much more powerful play with Dusknoir on the next turn. There's the energy attachment to the active Dragapult EX Phantom Dive ready to go. We'll be able to KO the Petron EX, and then Carson will be able to spread the damage on to Tord's bench however he would like. Azul, how would you like to see this damage placed?
We just don't want to put 3s in play. Got to avoid the 3s. We don't want double Monkey Dory to happen to be able to move 6 damage counters over to the active Dragapult here to then set up for that terminal period, the first attack from the Absol EX. We don't see that attack happen very often for a reason, because players play around it pretty well. So some kind of like maybe a 2-2-2 split.
Wait. Oh, okay. This is smart here.
Okay,
if Carson
like
doesn't want to leave any damage in play, so Carson targets that Mega Absol EX, which is protected by the Mist Energy. You know, placing the damage counters isn't effective in attack, but that's what he wants to do.
Yes,
he doesn't want that damage in play. So heads up decision there from Carson. Could have spread things out onto the Monkey Dories and the Latias 2-2-2, something like that, but rather than giving Tord that damage to play with, he wants to just have that extra damage counters effectively evaporate. Tord happy to push up Mega Kangaskhan with its Run Errand ability. We'll be able to draw a couple more cards. And with Carson having taken a knockout, Tord is now the one who is behind on prize cards. It opens up some options for him. He has access to Counter Catcher. So with no Psyduck, maybe he's scared of the Dusclops. What do you think you'd like to see Tord do?
This is an interesting situation from Tord. Like you mentioned, the Dusclops is a little scary here. You know at this point, I'm pretty sure that Carson plays Jamming Towers. Carson actually plays 2 of them. Usually it's between 1 and 2. And that would be pretty scary. A Jamming Tower plus Dusknoir combo would remove your Mega Absol from play. And then at that point, Carson is just a single prize card away from winning the game. Another Dragapult could be a threat by the time that comes around, or the Ursaluna for Carson to be able to close out the game. So maybe Gus KO the Dusclops here from Tord is the way to go. Unfortunately, it would have to be with a boss. You would maybe want to look for a counter catcher here and do a little bit more this turn. But I guess, is there much more to do? We see the attachment on the Monkey Dory, and then, yeah, just going to go ahead and chase down the Dusclops. This seems good enough. I can't imagine like what more you could do here as Tord, to be honest.
Boss's orders will choose the Dusclops, bring it to the active spot, and Tord will once again announce Claw of Darkness. More than enough to KO Dusclops with the weakness, of course. And gets to rip a card here from Carson's hand. Not before using Adrenabrain, however, placing 1 extra damage counter over onto Carson's side, healing his Mega Absol, of course, not too bad. That is a KO. And yes, before Tord looks at his prize card, he must choose one of these cards to discard. And there are a couple pretty strong options. Looks like the Blood Moon Ursaluna is on the table, Professor Turo, Iono. What do you think, Azul?
I think it's got to be one of these supporters here, and I definitely lean towards probably the boss's orders. You really want Carson to probably have to go through the Absol, not around the Absol. So that's what I think I would like to see. I trying to think about how the Turo could line up in this matchup where that would be a hugely impactful card. The Jamming Tower, there's also merit there as well. I think that would mostly come down to, is Tord aware of the fact that Carson plays 2 Jamming Tower? If Tord thinks Carson only plays 1, then that becomes a pretty good target potentially. But yeah, goes for that boss's orders. Tord wants to force Carson to go through the Absol, not around it. Now there's a boss gone, and Counter Catcher is now offline as well for Carson. They're evened up 2-2.
Yep, no counter catcher on the table for Carson this turn. Tord did take the Psyduck off the prizes, so something he can put down if he'd like to. It's much, much less impactful now.
Yeah, yeah. Now that there's no Duskull on the bench, it will be definitely less impactful here.
Looks like we're getting a tech issue resolved for our players on the stage. Getting all that sorted out really quickly before we continue through this match. Just to recap things, we are sitting at 4 prize cards apiece for these 2 players. They're currently playing in Top Cut. One of 11 players each of them are. Fighting for a chance to become our regional champion. We are now into single elimination, so a win here for these players will propel them forward in the tournament, and a loss will cut their runs short. Just over 55 minutes remaining here. You do get a boosted amount of time for Top Cut matches, up to 75 minutes, which allows for a lot more Pokemon to be played as well.
Yeah, definitely a big difference to have that 75 minutes. You rarely, if ever, see any kind of 1-0s happening. It'll almost always be a 2-0 or a 2-1 victory. We sometimes do run out of time, and it does come down to a pretty intense prize race scenario at the end of game 3s. Of course, that can happen. This one is gearing up pretty nicely, though, to not take probably too long. And it is a lot of back and forth so far. And I can see either player taking this first game for sure. Both have pretty established board states. And, you know, this being a new matchup, I'm really excited to see not just this game, but the conclusion of this match as well, to understand this matchup specifically more, because the Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan deck is so new. How the match...
on the case, trying to get it so that these players do not hear what we are saying, but also maybe hear the audience, hear any of those sort of reactions. So hopefully we'll get back into the game here very soon. And of course, any necessary time extension will be applied. These players will have that full 75 minutes that they need in order to keep things moving.
Yeah, get the time extension full time for the match. And I was going to mention the Top Cut in general. If we're looking at like the decks left, the Dragapults are the 2 decks that were squeaked into the asymmetrical cut. You know, they did not get any of the buys in the round to move on directly to the top 8 part of the bracket. So this is Dragapult's last lifelines here. Carson and Lance playing in the asymmetrical round. But they might be able to make it through. We might still see Dragapult live a little bit further.
And I do believe we have a top 8 match happening out on the floor as well. Hale, Obernulti, and Xander Pro, I believe, have already begun, since they are moved forward into top 8 as far as our bracket is concerned. And that is one that is really exciting. I mean, that's 2 multi-time regional champions playing up against each other, both playing the Mega Kangaskhan, Mega Absol deck. How do you feel like that mirror match goes, Azul?
I did think about it a little bit. I think the main attacker is Kangaskhan, and you hope to get lucky. Like,
wow, what a game we play, man.
You hope to hit heads, and ideally a lot of heads. Because when I was thinking about it, I was like, you pair Absol up against Kangaskhan. Absol can't KO Kangaskhan, but Kangaskhan could possibly KO Absol. Also, attacking first maybe isn't something you're looking to do, because that does give damage to your opponent to utilize with Monkey Dory. So depending on how much energy is in play, like maybe both players exhaust both their turbo energizes before they even initiate and start attacking.
Yeah. Yeah, lots of things to consider. That's always one of the funny things whenever like a new deck comes up into the metagame. Everyone thinks about how it functions into the meta, right? Thinks about all the other matchups that you could play against. A lot of people don't spend too much time thinking about the mirror match up until sometimes even a couple minutes before they're about to play one.
Yeah, we've definitely had that situation come up in the past where players, they're going into a Top Cut round against maybe a fellow teammate or testing partner, and they're like, well, we tested against everything, but just not ourselves.
I'm sure you had that experience, right? There was that run where you and your teammates were in top cut of like almost every single tournament.
Yeah.
Did you guys ever have that sort of instance come up where you're on the fly figuring out how to play a mirror?
Yeah, I don't think I was ever involved in any of those mirror matches personally, but we definitely had that discussion and that thought process when we were going against each other in Top Cut, where we're like, well, yeah, we don't know fully how this one plays out. We tested against everything else. We thought about everything else. But when you're bringing something unique, something different, like this Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan deck, the mirror match is probably not top priority because you don't expect it to be that much of the field. You know, it's going to be a low percentage played deck. You want to be good against you want to know how to play against the Gardevoirs and the Dragapults and stuff like that.
Yeah, and let's talk about this deck a little bit here as well for Tord, because this deck was not really much of a known quantity until really less than a week ago, right? It was kind of like Monday, Tuesday this past week where, you know, Tord tweeted out about this deck. A lot of people started kind of figuring out what the list looked like. A lot of people were like speculating based on who they played against on PTCG Live online, you know, what some of these decks may look like. I saw people start to do well with it in online tournaments. So out of nowhere, a huge meta shift happens just a few days before this tournament.
Yeah, and it really is all single-handedly down to Tord, the best player in the game. People look to him for inspiration and stuff like that, and he made a big deal about all of a sudden last minute coming to this tournament, playing a cool deck. People figured out what deck it was, and a lot of people jumped on board with him, and he's here in Cut. We see a lot of other of the decks in Cut as well, so pretty successful for him and a couple other players as well.
Yeah, I mean, Tord said online, you don't find Zoropods unless you're willing to take a risk and experiment, and that's what he's doing here. You know, he's taking a risk by traveling really far, you know, away from his home country of Norway to come to this event at the last minute. I can't imagine it was a super cheap expenditure for him.
Yeah.
And now he's here. It's paid off nicely to get at least this far, and I'm sure he is looking to add yet another regional title to his resume. Of course, Zoropod, Zoroark GX, Golisopod GX, a deck that Tord piloted to win the European International Championships several years ago, was a pretty unknown archetype heading into the weekend. A lot of players didn't even think Zoroark GX was that good heading into that weekend, which looking back is crazy to say, because after that event, multiple Zoroark variants became very good, and Zoroark Golisopod led that charge.
Yeah, Zoroark itself is arguably the most successful card in the TCG's history. There's a Gardevoir giving it a run for its money, but it's pretty close. It's pretty close.
I think Gardevoir is probably, I mean, if it's not surpassed it, we only got a few more months with the card, right, before rotation.
A little time.
I mean, it's one more money than Zoropod did, that's for sure.
That's for sure.
Zoroark in general.
Yeah, the prize pools weren't what they were back in the day, or weren't what they are now back in the day. Zoroark didn't quite get the even playing field as far as that goes, but...
All right, well, great news. It looks like we are getting back into this game. Players are resuming, and we are picking it up on Carson's turn. Big thanks to our production team getting things sorted out so that these players are having a clean, fair match, and you can see time has been added appropriately, just under 56 minutes remaining. Our Carson is going to, I think, kick things off with an INO.
Yep, going with the INO here, and it looks like Carson is resigning to going through the Absol on this coming up turn, unless, I guess we could see a world where Carson passes and lets Tord hit into the Dragapult, but that seems a little bit too slow. Tord could just draw a boss to get around it potentially. So I feel like Carson is going to, with the energy attachment, especially from the Luminous, does have the potential of a follow-up Dragapult. I think Carson is going to be going straight through this Absol. Doesn't have to leave damage on the bench with the spread damage, but you probably would just try and load up as much damage in play as possible.
A tough call here from the Recon Directive. Night Stretcher and Boss's Orders, both cards that I think Carson would really like to have options with on the next turn.
Yeah, I think getting a Duskull down this turn, of course, you know it is possible. Tord has taken another prize card. The Psyduck could have been found, and we know the Psyduck was found, but Carson doesn't. So as far as Carson knows right now, Psyduck is still in the prize cards. You could still get value out of your Dusclops and your Dusknoirs as long as you can set them up.
Certainly something he'll be debating here. The Night Stretcher was the choice ultimately. Boss's Orders was sent to the bottom. So will a Duskull come back? And it does look like that is the case here. Night Stretcher able to choose either a Pokemon, excuse me, or a basic energy card. Add them to the hand from the discard pile, and it will be the Duskull here as the choice. And that's Dive will come out. Once again, I'll be curious to see if Carson will place damage onto Tord's board on the bench, or will he target that Kangaskhan with the Mist Energy to evaporate those damage counters?
I would assume we'll probably leave the damage in play because you're already doing 200 damage to the active Absol. You want to build up more options in play for your choices, your options on your following turns, but it'll be interesting to see what Carson does here with that. Another big deal, another big reason why Tord prizing the Psyduck is such a big deal initially is because Tord plays very little Pokemon search. There's the trolley, which gets everything, but if it's not there initially, you only have 2 nest balls to find anything else later in the game.
So how will Carson spread this damage on the bench? That is ultimately the final question here. Looks like it's going to be a split of 5 to the Monkey Dory and 1 to the Latiasiac, setting that up to be KO'd by a potential Phantom Dive in the future. Now, one thing Tord does have to consider with putting the Psyduck down, it does line up for Carson to potentially take a multi-prize turn by KOing it alongside something like Hawlucha. Tord has exhausted both of his Mist Energy into play already. He could pick it up with Penny, but all things to consider.
Yeah, so second Bravery Charm would be a possibility to protect the Psyduck, but there's a Jamming Tower in play, so can a Lively Stadium be found? Currently, Carson is not guaranteed hasn't guaranteed set up a checkmate board state yet, but there's a couple different routes here. If the Psyduck isn't found, then Dusclops is a possibility. Even if the Psyduck is found, it only has 70 HP, so a Phantom Dive from Dragapult would KO the Absol and the Psyduck alongside a Hawlucha, which would net Carson those 4 prize cards to win the game. The terminal period is set up for Tord, but that is not looking like it's going to be enough to overcome the board state Carson has developed here. And if Tord goes around the Dragapult this turn to chase the Duskull again, that's like, I just think, too slow. That would put Tord down to 3 prize cards, 2 knockouts away from winning the game.
The Tord could still KO the Duskull with a couple of Adrenabrains here, right? Yep. So that's an option on the table. KO Duskull plus KO one of these Cloaks later on, potentially. Looks like I guess
that play would have been pretty good comboed with a Boss's Orders to avoid not just hitting into the Dragapult this turn. But we see the Arven coming out, and Countercatcher is not active. So we could see the Duskull get taken care of, but then we're only drawing 1 prize card this turn still, which makes things tough for Tord in the future.
Looks like Tord is going to value getting the Psyduck down as an option, as this Arven has eyed up Nest Ball, and alongside it, Psyduck looks like it will hit the field. Not a card from Mega Evolution, but a promo released alongside the expansion. Has become very impactful. I always enjoy seeing these promo cards get a chance to shine in the TCG, adding a little value to those products and making it so that people are looking out for them. And sure enough, Psyduck has been a very impactful one. I saw plenty of people scrambling to try to find one the day before the event because of how strong the card is.
Yeah, and this is not where you want to be as Tord now. I think he's hoping, I don't know, Hawlucha is prized at this point or something like that. Seems to be the route Tord is going with this Psyduck grab. I was wondering if there was maybe an E-switch in the hand. Could we just put Kangaskhan in the active possibly and attack with that? But I don't believe that's available there for Tord. So, and you see he is agonizing over this decision, has already committed to the Nest Ball. We've played the Nest Ball. Our supporter for turn is gone. And now he's even debating getting the Psyduck, it looks like, from Tord. Maybe a third Monkey Dory?
Third Monkey could be an option, and that does add a lot of healing here. Won't take the Mega Absol out of range of being KO'd, but perhaps in combination with a Lively Stadium and reactivating that Bravery Charm, that effectively adds 80 hit points. He could heal 90 if he has another Darkness Energy. That's a lot of extra hit points added to this Mega Absol.
Yeah, I'm not sure the route Tord is going to go here. I'm trying to piece together. Yeah, we can't protect the Absol fully. If we heal 90 from it, it does still get KO'd by a Dragapult attack. So from Tord here, you got to remove some damage, I feel like, from the bench Monkey Dory for sure. And I think that's what he's going to do. It looks like that's what he's lining up.
30 damage being moved from the first Adrenabrain. It looks like Duskull will be the target.
And the Duskull does have to go here. It's too big of a threat, so Tord is going to target that down. Things are still dicey for Tord, but he's put together a line here where he feels this is most comfortable. The Psyduck was a little bit too vulnerable to the Hawlucha play.
Oh, and maybe Tord hoping for the Lively Stadium off the prize card. Does not find it. That would have been nice. It is Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon, probably the least valuable card that he could have taken off of those remaining 4.
Yeah, couldn't have gotten value out of the Bravery Charm or the Counter Catcher, but potentially in the future, he could have utilized the Cornerstone, though. Not only is it not very good in this matchup, in this situation, it's not great.
There is that third energy coming down. That means Monkey Dory online with Adrenabrain. Number 3 used this turn. It does look like he will heal the Mega Absol, of course. We'll see where the damage goes from this Adrenabrain.
Yeah, this is looking pretty rough here for Tord. Is only going to be able to hit into the active Dragapult. And as long as Carson just doesn't put damage on the bench, once again targeting that Mega Kangaskhan with the Mist Energy to basically nullify the spread damage from the Phantom Dive, Tord's going to have no damage to work with these Monkey Dories on the next turn, and it's still going to be 3 prize cards away from winning this game. So back-to-back Dragapults here is looking pretty good for Carson.
Tord using Claw of Darkness is able to pull one of these cards out of Carson's hand. He's going to take stock of what Carson has already exhausted. What is in the discard pile? What does he still have remaining? A couple different options here for Carson in the hand. So Tord just kind of figuring out which one is most valuable.
I think Tord here is probably trying to limit the possibility of a follow-up attacker. Looks like maybe he's eyeing up the Hawlucha. Tord isn't out of attacking options on the next turn, despite this Absol going down. Will have the Ursaluna to potentially work with, or with an energy switch, the Mega Kangaskhan could get online.
And that is not a bad find here for Carson if he wants the option. It is the counter catcher. I guess Carson does probably need to go through this Absol more than anything, so he's going to debate that. Thinking about using Recon Directive to kick things off, and he will go that route. He does have Monkey Dory available now. He has taken it off the prize cards, so if he can find that Pokemon, he did just find Luminous Energy.
Yeah, the Monkey Dory would spell game here for Carson. That is, and I see the Ultra Ball. I think as long as Carson sees the play, that should be game here.
Yeah, that would actually line up perfectly for Carson, right? He can Ultra Ball for the Monkey Dory. He would be able to KO this active Absol, and I think he's realizing now, yes, Ultra Ball for the Monkey Dory. Luminous Energy will use Adrenabrain, and he'll be able to move 3 damage counters over towards Monkey Dory.
Yep.
And then Phantom Dive will KO the active Mega Absol and KO that benched Monkey Dory for the game. And Carson Washer is going to go up 1-0 in Top Cut.
Yeah, there was one more play there we could have seen from Tord. Could have fully healed that benched Monkey Dory, but he can't play around everything at that point. He's in such a bad spot. I think he was trying to preserve some damage in play to utilize potentially with his Monkey Dories in the future. So I don't hate the play maybe from Tord to keep it, but it might have just been a mistake in the end. Maybe there's no play that Tord could have lined up by preserving those 2 damage counters on that Monkey Dory for a future Monkey Dory use. Should have maybe gone for the full heal, but it was in a bad spot nonetheless. It would have been a tough one for Tord to make a comeback.
We'll get a couple updates really quick from our other games still happening out on the floor. 2 other asymmetrical games are happening. Ian and Lance are actually headed to game 3 of their set, and then Aiden is up 1-0 over Aban. Of course, that's in Zoroark versus the Gardevoir matchup. And then in top 8, Hale Obernolte is up a game right now over Xander Perot.
Yeah, a lot of exciting matches going on, and we've got an exciting game 2 coming up here. Tord did just lose the first game. I imagine we'll be choosing second, and now he did find the trolley going first in the first game, but I don't think he's going to bank on that again. And ideally, the Psyduck is not prized. We saw that kind of warp towards early game where he had to chase the Dusclops. Tord does not want to chase Dusclops with his deck. He wants to bench the Psyduck that protects him from the Dusclops and Dusknoir and put the pressure on Carson's attackers. Wasn't able to do that in the first game. We'll see if he's able to potentially pull that off here in the second.
And we do have confirmation Carson is going to be going first here in this second game. Tord has chosen to go second, really trying to increase his opportunity to get that precious trolley as quickly as possible. Here we go, game number 2. Carson Washer on the left, Tord Reklev on the right. Carson with the start of Monkey Dory in the active spot. Tord's got a Mega Absol EX in his active. It looks like Carson is eyeing up an Ultra Ball right away.
Yeah, it looks like Carson is missing that oh-so-important Buddy Poffin that you want to find in that first turn of the game to get multiple Dreepy, maybe a Duskull into play. And also, the Monkey Dory start is not great for Carson. We saw in Game 1, Carson had a really well-managed bench. No Fez, no Monkey Dory. The reason you don't want those Pokemon in play is because of the Yveltal that Tord plays with the Clutch. Now, Carson, I believe, does play a Turo, unless I'm mistaken. Does have the Turo, so it does have a little mobility, but not a ton. So you want to avoid cards like Monkey Dory and Pheasantipity come into play until you really need them to stop the Clutch from being able to slow the game down, because Tord does have the Monkey Dory advantage. Plays 3, Carson only has the 1. You'll always lose that trade.
We did get a quick look at the prize cards there for Carson. Nothing too bad. A bunch of Pokemon, 1 Dreepy, 1 Dracloak. So a little annoying, decreases his odds of finding those Pokemon, but he's generally okay not having access to them. The 1 Pheasantipity, though, is something that could come up. Also a Luminous Energy.
Yeah, the Fez will be the big one there. You don't want to put it in play, but you also don't want to dead draw in the middle of the game when you have an Ultra Ball, and Tord just took a KO. So you'd rather have access to it than not, but I don't think you're stressing over the Dreepy or the Dracloak quite yet. Unless Tord starts chasing him down, then you might be a little worried, but nothing too crazy.
Carson going to take note of just all these other prize cards. Very important with decks like this. Whenever you're putting specific cards on the bottom, you want to know what odds look like to draw into other cards. Like if Carson knows he has Boss's Orders prized, he may be less inclined to put one to the bottom of a deck with Recon Directive. Things like that, all factors for players to consider. Carson will shuffle up after this Ultra Ball, and I have to imagine it will just be a pass unless he's got an energy attachment for the turn.
Yeah, what you mentioned about the cards going to the bottom, like it's gotten a little bit more interesting and intricate with Dragapult now that it doesn't play Research anymore. You have the Liz Determination, which does shuffle your deck completely when you want a Dracloak, has now definitely adjusted around how many Dracloaks you did in the previous turns, if you just got Iono'd, stuff like that.
Draw for turn on Tord's side, does find a Mist Energy, and he has the Arven, so right away on this turn, Tord could go for the Mist Energy Psyduck play, and sure enough, Psyduck is not going to be prized this time. Now, I guess Tord probably doesn't want to go for Mist Energy on Psyduck right away, probably going to value going for Turbo Energize on this first turn.
Yeah, I guess the only question would be, you could retreat to the Psyduck
okay.
Latios and get the Mist on it to go with that. So
honestly, fair, yeah.
So Tord will have a couple different options. We saw how much he valued getting energy on the Monkey Dories in the previous game. Of course, getting energy. The Absol probably needs to make its way to the bench, of course, to receive the energy from the Turbo Energize. So we'll see where Tord ends up with that first attachment. And prize cards for Tord here. The Monkey Dory is the standout one, but it's going to have 2 others to work with, so I don't think you're stressing about that.
Yeah, not too bad. Quick little update from the floor. Azul Aban has actually won Game 2 up against Aiden Koos, sending things to a Game 3 in that Zoark versus Gardevoir matchup.
Yeah, that's interesting. You definitely give Aiden the edge in there, but yeah, Bond was able to pull one out. Has some experience in that matchup now, for sure, after Pittsburgh, maybe utilizing some of that to get that victory.
Do you think he counted his deck before he set up the play?
I bet he counted his deck between every round in this one.
Precious Trolley is the find for Tord alongside Turbo Energize from this Arven, and fills the board with a bunch of different Pokemon, a pair of Monkey Dory, Mega Kangaskhan EX, that Latias EX to provide free retreat with its Skyliner ability. Of course, that Mega Absol is already in the active spot, and Psyduck gets to join the party this time.
Yeah, the oh-so-important Psyduck. And to be honest, I would imagine with how we've seen Tord value energy and where to put it in this matchup, I think we'll see the Mist on the Duck. That would be my guess. Because the energy on the Kangaskhan feels a little awkward if you're going to retreat to that. You get the draw power, but then there's energy on Kangaskhan, which doesn't feel great. And, yeah, the Psyduck is getting loaded up.
Psyduck really getting its chance to shine here. Attacking in top cut at the Milwaukee Regional Championships. Going for Technical Machine Turbo Energize, filling the board with energy cards.
Yeah, interestingly, there from Tord, and I think probably the correct play, chose not to play that Earthen Vessel that was in the hand. Of course, Carson could use Badoo on this next turn, but like we already talked about, Badoo's not that strong at this point. The Trolley's been played, the initial Arven's been used. You'd just be kind of leaving a easy KO for a potential Drainabrain in the future on your board. So I don't think we're going to see Carson go for any kind of Badoo. And I think Tord, knowing that, didn't stress to play the Vessel that turn to guarantee an energy attachment next turn.
Having gone first here, it does feel like Carson is immediately on his second turn playing a little bit of catch-up. He's behind on the setup right now. He's got a Dracloak in play. He was able to get that down, but needs to find more Dreepies here, Azul.
Yeah, more Dreepies. The Psyduck's in play, so now you're not aggressively going for Duskull. Developing into a Dusclops or Dusknoir could still be valuable in the late game if the Psyduck is ever removed from the field, but it's going to be so hard now that it has that Mist energy. Do you really want to gust up a Psyduck and then leave a Dragapult in the active to Jet Headbutt or Phantom Dive it? You want to avoid it, but it might be the route we have to see Carson take later to get access to the Dusknoirs.
And Carson will be very thankful off of Lily's determination to find a couple of Buddy Buddy Poffins, so he'll be able to get a couple more Dracloaks into play. Yeah, how worth it is it to put Dusclops in play at this point? Does he even go for it? Duskull, excuse me. Have to imagine at least 2 Dreepy will come down, though.
Yeah, I'm going to assume we won't see Duskull hit the field at all this game. It is, as long as Psyduck is in play, another liability for the clutch of the Yveltal. Now, that isn't like a guaranteed win condition for Tord, but it gives Tord control over the board state possibly, so you want to minimize those Pokemon in play. So I'd imagine that's another reason to not set that up.
And Carson will actually even just hold on to the Buddy Buddy Poffin. That's a pretty easy card to choose to discard on something like an Ultra Ball. And playing Ultra Ball in Dragapult honestly sometimes can feel pretty annoying, having to get rid of powerful resources.
Yeah, yeah, and also another card that just shuffles your deck. So once you use Dracloak a couple times, if some cards you like end up on the bottom of your deck, it is a way to easily and conveniently shuffle your deck to potentially draw back into those with a follow-up Iono or more Recon Directives.
Here comes that Recon Directive. Looking at the top two, there is a Hilda. That does give Carson access to Neo Upper next turn. Pretty nice card to find. It was Tord in the finals of the Frankfurt Regional Championships who was struggling to find his Neo Upper energy. Carson will now have access to it on the next turn.
Yeah, and also has, I see a Luminous and a basic Psychic in hand. Getting attachments on tempo as Dragapult is definitely something you want to do. So we'll be able to get the attachment for this turn. Has the possibility of the Neo Upper next turn. The Neo Upper probably won't happen, though, because you're going to be attaching to the Dracloak this turn, I assume. Without Rare Candy in here, attaching to Dreepy feels a little weird. And then gets aggressive with the Jamming Tower. And I think this is to try and prevent another Turbo Energize on the following turn. I think Carson might be aware of how Tord might want to approach this matchup and take things slow.
Jamming Tower, of course, the stadium of choice here for Carson. It does mean that all Pokemon tool cards in play have no effect, and that includes the ability to use the attacks on cards like Technical Machine, Evolution, Devolution, and Turbo Energize. It also includes, you know, Blindside and Fluoride. All those other Technical Machines can't use any of those attacks.
Yeah.
Earthen Vessel for Tord will be played. Discards the Mega Absol EX in favor of finding a few energy cards. With that Jamming Tower in play, Tord is not going to have another turn to go for Turbo Energize. He'll have to choose here. Does he want to start attacking? I have to imagine the answer is yes.
Yeah, as long as you have that boss for the Cloak, the only reason you wouldn't want to attack here would be to use Turbo Energize, set up more energy, and then not give Carson access to Counter Catcher to once again avoid the... Oh, but there we do. We do see the attachment to the Monkey Door, so Tord is going to take it slow despite the lack of Turbo Energize.
Yeah, he has Boss in his hand as well, so
yeah.
Could have gone for it, but instead will use this opportunity to set up a little bit. Do you think he's hoping to find the combination of Lively Stadium and the Turbo Energize here off of this, or is this just his overall best play?
I don't think he's betting on the Turbo Energize find here. It's pretty unlikely to find that, especially when it has to come alongside the Lively Stadium. I think even despite the lack of Turbo Energize, Tord just values don't give them access to Counter Catcher, despite being able to have remove the only Dracloak with energy from play, build up your side of the board with more energy, and wait for Carson to put damage in play by attacking first into something like your Kangaskhan or the Absol.
8 cards for Tord off of this Lily's Determination. Not much going on, just a retreat into the Kangaskhan thanks to Latias's Skyliner. He will draw 2 cards now. Looks like Counter Catcher and Penny added to his arsenal for a future turn. Kind of a lot of clunky cards that Tord doesn't really want to see. A couple Eviltal, right? There's the Cornerstone Mask, the second Mega Kangaskhan, all cards that aren't really useful for Tord anymore.
Yeah, none of those are going to be super high value here. I guess I could see Tord going into Evital next turn, possibly. Although I feel like if Carson doesn't get aggressive here, we'll probably see Tord just develop another energy on a Monkey Dory. Now, this is giving time for Carson to establish energy in play, where you will be able to now potentially attack with back-to-back Dragapults using a Luminous Energy, let's say on this Dracloak, followed up by the Neo Upper on the following turn. So if Carson wants to get aggressive, now might be the time.
Carson does have the Professor Turo in his hand, so he could use that to get the Monkey Dory out of the active spot. He also could get Latias EX here, but you've mentioned how Latias can be a bit of a liability thanks to the clutch of Eviltal.
Yeah, I think Carson has to avoid basically anything else hitting the board that is not a Dragapult. No Fez, no Latias. Ursaluna maybe at the end of the game. That could be fine. But yeah, this Monkey Dory itself is already such a liability for a potential Evital play. Not this turn, not next turn, but at any point later in the game where Tord wants to slow things down or maybe be able to win the game through a clutch play. You have to play heavily around it at this point. And another reason that Duskull probably does not want to make its way into play as well, to play around those liabilities from the clutch. And we see Carson is actually taking it slow as well, splitting the energy on the Dracloaks.
Yeah, really content here to slow the pace of the game down. He could start attacking right now, but doesn't feel the pressure, doesn't feel the need to, wants to set up for a bigger play. And I wonder if that play includes going after something like Psyduck all in one turn.
Yeah, could go after the Psyduck, but at that point you'd have to bench Duskulls preemptively, and that could open up some opportunities for Tord. I feel like Carson is maybe waiting for a boss's orders to maybe chase a Monkey Dory or combo Halucha to take out the Latias off the bench for the first attack here. Also, I guess on this turn as well, having to move the Monkey Dory to get into a Dragapult is a little bit inconvenient because that would have to require the Latias coming into play or using the Turo,
yeah.
which are cards you want to save. So getting into a Dragapult attack this turn from Carson wasn't super easy to pull off. So I definitely understand.
He had the Turo, though. If he wanted it, the play was there.
And that would have completely removed all liabilities from the board.
Yeah, yeah. Choosing to play it slow, though, he's content. He's fine to let Tord be the one to potentially strike first. That is risky, though, whenever the attack that your opponent will be using to strike first involves discarding a card from your hand.
Yeah, yeah. In the early game for the situation, though, with how much draw power is on board, Carson is probably not too afraid of running out of resources. And I feel like mostly at this point, both players are trying to play around counter catcher. I think a big thing for Tord actually at this point, because Carson initiated the stadium back and forth, is we could get to the end of this game with a Lively Stadium stuck in play. We do see a Lively Stadium in Tord's hand right now. If Tord can get this one into play this turn, and then even if Carson bumps it as soon as next turn, Tord will have the upper hand in the stadium back and forth, and will end up with a Lively Stadium in play, keeping the Bravery Charms online and giving all your basic Pokemon that plus 30 HP.
Earthen Vessel found for Tord. Will discard Nest Ball to get a couple more Darkness Energy. Will it be the time now for him to start swinging, start making something happen? I think with the grab of the Fighting Energy, that does sort of indicate that. Probably will attach the Fighting Energy to the Mega Absol EX, save the Darkness Energy for the other Monkey Dory on the next turn, but no, he is going to decide to favor just one more Darkness Energy.
Yeah, that is definitely an interesting choice. Maybe playing around getting Ionoed, so you're going to attach a Monkey Dory this turn, and if you get Ionoed next turn from Carson, you have a higher chance of drawing into the Fighting Energy, and then that's the one you want on the Absol. So I feel like Tord is, once again, going to take it pretty slow, continue to set up, and there it is, the attachment to the Monkey Dory.
A little bit of a game of chicken happening for both of these players, not wanting to be the one to strike first and wanting to make sure that when they strike, they're the ones who are going to be pushing the advantage here. Lively Stadium will come down, does boost the HP of all basic Pokemon in play, including Carson's Monkey Dory here, but more importantly for Tord, all of his high HP Mega Evolution Pokemon.
Yeah, the question at this point is, where is the breaking point for Carson? I feel like it might come from a Hawlucha plus boss play, and take out the Latias, initiate the first KO, Phantom Dive, all your spread damage to the Psyduck. It does have the Mist, so it will remove it effectively from play. No damage will be in play for Tord to use with Monkey Dories. And then even if you start hitting into the Mega Absol at that point as Carson, you could have such a prize lead at that point. You don't care if you go back and forth one hit for one hit, because you establish so many energy on these Dracolics at this point. Carson is setting up to potentially go Dragapult, Dragapult, Dragapult.
The other thing that playing this slowly does for Carson is that it gives him just more time to thin his deck, to get rid of cards that he doesn't want to see anymore. You know, finding those Ultra Balls in order to discard those evolution pieces that he's not going to find. And speaking of Ultra Ball, he was able to find a couple of them from this Lily's Determination for 8.
Yeah, I see that in there. I also see the Latias, but I think, and I would like to see Carson be content with not getting aggressive here. Don't retreat and start attacking. I guess another piece for that combination that I mentioned is a jamming tower. To KO the Latias off the bench, it does have that extra 30 HP from the Lively Stadium.
So this is a really interesting spot because Carson has found that second jamming tower off of this recon directive, but he's choosing to send it to the bottom of the deck. And I think that's because he's waiting for a play where he can combo it all into play all at once and not have it get ripped out of his hand by the Absol EX on towards the end.
Yeah, that is possible. It's trying to protect the cards. That is something that Draclo can do very well in this matchup, is you know where your important cards are, so you can increase your odds of finding them later in the game with how you sequence your turn.
Just a pass from Carson. Once again, maybe someone will start attacking at some point in this game. We'll see which one of these players will be the one to strike first. Is it now the time for Tord? Now that he has gotten his board established, he has 2 energy on Monkey Dory. He has energy on Psyduck, and no, it is not the time, Azul.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think at this point from Tord, you just wait to set up your Kangaskhan fully now. Like, I was going to say, if we took this long initially, if this is how Tord feels like the matchup is best played, then we go further. We take more time, and we are truly, I think, just waiting for Carson to take the first attack. A question that might come up eventually, though, is who decks out first. And at that point, that player will have to be the initiator.
What an interesting spot. I mean, this is what high-level Pokemon play is all about. I feel like in the early rounds of tournaments, if you saw a couple of players in this matchup playing against each other, they just start attacking right away. Yes, I drew my attack. I'm piecing things together, but this is what the game at a high level can do. It's waiting, biding your time, playing as carefully as possible, and that is what both of these players have chosen to do at this point. Carson using all 3 recon directives, getting through the deck, adding a few more cards to the hand, protecting some good cards on the bottom as well, saving them from Mega Absol, and Dragapult EX has been added to his arsenal. There's another energy card, so he could retreat the Monkey Dory. He could start attacking. Is now the time.
Yeah, has the boss's orders. Now might be the time. Last turn was maybe the time. When is the time is the question. And it really just comes down to when Carson thinks the time is. And what are you looking for? Are we going to punch into the Kangaskhan? Are we going to go for a gust play? There is the boss, and is going to be aggressive about going after the Mega Absol. Honestly, that is the biggest threat on board. I kind of like this play from Carson.
Yeah, just hitting into this Pokemon, setting up a bunch of damage, trying to set up for a 2-hit knockout on this Mega Absol EX. Now, Tord is playing 3 copies of Penny. And that is a factor here. Tord could be using that to just pick up this Mega Absol EX, erase this turn from Carson.
Yeah, that would be... You could basically almost fully erase this turn from Carson. You could remove the 6 damage counters that will make their way to a bench Monkey Dory here, it looks like. Move this over to Carson's side. Pick up your Absol with the Penny, but you're resetting your energy at that point. You don't actually have an attacker set up to swing into Carson on this turn. It looks like the damage is going to be split between the Latias and the Monkey Dory on the bench. And now I'm very interested to see what Tord does. This is a point where Tord can go for that terminal period attack from the Absol. There is 6 damage counters in play to move over to the active Dragapult and then KO it with the terminal period. But then you lose your Absol on the following turn. I don't think Tord is too happy about that. So let's see if he comes up with something different here.
Does have that Penny in hand, so that could be a line. He is going to move 3 damage counters off Latias. He's putting them on the active Pokemon, Azul, so looks like terminal period could be being lined up. Does this mean if Tord is going with Absol here, is he going to be relying on his Kangaskhan to carry him through the end of this game?
It might be. We've seen,
he's actually only put 2 damage counters on.
It is depending on the Absol.
Yeah, he has only put 2 damage counters onto this Dragapult EX. He is moving into the Mega Kangaskhan. Going to use that run errand. Is he going to just rebench the Absol and start to set it up once again?
That might be the play. That is a boss's orders gone from Carson, and that might be the resource that Tord is targeting through this line. Every time Carson bosses, you follow up with a Penny, you bench the Absol back down. There is no threat of the Claw of Darkness on the next turn, but the terminal period is still available.
Yes, wow, this is really interesting here. And that 1 damage counter is on the Latias EX, so Tord can pop that over next turn if he'd like to, so that threat is there. Of course, Carson does have his own Monkey Dory, so his own Adrenabrain could answer the play from Tord, but it will just have to move it to 1 Pokemon, so Tord can always ping-pong it back over to Carson's side.
Yeah, this is a very interesting back and forth here. Tord also does have the advantage in the stadium back and forth. Only 1 jamming tower left for Carson. Does find the Luminous for the Monkey Dory, so that's a possibility, but no major KOs are going to be available for Carson, and only 1 boss's orders remaining for Gust Effects, unless Counter Catcher gets active. I don't think Tord's going to give that over to Carson.
Yeah, what a game. What a spot here for these 2 players. Carson's using a couple recon directives. He's added an absolute book of cards to his hand at this point. There is the Luminous Energy for Monkey Dory, so he can get that 3 damage counters off of his Dragapult. Looks like he will place it, onto Absol EX, that Mega Absol, on Tord's bench. Pushing forward a little bit of extra damage here, setting up for maybe an easier KO line. And will Carson attack here? Will he want to put that extra damage in play for Tord to play with?
Yeah, it could be a little scary. I think if you're attacking here, I mean, for how Carson's playing so far, I think we're going for an attack here. Going to load up probably all 6 on the bench, Absol possibly.
Yeah.
And then from Carson there, you're scared of Penny again, I think. Penny on the Mega Kangaskhan, removing all of that damage from play. And then the terminal period is available to Tord as well. This is where Tord wanted to be in the first game, but the lack of the Psyduck really messed up his flow. Now we're seeing exactly how Tord wants to play this matchup.
Yeah, and this is going to work out, I think, pretty nicely for Tord. He can go for that play. Use the Penny on the active Mega Kangaskhan. Push up the Mega Absol EX and move 4 damage counters from his side of the field over to Carson's Dragapult. Just take it out. Terminal period gets the KO. And that energy switch is not a bad card to find to unlock some other potential attackers in the future as well.
Yeah, we could even see that happen this turn to conserve that energy off the Mega Kangaskhan, move that to the Absol on the bench, Penny up the Kangaskhan, and then attach return to the Kangaskhan out of hand to begin to build that up into more of a threat. might not feel like it's necessary. Maybe the Absol is just going to carry Tord here through the rest of this game. We'll probably need one more attacker, the Ursaluna in the late game, something like that would maybe be enough.
Really, really interesting spot. How does Tord want to approach it? There is a penny waiting in the hand, so it's on the table for him if he wants it. Gonna start with the Monkey Dory Adrenabrains, and will just move 1 damage counter from this Absol with the second Adrenabrain, 3 from the first. So that is a total of 6 damage counters onto Dragapult. This is telling of Tord's play here. I do believe what he is going to go for. Terminal period incoming. A little bit of a discussion about some damage movement potentially. It looks like everything is going to be okay, though.
Yeah, it seems to be all cleared up. And yeah, I think Tord is telegraphing pretty well here. The play is eyeing up the E-switch to conserve the energy attachment for a turn, to start to build up that next threat. And I think the penny's probably coming down here.
But switching it, yeah, okay. So we'll use the energy switch, penny, pick up the Kangaskhan, and then bench it down to put another energy onto this Kangaskhan to make that the next threat.
Yep, and he's going through the motions now at this point. The line of play has been revealed from Tord. Carson knows what's coming at this point. And honestly, the board is looking really, really good for Tord. Got to play this matchup out exactly as he wanted to. And like you said, Kangaskhan going to be a follow-up. Tord will probably need a follow-up, and it looks like Kangaskhan is going to be that follow-up threat.
Kangaskhan comes down to the field. Bravery Charm, Lively Stadium, boosting its HP up. And will receive an energy attachment for the turn. And terminal period KOs this Dragapult EX for Carson, getting rid of his A-Spec, his Neo upper energy, and more importantly, his attacker goes down. Tord will take another Monkey Dory off the prize cards. Not a bad thing for him to note and have access to potentially. And now Carson here. Tord has revealed his hand. This is the play he wants to go for. This is where Tord feels comfortable in this matchup. How is Carson going to respond here? Is there a way for him to do it in this game, Azul?
The big card that Tord has now given access to Carson that he was trying to avoid in the early game to give Carson too much reach was Countercatcher. Countercatcher is now active for Carson. Carson doesn't have to hit into this Absol, can start to chase the Pokemon off the bench. And honestly, one big damage counter here is that 1 damage counter on the Latias. Of course, there is still the Lively Stadium in play, but Carson's second Jamming Tower is in the deck. And you wouldn't have to find Hawlucha if you actually want to go for the Latias KO here. Avoid just building up more damage or too much damage on the board that Monkey Dory could still move over to your side of the field. You could leave just the 5 on the Absol, limiting the access to terminal period by KOing the Latias if you can find the Jamming Tower, and then just putting the 6 damage counters on the side up where there's the missed energy to nullify them.
He has gone for a Duskull here on this Ultra Ball, so could that be signifying the potential of going after Psyduck here, trying to build into a Dusknoir play in the future?
Yeah, we could see Carson get pretty aggressive here, maybe go after the Psyduck, get a couple Duskulls down to threaten Dusclops on the following turn.
It looks like another Duskull was found. As Carson is moving through this turn, let's quickly update the folks at home on the other games happening out on the floor. Ian has defeated Lance Bradshaw 2-1, so Ian will be moving forward. Hale won 2-0 up against Xander Perot, so that means Hale moves on to the top 4, and Aban Ahmed actually defeats Aiden Koos in that Gardevoir versus Zoroark match up. Aban will move on.
Aban getting his revenge over Zoroark and moving one step closer to back-to-back-to-back finals. That would be pretty insane. Here from Carson, though, we do see him going for the play. He's brought up the Latias. He hasn't found the Jamming Tower yet, but he still has the 6 off Iono plus a Dracloak to work with.
And he is really going to be looking for it here. I don't think I see it in the hand yet. Azul, Dracloak's Recon Directive looking for Jamming Tower. Did he find it?
I don't see it there, but did draw into another counter catcher. So with the idea of trying to avoid leaving too much damage in play, we could go after a Monkey Dory here, then once again, target the Psyduck, let the damage fizzle, remove it from play effectively.
Yeah.
Now it gets tough for Carson because we know what Carson wanted to see. Yeah. Carson does not see it here, and this seemed like a pretty good line, to be honest.
Yeah.
Now where do we go?
He's shaking his head. He's not excited about the spot he finds himself in, debating what to do now. Is this game just a little too far gone? He is going to attack into Latias. It is not KO'd. It does have 210 HP, but 30 extra HP thanks to the Lively Stadium in play. So 30 HP remaining for Latias. And he will place the damage counters onto the binged Mega Absol EX.
Yeah, so just putting a ton of damage in play here from Carson, but this does leave enough damage in play, inconvenient enough positions where another terminal period could be on the way. if Carson had went after something like the Monkey Dory here, we would have had 5 on Absol and 1 on the Latias, which means Tor would have had to have established a 3rd Monkey Dory to get 6 exactly onto the Dragapult. Now it's all too easy for Tor to pull off another terminal period. The question just is, where does the damage come from? The Monkey Dories have some options here. Another thing I would mention with that as well is Monkey Dory can only do so much. At a certain point, your opponent can have so much damage in play, it's not enough. I think Tord still feels pretty safe behind these 2 Adrenaline Brains coming up.
There's also a world where Penny gets used for Tord to heal some of this damage and allow him to establish that 3rd Monkey Dory with another energy card. That could lead to him KOing the Dracloak over on Carson's bench as well. So that is another line available.
We see the Arven coming down, so no Penny in hand. I think it was actually just 2 Arvens in the hand there for Tord. For the item card here, we don't have access to Counter Catcher. Honestly, there's just not that many good items in this deck. Like, after the turn 1 for Arven for Trolley, you're like, can I get a different supporter, please?
Yeah,
and
why am I playing these 4 Arvens in my...
To find Pokegear, to find your other supporter. But it actually looks like Night Stretcher is going to be the grab here from Tord.
Night Stretcher will be used, or grabbed at least. The only target in the discard pile, I believe right now, is that Mega Absol EX. No energy cards in the discard pile, just that 1 Mega Absol. So Tord could maybe next turn go for a Penny, start to establish that, but I think at this point there's just literally no better item for him to take off the Arven.
Yeah, the Pokegear was there.
He is going to get the Mega Absol back. Or maybe he's not intending to play the Night Stretcher.
Yeah, I think that's supposed to be in his hand.
It's inadvertently made its way to the discard pile. So we'll get that sorted out. That Night Stretcher from Tord should either be being played or should be in his hand.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be quite a waste of an Arven. Your whole supporter for turn to discard one of your most powerful item cards, maybe most powerful item card.
So for Tord, he has moved the damage counters off of his Mega Absol EX onto the Dragapult. Terminal period is happening, and an energy attachment to Mega Kangaskhan means that rapid fire combo could be the play on the next turn. Just start to swing into this final Dragapult EX from Carson, which he is hoping to find here this turn. Ooh. And 1 card short Azul. There is the Jamming Tower.
So for Carson here, it's going to be a little bit interesting. Carson can actually KO the active Absol.
And he actually, by just putting the Stadium in play, will KO the Latias EX as well, Azul.
Yeah, we'll get the KO on the Latias EX, and then could attack with Ursaluna this turn to KO the Mega Absol, drawing 5 prize cards, putting him 1 prize card away from winning the game. If you could back that up with an Iono, Tord would basically have to go all in on Kangaskhan and get a couple heads to actually get through the Ursaluna.
Yeah, Ursaluna having 260 HP means that Tord would need 2 heads to flip on the rapid fire combo of Mega Kangaskhan EX.
At this point, though, I'm honestly questioning. It doesn't look like there's an Io in hand, so this play might not be able to come together for Carson. But pushing up the Dracloak makes it a lot harder for Carson to have to go through an Ursaluna and then get back into an attacker that could actually close out the game on the next turn.
He has Latias Turo, right? So he could pick up the Ursaluna, go into the Latias, retreat, sit into the Ursaluna to reset it.
But theoretically, Mega Kangaskhan would be the active Pokemon at that point. So it feels like maybe this Dracloak send up here from Carson was a mistake. Didn't end up drawing into the full combination of cards anyways. But now things are really awkward because it looks like we might not have the Ursaluna KO this turn. If this Absol survives another turn, that's feeling almost like it's over, I feel like.
Hilda will be the supporter played here for Carson, searching the deck for an evolution Pokemon and an energy card. This leads to a Dragapult attack. If he so chooses, I think there is a Dragapult still in the deck. He may have it in his hand.
Yeah, I was going to say also, the Fezandipity is prized, so if we just played Jamming Tower, they would KO the Latias like you mentioned, and then we could draw cards with the Fezandipity to hope to find an Iono.
Assuming he takes it off the prizes,
Assuming he takes it off the prizes.
If that's what he has to play towards, sure.
Yeah. But now we see the Hilda get committed to the Dusclops, and it'll have to be an attack with Dragapult or nothing. And attacking with Dragapult just leads to you losing the game, unless I see it, unless there's another play that I'm missing.
Here comes the energy attachment. There is the counter catcher being used. We'll bring up the Monkey Dory on Tord's side. Getting rid of that Adrenabrain option, of course. And he's going to place all 6 damage counters onto Latias EX to KO it. That's a 3 prize card turn here for Carson Washer. And that is not enough damage in play now for Tord to win with Terminal Period.
Yeah, so we take away the Terminal Period attack. There's only 5 damage counters in play. And this does, unless Tord can find another Monkey Dory, this does set up for the potential of the Ursaluna plus Jamming Tower to KO the Absol. Even if Tord uses the 1 Monkey Dory in play to move 3 over, Carson can just move it right back to the Absol.
Wow.
So now Tord needs to find a way to not lose to Ursaluna. And if he can do that, it's looking pretty good for Tord.
Mapping it all out here. Absol, 50 damage on it.
Does
get another. He does have the ability to get another Monkey Dory set up. He's got Nest Ball. He's got Night Stretcher.
How many Dark Energy are down, though, at this point? There's 4 gone.
Worst case scenario here, he could promote Monkey Dory and then retreat it, right?
And then recover the Dark Energy.
Recover the Darkness Energy, yes, with the Night Stretcher.
Latias is no longer in play, so the free retreat is not active. That could heal the 50 off, yeah. But of course, you want to be attacking, though, as well.
I do wonder here if Tord is debating
Kangaskhan?
Kangaskhan being his best win condition, which would be pretty wild. It would involve him flipping 3 heads. It looks like that is not going to be the case. He's going to kick off this turn with Nest Ball.
I guess that is the problem with setting up another Monkey Dory. That means you're not attacking this turn, which you do need to attack this turn as well as Tord. Otherwise, things are still probably pretty scary.
True. This is a good point. That's a good point. Well, he does have Energy Switch still. Oh, no, he'd used the Energy Switch.
Yeah, the Energy Switch is gone.
Energy Switch has been used. Yep. Nest Ball will find that Pheasantipity EX. And he actually would only need 2 heads on the Rapid Fire combo to win because he could move 30 from the Absol in play to the Monkey Dory.
Is this really Tord's best out?
Absol has 2 retreat, right?
Yes.
I do believe it does. So Mega Absol with 2 retreats.
Latias could be recovered with the Night Stretcher, though, right?
Yep, sure. So could still retreat it for free.
We could also see Tord just go for an Iono plus a Claw of Darkness, if we can find an Iono off this Fez.
It doesn't look like he found Iono. He's got Boss, but that's not going to be helpful. Yeah, no Iono. There's Lily's Determination. Not super helpful here either.
No way to win the game. It's all about not losing the game or minimizing Carson's outs to win the game.
There is a way to win the game.
Yeah, but I don't think Tord wants to.
He doesn't want to go for it, that is for sure.
He wants something else. You don't feel good about Kangaskhan being your out.
What a ridiculous tournament this is, Azul. If we see this Kangaskhan end up attacking here, you know, after that Rowan moment earlier on in the day.
Plenty of potential for more Kangaskhan attacks later in the day as well.
Very true.
It's just Kangaskhan's time, it feels like. Tord is calculating everything, checking the resources from Carson. What are the possible outs? One of the underrated aspects of the game is resource management on your opponent's side of the field. It's not about just what you have left. It's about what your opponent has left as well. And is making a judgment call here. It looks like the Claw of Darkness is the move.
Attachment for turn after Night Stretcher brings back the Darkness Energy. Still has ability to use Adrenabrain, of course, and the Claw of Darkness could rip a card here from Carson's hand. Not being able to combine this with an Iono will feel pretty bad for Tord.
But I think the Jamming Tower is in the hand.
You're right, Azul. It is. It's right there, and I have to imagine that is the first thing Tord is going to be getting rid of.
And that might just spell game. I don't see a line for Carson after the Jamming Tower is removed from the hand and this Lively Stadium is stuck for the rest of the game. And this is something we highlighted as soon as Carson played that first Jamming Tower. Tord could always come out, or has a higher chance of coming out, potentially on the back and forth with the stadiums. It is going to come down to this Claw of Darkness, it looks like. But once the Stadium War is won, the Lively Stadiums carry so much value.
30 damage onto this active after the Adrenabrain. Tord will play the Arven here, searching for another Night Stretcher. Arven for Night Stretcher, one of Tord's favorite plays.
Yes, we'll end up in the discard pile this time. Might switch it up. Could go to the hand first.
Yep.
Carson might correct him this time and be like, no, discard pile first.
Does end up adding it to the hand, and Claw of Darkness is the attack.
And
210 damage onto the Dragapult, and goodbye Jamming Tower.
Yeah, I can't imagine anything else is the target here. Yep.
Just throwing it to the side. Disrespectful. Happy to get rid of that, though, is Tord. There is a Turo in hand for Carson, so pick up this damage Dragapult, attack with Ursaluna. That's a line, I guess.
Yeah, it is. Will Tord even be able to make another Monkey Door in the next turn? It's possible not. And it looks like...
Oh, is it going to be a confused play?
Is there an energy for the Mind Bend? Do you ever come out on top in a Mind Bend situation? Maybe Mind Bend into the Ursaluna is the line here from Carson. Nothing seems good.
Yeah, not having that Jamming Tower going down is huge here. And this game has taken a long time. We're down to 10 minutes remaining on the clock.
And from what we've seen from this game, how Tord wants to play the game and how Carson responded to it, no, I don't think anyone's going to be able to play optimally in this matchup in a Game 3.
Carson will use Professor Turo scenario. He does put down a couple Dreepy. He pushes up the Monkey Dory. He has expended so many energy cards as well. There is a Luminous in the prize cards. There are 5 energy in his discard pile. He is able to grab one more back here thanks to Night Stretcher, and it does indeed look like Mind Bend is his move, confusing this active Mega Absol EX and placing 6 damage onto it.
Yeah, so not the strongest play we could see from Carson, but it does set up so Tord can't win the game. Tord cannot win on this next turn. I don't believe triple Monkey Dory. No, I don't think that's possible. So Tord needs a couple more turns to close this one out. It is limited on resources as well at this point. Final Night Stretcher is in the hand. A lot of energy has been gone through as well. It's a pretty important resource for Tord's deck. But with a single energy here, could just start swinging with the Mega Kangaskhan to start to close things out. If we can find a way to move the Absol, maybe you just hard retreat it though.
Yeah, and that is what he's going to do. Retreating this Absol, 2 energy cards to the discard pile. He'll be able to attack with Terminal Period if he wants to in the future, as long as that damage stays on his side of the board, right? He can pop them over with Monkey Dory at any time. There is the energy card for the turn. He would need, I guess, another Monkey Dory worth noting. But yeah, happy to just attach this Kangaskhan. I don't think there's a way Carson could ever deal with it here. It looks like he's going in. It is time. Rapid fire combo, easily able to KO this Monkey Dory.
Yeah, ends up committing the Night Stretcher for the Latias to have the mobility for all the Pokemon in play. Countercatcher boss not going to be able to trap anything in the active anymore. Probably was going to Night Stretcher for the Dark Energy initially, but did find that missed, so that's more than enough. And now it looks like he's debating a boss's orders to go after a Dreepy, and he's going to go for a Dreepy here.
He will use the Adrenabrain to heal this Mega Absol. Rapid fire combo, hey, flip the coin, why not? Down goes the Dreepy. Carson here left with a board of Monkey Dory and Dreepy. It's gonna be an uphill battle, and it might be a hill he's unable to climb.
Yeah, it feels that way. We've also seen Tord increase his pace of play on that last one. Definitely very aware of how much time is remaining. And I have to imagine, especially if we do go into a game 3 where Tord wins game 2, less time is definitely going to favor Carson. The Badoo to slow things down from Tord initially to stop a potential trolley, leading into some kind of big Dusknoir play could definitely give Carson the prize lead in that one. And for right now, yeah, I don't think Carson has. Is it just another Mind Bend? I guess there's not another attacker set up on Tord's bench. You could delay it further with the Mind Bend. Maybe
the Mind Bend, though, is all missed energy attached to this active Mega Kangaskhan. I mean, Carson's play would have to be Ursaluna hit, and like that's it. Ursaluna's the only thing he has that doesn't immediately get KO'd.
Yeah, and even then, Tord would just need a single heads off of the Kangaskhan comboed with the damage from the Monkey Dory. So
or a boss's orders as well would do it too.
Yep, that is true. The boss's orders would close it out. I think there's a boss in Tord's hand. Oh, I guess the Lively Stadium does help Carson here a little bit.
Boost that HP of the Blood Moon here.
Yeah, so one Monkey Dory use would not be enough. A penny on the Monkey Dory, I guess, could get there. And there is the Ursaluna established from Carson. Is going to retreat into it. Does have a boss, so could look for a prize card this turn. You could even go after the Monkey Dory to remove that as an option from Tord. And then Countercatcher would still be live on the next turn. Is there a possibility for a... Oh, is going after the Absol, actually.
Ooh, it does have free retreat with Latias in play, so I don't know necessarily what that accomplishes.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Does commit to it.
Will be the move. He does retreat to this Monkey Dory. He hits with Blood Moon, and Tord has boss's orders in hand, able to take out a benched Pokemon, and Tord Reckless has tied us up. 6 minutes on the clock, headed to game 3.
Yep, not a ton of time left in this one, and so much control potential on Carson's side with that Badoo now that he is going second. We didn't see the Badoo come out in either game 1 or 2 because game 1, Tord opened the trolley, and that's the card you're trying to stop here with the Badoo. In the game 2, Tord went second, of course, and found the trolley on the first turn before the Itchy Pollen from the Badoo could be established. So will we finally see the Itchy Pollen have an effect, or will, like most of our other Mega Absol players, will they just open turn 1 with the trolley in their hand? We've seen it so many times this weekend already.
We definitely have. It feels destined almost. Yeah, Carson there kind of left reeling, shaking his head a little bit, kind of wondering where things went wrong. And where do you think that was for Carson in this last game?
Yeah, you're definitely questioning things as Carson there because you saw how Tord approached it. I don't think Carson expected it to go that way. The aggressive jamming tower did suggest that he was aware that Tord maybe would want to follow up with another Turbo Energize, and I think that was overall, when we look back on it, with how slow Tord decided to play it, if Tord had even used the Turbo Energize, would he have even attacked on that following turn? I don't think so. I think the jamming towers were overextended by Carson for sure in that first game. And hopefully we see him adjust slightly going into this next one.
And these players are setting out their opening hands. Taking a quick look, it really doesn't look that strong for either of these players, to be honest. We'll get into it as they start their early turns here, but does not look the best. But very excited to get into this game and see who's going to be able to come away with this one. Of course, these players are playing in our asymmetrical top cut. The winner here will move on to top 8. And the handshake has been extended. We're getting into this game 3. And Tord has started Fezandipity going first, and what a top deck there! Precious Trolley found immediately for Tord. He had nothing going on in this hand, Azul.
Dude, they can't keep getting away with this, man. Like, this is absurd. We've seen so many turn 1 Trolleys going first for this Mega Absol Kangaskhan deck. Insane. Insane top deck. And yet, Tord's hand, no other Pokemon, no Nestle, did have the Pokegear, so if there was no Badoo from Carson, could have found the Arven for the following turn, which is way more reasonable for the tempo of this deck usually, but the trolley off the top is exactly what Tord was looking for.
Absolutely disgusting, to be honest, for Tord to find that. But hey, that's how it rolls sometimes, and that is going to pay off nicely. Looking at the prize cards here for Tord, a couple supporters with the Penny and the Boss's Orders. There was that one of Energy Switch, which has been used very effectively throughout the course of this tournament for really all of our Mega Absol players.
Yeah.
But perhaps the biggest deal here, Azul, a pair of Darkness Energy. That's going to put a lot of pressure on Tord's attachments.
Yeah, it might not be as big of a deal in this game because Tord is probably going to be more aggressive than he would normally be. He's not going to try and Turbo Energize twice or establish a bunch of energy. There's only 3 minutes left, which means drawing prize cards fast is probably going to be the route. We actually see Tord completely give up on the Monkey Doors.
That is all 4 of his Mega Pokemon right away, and Tord recognizing the situation here. So for the folks at home here, 3 minutes left on the clock. We are in single elimination. We must have a winner. There are no ties available. Normally in Swiss, when these players would get to a situation where time is called, you finish the current turn, that's turn 0, you play +1 turn, and whoever is the winner after that is the winner. But if there's no clear-cut winner, it's a tie, right? We have to have a winner here in single elimination. So at that point, after +1 turns, it would be the player who is ahead on prize cards would be the one who is ahead. And that is a position that Tord is going to be very favored in right now. He found the trolley. He has Turbo Energize, I believe, in the hand. A couple of energy added here as well. He will be able to be the aggressor.
Yeah, he's going to still be 1 turn removed from that, of course, going first here. Although it feels like he's going second because he's playing the trolley. Going to have to Turbo Energize on that following turn. But yeah, identifying prize cards are important. And one valuable thing, now Mega Pokemon are worth 3 prize cards, but they also have a lot more HP. They're a lot harder to KO. I was going to mention that the Fez here from Tord, in a more traditional way this matchup would play out, doesn't feel great because it kind of clogs your board with non-Monkey Dories or Psyducks. But in this situation, I don't think you care as Tord. You're almost maybe happy it's not a Monkey Dory.
There's a Darkness Energy being attached to the Mega Absol. Tord playing through all of his item cards before the potential of Badoo for Carson is able to come through. Looking at the top 7 here with this Pokegear 3.0, there is a Penny. Looks like an Arven as another choice. He already has an Iono in the hand.
And a Turbo Energize, so I feel like Penny has to be the grab here just to have something a little bit different. A Boss, I'm sure, is what he was looking for, but...
It is interesting to see the Arven being grabbed, though. Carson is playing 4 Iono in his deck, so if Carson was to play Iono, that sends an Arven and a TM Turbo Energize to the bottom of the deck, decreasing towards outs to find it next turn.
Yeah, I think I like the Penny a little bit more for that exact reason. We just want to find Turbo Energize next turn. That is the goal, to have as much pressure and threats as possible, even though Tord, if he just manually attaches...
Azul. Carson's got nothing.
Oh, no.
It's Hawlucha, Double Dracloak, Energy.
Is there an Ultra Ball?
No, it's a counter catcher.
Oh, man.
Yeah, Carson has nothing, man. He's got no supporter, no Buddy Poffin, no Ultra Ball. Luckily for him, he won't lose this next turn because Tord can't pull off an attack. I don't think. He can go for Terminal Period, but there's no damage in play. So Carson won't just immediately lose, but... Oh, this is almost a writing on the wall situation.
Yeah, that is tough. Drawing that slow in this situation where you need to draw fast. And that's kind of what we're talking about with how Tord is playing this. Tord is playing fast. And with only 17 seconds left.
Yep. Tord's going to be turn 0 here.
Yep, looks like Tord will be turn 0, which means Carson will be turn 1. And then at that point, the player who's at home prize cards would win. And there's no way Carson can draw a prize card on the following turn. So that would then follow up with Tord. using Claw of Darkness to close things out here in this one.
And that is going to be time. Tord is officially turn 0. Carson will be turn 1. Now, if Carson can find a way to take a prize card next turn, he would actually just win the game because he would be ahead on prize cards. Tord can't take a prize card here, but that's not happening. Carson has no way to deal 210 damage. That is the least amount of HP that a Pokemon on Tord's side of the field has. And then Tord, after a Turbo Energize, will have his attackers set up, ready to go.
Yeah, if we all forget how Ursaluna works, maybe, like simultaneously, there would be an out here for Carson. But yeah, there's basically nothing to be done at this point. Tord is just going through the motions at this point in terms of just analyzing, making sure there's no way to possibly lose the game.
That's what you want to do here in this spot, right? There's no reason to play super quickly and give yourself a lose condition. There is no ability, I should mention, for the Turbo Energize, right, with Jamming Tower being in play, so he can't do that, but he can set up for Claw of Darkness next turn.
Yeah, we'll have to go through the manual attach route. The supporters in hand, I think an Arven and an Iono are just going to hold on to all of that. And
let's see what Carson has. It's a Duskull.
Well, you don't lose in two ways, I guess, then. Oh, hold up.
I mean, the only way for him to not immediately lose is to find Ursaluna and push it to the active spot, right?
Yeah. Ursaluna to the active, and even then things would be looking pretty grim.
And it doesn't look like he even has that. He, at this point, has to cross his fingers. Tord doesn't have an energy card, but if Tord has an energy here, he will just win this game, and he will be the one moving on to top cut.
Yeah, and we did see that missed energy on the last turn, and he's going to go ahead and just show it over to Carson.
Yes.
And there we go. Tord Reklev advances on to top 8 over Carson in this one. That Mega Absol deck's working out pretty well for him so far.
Really unfortunate to see the game kind of conclude in that way. We had a really fun back and forth game 1 and game number 2 that resulted in each of these players coming away with one. Tord just able to kind of roll over Carson in this spot. I mean, we have to say congratulations, of course, to Carson. He's playing in only his 2nd ever regional championship in the Masters division. He has made it to one of the best 11 players in the whole tournament, something that he should definitely be very proud of.
Yeah, definitely. Played really, really well in that game 1, making the reads when Tord didn't get the side duck, taking advantage of being aggressive, making good calls in that situation. Maybe some mishaps in the game 2. The Jamming Tower probably came down a little bit too early, and even from there, maybe played a little bit too passive, played a little bit too much into Tord's game plan. But like you said, he's young, a lot to learn, and who better to learn it from than Tord Reklev? Sure, you lose here, but you lose to one of the best in the game and can only walk away a better player.
I don't think we've seen the last of Carson Washer, that is for sure. Let's get a recap of this game, this top cut match, and it was a great start for Tord, finding that precious trolley in game number 1. Carson was the one who was able to get ahead here, starting to attack into those 2 prize Pokemon, taking multiple prize cards, jumping ahead, and then eventually winning game number 1 with a 5 prize turn.
Yeah, the lack of Psyduck there, able to overwhelm and take it over. And then, yeah, into game 2 here, Tord got to do everything he wanted to. Slow things down, attach energy for turn and pass. And that's what he was setting up for the whole time. Carson was aggressive with that Jamming Tower. But in the end, it ended up biting him a bit there, not having that counter stadium for the Lively Stadium at the end to give himself a chance to use the Ursaluna, and Tord was able to keep his Pokemon tanky and close it out.
And Carson recognized the situation here in that last one. Nothing he could have done any differently. I do feel like in that turns scenario, Tord is the one who's ultimately probably favored, right? It's the one that can be the aggressor. It depends on how, at what point in a game time is called, right? Yeah. If it's going to be on like the 3rd or 4th turn, it feels like Tord is going to be the one who's favored. But if it's a bit deeper into the game, it really could be either way.
Yeah, definitely. It really comes down to, does the Badoo slow him down, right? And we saw there, not only was there not a chance for the Badoo, Tord found the trolley on the first turn of the game. But
did he top deck it in game 1 too?
No, he had it.
He had it in game 1? Okay.
Yeah. It wasn't too crazy. A little crazy. But even then, if Tord is able to just have a couple basic Pokemon in play, he doesn't need the trolley. But in that opening hand, he had no basic Pokemon besides the Pheasantipity, which already is a little bit of a scuffed start because that is a lower HP Pokemon. That Dragapult can KO aggressively for 2 prize cards with a Hawlucha or a Dusclops. Gave a potential option over to Carson until the trolley was top decked, and then things got out of hand from there.
Well, let's just give another quick little update on the rest of the matches for anyone who is just tuning in. So Abonamed has defeated Aiden Koos in their asymmetrical cut match. Abon will be moving on to top 8 with his Gardevoir deck, able to take it down. He'll be facing off against Brandon Salzarnair there. Hale Olbernolty able to take down Xander Perot 2-0 in the Mega Kangaskhan Mega Absol mirror match.
Yeah, and then on the bottom half of the bracket, we have Rowan with the Gardevoir in a Gardevoir mirror match up against Ian Robb, both playing that Gardevoir Jellicent build. And at the bottom there, Tord, we saw just defeat Carson, is now going up against Jackson Ford, the lone Charizard in cut. Jackson has been on the Charizard for a long time believer, making it work here so far. The build has changed up quite a bit. I'm excited to see how that one plays out.
Yeah, that'll be a really interesting one as well because of the tech cards that both players have, right? Tord has the Psyduck. Good answer for the Dusknoir, but Jackson is packing that Klefki in his list, right? We saw him earlier on the stream today, so there's a little bit of back and forth there as to which one is going to be favored. Really interesting.
Yeah, the Klefki Jet Energy combo gives you a way around the Psyduck. You have to work pretty hard for it. It is a little bit annoying, but you do have a workaround nonetheless. So that is definitely one that would be pretty interesting. I'm not sure how that matchup actually plays out. Another one of those matchups that I'm just not sure. The Mega Absol deck is so new.
Yeah.
Charizard specifically has been kind of off the board for a little while, but it's getting its appearance here.
Azul, that was a great first asymmetrical top cut match. We're going to take a quick little break, but we will be back very soon for top 8. Don't go anywhere. Every Pokemon trainer has one dream: to rock the crowd like Jacob Van Wagner, to shock the world like Shintaro Ito, or to topple the very best like Vance Kelly. And each year, there comes one stage big enough to etch your name into the Hall of Fame: the Pokemon World Championships. Over 1,400 TCG trainers journeyed from across the globe to take their shot at glory, but only one junior, one senior, and one Masters Division player can claim the title of champion. The juniors finals pitted US player Jose Cruz Galindo Resendez against Yuya Okita from Japan. Jose was using Dragapult EX paired with Dusknoir and Monkey Dory, hoping that grouping some of the most powerful cards in the format would earn him the crown. But Yuya's Raging Bolt EX deck had other plans. In both Game 1 and Game 2, Yuya's Raging Bolt with its Thunderburst Storm was able to rain down damage across the board, always targeting the Pokemon that Jose was trying to establish. This strategy proved effective as Yuya Okita won 2-0 and became the Junior Division World Champion. The Seniors Division featured the most promising young player in the game, Gabriel Fernandez from Brazil, up against Fuguan Liao, a decorated player from mainland China. Gabriel had won LAIC, EUIC, and NAIC this season already, but with one match between him and the perfect season, he faced an uphill battle. Fuguan's unique Golden Go EX Joltik Toolbox deck seemed to be favored against his INS Zoroark EX deck. This set went to Game 3 and down to the wire. Gabriel made a clever play with his Inzarua to scratch a little damage into Pikachu EX and its Resolute Heart ability. But even after being disrupted by a 2-card Iono, Fuguan was able to find Boss's orders to close out the game and become the 2025 Seniors Division World Champion. In the Masters Finals, Canada's Riley McKay made it to the big stage once again just weeks after his breakout NAIC second place finish. He built on his previous success by playing a very similar Gardevoir EX deck. His opponent was first-year Masters player Justin Neudorf from the US, who aimed to take his Dragapult EX Dusknoir deck to the top of the podium. Justin tried to slow down the games with Badoo's Itchy Pollen, but in both games 1 and 2, Riley had solid responses. Ultimately, both games came down to Riley using Lily's Clefairy EX to one-hit KO his opponent's Dragapult EX. Justin saw the writing on the wall, extended his hand, and conceded the final match to 2025 World Champion Riley McKay.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over. That is history made in the 2025 season here at the Masters Finals. Riley McKay is taking things down with Gardevoir EX.
The 2025 World Championships is one we won't soon forget, but the next Pokemon season is already on the horizon. Visit Pokemon.com/compete to learn how you can get in on the action and take your shot at becoming the next World Champion.
Hello, Pokemon fans. I have a very fun game here, and I needed a Pokemon expert with me. Ladies and gentlemen, Tord Reckliv, once again, multiple-time international champion, one of the best players in the game. How much do you know your cards, Tord?
You know what? I'm really good at what I do, but as far as the artworks go, dang, I'm not feeling very confident about this one.
All you read is the text, not the artwork? Oh boy, we're gonna test you there. Okay, so we're gonna be playing just who's that Pokemon type of thing. I have cards zoomed in my phone, and Tord has to tell me what those cards are. Very simple. How about we start with the first one? Tord, who is this Pokemon? Hints?
Duskull?
Do you think it's Duskull? Well, which part?
Honestly, I have no idea. But like it's like a little black silhouette over it.
Yeah. No, I was just messing with you. It is Duskull. It's the top part of Duskull, his hairline. all right. Okay. Maybe that was too easy. That was a meta card. This one's a little bit tougher. I'm so sorry, Tord.
That could be like Gengar's teeth, I feel like, or maybe Bannet.
Yeah, give me one.
Ooh. Actually, it actually looks a little bit more like Bannet than Gengar. Looking more at it. Okay, I'm gonna look in Bannet.
Look in Bannet?
Like, look in Bannet.
You're correct. You're correct. That one's a good one. Yeah, I was like, oh, it does look like Gengar's teeth, but Bannet's he doesn't brush as much, I guess. All right. Tord, how about this one?
Ooh.
It's a little blurry, but you got this.
No, I'm pretty sure that has to be Mimikyu, right?
Okay, I gave you a free one. All right, Tord, you know your art. This one.
Hot. Is that like, I want to say Drifloon, but I don't know why.
I'm surprised you're struggling with that one. It is Drifloon. It is shiny, and I took like one part. So, okay, fair enough. All right, how about this one?
Looks kind of looks like a wishy-washy or something. Or like
I chose only cards that have seen play, I think.
Oh, I see.
This card is, it's meta relevant right now.
Could I get like another hint? I'm so lost on this one.
It has an ability.
It's an ability. It's meta relevant right now.
You could get one wrong, Tord. Let me take a point.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna pass on this one. Please. Yeah.
Say Pikachu. No. Okay. It's Frostlass. It's Frostlass's tummy. All right. So okay. This Tord. If you get this one wrong, I don't know.
That's Dragapult.
It's not. It's Dracloak. You locked in. You were so confident. I didn't give you another chance there. All right. Let me check if I have more. This one.
Wait.
You got this one.
Is this Dragapult?
No. It's Grimmsnarl. It's Grimmsnarl's finger. Okay, that one I zoomed in a lot.
Yeah, okay. It makes sense.
Yeah. All right. How about this one? Tord, we just talked about this Pokemon.
We just talked about this?
We literally just talked about this Pokemon.
No. Is it Petrant?
It is Petrant. Good job. Okay, I tried to choose a different art. Okay, let's skip this one. How about... No, yeah, no, it was a little bit too easy. This one, Tord, last one.
Is that Monkey Dory?
It is Monkey Dory EX. I thought the regular one was a little bit too easy. I'm sure everyone was staring at that Pokemon already, but I wanted to get Monkey Dory. Good job, Tord. I think you only got one wrong. Two wrong. You didn't get Dracloak. No, but thank you so much. That was a lot of fun. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw it back to more Pokemon action.
Hello, Pokemon fans. Welcome back to our TCG coverage here of the Milwaukee Regional Championships. We've got all of our players settling down to just a mere 8 as we move into our top 8 cut. I'm Kyle Sablehouse, here with me, Pablo Meza. We've got a great one here lined up. So many amazing players making our top 8, and you got to pick one match. I'm pretty excited about this one.
Oh, so am I, and I'd love to see like a global picture of the top 8. I believe we do have that, the decks ready to go. We can showcase, we just saw the asymmetrical top cut take place toward Dracloak defeated Carson Washer in that very exciting back and forth match. But now that means we have our full top 8 to display, I do believe. Let's take a look at that.
Yeah, we've got all of our decks that have made it to the top 8. It's pretty diverse that we've seen as far as the Mega Absol deck that snuck in here. But there are a couple of other decks that may have surprised you. One notably for me is Brandon Salazar.
Yeah, for sure. That Marnie's Grimsnarl squeaking into the top. And I mean, there's a very clear trend here, Kyle. It's purple versus black.
Yep.
There's 3 purple decks and 5 black decks, dark type, really trying to make sure that Gardevoir doesn't win. And we saw it in Pittsburgh, right? Pittsburgh was taken down by Zorg in that field of Gardevoirs. Can we see a sort of repeat of that, where we are seeing more and more dark type Pokemon take over?
All right, well, we have a purple deck that'll make it to the top 4. Let's see which one it is as we go to the table.
Our match is getting ready, and we have Rowan versus Ian. A match that I'm really looking forward to see for sure. Yeah, 2 Gardevoir decks going at it, and with the component of Jellicent TX's item log, that's gonna be very, very interesting to see how players react to the other person having basically the same deck. I wonder if these two are friends and they're playing the same 60 cards.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. Both these players, not only is it a mirror match as far as what we see with the deck choice, but also their history in the TCG. So storied, and also coming from the junior division with so much success. Ian Robb was a finalist so many years back. Rowan with a world championship all the way in his juniors division with Landy Bats of all things. And now we're back here. They've been playing, they've built up their careers, and it comes down to this. They have another amazing accolade in front of themselves. Oh no, that pink card.
Yeah, the no secret box available for Ian, and a lot of energy prize for Rowan. 3 out of your 10 energy, especially that dark energy at the very top, does mean that like triple Monkey Dory plays will be very, very difficult, if not impossible to pull off. If that's our last prize card, Rowan could have a little bit of a trouble setting up the same amount of Monkey Dories to match Ian's at this point in time.
Certainly going to have to look out for that as we move forward in our game. Nervous about those psychic energies as well for Rowan, and the setup for Ian could be a bit tricky with some of those cards like the Secret Box, the Lily's Determination, and one of those copies of Ralts as well.
Now, as far as I can see from the deck list, they have the exact same Pokemon spread, right? They both have 3 Monkey Dory, they both have the 3/2/2 Gardevoir line. They have Mew, Pheasantipity, and Clefairy to go along to support, and they have the 2/1 Jellicent EX. As we see Rowan start us off with an Earthen Vessel, discarding an energy, and probably going to immediately find out how many energy he actually prized this time around.
Well, if you are going to miss out on some energies in the prize cards, you might as well see a few of them early on. Leads to pretty optimized deck as you move forward. A Psychic Energy to the discard pile as well with the Earthen Vessel. Always nice to see, and fishing out a few of those Psychic Energies. We'll get some of that unfortunate news there. That was the energy count.
Yeah, he didn't put too many energies to the back of the deck. 3 in play, 3 in the discard. That means there's only 4 left.
The rest in the hand.
Yeah.
It doesn't line up for very much else, and now I'm a little nervous about what else is in that hand.
I think I saw an Ultra Ball, might have seen a supporter, I'm not sure yet. Now, we do see that Rowan is only playing 1 copy of Lily's Determination, whereas Ian is playing 4, so that's a huge difference. Rowan just going with the classic Professor Research more so than the brand new Lily supporter. I wonder if that's going to come into play in a major way.
Yeah, that may speak to the strategy for Rowan. He's really focused on making sure that those energies hit the discard pile early on, not as conscious about the preservation of those resources, but also may speak to the fact that he's ready to take prize cards. And 6-card shuffle is not nearly as good as discard 7 sometimes.
Yeah, and a major difference we also see is that Rowan is focusing more on the Arven, knows how important that secret box is, whereas Ian is more chill about it. He's like, he's happy to see the secret box.
I'm gonna prize it.
But yeah, it's not available right now, and he only had one Arven anyways, which coincidentally he has in his hand right now.
Oh no, the bad news. It will just continue to pile up here every once in a while, and you find out, and thankfully you can find out from Artisan, if you want to call that thankful. May survive, may mean that his supporter could be a better one than just the Arven.
Yeah, I think he's just now realized that gulp he just did was, well, Secret Box is not available. And I mean, Secret Box is just so powerful, right? You can Arven for it, and then that immediately gives you your follow-up supporter for the next turn. Or if you get Ionode, then you know you're getting a fresh new hand. But that's not possible right now for Ian, despite having that Arven accessibility. So we'll have to see how he approaches this as he sees that Rowan prioritize the item lock from the Frillish as opposed to establishing a Ralts in this Gardevoir mirror match.
Yeah, which often you do find in this mirror. You want to establish that item lock, slow things down, and then start to build up on your board. And then start to take advantage of one certain aspect from your opponent, whether it be if you can pick on the Gardevoir line while they're trying to set that up, or if you can take away some of their other resources like Monkey Dory. You don't want to see the damage returning back to your side.
Yeah, well, I mean, we know we've been talking a lot about Gardevoir, the new Mega Absol deck and whatnot, but the one thing every deck seems to have in common is Monkey Dory, right? It feels like it's Monkey Dory's world, and we are all just living in it, Kyle.
That's right. The Trena Brain goes crazy. It's something we all need to be looking out for, and we do see the early Frillish with the TM evolution. Do you expect to see Jellicent this early? And sometimes you want to bank on that Frillish for a few turns.
Yeah, I mean, based on how Rowan also prioritized that Jellicent, I want to say yes. Now, I do believe that because of the lack of Secret Box, Ian's hand is now, there's no follow-up to this. Yeah, if he had Secret Box, he could have done the exact same thing, go for the Technical Machine Evolution or whatnot, but is there a supporter there? I don't know if I saw one. Might have been a Lily, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, prioritize the Arven, has what he needs, will use the TM evolution, but what else do you have to work with? And we should mention in this mirror match, when you have the Jellicent, one of the big ways to move around this would be a Boss's Orders, neither player featuring that card.
Okay, we see Rowan attach an energy to that Pheasant DPT, and that's a research discarding one rare candy, and the other one is also right here. So that's good information to have, as Ian, you can make the calculated guess that your opponent doesn't play more than 2 copies of rare candy. And of course, with the item lock present, that means rare candy doesn't factor in at all. However, if at any point you end up switching gears and not using the item lock, then you know, or you can accurately predict that Rowan probably doesn't have access to a Gardevoir until there's a Kirlia in play.
Yeah, things to consider when you know that this list will feature a TM devolution. So if damage is placed enough, you have that triple Monkey Dory potentially, push all that over to a Kirlia, then de-evolve. It's very unlikely that you're going to see that Pokemon return, as you've already seen the Kirlia. The rare candies are no longer there. Seen what this means now for Rowan. Discarding one of those precious dark energies, especially when you know that item lock could be something to worry about. One in the prize cards too. Monkey Dory movements, uh-oh.
Yeah, just based on the hefty discard so far for Rowan, that alone could make the difference, right? We're just starting out. This is still 6-6. This is only turn 2, but these differences are right. So he's really gonna prioritize putting that dark energy back, utilizing the resource of Suprod.
Yeah, very smart there. Need to cash in on that right now. And we see the Jellicent. There was no TM evolution, so no Kirlia to go along with this. So a bit slower on Rowan's side. However, now for Ian, he'll have some decisions to make. He can move into his own item lock. He could include some confusion here if he wants to make this a rougher time for the Jellicent. A lot of different ways to go here, Pablo.
Many options already. The Gardevoir established and a research to follow it up. Discarding a Psychic Energy. I do believe there's another one in the discard pile. Now, you get the first early aggression with your Gardevoir. You already have a Dark established to your opponent's none. If you're able to get like 2 Monkey Dories online here, you would have such a big advantage. However, we see the attachment onto the Jellicent.
Yeah, locking in this item lock makes a ton of sense. Your opponent didn't do too much. They super rotted a Dark Energy. Their resources aren't being used as well. It's a single Ralts as your opponent needs to evolve that. And it has to be this turn. You need to see Kirlia immediately so that Gardevoir is available when this Jellicent could likely be knocked out next turn with a few additional energies added.
I love the Jellicent art, where it looks like they're really angry, and since they're both in the active, it's like they're really angry at each other. They just don't want to see the other one in the active right now, locking items, locking tool cards, and by locking Technical Machine Evolution, could make it, and Ultra Balls, of course, could make it difficult for Rowan to get to Gardevoir eventually.
Yeah, the mirror match is truly a mirror at this point. I'm seeing so much jelly at this point.
Jelly cents right now.
Oh, no peanut butter anywhere.
All right, now Rowan figuring out exactly what to do. Can match the 80 damage from... Oh no, wait, he just attached the Monkey Dory. Never mind, we cannot... Yeah, Rowan's just not going to be able to attack this turn.
And the Lily's determination that we know that this is just that one single copy, to have that through item lock. Nice to see. 8 cards can be found, and maybe there's something that can help out in this situation. You can't attack. Maybe it's just frillish at this point to have another resource to help out and keep item lock going when you're biding some time.
Yeah. And I mean, how effective is the item lock at this stage when there's just everything on the board, right? You're denying Earthen Vessel perhaps to search for a second Dark, so your opponent doesn't get too far ahead. I see Secret Box. I see Counter Catcher. I see Technical Machine Evolution. I don't see a Gardevoir. I don't see anything really to follow this up, and not even an energy for like the next turn.
Yeah, very slow approach. Missing out on this attack is unfortunate, as you now have 200 HP on your Jellicent. One more Monkey Dory Dark Energy does not spell very great news for you.
And we have to remember that Oceanic Curse not only blocks item cards, but it also blocks tool cards. Therefore, that Technical Machine Evolution is just unplayable. We cannot get Gardevoir EX up front, and therefore, or on the field, and now it's Ian's turn. Nothing done by Rowan other than Artisan and Adrenabrain.
Now, for Ian, it's been a pretty solid setup, but the Psychic Energy attachment... Oh, is this from the discard pile? Can't tell yet. Looks like there was a combination of that plus Monkey Dory at the same time. It's a very slow turn.
Yeah.
So, thankfully for Rowan, he does have time to establish that Gardevoir if it's in hand.
I don't see it. There's an Arven. There's so many cards in Rowan's hand, but just no help. Arven searches for 2 unplayable cards, and everything else is just blocked by Oceanic Curse. Another pass here would be so bad for Rowan, and I mean, I don't know what to tell you. This game might have been just decided by the slow start and those hefty discards as well.
Yeah, this is why we've seen in some of the lists, there is the inclusion of an additional Pokemon. You want to have the Iron Bundle so that you can move this and then throw down all of those tools in one big move. Instead, there's no way to move this Jellicent. It's moving the damage back over to you. We're almost at a knockout, but still no resources.
Oh, no. I mean, Ian did top deck an Iono, but obviously he chose not to play it. Now, Rowan off the top does find Gardevoir EX, but is it a little too late, Kyle? I mean, is our best play? There's 10 HP left on the active, so we can't even retreat it.
Yep, has to use the Monkey Dory to heal itself off so that you could then get 1 energy on there, but still would not have enough to actually retreat this Pokemon unless there was energy from hand. It's a 3 retreat, right?
Yeah, it's 3 retreat, no energy in hand, no nothing in hand, really. So we're just going to have to keep the item lock still going. If Ian is able to find a Dark Energy, he could actually KO with double Adrenabrain this Jellicent, free himself from the item lock during his turn, and still get another attack whilst keeping the item lock in play himself. This could be a huge turn for Ian, and I think this is where you take the quotation marks risk and play the Iono to give yourself that chance.
Yeah, your opponent already has the Gardevoir. What else could they really find at this point that would hurt you? You're likely only running into issues with the Monkey Dory using Mind Bend or something like that to disrupt this attacking. He finds the Psychic Energy.
Yeah, Psychic off the top. That means Power Press could now do 160, but now, of course, you wanted that last turn, not this turn. So do you go for the Iono? Knowing your opponent barely has anything. Seems like we're going to see the attach on the active. I think that signifies we're not going to Iono. We're just happy knowing that Rowan has not played a card, has played one card over the last 3 turns, I think. So just take the KO, move the damage somewhere else. We're going to Artisan, establish something extra on the bench, maybe the second Frillish perhaps, to have the backup Jellicent, and then it's on Rowan to make something happen. Now, the confusion from Mindbend, I think, is something we're going to see a lot here.
Yeah.
That's Rowan's best tool right now available in order to try and free himself from this oceanic curse he's under.
Yeah, the 60 damage is nice right now. It's just out of range of Monkey Dory continuing to push it back over every time, seeing that there's just that single dark energy. So you are getting somewhere, even though it may not feel like it that way. And here is the knockout from the Power Press, taking the KO, 2 prize cards, and relieving that burden of the item lock now for Ian. Rowan's still an uphill battle, but he has 3 Psychic Energies to work with this time around from the discard pile.
And that definitely gives him a few options, right? He also has Artisan, he already has a Screamtail in hand. He could use Screamtail to take down his opponent's Monkey Dory and give himself the Monkey Dory advantage. He just got an Iono off the top, making this play a little bit better. If he had a way to move this Jellicent, maybe trap the Gardevoir up front, that would be pretty solid, but I'm not seeing any copy of Boss's Orders. It's just counter catchers for both players.
Yeah, and that's really the tough point of this matchup, is once you evolve 2 Jellicent, you are going to have to go through this Pokemon at some point, and Ian did it nice and slow. Rowan's still holding on, as he's used a lot of resources to this point, and honestly, with item lock in play, there is no way to bring up another Jellicent from here. You're going to have to work your way through this Pokemon or ignore it for the entirety of the game.
Yeah, pretty much. And sure, you get 1 prize card, you give yourself the Monkey Dory, but dealing with that Jellicent, you need to at least threaten it. I generally think Confusion is probably the way to go. At least make them flip, see if they can continue with the aggression. A lot of cards found after Iono and flip the script. Another Dark Energy as well. Are we piecing something together here, Kyle, that could get us back into this game?
Very unlikely to find that energy, but he does. And we see a little shortcut here now with the Gardevoir playing that Psychic Energy onto the Monkey Dory, then triple to the Gardevoir, has the monkeys to push over.
This is perfect math. We are going to be able to knock out the Jellicent thanks to that extra Dark Energy. The 1 copy Rowan had, the one he put back with that Super Out on the first turn of the game.
So unrealistic. What 30 cards left in deck at that point?
At least.
Then the Dark Energy in the prizes, had to find it off the Iono. Yes, you put a pretty hefty hand on the bottom, but he does find the Dark Energy for the perfect answer here. Both players avoiding item lock now. Ian, what do you have for us? It starts with Iono.
Iono 2-4 for both players. This Gardevoir definitely out of range. No Frillish to act as backup for the Jellicent that just went down. We have access to Screamtail through the use of Artisan and potentially give ourselves the Monkey Dory advantage once again. Could also go after the Pheasantipity, take a 2 prize knockout that way. We see an Ultra Ball getting rid of the Iono. Is this Mew? Is this Pheasantipity?
Yeah, this is, it depends on where you want to go with this hand, and you have the exact same issue that your opponent does right now. Is you have 2 Pokemon EX, 4 prize cards remaining, but you both really want to take out Monkey Dories. So you can afford to play this Pheasantipity, continue to build this hand up, find some more resources. And if it were to be Screamtail, I'm surprised we didn't see the Artisan first, but
yeah,
maybe he's got an alternative solution here.
I agree. I think if it had been Screamtail, we probably would have seen the Artisan use way before. Now, I mean, this was looking bleak for Rowan, and that 1 Dark Energy, the only one left in the deck, so unlikely to be found, completely turned things around. It almost feels like Rowan has a big advantage at this point, but we're going to match your Gardevoir with my Gardevoir, says Ian.
Yeah, and we'll be slightly out of range of dealing a KO. 1 more Monkey Dory Dark would have
gotten over the hump if the energies and damage were there to do that. But could lay a lot of damage down and actually chooses to push this over to the Frillish. There's certainly a nod towards item lock. It is a terrifying thing to consider.
Yeah, and with Super Rod gone, Jellicent TX in the discard pile as well, maybe you don't get enough time to evolve the Frillish, or maybe you choose to heal the Frillish, put it out of range of Monkey Duries, but then all of a sudden you're not healing your Gardevoir, and that could prove problematic. It's at 90 HP remaining, and therefore that third Monkey Dury that you were talking about, Kyle, could also play a role, especially if you attack for 190 and you give your opponent the damage to work with.
Yeah, dangerous spot here for Rowan. Has to find a solution to preserve either one of these. I feel like Gardevoir has to be the more prominent of the two for now, and this energy attachment, there's Iono, I believe, as the options for supporter. Do you feel comfortable with that, Pablo, or do you want to hold on to this this situation right now?
I mean, with all these energies still prized, I think you want to commit it. Even if it goes down, you can easily recover it later down the line. There's counter catcher is not live for either player, and I think the bench space that Ian still has gives him a slight advantage in the sense that he's not committed to a Frillish. He has the option to Screamtail, and he knows that this turn there's probably not a lot happening for Rowan in terms of knockouts, right? So damage gets transferred, Frillish gets saved, but we have now the opportunity to go triple Monkey Dory, knock out the Gardevoir EX, and take something else down, possibly the Ralts really limiting what Rowan can do the turn after.
I don't even think you need the Ralts. Cue the replay, Pablo, of the rare candies to the discard pile. There are two rare candies that are waiting there. After this Gardevoir falls, how does Rowan come up with a solution? It would have to be Night Stretcher into the Jellicent, attacking for 80, or Monkey Dory Mind Bends. You're asking so much of your deck from that point, but this is where Ian asks a little bit of his. Monkey Dory, Dark Energy. But once more, if it was all there, Artisan for Monkey Dory may have been the play to go with first.
Yeah, I think keeping your options open just in case you don't get access to the energy seems like a pretty fair choice. Now, I mean, you said it yourself, though. With the two rare candies down, if you just knock out the active, no problem. Yeah, you don't even need to do it through the 3 Monkey Dories. If you can do it, sure, that would be cool. But if you don't do it, which we did get the Earthen Vessel, so we can, even if we don't do it, there's no Gardevoir threat next turn. Absolutely none. But now, yeah.
Yeah, this is a very comfortable spot. Triple Monkey Dory could even go to the benched Monkey Dory with 20 damage on it. You could clear that Pokemon and then just KO the active. Yep. Guarantee those 3 cards knocked off, those 3 prize cards in your pocket. And there's no Gardevoir presence on the next turn.
No Gardevoir presence. Rowan will need a raw energy, a Night Stretcher for the Jellicent as well to, or I mean, he could Oceanic Gloom for 20, but what's that going to accomplish, Kyle, with triple Monkey Dory already in play? Now, Ian will have to use his own Gardevoir, so if something were to happen to it, he could be in trouble, but what's going to happen, right? These decks don't play Blood Ursa Luna. There's no Gardevoir aggression. The maximum damage Rowan could do next turn is 100 with 20 damage transfer and 80 from Jellicent.
Yeah, the only thing that I see at this point would be Frillish counter catcher onto Fez and try to hold on to that as the only Pokemon that can't receive Psychic Embrace, but you're asking a lot from that point to turn it around and overcome 4 prizes. The damage will push over to the Frillish now, guarantees that you don't have to worry about that situation, and the KO on the Gardevoir is all but done.
Yeah, triple Monkey Dory can KO the Gardevoir, or it can just take down the Frillish. All right. I mean, this extra energy, how many energy does that leave Ian with? I'm not exactly sure. So maybe an item lock combined with a Gusting of Serendipity could be an option. There's 1 Psychic in the discard pile, 4 in play, so there's plenty of energy left to work with.
Okay, we've got some juice, and we'll see what Rowan can come up with now. He's worked a bit of a miracle to get himself to this point, finding the Dark Energy, but he might need 1 more. Iono is a great way to do that. What else do you have to work with? There shouldn't be very many Pokemon left.
I really think if the 2 rare candies were not here, we definitely see a KO on the Ralts, right? Yep. But because they're there, Ian's like, nah, that's fine. Ralts can live another turn.
Yep, you have to play your deck as well as your opponents as you see that discard pile accumulate. Those resources are so important to track. Leads to some very interesting plays here. This is a guaranteed KO on Gardevoir, which is nice to see. You don't get that additional prize card, which makes it a little harder for Rowan to win this game, but just to know that that Pokemon's not around and you just have to work through some Monkey Dories is all he needs to hear.
This is going to be a pretty interesting close to the game. Rowan does find Kirlia, though, and he's going to remove his opponent's Gardevoir off the field. Will leave activation for Fezandipiti available, and Ian will have the Gardevoir in his hand. So if he finds Rare Candy, we know the game is over, but this is Rowan's out, right? This is what he's playing towards. It's what he needs to do in order to give himself a chance at winning this match.
Yeah, a secret box was just placed on the bottom of the deck by way of the Iono, so other cards that could have helped you find that rare candy will basically just have to be the rare candy itself from this point, unless, of course, we see Ian wisely use that Artisan to shuffle up and then give Fezandipiti one big shot. Look at that, though. He wants to make it even harder, guarantee that not only you find what you need with the rare candy Gardevoir, but you need an energy to move this Fez.
Now we see the recovery of the Frillish. If Ian doesn't find a Kirlia or a Candy Gardevoir, that item lock will then be very problematic. So we can never count out any of these Gardevoir decks. They always have these plays. Rowan even preparing for a potential item lock from Ian, just in case somehow that happens. I mean, we see Rowan has Herballoon. Ian could also have Herballoon himself in order to retreat this Fezandipiti, as we see the technical machine evolution, and Gardevoir getting KO'd.
I can't wipe the smile off my face. This is so wild. Rowan has so much to work with. Ian has Night Stretcher, Earthen Vessel, and Gardevoir can shuffle with the Artisan, give himself a chance at that secret box. Oh boy. Dangerous spot to be in.
Was not KOing the Ralt a mistake here, Kyle? Now I'm wondering, was that a little too preemptive, just saying, nah, you can't rare candy Gardevoir, but then technical machine evolution came in and put in the work. So Ian going for that Ralts, thinning the deck, making sure that he has options as well. There's a Kirlia at the very top that just got KO'd. There's a Nice Stretcher in the hand as well. But with the end being so far ahead in the price cards, Rowan could counter-catch her KO. Wow!
Okay, now, what is in the box? We will find out. It looks like it's going to be a rare candy Gardevoir, Earthen Vessel to find some energies. Toss those away, at least one of them.
Goodness,
and,
unreal.
Keep one to retreat this Fez, or find Balloon if you want to. There's so much you can do here. That's all you need to see, though. Rare Candy Guardy, energy, giddy up. He's got the knockout.
Wow, perfect combination of cards off the top for Ian. Rob flipped the script, living up to its name.
That was perfect. Everything we needed to see from that matchup, and a true masterclass from both of these players. The item lock really leads to so many different lines for these players, and you have to consider every single resource. Ian took a big risk not knocking out that Ralts. Didn't have to get punished, though. He had the answer.
Yeah. Ian had, what, 2 rare candy outs and the secret box?
Yep.
So, yeah. Let's take a look at the replay for this match. We had the Jellicent face-off, both very angry to be looking at each other in the top spot, but now we saw the perfect comeback from Rowan that
miracle.
Darkness energy found.
Absolute miracle to find that energy, take the KO there. Did not seem likely, and sure enough, Ian just continued to put on pressure, took the KO on that Gardevoir. We saw the Devo back from Rowan, really clean play, but Ian had the answer. Fez into the box, rare candy Guardy, and he takes game 1 here in the top 8.
Very back and forth. At one point we were counting out Rowan, then this Iono counter catcher. Devo was looking grim for Ian, but Fezandipiti. I think Fezandipiti, I want to say it, is one of the best cards ever released. And like, we had Oricorio GX, I think, which had the same ability. It didn't feel as impactful as Fezandipiti does.
Yeah, what, 170 HP? Just having 210 instead of 200 is such a big difference in some points, but this Pokemon is so impactful. We've seen it attack on the world stage before. It can do anything, but mainly it gives Ian the round or the first game here in this top 8, and he will go first this time around. He's got the nest ball. Let's take a look through the deck and see those prize cards. Oh, yep.
Boy.
Yep, that's at the top.
Yeah,
that's not where you want to see it.
And it's Secret Box prized against Raw Secret Box on turn 1 for Rowan. I'm going to quote Azul and say, we can't let them keep getting away with this. How do we start our one of ace spec in our starting hand? We saw Tord Reklev top the kit in a crucial situation in game 3. Now Rowan 1 game behind, going up against a prize Secret Box with his own in hand. Unbelievable.
Yeah, the script writers doing their job this time here in the top 8, making Milwaukee 1-2. Remember, Ian, he's going to fight his way through this one. He's got Frillish. He's thinking about item lock once more, and he's going to take note. This, I don't get the box again. Fantastic.
Yeah. Now, as we see Ian go through his deck, figure out his play, we are seeing like the mirror of the previous game, right? Rowan went first, went for the Frillish, attached to it, established a potential item lock. Now we are seeing Ian do the same, except he does get to find a Ralt. But as we go through the motions, we do have a couple updates from the field from our other top 8 games. Hello Obernolty already made its way into top 4, and Jackson Ford is up 1 game against Tord Reklev.
Yep, things are moving and grooving for the Mega Absol player. Hale, he's moving forward. And Tord, he's got his work cut out for him. He's got to take down a Charizard Dusknoir, and he's seen Dusknoir maybe a few too many times than he expected to. But on this side, we've got the Gardevoir players facing off, and it will be the Arven, something that Rowan prioritized in his list and is now seeing the benefits of.
This is going to be very peculiar. Ian's going to see Rowan not grab Secret Box, and he's like, okay, no. Even playing field, neither of us has Secret Box, and then Rowan's just going to slam the Secret Box onto the table.
You know, the Earthen Vessel find here for some energies will make you wonder, oh no, is it Ultra Ball? What is it? What does he have for me? It is the worst case scenario, as he will have all the energies in the discard pile, a plethora of resources to get the job done. And for Ian, we did see that Psychic Energy attachment to the Monkey Dory. We've seen in some lists, you'd see that energy just go to the Frillish, and maybe an Air Balloon would come down, but I don't believe Ian features that card in his list.
Yeah, there's no Air Balloon into on Ian's side, as we see Rowan immediately find his. Could choose to Technical Machine Evolution with something different. Could just be the choice to just discard it. Now, what do you think about Air Balloon in these Gardevoir decks? I feel like it's very strong when you have the potential to Frillish turn 1 item lock, right? When you can find it.
Right.
But Ian's not focusing too much on Arven, so it being unsearchable other than the Secret Box or the 1 copy of Arven, I can understand why he doesn't have it in there.
Yeah, we've seen players really have to make a decision of, do they want to really focus on the TM evolution as their way of setting up their board and moving forward, or do they want to disrupt their opponents, use that Air Balloon as a way to move into the Frillish and start that item lock as early as the first turn, going second. And looks like Rowan has given himself the opportunity to go either way with that, as he has the TM Evo there and throws away the balloon. Ian does not regard that as very important. He just wants to go get his setup and get moving.
Gosh, Secret Box is just such a good card. It thins your hand of resources, can be used to your advantage, and then it thins your deck as well, and provides even more thinning options with the Technical Machine Evolution, with the whatever item you find, perhaps to find basic Pokemon. Secret Box just feels unreal, especially in Gardevoir decks. But yeah, so far so good for Rowan. We have the exact same Pokemon in play, but Rowan's going to have a much better start here.
Yeah, as far as a mirror match goes, it may look the same right here, right now, but Rowan is certainly favored from this spot. Things are really going his way. He's flying through the deck right now. He's holding on to a rare candy. He's got the Air Balloon Frillish. Goodness gracious, it doesn't get much better than that.
Are we not? Oh, okay. So I was wondering why we shuffled if we were going to Technical Machine Evolution, but no. We're just going to go for Shiny Gloom. We're going to deny our opponent's potential Secret Box, even if they find it at some point, and we're going to make it harder for them to find that Kirlia off of Ultra Balls or whatnot, make sure they definitely don't have Rare Candy Gardevoir. So Ian can match the item lock by retreating into the Jelly, right? which is pretty good. But I don't think I saw an energy in that hand, Kyle.
Yeah, I think Rowan was really banking on the Jellicent not being in the hand at this point. You use the turn 1 Frillish, just get that item lock set up, and then you follow up with the turn 2 TM Evolution. Set your board up. You don't worry about it because you have your own Jellicent there locking out the items for you. Instead, he does get slightly punished, sees the Jellicent. Some bad news, but is there an energy to go along with this? Because if not, Ian's going to be at least 2 turns behind, and that's big news there.
That's big, as Rowan just finds the Jellicent himself. Won't be able to Technical Machine Evolution, but probably doesn't mind it. Now the Oceanic Curse is active. Neither player can play tool cards. Neither player can play item cards, but one player is ahead, as you mentioned, 2 turns by those 2 energy attachments, and that could be enough to turn things around.
Yeah, massive here, and this is the last part. If you find the Kirlia off of the professor's research, then you are really starting to look great, and Rowan does find that resource, even has the Artisan, could add an additional Monkey Dory onto the board, and every Dark Energy just means that your Jellicent has a chance to stick around for maybe an extra turn or 2.
Would you say, based on the fact that there's Jellicent mirrors all over the place, is it time for Gardevoir, now that there's Lily's Determination as well, is it time to play a raw copy of Boss's Orders, Kyle?
You at least play that, or you play Iron Bundle. You need to give yourself that 1 turn of items that your opponent's not expecting and surprise them and get that setup that maybe they weren't looking for in that mid-game spot. And we've seen a few players switch over to that. It really is tricky to find the room when you add this Jellicent package, but maybe you just need to make the space.
Now, we do have an update from Belo Horizonte, the other regional championship that is happening this weekend, and it's Gabriel Fernandez versus Gustavo Wada in the finals. 2 former Brazilian world champions facing it off. The new prodigy, if you will. Is he the real deal in the Masters division? Will he be the heir to the Tord throne,
right?
Perhaps?
He's working his way through, and let's be very curious to see if he can. It's funny to think of Gustavo Wada as the old guard now, as he used to be the Kyogre kid, the one to worry about. And now he's holding on to see if he can. But Ian also pushing forward, trying to hold on in this matchup. There is a Dark Energy for that Monkey Dory. The damage is pushed over onto the Jellicent. But Rowan has one of his own. He has a Gardevoir as well. This is the perfect answer in this spot.
Yeah, everything Ian does, Rowan's just doing better, right? Already has the Gardevoir, matches the Monkey Dory, 4 Monkey Dory. That 3 damage just going immediately back over to Ian's side. 30 damage from Adrenabrain, 80 more from Power Press, and Ian might be the one who needs to resort to a Mind Bend to get himself out of this pickle.
Yeah, really worried about how to go about this now as Ian. The damage is really accumulating. You still don't have Kirlia. The damage is just going to take this Jellicent off the board here soon. What does he have for us? It's just an Arven.
Arven searches for 2 unplayable cards. That's one big issue. I mean, Ian's list is not as focused on Arven, so if he's playing this, that means he doesn't have much else to go for.
Yeah, really tough here. We see 110 hit points remaining on this Jellicent, so pretty simple with the Power Press and double Monkey Dory in this spot to take the KO, or if we see 2 Psychic Energies, Power Press would get to that next level to deal 160 damage for a knockout.
Now, we have a lot of options here for Rowan. We have the extra energy attachment. There are no energy in the discard pile, so we have 2 options. We could retreat this Jellicent into like a Frillish, keep the item lock, and get extra damage on the board, give ourselves a little bit more flexibility with the energy, but that would allow Ian to play tool card, so perhaps that's not the best option. I think it's the Jellicent face-off where we have a very clear winner here.
Yeah, see Rowan just adjusting the damage counters on Ian, wants to change the pips to make it a little more sense in his mind. Now decides to use the Monkey Dory to see how much damage he can get on there, and 240, he's 30 away from a KO. Dark Energy for Ian would be very nice to see. Not going to go anywhere with this hand, though. It's just move the damage with the Monkey Dory and see the impact of item lock for both of these players.
Yep, Rowan. And that, like, I think we're seeing a mirror of the previous match, right? It's
yeah,
like,
except they've flipped.
Yeah, exactly. So We're going to see the attachment onto the Jellicent. This was the key turn where Ian played on Iono and helped Rowan. I don't think we're going to see that friendly Iono this time around, though.
No, it does not seem likely here. Rowan doesn't have the perfect answer here where he can move the damage over and clear this Jellicent before the attack, as he would love to. But he does feel comfortable that there will not be a Dark Energy here. He leaves damage on board, puts it onto the other Munkidori, and is planning to try to clear all of these Pokemon at the same time at some point.
I think this KO took so long that Rowan had only grabbed one prize card. Forgot to grab the second one right there. But yeah, I think it's going to be Mind Bend. I don't see any other way for Ian to get out of this spot. We can even see that he's very emotional. He's showing his displeased at the current situation.
Yeah, understandably so. He does have Pheasantipity, so he can flip the script here. Seems a Psychic Energy, so he can attack here. And, ooh, actually the Dark Energy.
Yeah.
It's a valuable resource, but maybe moving all of those damage counters off your board would make you feel just a little bit better.
Just a little bit, but with no more item lock, that's really going to be huge here for Rowan. It's going to allow him to finally establish the Dark Energy for Monkey. Probably get more Psychic Energy in the discard pile. So sure, you get the item lock going. I think, the Confusion going, but now if Rowan decides to just go into Frillish and alternate with the keeping the item lock and just alternate his attackers, that could be huge here.
Yeah, this is a really tough spot now for Ian. He sees items being played on that other side of the board, and you can only wonder what that must feel like. It's a pretty good spot to be in for Rowan as he throws down another Dark on his Munkidori. Double Adrenabrain, ready to roll. Can preserve some hit points on this Jellicent and still has not seen a supporter.
I mean, yeah, I really fancy keeping the item lock going. You know your opponent's hand is pretty bad. You've really limited everything. I mean, not stopping Technical Machine Evolution could be problematic, as we see the Arzon get utilized for a Ralt. So Technical Machine Evolution would give your opponent perhaps Kirlia, but also you know that like you get another for sure free turn, right? Is that worth it? I don't think we ever risk the coin flip, right? I definitely don't like that to just keep the tool lock available as well. But I mean, I think Rowan is considering just going for the flip. There we go.
We've seen this from Abon a few times, and he does miss out. That's 30 damage onto the Jellicent. A failed attack from the Confusion. Not nearly as much of a punish available as we see the Ralt still in play. No Kirlia to go Gardevoir and accelerate these energies. But it never feels good to allow your opponent to keep some additional damage and also push all of theirs back onto you.
Ian going full Mind Bend mode, trying to play mind games with Rowan here. Just going to go for double Adrenabrain and 60 more damage. Will Rowan do something different here, though? That's the question.
Yeah, 200 damage now on this Jellicent. The Confusion really disrupting here. And maybe this is the difference now for Rowan. As he's established the Kirlia, can Gardevoir become an attacker for you? And you feel a little more comfortable knowing that you have a backup plan.
Yeah, Gardevoir into Gardevoir. Rowan has a very clear board advantage, has a prize advantage. The big thing is the damage accumulating and the Confusion, right? So if you really want to keep the item lock going, we have to go for Frillish, or we risk the coin flip. Frillish right there, it's at the very top. So we finally see it. I mean, we could still go for the coin flip, and if it stales, there's no damage on Ian's side of the board, so he cannot get like a mid-turn KO no matter what. But yeah, there's the retreat, so I'm wondering why we didn't do it perhaps a turn earlier.
Yeah, we see the Frillish now. We'll start to put that item lock into place. Jellicent's healing itself off a little now with the help of Adrenabrain to push some of that damage over. And it doesn't lead to the cleanest lines for you.
Yeah.
You can't do too much else with this, and I'm a bit curious about how you deal with the damage that's about to get thrown over to this side. 60 damage onto this Frillish seems like an absolute pain.
Okay, so, I mean, this might almost look like a trap. Like, Rowan left 20 damage on the Frillish, right? That means if Ian decides to send the 6 damage counters onto the Frillish, he will get the mid-turn KO. But that allows Rowan to promote the Jellicent to keep denying the tool cards. However, Jellicent would have 60 damage extra, would be confused. So this is leaving this 20 damage, perhaps a small oversight. Like, you wouldn't mind confusing the Monkey Dirty.
So this is where I'm at with it. What if you just play down the TM devolution right now onto the active, push the damage onto Frillish, and who cares if they bring up Jellicent?
Oh yeah, that's
you can
perfect.
just de-evolve and knock out both Frillish this turn.
Yeah, that's going to be a knockout on the Frillish with Adrenabrain. Is not taking that 20 damage off. A slight mishap here, Kyle.
Yeah, I wanted to heal off the Jellicent as much as possible, but there is a difference between these two locks from the Frillish and the Jellicent. The tools are played down. The Devo is established. You're going to see this Pokemon picked back up now. KO on the Frillish, and Ian's cleared off 2 big pains for him.
2 big pains, that's for sure. Now he knows there won't be an item lock, and if Rowan cannot have an Iono perhaps to take away Ian's huge hand, we could see a very explosive turn by Ian with a Rare Candy Gardevoir off the top, or off the huge build-up he's had so far. That's a lot of item cards not available to him. I mean, we can recover the Frillish, continue to deny the item cards as well. Maybe this was all part of Rowan's plan. If he ends up winning this series, we'll have to ask him.
Yeah, it would be exciting to find out. I'm sure that we will not see any damage left on Frillish from this point forward, though. If 2 Monkey Dory are to be around, wants to preserve that Pokemon as best as possible. And if you could do this without leaving damage on board, that'd be ideal. You see 2 Monkey Dory now on this side of the board. If you have 1 more, maybe you can leave that Monkey Dory just slightly out of range of a KO and then knock it out with Frillish. But then you open up your opponent to drawing with the Fez, and things can get a little tricky there too. But where do you go?
No Iono played, so Rowan really needs to continue this item lock. Ian did play the TM Evo, so that's not an option next turn. So he's going to be in the same spot where he needs a Kirlia down sometime soon if he's ever going to win with Gardevoir in play. But, I mean, he's tied up the prize race with no Gardevoir, so maybe he's fine.
Rowan finds the Jellicent once more and actually sees the Super Rod here too. So there's plenty of ways to continue to recycle and keep the item lock in play for even a few more turns. One thing we see that's missing is a way to take the knockout on this Monkey Dory. 10 short, given the way that this board is set up.
Double Psychic Embrace to the active Gardevoir to pay for the retreat cost, just making sure that's clear to everyone watching and not just like the Gardevoir magically retreating into the bench. And we're going to see the Bravery Charm getting attached to the Frillish. So now, even if we leave the damage there, it won't be getting KO'd anymore.
Yeah, this feels much cleaner at this point. And if you're moving Frillishes between each other with the 60 of Mind Bend that works in, it's a lot easier to retreat this Pokemon and bounce around and avoid the issue of confusion.
Oh, item lock continues over on Rowan's side. Ian, what can he do? The confusion is now pretty good, but much weaker, knowing that he gave his opponent the Jellicent back, right? That was the one drawback of the TM Devo play. You knock out both Frillish, yes, but the Jellicent is available without ever needing to recover it in any way. So what can Ian piece together here? He has no access to Gardevoir, so as we mentioned, it's all Monkey Dory's world from here on out.
It's devastating to think even for Ian, if he puts that confusion in play, the evolution of Frillish enough would just be devastating to see the Jellicent come into play, not worry about confusion anymore as that condition is removed, and then push some damage over with Monkey Dories. Could potentially take a knockout in that regard, and then attack with the Jellicent too. It could be a really big advantage here for Rowan. Ian needs to find a little more help. I think it all starts with Kirlia at this point, but can he get through the deck?
Yeah, where's Kirlia? That's the big question, right? Ian has a huge hand. Without Kirlia, not really accomplishing much. We are going to research, it seems. Oh. That's a huge research. Thank you, Ian, for showing us. There's Rare Candy, there's Super Rod, there's Ultra Ball, there's Mew EX, there's Ionos right there. Can we find a Kirlia? I see one.
He has it.
Yeah, that's a pretty big find. I don't see a Gardevoir follow-up to this, though. So, because we didn't discard any Gardevoirs for Ian, maybe this is fine, Kyle. Maybe this research gave us enough reach to pull this off.
Yeah, just seeing the dark energy too is really nice as well. When the Monkey Dory is KO'd, there is Artisan there. You can bring another Monkey Dory back into play, have the perfect response here. And poor little Frillish holding on for dear life, but it won't have to worry much longer. Rowan has the answer. Bravery Charm, you're not going to work anymore, but we don't need you.
Yep, there's the Jellicent EX coming back to hunt Ian. Now, Ian can probably also accurately predict that there's no Boss's Orders in Rowan's deck, especially after this point, especially after going through so many cards in this game too. So he knows his Kirlia is safe. If he finds Gardevoir, we could finally see something happen for Ian other than the Mind Bend, as we see a very crucial Iono.
Yeah, Mega Evolution really helping out the lines here with the additional hit points on Kirlia. Triple Monkey Dory will not get the job done. And Jellicent holds on. It's going to take a little more damage here, but it's got its friends waiting in the wings to help push some of this damage off.
Adrenabrain, such a good ability, will be able to... I mean, I think Rowan is now considering, can I knock out, or put the damage on the active Monkey Dory, and it's essentially just healing, and I don't leave any damage on my opponent's side of the field, so that they can't throw any back to me whatsoever, or do I push my Monkey Dory advantage, knowing that one will get KO'd, place all the damage on the Kirlia, and ask Ian, do you have the Gardevoir? Otherwise, that's being threatened majorly.
Yeah, I think with the Psychic Energies in the discard pile and the Fez draw that's likely to be seen here too, Ian could find that Gardevoir realistically.
Yeah.
So he keeps the damage in play, knows that with the energy attachments from the Psychic Embrace, he could see a ton more damage. And are you kidding? It is the last card off of the Fez, flipping the script again. Script writers, you've got it made out perfectly here. 4 to 3 prize cards, and Gardevoir is back in action.
Not only back in action, there's just enough damage on the active to get KO'd. We have the Gardevoir, we have the backup Kirlia, we have Monkey Dory. Wow, what a draw. And very crucially, Ian got Iono'd, but he knew that there was no Gardevoir at the bottom of the deck, so very correctly didn't shuffle his deck with Artisan or anything else. I don't think there was anything else to shuffle, but didn't do it with Artisan, knowing he was now closer to the Gardevoir than ever before.
Yeah, so smart. You have to think of everything you can do to increase those percentages for yourself there in that spot. And it is only one Monkey Dory to heal off this Gardevoir. 240 could be a pretty tricky range in this matchup. However, the Jellicent will be KO'd here, but expect some fireworks on the other side from Rowan now. This could be a Gardevoir war from here on out.
Yeah, and you may be wondering why Ian didn't put the damage elsewhere, because the Jellicent already had 190 HP left, but when you're down a Monkey Dory, when your opponent has double Monkey Dory, then healing off that damage is probably a little bit better. Now, Rowan, interestingly, choosing to promote the Kirlia instead of the Gardevoir. Usually Gardevoir is the promotion to maximize the damage on your side of the field for the double Adrenabrain. Perhaps we're just going to get the other Gardevoir established. Regardless, Rowan down to 3 prizes. He cannot get the 3 prizes right now, I don't think. Maybe he can. Maybe he can KO this. No, I don't see a way where he can get 3 prizes this turn, Kyle.
Yeah, the Bravery Charm on the Fez helps out a lot with preservation there with the Scream Tail. The Gardevoir is at 240, so it required some Monkey Dory pushing the damage over, which means that there's no damage left to KO Frillish in this spot. But you certainly can set yourself up for a win on the following turn. It's just, how do you want to do this? Ian has 2 prize cards remaining. Can you somehow work out an answer with a single prize Pokemon in the active spot, or do you just want to put up the massive hit points of a Gardevoir EX?
I want to say it's a Gardevoir EX, right? Ian is down to 2 prize cards. You cannot afford to bench any Mew, Clefairy, or Fezandipiti, and therefore you have to attack with the highest HP Pokemon or a single prizer, as we see the counter catcher bringing up something that Rowan is trying to figure out.
I was wondering if there's a world where you try to incorporate some Devo play again and bring up the Fez, pull those Pokemon up and make it harder for a Gardevoir to come back into play, but looks like Rowan doesn't have that answer, and he's not finding much else on this one either. This is mainly to disrupt his opponent from here on out.
All right, we see the retreat of the Kirlia with the first Psychic Embrace. We're going to see another triple Psychic Embrace to the active Gardevoir, and we have triple Adrenabrain available. Where does this damage go? We can take a prize card on this Frillish by moving 6 from the Gardevoir and 2 from the Kirlia and taking a knockout on the Munkidori. That means we are 1 Screamtail away from knocking out the Kirlia possibly, but that could evolve, and that could be a problem as well. So we just focus fire the Gardevoir, right? Take the knockout, and then wherever that Gardevoir is, we just try to take it down with Screamtail.
Yeah, really smart here from Rowan. You understand the prize map. You need to take that single prize off the board, and instead of giving your opponent that opportunity to evolve that Kirlia on the bench and make it just 3 Pokemon EX, especially the massive hit points of the Fez now, just force yourself to have to take that 1 more knockout, and this hand's not doing it. Artisan to try to thin out, find a little more help. Fez will be available too. What answer do you need? A Dark Energy would be nice to move some damage.
I think it's Lily Clefairy time. I think Full Moon Rondo with a Dark Energy on the Munkidori could do it if I'm not mistaken.
All right,
is that enough for 300? No, probably not. That can't be 300 damage.
I think you get to 200 on your side. It's not a lot.
20 plus 20 more for each benched Pokemon.
Got 9
so
9 maximum.
250, yeah. Not quite, 230 maximum, so not quite enough. So how can Ian plan this? He's nodding, yeah. He's saying, yeah, these are good cards. So I don't see any Drifloon. I don't see how Screamtail could possibly get 2 prizes here. At this point, we don't have enough Munkidoris to take a double prize turn on anything on the bench.
Can heal off a little bit here for the Gardevoir. Has a Munkidori to start to use Mind Bend. That would be one way to avoid a really big attacker in the active spot. The only ones we see currently are a bunch of Munkidori on the other side of the board. 60, not terribly impactful when you're talking about KOing EX Pokemon.
I mean, is Ian's win condition maybe that Screamtail is just prized? Maybe that's what you play towards in this spot. Yes. Because you can't counter the Artisan, right? If it's available,
yeah,
it's gonna happen. So item lock, is Screamtail discarded? Probably not. I don't think I ever saw it hit the discard pile.
2/2 prize cards. We're not looking at counter catchers. It's just trying to buy a turn.
Yeah, and I mean there might be just enough energies, right? You retreat 2, you have 4. 4 on Screamtail is 160 damage, which is exactly how much HP Gardevoir has left. And sure, you heal a little bit with the Munkidori, but that's not enough. Triple Munkidori. We're just going to see the Artisan. We're going to see the Screamtail Call, and we're heading to game 3.
Yep, there it is. Writing's on the wall. Ian sees that 160 is going to take a knockout there. It is 1-1 in this set. Unbelievable to see this mirror playing out the way it does. And so cool, calm, and collective for both these players.
Very well done. Ian knows that he was really far behind pretty much the whole game. Still made it close though, right? Still had a chance there. Still made it close. So let's take a look at the replay. Let's see what happened in this game 2, Kyle.
Yeah, almost an exact opposite situation from game number 1. We saw the Jellicent going crazy on Ian's side of the board, and now it's Rowan's turn. Rowan sets up a pretty great play, but this was Ian's bread and butter. He worked out a really clean line. The Frillish opened up for the TM Devolution. He took a double KO on the Frillishes, but Rowan did not stop there. He found an answer, reestablished his item lock, and then continued to push forward, got down to 3 prize cards remaining, and then had the answer to start to take some big knockouts. Removed that Munkidori. Damage was not going anywhere from that Gardevoir, and it leads to a KO from this Screamtail. 160 for the knockout.
That's Rowan. You know you're in for a good time when you have 3 Munkidoris established and your opponent has no Munkidoris established.
When you play 3 Munkidori and 3 Dark, and they all find their way onto the board, you're winning. You don't need to ask very much else of your deck. We will see what our players have in store for us this time. It has been a story about Secret Box as we've looked through the prize cards the first 2 games. And only start to wonder, what do these hands have in store for us? Who will make their way to the top 4 here in Milwaukee?
And who will prize their secret box this time around? That's a big question I want answered. Hopefully it's neither. However, there could be someone. I'm watching the prize cards right now. It's going to be Rowan going first per Ian's choice. And what can he piece up together? Oh my goodness.
Who answered right in the Twitch poll? It was Rowan.
It was Rowan's turn to prize the secret box. He's a lot more focused on the secret box. He has a big Arven focus as well. He's about to find out that that's not available. But over on Ian's side, he has a Gardevoir prize and under item lock for a lot of the game. That can be problematic.
There we go. You need to see what this man looks like as he identifies the pink card is no longer there for him. You want to find that early. He does prioritize Arven in his list and is going to see the bad news.
Frillish being prized is also pretty big, right? That means you can't have back-to-back item locking capabilities if you, with Jellicent at least, right? You can't have back-to-back Jellicent, and Ian prized his own Jellicent himself, so.
What's worse? We haven't really gotten to this point, but a Gardevoir, a Night Stretcher, and a Jellicent, especially the one copy of Jellicent, when we've seen how impactful that can be in a deck that has no boss's orders on the other side, to have to rely solely on Frillish, that's not going to do it.
It's really not. But will the secret box being priced slow down Rowan enough to where maybe that doesn't matter too much?
Yeah, this is maybe this is the perfect prize cards to give us a great game 3. What can Rowan establish on this turn? He does have the Artisan. He's looking through and finding all of what he needs to work for in this game. And we saw the Monkey Dory with the Dark Energies earlier on. In the other games, looks like he has a very similar story lined up for us this time around as well.
A very big deal is that Ian did start the Mew EX, right? That's a 2-price Pokemon that you probably don't want in play for pretty much the whole game. You can do some like nice plays where you copy your opponent's Screamtail with your own Mew and get snipes off that way. But if Fezandipiti eventually comes into play, that's 2 low HP Pokemon that could be targets for Rowan. So we're going to have to keep an eye out on if that Mew EX provides enough firepower with restart ability, but becomes a liability, especially towards the end of the game. And especially when we are running down the clock, right? We might not be able to finish this game as Gardevoir mirror matches tend to take a while to get going, right, with the aggression. So that extra price off of the Mew could be the difference between being ahead once the timer is over.
That's a great point. It's hard to try to avoid giving up these prize cards at those inopportune times. Yes, even giving up the Mew EX at some point is going to be detrimental, but when time is a factor and you think about Screamtail, 160 is a very easy number to hit. 1 Monkey Dory is all it takes for the damage to move over, KO that Pokemon. If you do that on turn 0 or turn 1 even of time, that can be the complete difference and just make you the winner, even if you weren't going to win a full 6-prize game.
Yeah, that could be the reason why you advance to top 4. So I'm sure Ian's going to know this, Ron's going to know this, and they're both going to try and either prevent it or take advantage of that. As we are seeing Ian go through his turn, we did see the Artisan get utilized for that route. We're having an extra check for the prizes. And what else do we have in the hand? I think I see a Lily, I see an Ultra Ball. Discarding, is that TM Devo? There's not going to be any TM Devo.
Yeah, no TM Devo.
Yeah.
Screamtail also to the discard pile. Nest Ball also played, but this hand, pretty good. I think we saw Lily's Determination along with a Dark Energy for that Monkey Dory. So if you want to ask your deck of a few different things, this is what you do. Has the Screamtail shuffled back in now. Super Rod likely not to be too helpful if we see Rowan's item lock here in the coming turns.
Yeah, and I mean, this Super Rod could signify its research instead of Lily's, perhaps. We're going to lose their resource anyway, so we might as well play it. And we see that energy. We see the... Oh, no, it's just Bravery Charm. It wasn't... Okay. Oh, my gosh. What? He gets Secret Box, so we have to put it at the very bottom of our deck.
Oh, these old eyes are deceiving me, but it works out for him. Ian finds pretty solid resources with the Kirlia and a little more help, but the Secret Box to the bottom is never a nice thing to see.
He found Frillish and a way to find Psychic Energy, but he already attached energy to the Monkey Dory, so he will not be able to item lock Rowan in this upcoming turn. Only grabbing 1 Psychic Energy.
Oh, this is so telling.
Yeah, this is so telling that we're aiming for restart to help us in the next turn as well.
He just said my hand's terrible. Oh, that's so wild. But, I mean, this is what you have to do, I suppose. He wants to play the item because he thinks Rowan could get the item lock on him now. It really is just Artisan into an air balloon, and Frillish comes into play. It's all already waiting in the hand.
You know what? Who needs Secret Box when you have Arwen for Candy Gardevoir?
And Artisan already in play. You just have everything you need anyways.
My goodness, this is going to be huge. This is going to really set Ian far behind. I mean, you could just go for the item lock and have a similar story as the one in the previous game, right? You have the item lock, your opponent doesn't. They just discarded a Frillish. You don't know it, but their Jellicent is prized as well. And because there's no items, they don't threaten anything with regards to Gardevoir on the next turn, and you can slowly but surely chip away at whatever they try to do.
Yeah, the one good thing here for Ian is the Monkey Dory is in the active spot. It has the Dark Energy. So if Frillish were to be the play, 20 damage from Oceanic Curse, or Oceanic Gloom, excuse me, would make Monkey Dory able to Adrenabrain over and take the KO with just a Psychic Energy.
Yeah, I mean, Rowan grabbed Nest Ball, and instead he's grabbing Rare Candy. I think that's, maybe he was getting a little too far ahead of himself. He hadn't started shuffling, so he had not concluded his search. But yeah, I was very surprised that he was not taking this opportunity and jumping into the Rare Candy Gardevoir, especially when he saw the Technical Machine Evolution already get discarded in the previous turn.
Yeah, great point. That is, if you can cash in on this and not worry about either the item lock or the devolution here, having that Gardevoir established would be nice, even though we don't see any Psychic Energy in the discard pile yet.
All right, we see the Artisan getting the backup Ralts. And yeah, you're right. We don't need Rare Candy Gardevoir, but why not?
Yeah,
why not do it?
I'd like to not worry about that for the next 12 minutes.
All right, we're going to see the attachment. So we're even valuing getting the energy into a discard pile, retreating it, and then getting a little bit of extra damage with our own Monkey Dory, perhaps onto the Frillish. I think that's exactly what we're going to see. Good play, it cool, and not. Oh, okay. So we're not going to item lock at this point in time. We're going to mind bend our opponent.
Yeah, I think this speaks to Rowan's hand and being worried about the Frillish return KO. If he had an answer to that when the 20 damage is pushed over and then mind bend takes the knockout on Frillish, he'd feel a little more comfortable. Bravery Charm or even just a Night Stretcher would make him lean back into that, but instead he's going to give 1 turn of items, and there are no items to use. What is this hand? I mean, you had the read. He used Earthen Vessel for one energy, and he can't even thin this down. Restart does nothing here.
My goodness, such awful draws. Yeah, I mean, Ian's indirectly item locked by his own bad luck.
He used all of his items trying to get through to restart, and he just can't find any now. And there's 60 damage moved over to the Frillish. Rowan, he's going to take the risk here. He knows the hand's awful for Ian, but he could get rewarded so big here if he finds the Jellicent. And sure enough, it's the first card in the window.
First card off the top for Iono. We're going to see a Jellicent permanent item lock at this point. 6 brand new cards for Ian, which is great. And I mean, if there's a Gardevoir, maybe we can make something happen. Maybe now it's Ian who's going to be utilizing Mind Bend to try to get out of this situation. Yeah, this slow and steady. These Gardevoir mirror matches are very brittle, right? It's like they chip away at each other with 30 damage, 20 damage, 80 damage. They're not really aggressive when we're seeing
Pablo,
200.
Look at this too. The Earthen Vessel was with a Psychic Energy. There were no Psychic in the discard pile to establish the Dark Energy with the Monkey Dory and have the 2 Psychic Energy to attack with the Jellicent was so unlikely to see off of all these cards. But he found all of them and now has the perfect response to this Monkey Dory. Can clear this off and have no damage on Ian's side of the board if he chooses.
Wow, what a play, what a draw off the Iono. We're going to see the double Adrenabrain. My goodness, Kyle.
This brutal.
Yeah, brutal indeed. And I mean, who needs Secret Box, right?
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, Ian, he saw it, and he only had 3 cards in hand once he found it. It was the worst time to see the secret box.
Yeah.
And instead now he is working like a theme deck. 3 energies in hand, frantically looking for basic Pokemon. Cannot thin this down anymore. I believe he might be able to get 1 card now, being that he has, well, he had access to Counter Catcher, but here's Jellicent. He just can't go anywhere with this.
Can't go anywhere. Does have his own Iono, so let's see what that brings us. Could it be the Gardevoir now? Ian did go for the Artisan before the Iono, but there was nothing of value really at the bottom of the deck, right? There were a few energies, sure, but you really wanted Gardevoir, so I'm not sure if perhaps shuffling the deck beforehand, decreasing your chance of finding the Gardevoir was not necessarily the way to go, as now the tables have turned and it's on Ian to go for the Mind Bend plays.
Yeah, so has the Jellicent, as it's now confused in the active spot. The one big thing that you can do in this matchup, slowing down the Jellicent, is make it work for its KOs, but this could be ridiculous. We see another Monkey Dory. Is there a Dark Energy to go with this? Arvin searching out Earthen Vessel. We see the energy. This will be a nearly clean Jellicent from this point out. Pablo, I think you just feel comfortable going for the flips at this point out. There's not enough damage on the other side of the board.
Yeah, no, for sure. Ian's side of the board is looking very, very bleak. Rowan has everything he could possibly want for, and it's triple Monkey Dory against single Monkey Dory. I mean, big yikes here.
Yeah, no energy in sight for Ian right now. He is working with absolute scraps on the other side. Item lock is in play. Rowan is going to clean up this mess. Now here, do you actually want to keep damage in play, knowing that it's just the lone Monkey Dory and your opponent's struggling for Dark Energy, or do you just play it safe?
I want to knock out this Ralts. Yeah, I want to triple Adrenaline Brain, knock out the Ralts, and just flip, right? In the end, you're, like, even if you flip Tails, you're still doing more damage to your opponent whilst keeping the item lock, whilst keeping the tool lock, right? So we take a knockout on the Ralts, we absorb the damage from Monkey Dory, and even if we keep flipping Tails, we just send it all back.
Yeah, I don't dislike that. We're going to see a bit of a hedge here, but he finds the heads. So like Rowan, after we saw his copied Kangaskhan attacking, he will roll the die, and it works out in his favor this time around. KO on the Monkey Dory, and that is going to be it. Ian sees the writing on the wall, and Rowan Stavino moving on to the top 4.
Research for Ian into the concession after he doesn't get Gardevoir. I really want Pancho to ask Rowan if this is the tournament where he has flipped the most amount of coins.
I would love to hear the answer to that. It's funny that as we see these two incredible players and everything that comes down to it, so often there is just that little aspect of luck that you have to rely on in these games, and it seems like it tilted in his favor this time around.
Yeah, after being down the first game, a very decisive showcase by Ian at that point in time, was able to turn things around, and all thanks to Jellicent TX. Let's take a look at what happened in this 3-game series.
Okay, well, it started off wild here for us as we saw the Jellicent on Ian Rob's side doing so much work, taking that big KO on the other Jellicent. The mirror match slowed down at that point, but Rowan, he did find a pretty great answer. He had the Gardevoir. He took a big knockout on the Jellicent, and Ian returns with a knockout of his own. Ian frantically tried to find the answer here, had the Pheasantipity, and did come up with a pretty great plan here. Had Rare Candy Gardevoir, retreats the Fez, and takes the knockout. Surprises everybody with that opening game win.
What a series. Yeah, and I mean, the Jellicent versus Jellicent mirror matches happened very decisively in the first game, and then Games 2 and Game 3 felt very one-sided, right? Ian was just playing a Kirlia or a Ralts deck, not even a Gardevoir deck, and it was just too late by the time he set up. Ended up losing that second game, and then it was all Jellicent's show in the third match.
Yep, slowed things down to a snail's pace, and this heads really sealed the deal. Took the KO, had the Kirlia knockouts for the following turns. There's nothing you can do once this hand misses out. Ian will extend his hand to see Rowan move on to the top 4.
Yeah, not worth trying to retreat, buy some time. He was just too far behind, even though the Jellicent was confused. There was nothing to go for. And now we see we have our top 4 finally decided we have a Ban against Hale and Rowan against Jackson.
Yeah, Tord Reklev taking the loss to Jackson Ford. Just one too many Dusknor for him on the other side. He saw one in his asymmetric cut, sees one now from Jackson. Jackson, he's been playing this Charizard deck for quite some time. Really nice to see it paying off for him here. He stayed true to it. I think we can speak very similarly for a Ban.
And I mean, Jackson just defeated Tord Reklev on the Mega Absol deck. He's up against Gardevoir Jellicent, the best matchup for Charizard probably to choose from, right? And over on the other bracket, there's Gardevoir Jellicent against Mega Absol Kangaskhan. So, I mean, I don't know what happened in the Tord Reklev versus Jackson matchup, but if that is anywhere slightly favored for Charizard, Jackson could be the hero of this weekend.
Yeah, we could see that. This is going to be an unbelievable top four for us to present. It's going to be Chip and Azul giving their best shot at it as we see a Ban trying to work his way towards another finals. And for Hale Obernolte, coming out of the shadows, trying to win another regional championship. It could be an absolute doozy. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Start from the beginning once again, would it be worth it? Retrace every single step that led us to this very moment, would you do it? Every high and every low, knowing just where the path would go, every sacrifice we made, would you do it all again so we could stand up here and say, it's our time. We've been waiting so long, feels like forever. Now the moment has come, finally it's our time. We'll remember this day until forever. We can hold our hands high, come stand with me. It's our time. It's our time.
Look, let me take you all back to the scene of just a small town kid who believed. Growing up, I'd throw a ball against the wall and dream of making the league. So when I got to start, I know I really started a team. From the first loss to the first bash, I articulated what the words lacked. On the journey, pushing forward to evolve with my friends. I look back at every battle and I do it again.
Every high and every low,
And again and again.
knowing just where the path would go.
All the way up to victory road.
Every sacrifice we made.
No regrets, so I live for the game.
Traitors, let me hear you say, it's our time. We've been waiting so long, feels like forever. Now the moment has come, finally it's our time.
And for one of our remaining 4 players, it will be their time to claim a title. To become regional champion, many players' Pokemon dream. Just 4 trainers remain for that chance to become our champion this weekend. Here in Milwaukee, my name is Chip Ritchie, joined at the desk to take you through this top 4 match by Azul Garcia Griego. Very excited to see how this is going to shape up, Azul.
Yeah, definitely got a great match ahead of us. Only a couple left to go. And, you know, we got Aban versus, Hale and Aban. Another top cut.
Insane.
Close to 3 finals in a row.
If he can win this one, that would do it for him. Yeah, what a sick run of tournaments for Aban. The last month or so has been absolutely insane. He, of course, won regional championships down in Mexico. He got 2nd place at one here in the U.S. and is looking to get another deep run here, and he's already done it.
Yeah, already into the top 4, 1 away from the finals once again. And on the other side, though, we do have Hale, no stranger to deep runs and wins. This is a 2-time regional championship.
I believe one.
One time?
Yeah, but he is a champion for sure. Let's get down to the stage, and we'll get into this match here. Hale Olbernolti, probably, I would say the least known regional champion. It feels like Hale is not a player who goes to a ton of events, but when he does, I mean, if you look at his statistics, he is very consistently making top cut at the few tournaments he goes to.
Okay, I was mistaken. He was close a couple other times there. Had some finalist appearances in 2017 in Vancouver and then 2019 in Denver, and then did win the Salt Lake championships in 2023. Yeah, definitely not a household name, but if you've been around for a little while, you're most likely familiar with Hale and his performance at major tournaments.
Yeah, absolutely a player who's very well respected and known by his peers, the other top players in the game, but yeah, maybe not one that the wider audience is quite as familiar with. Aban, though, has definitely made a mark on our community, made a mark on the game just in the last month or so. I mean, he had an insane season last year, finishing with a ton of championship points, I believe in like the top 25 of all of North America. And then here kicks off the season with an insane start. I have to imagine after this tournament, regardless of his finish from this point, he will be #1 in championship points.
Yeah.
With the start he has had, of course, winning the Monterey Regional Championships and getting finals in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, it shouldn't be close at all. And honestly, on one of the sickest runs in a long time. I can't even think of Henry Chow last season was probably close, if not a little bit better for sure. But this is the start of season 3. Top 4s at least in a row.
As far as back-to-back-to-back go.
Yeah,
it's pretty wild.
Not skipping out on any events either. It's not just back-to-back-to-back for Aban. It's just like he couldn't go to more events if he wanted to.
Pretty wild stuff for sure. And the matchup will be an interesting one. That new Mega Kangaskhan, Mega Absol EX deck. Tord Reklev has lost in this tournament. He was defeated by Jackson Ford in top 8. So now Hale is the lone remaining Mega Pokemon player here. On the other side of the table, Aban will be piloting Gardevoir EX.
Yeah, and this is a matchup we've seen once or twice throughout this tournament already as we're getting the prize cards laid out here. Looks like nothing too crazy. The double vessel there for Aban could lead things to be a little bit slow in terms of the energy department for him, but has all the pieces in the deck to make it function. Only one Gardevoir EX prize. Of course, the double Guardi EX being prized, the dreaded prize cards not happening this time around.
Yeah, that is going to have access to at least one, so that is going to work out nicely for him as we are getting ready to get into this game. Now, Azul, on paper, who do you give the edge to in this matchup? The Mega player or the Guardi player?
I think you got to give it to the Guardi player. There's so many ways they can tackle the game. They can get ahead in the prize exchange. They can make the big comebacks. And they have that really powerful Mew to kind of keep tempo with you potentially as well.
Whoa. Yeah, that's it. So getting into things right away here, Hale Olbernolti was going first. He has started Badoo, drew and passed right over immediately to Aban's turn. I don't think Aban's playing Air Balloon like he was in his list that he used in Pittsburgh, but if there's an Air Balloon in this list, he could actually win the game this turn. No Air Balloon?
No Air Balloon, no Frillish, so there's no item lock to play for on the first turn. Yeah, the slap from the Screamtail is not coming out this time. I guess Hale missed the notes from, missed the memo from all the other Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan players does not have the trolley in the opening hand going first, like we've seen so many times throughout this event. I guess Hale is the one of them who has to suffer. Someone has to be sacrificed for the rest to thrive in that situation.
Yeah, no opening trolley for Hale. And we do see that Badoo. That's not something we've seen from most of the other Mega Kangaskhan players.
Yep, a little bit different of a build here. I mean, not too different. A lot of the same stuff, the cornerstones. Kangaskhan's, of course, Absol, Yveltal as well. It doesn't have the Tatsugiri, which we just saw a little while ago. Has the Badoo, and only has 2 Monkey Dories, which I think is a pretty big standout and could be something that comes up throughout this game as well. The Monkey Dory back and forth with a lot of decks in the format. More Monkey Dories is a big deal. Aban can definitely get the Monkey Dory advantage, possibly in the late game, but has all the standard stuff. Probably going to go down very similar lines that we've seen from the other Absol players. Turbo Energize, get the Absol set up, and then kind of go from there.
And for Aban, this Gardevoir list is actually really unique. It's quite a bit different from any other list we've seen.
Yeah, the big standout card is going to be that Enamorous in here for a Psychic and 2 colorless energy, does 80 damage, and then if any of your Pokemon in play have the same type as any of your opponent's Pokemon in play, you do 120 more damage. So can it hit for 200 damage? And it is likely that Hale will have something like a Monkey Dory in play, or maybe an Absol, and then Aban could bench
Latias,
the Pheasantipity. Yeah, it's very likely you can match the types on the board to be able to hit for 200 with the Enamorous, which is a 1-prizer. And that just has solid numbers, right, to be able to hit for.
Turn 1 was really weak for Hale, just a Badoo and a pass. No other Pokemon to put down, no energy card, but it will be made a bit better here with an Arven Find, able to search the deck for an item card and a Pokemon tool. Have to imagine that will lead to a Precious Trolley to fill the board here.
Yeah, I'd have to imagine. I think that Arven was maybe a top deck as well. I didn't see it in Hale's opening hand. Maybe it was there. I'm not sure if there's the energy in hand to lead to a potential Turbo Energize, but even if there is, Hale might want to opt for that Itchy Pollen instead, take away the potential of a Candy Gardevoir. Although we did just see Aban Ultra Ball away a Candy on that first turn of the game, and I think Aban's hand is basically dead besides a Pheasantipity. I think Aban is playing through a Fez in this hand here, so as long as Hale doesn't draw a prize card this turn, Aban is probably not doing very much on the next turn, and Hale has no way to draw a prize card this turn.
So it will be the Precious Trolley found for Hale. Worth noting here as well for Aban, this Gardevoir list, you know, it's got that Enamorous, definitely unique, but it's different in some other ways too, not reliant on Arven as its main draw supporter. Yep. It's all about Lily's determination, just shuffling in and draw six during the game, but 8 early on. But a part of that is the lack of Technical Machine evolution. There's no TM Evo to play through, so Badoo's Itchy Pollen is much, much more impactful than it normally would be.
Yeah, definitely. And I don't know if Hale is aware of that, but Aban is playing 3 Rare Candy, only 1 Kirlia, no TM Evo like you mentioned. So kind of almost conceding to Badoo decks in a way. Not 100%, but those are going to definitely be a lot tougher of matchups. The trade-off there is, of course, that he does have room for Turbo Energize, actually. He's running 2 Turbo Energize, so that is an aggressive way to get energy in play and actually set up attackers without needing Gardevoir EX as well. So even though the Badoo can slow you down with the Itchy Pollen, if Aban could find like the Enamorous and then just Turbo Energize to it, he could still be attacking for 200 damage on the following turn.
Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan EX, Petrunt EX, Latias EX, and Monkey Dory added to the field for Hale. There's an energy attachment onto the Mega Absol EX, and Itchy Pollen will throw 10 damage over to that Monkey Dory. Now the draw for turn 4, Aban. Is he able to find a supporter, any sort of help? I don't see it as well. He does have a Psychic Energy. Is he going to start swinging with the Monkey Dory? He actually has that one of Kirlia, and he could retreat this Monkey Dory and go for the call sign.
Yeah, and because Hale didn't use Turbo Energize on the previous turn, I don't think there's a threat to actually KO the Kirlia on this next turn. I can't think of anything. I'm pretty sure there's nothing available for Hale to take a knockout next turn, and that's a pretty free call sign for Aban if he wants to take that route. And if he doesn't, he's kind of fully telegraphing his options on the next turn. It's, I'm hoping to top deck, or I'm hoping you take a knockout so I can draw with Fez. I think call sign makes a ton of sense here. You could go get something like that Mew EX to provide you draw power, find Ralts, another Monkey Dory, maybe a follow-up attacker. Give yourself some options.
That is exactly what Aban is going to do. Retreat into Kirlia and use the call sign. Searching the deck for up to 3 Pokemon. I have to imagine Gardevoir EX will certainly be one, a Ralts another. But for this third Pokemon, what is the best play?
I did see him eyeing up the Iron Bundle for a second there, and I definitely don't hate that. The thing with Badoo is you never want to KO Badoo. KOing Badoo is one of the worst things you can basically ever do as a deck that especially contains Monkey Dory, because you'll be able to pick it off the bench later on. So Iron Bundle would move to push it out of the way, and Screamtail could work as well to snipe around it.
One thing to consider, though, Hale does play a lot of Penny in his deck. In fact, 4 copies of Penny available here for Hale, so he could clear this out of play as a threat. So that is another thing to weigh for Aban. You know, does he want to take that odd prize right now, which does weigh nicely into KOing a Mega Pokemon and then something like Petrons?
Yeah, definitely. See the Mist Energy come down to the Absol for Hale, which is a big card in this matchup. This will prevent the potential of the Mew EX copying the Terminal Period, combined with 2 Monkey Dories on a Bond side to effectively one-hit KO the Mega Absol EX. So the Mist Energy find here is huge.
And for Hale, it will be an INO played as the supporter. Both players will shuffle their hands, put them on the bottom of the deck, and then draw a number of cards equal to the number of prize cards they have remaining. A card that is excellent support early on, but a great disruption option later in the game. There is a Bravery Charm being found for Hale, placed now on to that Mega Absol EX, boosting its HP by 50, and he is content to continue on item locking Aban, the Itchy Pollen. And that Iono was really nice for Hale. It does refresh Aban's hand, so I don't think he hates it, but it sends all those powerful Pokemon to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, definitely. At that point, even though you know Aban doesn't have a whole ton going on, the Pokemon that were found should give Aban a lifeline there. So is content with doing that. I get nervous every time Hale makes the hand motion. It seems like he's passing and not using Itchy Pollen. So I get nervous that he forgot the Itchy Pollen there, but he is announcing it, of course. We just can't hear him. And once again, the item lock is established. But this Lily here from Aban could still give him all he needs.
A huge find for that Lily's Determination. Aban able to shuffle the rest of the hand into the deck, now drawing 8 cards since no prize cards have been taken. If he can find a Gardevoir EX and perhaps a Psychic Energy, Screamtail, he can start to put a little pressure on Hale if he wants to. But so consistently in our top cut, Azul, we have seen players play things slow and be patient and go for setup plays. Do you expect more of that?
Probably not in this situation, unless Aban felt like giving over. No, yeah, I think in this situation, you do just want to try and rack up damage as soon as possible. Whether Hale has access to Boss KO Curly or Boss KO a Gardevoir, you're not having access to your Gardevoir on the next turn anyway, so you may as well set up some kind of threat in play, so that way if your Gardevoir does get KO'd, you still have something to do. But it looks like Aban does not have much going on off of that Lily.
Yeah, just
at all.
Retreat of the Curlia into the Monkey Dory, attaching now a Psychic Energy. And I think Aban has to be expecting a Mega Absol attack here from Hale.
Yeah, and it would be pretty devastating if it did connect with that Curlia. However, I don't think Hale has the play in hand right now.
Would need a Darkness Energy and a Boss's Orders.
Which could be found by drawing 2 cards with Kangaskhan, and all of the mobility Pokemon are set up, the Latias and the Petron EX, so you could get Kangaskhan into the active. And
he
then
does have Pokegear.
Yeah, and then still get Absol into the active, but it would be pretty unlikely to happen.
Would need to, off of the 2 cards found from Run Errand, find specifically Darkness Energy or Earthen Vessel. Not going to go for it, just content to go with Lily's Determination. And I think he would also be content here to just use Itchy Pollen again. Take another turn to get more established.
Yeah, I think that is probably the route Hale is leaning towards. Draw a lot of cards, guarantee the energy attachment for turn, and just build up towards that boss play potentially on the next turn. And I think he did find the pieces for it, just not going to be doing it this turn. With the Dark Energy, though, he could just swing into the active if he wants.
Yeah, he could, and it does look like he's maybe debating it here. An early aggressive use of the the Claw of Darkness could be strong, but no, it looks like Itchy Pollen was indeed just announced, and now we are back over to Aban, searching the deck for that Technical Machine Turbo Energize.
Yeah, gets the Turbo Energized. Definitely wants to try and establish another Ralt. You're really scared of the Boss's Orders play from Hale here. Even if Aban doesn't know the exact count, you know they play a pretty heavy count, and Hale does play the 4 Boss's Orders. Some of the other lists play 3, but whether it's 3 or 4, after Lily draws you 8 cards, and all the energy are established on the Mega Absol there, you know the potential is there. But I don't think Aban is going to be able to establish another Ralt here. Instead, it is going to be that Turbo Energized play I mentioned. The Enamorous is coming out early to get loaded up.
What an interesting card to see. Whenever I saw this in Aban and Henry Chow's deck list, I had to look up this card because not one I think we have ever expected to see in competitive play. Love Resonance, 80+. If any of your Pokemon in play are the same type as any of your opponent's Pokemon in play, this attack does 120 more damage. And you get a couple Monkey Dories in the mix. There's a lot of stuff you can KO with this Pokemon.
Yeah, Golden Go I think is one of the main ones. 200 damage plus 2 Monkey Dories would KO something like a Golden Go. And this is kind of, it's not the Ralts that maybe Abon would have also liked, but this does make it more difficult for Hail to completely neutralize Abon's board. Now if Hail chases the Kirlia, the Enamorous will be able to come up and attack into the Mega Absol for 200 damage. If Hail chases the Enamorous, the Kirlia can become a Gardevoir and set up any of Abon's threats.
Hail does retreat the Badoo into this Kangaskhan and is going for the boss's orders. Looks like he is ready to start going in with an attack. Boss's orders brings up this Kirlia attachment for turn to this Mega Kangaskhan, getting that ready as a potential attacker. And the Pecharunt EX's Subjugating Chains will push this Mega Absol EX into the active spot. It does poison it, but a very small trade-off to pay whenever you're taking out the Kirlia, limiting your opponent's access to Gardevoir. And let's not forget here, Claw of Darkness means that Hail will get to look at this hand and right away is going to hit that secret box.
Yeah, the secret boxes, they're another powerful card that has a limited number of them. It's the Bravery Charms. It looks like is eyeing up the secret box that takes away the potential for just a massive play on the next turn, but it doesn't, it's not a resource itself. It only finds you your resources. So if you remove the secret box, Abon can still find all the cards. The secret box could find you. And honestly, Iono and the Nest Ball here for Abon is maybe all he needs. Get another Ralts and then disrupt Hail's hand. So I don't know if the secret box would have been played on this next turn from Abon.
Abon does draw for turn, finds himself that Artisan. The stadium is going to be something that is really important in this matchup. We've seen so consistently how important it is for these opposing players against the Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan deck to bump the Lively Stadium. Want to make sure they have enough resources to get rid of that piece, to reduce the HP so that they can get through those Pokemon more efficiently. Earthen Vessel will be played. The floodgates are now open for Abon, no longer item locked, able to use these item cards, searching the deck for 2 energy cards, adding them to the hand. There's a pair of Psychic Energy going into this hand. If he has a way to discard them, could set up for something nice early, nice in the next turn. He also does have that Enamorous powered up. Is he going to start swinging right away with this Love Resonance?
I think that has to be the play, and I think it has to go into the Mega Absol. Abon does play a single Gust effect in a counter catcher. Definitely want to try and save that probably for the late game. Going for like 2 prize cards on the Petron is probably not worth it, and just getting that initial hit, setting up for the 2-hit KO on this Mega Absol is probably the route we will see Abon take. Now that we got that Ralts down, we feel a little bit more comfortable heading into the future turns.
Attachment for turn onto that Enamorous. Of course, Abon does still have Flip the Script available. He is going to choose to put Artisan in play and then play Iono as the supporter for turn, sending both players' hands to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, I believe still does have the Flip the Script available as well, so we'll be seeing a lot of cards here for Abon. I'm not sure I like the Artisan placement here. Like you mentioned, we've seen some players definitely run into snags in the endgame dealing with those Lively Stadiums. And I feel like we could see that come up still. These Mega Pokemon have a lot of HP, but if they have more HP, it's that much harder to KO. So, yeah, I'm not sure about this Artisan play from Abon, but we'll have to see if he's able to manage them as the game progresses.
Abon will retreat his Monkey Dory into Enamorous. I can't imagine that I would have predicted this, but yes, Love Resonance is being used as an attack here. 200 damage thanks to the both Monkey Dory and Latias EX in play for Hail Ulbernulti. I guess, you know, there's also the Phesandipides and the other dark Pokemon on the other side. Plenty of ways for this damage to be boosted. Now for Hail, what is his response going to be? This Mega Absol has taken a big hit.
Yeah, it's taken a big hit. I think the big question here for Hail is, do you try to attempt to set up Monkey Dories to heal some of this damage off the Mega Absol? It probably has taken too much damage to do that, so then now you need to look to your next threat here as Hail. And from the current board state, I feel like that has to be the Mega Kangaskhan. There's the Mist Energy in hand, so we can start to develop that further, and it'll be ready to go online if the Absol does fall to an attack from Abon on the next turn. So I think that's the route we'll see Hail take here, just set up that next threat. But for Abon, I feel like Abon is on tempo here to just be able to KO through 2 of these big Mega Pokemon back-to-back.
Supporter card being eyed up for turn. It will be Arven played by Hail, searching the deck for an item card and a tool card. Bravery Charm could be used to boost the HP of this Kangaskhan. Could also take something like the Badoo out of range of just an easy prize for Abon if he wants to, but have to imagine boosting the HP of the Mega Pokemon is going to be a priority. The question here is, what is the item card going to be that he looks to find?
Looks like it is that Vessel to potentially search out some Dark Energy. This does make me question whether or not the Absol is going to be, or the Monkey Dory will actually be attached to this turn. Of course, Hail does play an energy switch, so the Kangaskhan still could come online on the following turn. And I think it's really interesting where we are at this game now to reflect on Hail's early choice to Ichipan over Turbo Energize. I we had gone the Turbo Energize route, the Monkey Dory would probably be established, and the threat of Kangaskhan would maybe be available as well. The Ichipon did slow down a Bond, but it doesn't seem to have done enough to really throw a Bond off the prize trade at this point.
Yeah, really interesting that Aban has been able to get to this point without putting Gardevoir in play. The Turbo Energize on his side of the field paying dividends, able to get those extra attachments. It looks like the Darkness Energy will actually be attached to the Pecharunt EX, making that his potential next attacker. And look at this, Azul. He is going to try to protect this Badoo.
Yeah, there's the Bravery Charm to the Badoo. That actually is, I didn't really take a look at that as far as the prize trade goes, because Aban definitely could have looked for get through the Absol, and then if you can KO Badoo with a Monkey Dory, plus knock out the Pecharunt or the Latias, that is your other 3 prize cards. You don't have to go through 2 Megas here. So the Bravery Charm going to hopefully protect that Badoo for the rest of the game. Could even get the Lively Stadium in play at some point to protect it further. And there is the attack and the other Artisan here from Aban, which means if Hale can find a Lively Stadium, there's no more counter stadiums available.
Yeah, this is a big deal here. Could get rid of that, but Hale also could get rid of one of these Night Stretchers, a nice recovery piece. There's also Bravery Charm, Iono. Nest Ball is being eyed up as well. Looks like Bravery Charm is going to be the choice to discard from Hale.
Yeah, that might be with the idea of trying to KO the Pheasantipity at some point later in the game, and doesn't want that Bravery Charm to come down to the Pheasantipity to make it a harder KO for a Ursaluna or something like that in the end game. So I don't hate the Bravery Charm discard. It does make me question if Hale's valuing that so highly, maybe why not discard the other one previously, going for the Secret Box instead of that previous Bravery Charm, but the Secret Box, of course, is
I think it's pretty hard to not get rid of Secret Box when you see it in your opponent's hand.
You see the pink card in the hand, and yeah, it definitely is hard to not discard it.
Deer in the headlights moment right there. Aban is going to send up the Monkey Dory here, and I think he'll be thankful that he did not have in his hand any of the pieces that combine into him getting a Gardevoir into play this turn, right? So there was no way, Hale wasn't able to snipe out a Rare Candy, wasn't able to snipe out an Ultra Ball or a Gardevoir EX. So Aban's got all of those pieces remaining in his deck, because I have to imagine that is going to be a big piece of what he's looking for this turn.
Definitely, and I see them all in the deck there. There is that one Gardevoir prize, but plenty of Ultra Balls and the 2 other Rare Candies in the deck there for Aban. I think another card worth mentioning that Hale plays that we haven't seen other players play is the Counter Gain. Depending on how the prize trade breaks down as this game progresses, the Counter Gain could be the difference maker for Hale to gain access to something like the Mega Kangaskhan or even the Ursaluna to close out the game.
Flip the script being used. There is Rare Candy and Gardevoir found from that. Aban slamming those cards into play. Gardevoir EX has entered the field.
There we go, everything that Aban needed. So this Absol will almost for sure be going down this turn. The question is, what does Aban want to use as the attacker to take the KO? And what else does he want to actually set up this turn? This is the only Gardevoir in play here. Although I think once the once the Absol is KO'd, the Pecharunt would be able to return KO the Gardevoir possibly. So establishing another Ralts could be a play Aban looks for. Maybe attack with the Mew EX to KO the Absol using the Claw of Darkness comboed with an Iono.
Yeah, and that may be exactly what Aban is going to go for here. Using Hale's strongest tool against him, sniping a card out of Hale's hand would be really, really good here. Artisan now being used for Aban, searching the deck for a basic Pokemon without a rule box. Maybe a Ralts could be added to the field here. Would like to get another one down just in case this Gardevoir was to go down. But looking at things, I mean, depending on what Aban goes with as an attacker here, if he uses Claw of Darkness, it's probably going to be kind of hard for Hale to piece together a knockout on a Gardevoir.
Yeah, but does opt for that Scream Tail, which means I imagine that will be taking the KO on the Mega Absol. But that does leave the possibility for Hale to remove the only Gardevoir from play if he can find a Darkness Energy and a Boss's Orders. We might see, or actually even Counter Catcher at that point would be online for Hale. So maybe we see Aban not get too aggressive with drawing too many prize cards. Giving the Counter Catcher possibility over to Hale seems like a lot to give him in this situation.
We do see Psychic Embrace used, putting that energy on the Monkey Dory, allowing it to retreat. And now Aban just thinking through how much damage he wants to do. Can he set it up so that this Absol gets KO'd between turns by poison?
That would be pretty powerful. That would take away the potential of the flip the script draw on Hale's side, which I think is what Aban is trying to math out right here. Doesn't want to give extra draw power to potentially draw into the KO on his lone Gardevoir when there's no Ralts on the board. We might see Aban play around that a little bit further and maybe load up some extra Psychic Energy on the Mew EX or even some of the Monkey Dories for a potential Mind Bend or Genome Hacking from the Mew.
And Abon is setting things up so that this Absol will go down between turns. 10 damage moved off of the Monkey Dory with the Adrenabrain. That's 90 HP left on Mega Absol, and then 80 damage from the Roaring Scream. Mega Absol goes down to the Poison between turns. Flip the Script is not going to be live for Hale.
Yeah, but if I'm Hale here, I do not hate this situation at all, specifically because we have access to Counter Catcher, which means not just Boss's orders for Hale will be able to get the KO on the Gardevoir, but also an Arven to find a Counter Catcher will allow this Petron to KO the Gardevoir. Now that Abon has drawn 3 prize cards, he's ahead on the prize cards, Counter Catcher is active, and Petron is doing enough damage to KO the Gardevoir EX.
Yeah, the Kangaskhan could get in there on something like the Mew EX as well. We do see Run Errand drawing 2 cards. There is the Arven. That is the pieces to piece that Counter Catcher play together. Could also grab the counter gain off of this too.
Yeah, the counter gain could come in here. It would be live on the Kangaskhan. Maybe establish that. Bravery Charm, is there? No, the second Bravery Charm made its way onto the Badoo, so we're out of Bravery Charms. But yeah, the counter gain could be a tool you might as well establish for later in the game. And yeah, honestly, this is feeling pretty comfortable for Hale. I do wonder if Abon was too aggressive in that situation. The options, the outs for Hale are just so much higher after that KO was taken.
I'm actually wondering here if Hale wants to use the Kangaskhan now because the counter gain is going to be live and it won't be maybe later on in the game.
Yeah, you might want to take advantage of that while you can. That is true. But is there any threat to the Petron if you KO the Gardevoir?
Yeah, that would be that is true. Oh, well, yeah, with no Ralts in play, that is true, yeah. So taking this Gardevoir out has to probably be lining up as the best move, and that does appear to be what Hale is going for. Counter gain will get played on to this Kangaskhan. It's actually interesting. He is revealing a bit of information there. That's not a super common card. It's not the craziest thing to see played, but Abon maybe didn't know that that counter gain was available. Hale is not using it here. He's putting it into play, but now Abon will have that information moving forward.
Yep, definitely going to be able to utilize that moving forward. And now this puts Abon into quite a tough spot. Could still take a prize card this turn on a Badoo, but with 4 Pokemon on the bench, you can only bench 1 Ralts at a time. So even if Hale, well, I guess if the Badoo got KO'd, the Petron could Gus KO the Pheasantipity for the last 2 prizes, or I guess even the Mew at this point actually, with the Dark Weakness, would go down to the Petron. So Abon is just hoping Hale can't find Boss at this point.
Artisan used to find that Ralts. Going to put that into play, and yeah, it looks like Abon's probably going to just be crossing the fingers here. Now, if he has Iono, he might feel a little bit safer about this situation, and he does indeed have that in his hand.
Yep,
like another Monkey Dory as well with the Darkness Energy. The Monkey Dory will go down, grabbing 2 more Psychics from the deck. He has a Darkness Energy in hand, though, if he wants to get that into play.
Yep, that will be a big deal. And Abon can still win in 2 turns here. Could KO the Badoo with the Scream Tail. Could maybe set up the Kangaskhan for a 2-hit KO. Definitely a couple of different routes Abon can take here to win the game on the next turn. Of course, it has to come with hoping Hale does not have Boss's orders because that Mew can be taken out this turn.
Ultra Ball played, not getting any Pokemon out. There's actually none left in the deck. Abon just wanting to get some more energy cards into the discard pile. There's an attachment of the basic Darkness Energy to Monkey Dory. Adrenabrain live for future turns. And I have to imagine that Iono is going to be played here shortly, but not before Counter Catcher will bring something to the active spot.
Yeah, it goes with the Counter Catcher on the Latias. This isn't preventing anything on Hale's side. I think just burning the Counter Catcher, just doesn't want to see it anymore. He thinks his win condition does not involve it. I'm sure he's very aware that he can win on the next turn, but he doesn't think he needs a Counter Catcher to get there. And I think, yeah, maybe a back-to-back Scream Tail play with a Brave Charm would be the out.
Flip the Script also still live here for Abon, using that to draw cards. He's got the pieces Rare Candy Gardevoir in his hand currently through that Ultra Ball that he was able to draw into. And Roaring Scream, 80 damage, does KO that Badoo. Abon takes a prize card down to just 2 remaining. This is going to be very close here, Azul. What does Hale have? It is going to be Pheasantipity's Flip the Script. Does he find Boss's orders to close out the game?
Not quite. No Boss's orders found there for Hale. And now this is a pretty tricky situation for sure.
Hale can dig a little bit more for the Boss. He can Artisan out an Eviltal, retreat into the Mega Kangaskhan, draw 2 cards, and then use... Oh, no, he can't retreat twice. No, that doesn't work. And that actually also makes this play here from Abon bringing up the Latias a little more awkward, right? I guess it was always going to be kind of difficult here for Hale to use the Mega Kangaskhan to draw cards.
Yeah, that's why I was debating whether or not the counter catcher was worth it. I think the reason to counter catcher there is just because you know you don't need it to win the game anymore. So Hale is thinking this one through, trying to come up with a play here. It is looking pretty tough for Hale, to be honest. You're hoping for the boss there, and that's like another reason Abon maybe didn't want to KO the Badoo, to not give the potential of the draw power from the Fezandipity. Of course, Hale having the Fez there was kind of fortunate. Hale only does play the 2 Nest Balls, I believe, like the other Mega Absol Kangaskhan players alongside the Fezandipity.
Here's the potential line.
All right, go for it.
Hale can draw into Energy Switch Boss. And if he has Energy Switch Boss, he can Mega Kangaskhan to KO the Mew EX.
Yeah, you retreat to the Mega Kangaskhan. It needs to find you. And I think the Energy Switch is on the bottom of the deck, maybe. So we would have to shuffle, but it's still possible.
Yeah.
Do you go for that? What about going for Badoo, though? That's one thought that I had here. You maybe the 10 damage on the Screamtail actually might put you over, and you would just lose to Screamtail plus Monkey. Actually,
yeah, because the Monkey Dory can KO the Badoo, Screamtail.
Can't quite KO the Monkey Dory on the bench. That would actually buy Hale a turn.
Also, Hale has not used any Lively Stadium, another piece that would increase the HP of both the Badoo and the Monkey Dory.
And it's in the hand.
Yeah, so that would actually also mean that even Adrenabrain could not KO the Badoo.
Yeah, and Hale's thinking about the Badoo there. Honestly, I kind of like this Badoo play to just buy a turn. Of course, you are still hoping for a top deck, but with how few cards Abon has left in deck, I'm pretty confident a Gardevoir is going to get candied out next turn. And there it is.
Wow, Itchy Pollen being used. That means that Rare Candy Gardevoir is not live. We see those 2 cards are in the hand for Abon.
And now this makes things really awkward here for Abon. You almost just can't attack this turn because of the threat of the Adrenabrain from the other side. Here comes a Turo.
Professor Turo scenario, not a card we see in Gardevoir decks very often these days anymore. And Abon just wants to clear all of his liabilities out of play. Gets that Mew EX up out of the board. Is going to use Bravery Charm to boost the HP of Fezandipity EX up to 260. So that is out of range.
Yeah, so that's what I think Hale was afraid of by discarding the previous Bravery Charm, but Abon does play 2. Now is thinking about attacking with the Screamtail, and does.
Wow.
But this will give damage over to Hale to potentially KO the Screamtail with Itchy Pollen.
Yeah, could have actually KO'd this Pokemon as well if he had used Adrenabrain, but chose not to use Adrenabrain.
Yeah, and we did see the Penny top deck here from Hale. I think there's a Dark Energy in the discard for the Night Stretcher maybe anyways, though. The Itchy Pollen KO here on the Screamtail is huge. I feel like this is a pretty big mistake from Abon, allowing the KO to come through from an Itchy Pollen almost like lines Hale up.
Hale's just piecing everything together here. Is going to retreat into the Mega Kangaskhan EX. Is going to use Run Errand to draw a couple cards. Turbo Energize Lily's Determination. And Penny maybe picking up the Kangaskhan in order to get back into Badoo?
I assume this would be to pick up the Monkey Dory at this point from Hale.
And then he can just KO this Screamtail with the Kangaskhan EX.
If there's an energy in the discard pile, which there should be for the Night Stretcher, yeah, I think that would be possible. And it looks like that is the route here from Hale, picking up the Monkey Dory. This does mean that Abon will need a big attack to KO the Fez or the Latias, the Fezandipity, or the Pecharunt. There's a lot of 2 prizes on the bench, I guess. And there's no Bravery Charm left, I guess, right? That's the second Bravery Charm, so Screamtail can't quite do as much damage as it normally can to the bench Pokemon.
Night Stretcher being used for Hale. Is going to try to get an energy. Yes, indeed, it will be a Darkness Energy added to the hand. And let's see, yeah, probably just this attachment to the Mega Kangaskhan. Going to just burn a couple cards here. Turbo Energize onto the Fezandipity EX.
Still doing some math here. Maybe we see the Lively Stadium come down. This will further increase the HP of the Pecharunt, the Fez, and the Latias. I guess the Pecharunt's the lowest HP of the 3, so that's the only important one. And I think that does make sense here. It might make the math a little bit different for Abon.
Is he passing? He's going to pass, and Abon playing quickly, draws for turn. Rare Candy into the Gardevoir EX, and is going to just boost the damage output of the Screamtail. And I think he's going to just go after the Pecharunt EX here to close out this game. Roaring Scream able to get the KO. Hale Obernolte with the pass there, leads to Abon just winning.
Yeah, and I think it all comes down to that turn from Hale had the potential of the Monkey Dory Badoo play to KO the Scream Tail. What would you even do there as a Bond? You can't candy out Gardevoir. You have a Monkey Dory with 30 damage. And the Monkey Dory, as Hale there, you could have even picked your Monkey Dory up out of play, as well with the Penny. You could have stretched her for the energy attached to Monkey Dory,
right?
Penny it up.
Pennied it up, and then you can threaten it again on the next turn, right? Yeah, that was lining up pretty nicely. I wonder if he was worried about his resources remaining, possibly, like energy attachments, but he was going to get the energy back to his hand with the Penny. Yeah, let's recap that game. That was a super interesting situation there at the end of that one, Azul.
Yeah, definitely a lot to think about there, but it started off with Hale chasing down that Kirlia and limiting Abon's access to Gardevoir, and that was kind of what happened throughout the whole game, to be honest. We did see Abon Turbo Energize into the Enamorus and then eventually get a Gardevoir online, but then Hale dealt with that Gardevoir, leaving Abon in that end state.
Abon smartly on this turn, able to KO the Mega Absol in between turns with the poison, not proccing anything like the Fezandipity, and Kangaskhan continuing to draw here for Hale, setting up for the Petron to get a knockout on Gardevoir EX, leaving him with just 2 prize cards remaining, but from this position, he wasn't able to close it out.
Yeah, not quite able to close it out. It was definitely a lot of back and forth. It never felt like super comfortable for one player or the other. And then, yeah, the lack of the Monkey Dory Badoo play from Hale at the end gave the Candy Gardevoir to Abon and was able to close that first game out. But we're not done yet. Game 2 coming up. And I'm actually interested to see how Hale plays this. I assume Hale chose second here. And then the question will be, does he favor the Turbo Energize or the Badoo if he has the option?
Yeah, we'll see what he decides to go with. We are getting right into things here. 43 minutes remaining. Abon is going to kick off his turn, starting a Monkey Dory and immediately playing Earthen Vessel. Of course, going to take a moment to check his prize cards, see what he's got available, see what he does not. There's nothing too bad in his prizes. Looks like a couple of Ultra Ball, which could maybe be a little problematic. You know, one of the big pieces for Gardevoir is getting Psychic Energy into the discard pile, and Ultra Ball is one of the main ways to make that happen.
Yeah, also the main way to find the Gardevoir EX. But we saw in that last game, it's not that important when you got those Turbo Energizes to the Enamorus there. One of those is prize as well, but one is all you need to set up an Enamorus. Doesn't cost that much. Yeah, we'll see how much Abon can get established here. Probably wants a Ralt, start to develop that. After that last game, a manual attached to an Enamorus doesn't seem bad either, but probably wants to try and get Gardevoir online and keep it online a little bit more consistently than what we saw.
Abon just taking stock, still figuring it all out. Do you think as we move into this game, you want to see any sort of adjustments from either of these players based on what they did in the first one?
I don't think so. I think both players had a pretty good idea of their win conditions. The game feels so weird on the Absol side, though, because you get the initial Absol set up, and it feels like it feels almost fragile. Like there's so much pressure on that one Absol to not go the distance, but do a lot of work, and then sometimes you just don't get the reinforcements set up in time to close out the game. It kind of felt like that's what we saw a little bit in that first game.
Ultra Ball from Abon immediately finds the Fezandipity EX to put into play. Artisan will grab out a Ralts. What do you think of the early Fezandipity bench?
It definitely is interesting. I feel like we've seen that a lot against this deck, and I think it mostly is because the Absol deck doesn't have a consistent way to one-hit KO the Fezandipity. You want to go into Absol. Absol does 200 damage. You can poison it with the Petron EX, but that means you have to wait a turn to get access to that damage to utilize with your Monkey Dory.
And Abon playing all of his item cards as well before he gets item locked. Also another piece as well. Maybe he wants to make sure he's got a Darkness Pokemon in play so that his Enamorus can be activated, right?
Yeah, definitely got to get the Enamorus online. It was the MVP of that first game, so you want to give it the ability to carry you once again. Yeah, I guess getting the items just played in general definitely makes sense. The threat of the Badoo, but I feel like that's probably not the route that Hale wants to go. I think just because Hale opened Badoo in the first game, that's the route he chose.
Looking at the prizes here for Hale, that Latias EX is a huge piece of this deck.
Yeah, that's a big part of the mobility for the constant draw power from the Kangaskhan, retreating your Dark Pokemon to the bench into the Kangaskhan, drawing 2 cards with its ability, and then using the Petron EX to force, most likely, your Absol back into the active. Not going to be able to do that with the Latias prize. Is only going to be able to force the Dark Pokemon into the active with the Petron.
Yeah, up at the top of his prizes as well, so it's not even something that can become a factor in the middle of the game, more than likely. Also a Penny, Lily's Determination, and Arvin being prized. Also Boss's Orders, so 4 different supporters there for Hale. Not too big of a deal, though. He plays multiples of all of these cards. The big question is going to be here, does Hale have access to that precious trolley.
Of course, this time he got the memo. He opened it in the hand. No Arvid needed as the trolley is coming down.
Here it is, searching the deck for as many basic Pokemon as Hale would like, of course up to the limit of 5, putting them directly into play. Little quick update from the floor. Jackson, Ford, and Rowan Stavino are actually in Game 3 currently. So that means each one of them has won a game and still trying to decide who's going to be making it to the finals on that side of the bracket.
With this Latias being prized as well, Hale doesn't have the option of the Badoo. I guess you could still get like Yveltal and Petron and Badoo, but the Yveltal and the Badoo are 2 Pokemon you do not want in play. So I think even if Hale really wanted to item lock in this matchup, it would have to be through the Latias. So I don't think we're going to see Badoo this game.
So that means Turbo Energize is probably going to be Hale's play here if he can find it early on. And we do just see 4 Darkness Pokemon being brought into play. Absol, Petrunt, and Yveltal.
Yeah, it gets the Yveltal there. The Yveltal is kind of cool because it'll allow you to access your mobility through Petrunt pushing the Yveltal in the active, and Yveltal does have no retreat cost, so then you can retreat it into your Absols without actually poisoning your Absols.
Artisan is going to be used now for Hale. Pretty interesting that he didn't bring down the Badoo from Precious Trolley, choosing to wait for Artisan.
Want to maximize the actions. Gotta keep the actions maximized. I guess there is a way to get into the Badoo here, but it is through the Yveltal coming to the bench. Yeah.
And that's exactly what he is probably going for here. Petrunt subjugating chains, pushes that Yveltal to the active spot. With its free retreat, it can move directly back into the Badoo, and Itchy Pollen will be used. Now over to Abon, who found his One of Kirlia again. 2 games in a row. Abon finds his One of Kirlia under item lock.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. And it looks like Hale actually does prefer the item lock in this matchup, is honing in on that as being the opening strategy. Not concerned with using the Turbo Energize, which you saw in the last game. It wasn't his downfall, but it meant it was harder to get into Monkey Dories, harder to find your follow-up attacker as well. And that'll probably be the case as we get into the mid-late game here. Once his first Absol comes down, you're going to have less energy developed on your board to be able to respond to Abon's late game threats.
A bunch of cards being drawn here for Abon. Not much else really to work with. He's going to use Artisan. Have to imagine another Ralts is going to come down. He wants to avoid the situation that he found himself in game number 1, where Hale was able to keep the Gardevoir out of play in the early game. Even though it did work out nicely for Abon, he did end up winning, it still was a little annoying for him to deal with.
Yeah, it did work out in the end, but not something you'd like to have the option of Gardevoir. Even if you just have a Ralts in play for the next turn, having the option to candy the Gardevoir and then choosing not to is different than just never having the option to begin with. So at least we have the option now.
Abon will pass things over to Hale. Hale is going to kick off his turn. Has plenty of energy cards in hand. Is going to start to load up that Mega Absol. See what else he has. Can not really do much else as far as drawing with the Mega Kangaskhan or anything like that. No, Latias really limits his options there. It's going to be left to whatever supporter card he has that he wants to play.
I think his hand is just energy and pennies. I think it's all it is.
And that is signified by the attack here with Itchy Pollen, just 10 more damage. Nabon goes for the Lily's Determination.
Yep, 8 new cards here. Could draw into the Gardevoir. There's 3 Psychic Energy in the discard pile. And does have access to Artisan, so we could see Abon initiate with the Screamtail here. Or even, well, you probably don't want to use a Namorous to KO a Badoo, but you could use the Adrenaline Brain from Monkey Dory, and then whatever gets promoted could take a hit from an Namorous. So if Abon draws Gardevoir here, the options that are limitless.
A bunch of cards being found, but Gardevoir EX is not one of them. However, Technical Machine Turbo Energize is added to the arsenal for Abon, so he can load something up, and it does look like Enamorous is going to be that choice right away. I will say it is funny. It does work out nicely for Abon that he got the Pheasantipity in play because Hale did not put a Psychic Pokemon down.
Yeah, it's working out pretty well here. The Enamorous, he's going to get some more energy from the Turbo Energize coming up. And yeah, the MVP has returned for a second game. And honestly, this board state from Abon, it's looking pretty good. And this is looking pretty similar to how the first game played out, except for the lack of Monkey Dory access from Hale.
I have to imagine that there are going to be lots of Gardevoir players who are going to their local card shops and digging through bulk boxes for this Enamorous in the coming weeks. Hale is going to just attach a Darkness Energy to his Mega Absol, trying to get 2 threats established here before he starts attacking.
Yeah, interesting. Continuing to load up energy. Could have attacked with the Claw of Darkness, opting not to, and really wants Abon to go through this Badoo And trying to just limit the access to Gardevoir, I assume here, is what Hale's playing towards. I think maybe Hale has a counter catcher on hand and is looking to maybe like counter catcher Fez, hit it for 200, and then start to pick away at Aban's resources in hand, leading to hopefully no Gardevoir.
I mean, and he knows that Aban did not draw Gardevoir EX because he would have put it in play, right? So Hale, off those 8 cards from Aban's Lily's Determination, has figured that there's probably an item card that gets him Gardevoir, but there's not the Gardevoir EX itself. So happy to play it slow like this. It does look like Aban will play Iono. It's going to be 6 cards closer to him finding Gardevoir EX. Have to imagine he'll see it at some point, surely, right?
It's got to be coming up soon, if not right now, maybe on the following turn. Aban has a pretty strong option here, though. Can use the Monkey Dory to KO the Badoo with the Adrena Brain, and then could promote a Namarus to knock out whatever Hale promotes, but it would be the Yveltal probably, which honestly isn't that great of a KO for Aban. Taking 2 one-prize KOs isn't great for the prize trade if Hale doesn't bench any more one-prize Pokemon. So I actually don't dislike this play from Aban, just retreating to the Ralts and passing, waiting for a more powerful turn before drawing prize cards.
Yeah, this is the Pokemon that Aban is most willing to let potentially go down. Happy to push that up, wants to protect that Monkey Dory with the Darkness Energy on the bench. Hale will draw for turn and attaches the Darkness Energy to Mega Absol. Both of those Pokemon now just a single attachment away from getting things rolling, and Hale off of Aban's Iono, able to find Lily's Determination. A slow game here, Azul. It's been going for about 17 minutes, and no one has announced a damaging attack, I guess, besides Itchy Pollen. But that barely counts.
Definitely. And I definitely still favor Aban for the situation. It could get interesting, though, as Hale starts to find the Bravery Charms, and with an Artisan already played from Aban, could get the edge in the back and forth of the Stadium War and win it out with the Lively Stadiums. And if he can penny up some of these other Pokemon in play and just leave the board side with maybe just 2 Absols, it could be hard for Aban to actually close out the game.
And finally, Aban is able to find Gardevoir EX. The question now is going to be, what will he do with this piece now available? Is now the time for him to pounce? Will we see that Adrena Brain take out the Badoo and target down something that Hale chooses to promote?
Yeah, we could see that. The Screamtail is available as well with the Artisan in play. Also, Collect with Ralts is pretty powerful here. Just get more cards. If Hale wants to pass, maybe Aban wants to pass, but nope, there's the Gardevoir, so I think we're going to get cooking here.
Yeah, if the Gardevoir EX is coming into play for Aban, that means that he is ready to do something this turn, but not before Lily's Determination will be used as the supporter card, shuffling the hand in to draw 8. If he plans to knock out Badoo with Adrena Brain, very wise to play this Lily's Determination first, so he'll get 8 cards as opposed to 6.
Yes, and I completely forgot about this card because nobody plays this in Gardevoir. I mentioned the Yveltal. Getting a KO on the Yveltal isn't very good, but Aban does play that Iron Bundle, which means if the Adrena Brain KOs the Badoo, Hale's going to promote the Yveltal. But then Artisan could find Iron Bundle, promoting one of the much higher value targets on the bench.
Yeah, is that Iron Bundle in the deck? I did see it hit the discard pile at some point. It may have been in the previous game, though, and it actually, with a quick fan of the discard pile, does not look like it's in the discard pile, so Aban should have access to it. No Pokemon in his discard pile currently.
Even better, I think it's in his hand, ready to go, so he could use it and then use Artisan after, but it's actually initiating with the Artisan first here, and it's just going for the Screamtail as well. This still seems pretty good. Just starting to load up damage on some of those bigger Pokemon on the bench, ignoring the Badoo completely. Like I said, you don't really want to ever KO Badoo unless it's with Adrena Brain.
He can KO Petron EX here if he wants to, right?
Yeah.
He can retreat the Ralts into this Screamtail. He can use Adrena Brain to move 30 damage from the Monkey Dory over to the Petron EX, and then Roaring Scream deals 160 damage plus 30 from Adrena Brain. That is 190. That is a knockout on Petron EX.
Yeah, and with no damage on the field for Hale built up at all, this means there's no potential for Adrena Brain to KO the Screamtail on the next turn. We could see an Itchy Pollen KO the Screamtail, but for the way the prize trade's going already, I don't think Aban would be too mad at that.
Yeah, Aban's board is very nicely set up. He's got Gardevoir EX. He's got that Enamoris as a potential threat. Didn't think I'd say that sentence, but here we are. The ability for Hale to get a knockout with item lock is strong, but will it even matter?
Yeah, that is going to be the question here. And now that Aban is down to 4 prize cards, getting the KO on the Badoo, going down to 3 means all you need to do is KO a Mega Pokemon from there. If Hale could get the Badoo and the Yveltal out of play over these next couple turns, that would mean Aban needs to KO 2 Mega Pokemon to close out the game. But I don't know if that's going to be a possibility here for Hale. I do see 1 penny in hand, though.
Yeah, 1 penny on the Yveltal here into a penny on the Badoo next turn. I think actually he probably would have to penny the Badoo here, right?
Yeah, and then hope the Yveltal can't be picked off the bench.
Yeah.
which is possible. The Screamtail would be in the discard pile, so maybe that's the route we see Hale take.
And he would be sniping a card from Abon's hand as well, so could get rid of something like a Night Stretcher, super rod, one of those pieces.
Yeah, but plenty of threats, like you mentioned as well, on Abon's side. The Enamorous, a threat, a big threat here, honestly. Anything that threatens a 2-KO on a Mega Pokemon at this point in this game, in this matchup in general, it's just pretty good, especially if it's a one-prize Pokemon.
Hale is going to use Artisan here. Does look like he is debating a Monkey Dory. What do you think?
Well, with no damage on your side of the field, it would just be preemptive for the future. It's not going to get value out of it right now, and it does become another one-prize Pokemon in play, so this definitely, like, Hale is no longer trying to get all the one-prize Pokemon off the board. We're going to be conceding one of those over to Abon at some point. The question is, how much value can we get of our Absols at this point? I feel like Hale needs to get some really, really big snipes with the Claw of Darkness.
It's going to be the big factor here. Boss's Orders is used for Hale. He can bring up one of these benched Pokemon to the active spot. Does look like Gardevoir EX will be the choice. Perhaps Hale can limit Abon's access to another Gardevoir, but I will say even with Gardevoir going down, I mean, that Screamtail is already set up. The Enamorous is already set up. I don't even know if Abon would want to put another Gardevoir in play if he could.
Yeah, you definitely don't need it for a couple turns. Even going into a Mind Bend a turn or two from now wouldn't be terrible. Now, the threat, this is interesting, though.
This is really interesting. So Abon has put a bunch of his energy cards into play, and so this Gardevoir won't be able to attack into Yveltal, but let's not forget here, Azul, that Abon plays Professor Turo's scenario.
Does play the Turo. Yeah, there is 7 Psychics. This is a good catch here from Hale. There is 7 Psychic Energy in play. Abon does play 8, but Gardevoir needs 2 Psychic Energy to attack. So the Turo is the only out here for Abon at this point to move the Gardevoir or to get use out of it. Can't attack with it. And the Monkey Dory on the bench there from Hale means you can ping the damage back and forth between each other, but Abon's going to get aggressive and get that prize card.
He's going to take that prize card, maybe hoping for the Darkness Energy. Is left behind, though. Turbo Energize was the one taken. He's got a lot of cards to work with here in the hand, and it is going to be a pass from Abon. He does not have Professor Turo. Hale has successfully bought himself a turn. What is he going to do with it now?
This makes it a little bit more interesting as well, because now Abon has given a bench space over to Hale to potentially set up another Monkey Dory. I guess in this situation, 1 Monkey Dory for 1 Monkey Dory. Hale comes out on top because you are doing 40 damage with the Yveltal, so you don't need that. But you did give the bench space to Hale, and he looks like he's going to immediately take advantage of it with the Petron EX.
Petron EX added to the hand from Night Stretcher. Have to imagine that means it will likely be benched. Sure enough, it comes into play. Can be a very strong attacker later on in the game. Irritated Outburst. But in this position, it's going to be used to provide some draw support. Hale able to retreat with Yveltal into the Mega Kangaskhan using Run Errands to draw 2 cards. And then now that Petron EX's Subjugating Chains can push the Yveltal back into the active spot.
Yeah, the way this is developing is actually really interesting for Hale. When you do activate the Subjugating Chains, it does poison the Dark Pokemon you push to the active, which means if Abon is going to constantly be pushing the damage back over to Hale's side after the clutches from the Yveltal, then Hale could penny the Absol with the 1 energy out of play to set up a second Monkey Dory to gain a massive edge in the damage back and forth here. So I actually wonder if from Abon here, you actually don't use Adrenaline Brain, and but then the damage is being generated from the poison. This is actually kind of tough. Maybe this was an overextension from Abon with this Screamtail play. Maybe didn't fully think through, wait, what if clutch happens?
The clutch always a looming threat, and it has caught many players off guard in the past. And it may pay off here for Hale. He's needing to find a way to fight back down a game here in top 4, still fighting for an opportunity to become our champion. And it has been successful for one more turn pass from Abon.
Yeah, so if Abon uses Adrenaline Brain here, it would actually just lead to more damage access for Hale through a penny, like I mentioned, on that other Mega Absol. So Abon smartly here, not using Adrenaline Brain, just wants to draw Turo or let Hale actually KO this Gardevoir EX sooner than later to regain access to his attackers.
Do you see Penny in the hand here for Hale? Thinking through his options, is going to use Subjugating Chains, though. Repoisons that Yveltal after it retreated on the previous turn. And the Penny will be used now to pick up that Mega Absol, get access to one of these Darkness Energy. And yes, Monkey Dory can use Adrenaline Brain now for Hale.
Yeah, probably going to start to move this damage to the... Oh, not going to move the damage, actually. Just going to go ahead and clutch once again. I thought we'd maybe see it get moved to the Ralts there, but this also works as building up for the following turn. A real problem here also for Abon is if you use the Turo on the Gardevoir EX, that means you don't have Turo for your Fez. And sure, the Pheasant Dippity can attack, but that's like another 3 turns, and potentially you might not still have enough energy to do that.
There's too many energy cards in play for Abon to ever attack with the Pheasant Dippity, I think, at this point.
Yeah, it'd have to be a combination of like Turo. You could, how much retreat cost do the Enamorous have? Is it 1 or 2? You could get a couple off the Enamorous.
It does have 1 retreat.
And then you'd have to Super Rod them back into the deck, and then draw into them and load them up on the Fez. And it's possible Hale will just draw too many prize cards in that time period.
So Abon has Secret Box in hand. That means he has access to Professor Turo's scenario if he wants it right now.
Yeah, we might just see him go for it here. And now the Petron EX is back on the board. Abon can go for a 1-prize knockout into a 2-prize knockout. And we could see the Screamtail to KO the Yveltal here. I guess a Enamorous KO Yveltal. You just want to remove that damage from play so the Monkey Dory can't utilize it to get like basically a free prize card on the Screamtail later on.
Secret Box searching the deck for a supporter card, a stadium card, item, and tool card, adding them to the hand here for Abon. Professor Turo scenario eyed as an option immediately.
Yeah.
On maybe just even taking stock of the resources. What does he have left? It looks like Earthen Vessel will be one of the choices as well here.
Yeah, it does have quite a bit. No Claw of Darkness have picked anything apart. Abon's been able to pretty casually set up the board, not under too much pressure, of course. Hale is drawn 0 prize cards as well. And KOing the Yveltal as well could be the most beneficial knockout for Abon because it means it would be hard for Hale to potentially get into a clutch on the Pheasant Dippity on the next turn.
Professor Turo scenario looks like it will be played here.
Oh, I guess you could just Turo up the Screamtail, and then that would gain your energy again for the Gardevoir to retreat. So we don't have to Turo the Gardevoir.
Right.
We just need to reset our energy back to the discard pile.
And sending those energies to the discard pile could be nice as well because that means that Abon could have access to them through Super Rod, something like that, so that he could technically attack with the Pheasant Dippity EX.
Yeah, so that does become still a liability for the clutches, the Fez does. But as long as Abon leaves enough energy in the discard pile, the Super Rod would recover them.
And he does have a Darkness Energy in the deck still.
Yeah.
But he does have a Darkness Energy in his prize card. So that is a piece of this puzzle here where I think Abon needs access to all of those cards, and he is running the risk of that last energy staying in the prizes after he takes a KO, I assume, on the Yveltal this turn.
Yeah, we'll see how the rest of this turn plays out. If any more energy get left into play, and how much of a liability that Pheasant Dippity becomes. It's also possible we see Hale bounce around for a little bit. Maybe you clutch the Fez for a couple turns, and then you let Abon attach to it twice, and then maybe you go clutch the Gardevoir again, and just bounce around up into the point where Abon can't attack with something, and then you could close out the game with some kind of Monkey Dory plus clutch game plan. So it's definitely still available there to Hale, but Abon has freed up the energy for this turn, isn't in threat of clutch closing out the game or anything like that, and will be able to pull off a KO this turn.
Psychic Embrace attaches 2 energy from the discard pile. That's 40 more damage onto Gardevoir EX. Of course, Adrenabrain Brain could heal some of that if Abon would like. Probably wouldn't mind just taking it off and putting it onto the active, not giving Hale any damage to work with, I should say. But then also at the same time healing his Gardevoir EX. Don't think it'll matter too much because I have to imagine that a Claw of Darkness is incoming to KO this Gardevoir. But for now, Abon will take a prize card. Hale promotes that Kangaskhan EX.
Yeah, Kangaskhan is up. The Absol is available. Like I said, clutch could still be a possibility on that Pheasant Dippity, but plenty of psychic energy in the discard pile. So you don't really want to go after the Monkey Dory. The Enamorous is already set up, and that Ralts could be candied into a Gardevoir EX still, which would also be able to attack.
Yep, easy access to the Yveltal through the Artisan if he'd like to do it, and that does look like the move for Hale here. Have to imagine it will come into play short enough. Yveltal brought out, and Run Errand could find him potentially a couple more cards. He's got a few ways to gust in this spot. He is behind on prize cards, so Counter Catcher is live. Of course, Boss's Orders is the most straightforward way to do it. He will Run Errand for a couple. Subjugating Chains pushes this Yveltal into the active spot. There's the Darkness Energy, and it does seem like a clutch is incoming. Boss's Orders will be used on that Pheasant Dippity EX.
Yep, and there's the clutch. It is doing damage, so the Pheasant Dippity will get KO'd eventually, and we're probably not going to see Abon, once again, Adrenabrain Brain damage back over to the other side. Although, now with 2 Monkey Dory, the access to 2 Monkey Dory, Abon could start pushing that damage to the other side. But Hale might be able to match the 2 Monkey Dory with 2 Monkey Dory, meaning Hale would come out on top because of the 20 damage from the clutch and would be generating damage on Abon's side of the field.
Yes, Abon does have access to another Monkey Dory. He did take that 3rd Darkness Energy off of his prize cards last turn, and he will go with Iono here. Sending Hale's hand to the bottom. Also Aban's own hand. Aban will only get 2. Hale still getting the full 6. So I have to wonder how disruptive this even is.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, Aban is way ahead on the prize cards here. We could see that being a win condition. We could see that being a win condition for Hale in the late game. The Absol is still set up. Iono plus Claw of Darkness is still a possibility to make a comeback. Of course, there's a lot of threats set up on Aban's side of the field, though.
Going to be about just how much damage gets generated into play, and as you mentioned, through the use of the double Adrenabrain, if Hale can pull it off.
There's the Artisan
It will
use.
lead to them being matched aside from the clutch damage from Eviltal, so Hale comes out on top in that trade.
Yeah, we did see the Artisan use there from Hale. It looks like he was looking for the Monkey Dory, but he discarded one of his Monkey Dories on turn 1 with a Vessel. So if there's not a Night Stretcher and a Dark Energy to recover it and attach to it, then Hale might not be able to match the Monkey Dories here.
Yeah, Monkey Dory, sure enough, in the discard pile. If he's got Arven, he could use Night Stretcher to find it. So that is a way to get it back, but he also does need the energy card. Night Stretcher in the discard pile. He does play 2 copies, and the other one is prized, Azul. So he actually does not have a way to get the second Monkey Dory into play.
Yeah, with no access to the second Monkey Dory, that leaves Aban in the advantage in this trade-off, which means Hale's going to have to come up with something else here. And honestly, I don't know what that is right now for Hale. Things are looking pretty bleak.
He's got the ability to bide a little bit of time, but he won't be able to do it forever. He's going to have to try to piece something else together here. Going to start with that Penny on the Eviltal. That's a nice way to get a bunch of damage out of play. Just pick that Pokemon up, add it all to the hand, pushing the Mega Kangaskhan. Attachment for turn to the Petron EX.
Yeah, and honestly, because of the Iono last turn, Aban is kind of helping Hale out here due to Hale being in this position. Hale did not have a way to get that 1 prize liability out of play, and Iono Aban, but Aban played Iono last turn. This does mean the Fez will be sticking around for its flip the script draw power, but this is giving Hale maybe his only line of play available.
He's going to send up this Mega Absol through Subjugating Chains and is going to snipe one of these cards from hand with the Claw of Darkness, getting rid of the Iono, taking 2 prize cards. Aban happy to promote the Enamorous. Let's see what else he has.
Yeah, I don't think Aban is too mad at that, to be honest. The Iono would have only netted him like +2 cards. So as far as cards that could have been available, I think you're okay with those going. The Vessel comes down here, finds no energy, does have plenty of recovery left, and then we'll have the flips the script. And even if Aban finds nothing else this turn, the Enamorous hitting the Mega Absol is almost enough pressure from Aban.
Then Hale with the preemptive attachment of the energy to this Petron EX. Perhaps that's his plan. You know, Penny this Absol, attack with the Petrons, and then look to close things out with 1 more Petron attack, hoping that Aban cannot close out the game on his next turn.
Yeah, that could be the route, but as long as Aban doesn't put any more 2 I say that, but there's the Mew EX. Back-to-back 2 prizes are on board.
Yeah, and that is something that's coming into play here for Aban. He's already used his Turo, so he won't be able to clear one of those liabilities out. He is going to use the Adrenabrain, putting that extra damage onto this Absol, just trying to get as much damage onto this Pokemon as he possibly can. He's going to hit it for 200 here. It'll take 10 more from the poison as well.
Yeah, the damage is starting to get loaded up here on the Absol a little bit bigger with that Lively Stadium. I wonder if Hale just knocking out this Enamorous and then hoping Aban doesn't have Candy Guard for would be enough to stabilize for him here. We're looking at
230 damage on it.
230 damage. The Mind Bend isn't 100% available to Aban because there's no Psychics left in the deck. They're all in the discard pile. Would have to find some recovery.
Yeah, Super Rod, Night Stretcher, both options. Yeah, 5 Psychic Energies down. Hale here with a bunch of cards to work with, but which ones of them lead to him winning? He's pulled Lily's Determination to the front of his hand.
Yeah, you mentioned that Penny play that would give access to the Dark Energy for the Petro. I guess it does still have the Monkey Dory established as well, so that does heal 30 more off the active Absol, actually.
How many Penny has Hale played at this point in the game? He does play 4 copies in his list. One of them is actually prized, and he has played 2, so that means he only has 1 Penny still available for the rest of this game, Azul.
Yeah, only 1 Penny left, and I think it might be coming down as we see this Arven come down. Does have a Bravery Charm left as well, though. The Absol is going to get a little bit more health to work with. It is going to come down to, I think, can Aban find that Candy Guard for in these coming turns? This turn, Hale is going to be able to remove the Enamorous from play, the only real threat on Aban's board. If Aban can't find Candy Gardevoir next turn, that is when Hale will have the opportunity to start to pick apart the draw power, go after the Fez or the Mew, and then limit Aban's access to the Candy Gardevoir.
Here comes the energy to the Petron EX, setting that Pokemon up as an option. There's the Bravery Charm to this Absol, giving it a little bit more survivability potentially. And it is going to be the attack, and Aban will have to discard Rare Candy alongside the Enamorous going down. Aban promotes the Mew EX. Hale down to 3 prize cards. He's finding a way to fight back in this game. Aban pushes the Mew EX with that free retreat, provides a pivot.
Yeah, just barely sticking in it. The Candy Gardevoir will give Aban the game. If Aban could just find a Night Stretcher as well, the Mind Bend would be maybe annoying. I guess you got the Petra on the back line, though, so Hale could just retreat into that. We are seeing the resources getting recovered now, finally, from Aban.
Putting back just the Darkness energy from this Super Rod, adding that into the deck. Aban does have the ability to use Restart here, the ability to use Flip the Script. He can draw quite a few cards. He's also got Screamtail, Darkness or the Bravery Charm. He's going to put those down. There's the Gardevoir. He needs Rare Candy here, Azul. Does he find it? No.
Not quite. And now there's just a lone Ralt on the bench. I can't believe it, but Hale might be making the comeback here. Similar to the first game, struggled to keep the Gardevoirs in play, and as we're getting to the end game here, is unable to establish a Gardevoir. No Gardevoir means no threats if you don't have the Enamorous.
He does have Night Stretcher, Aban, so he can get back the Curlia, set up for a Gardevoir on the next turn, but the next turn might not be enough.
Yeah, it might not. This could also get a Psychic Energy and go for a Mind Bend to stop the potential of the Claw of Darkness, but is settling for the Curlia there. That means a Claw of Darkness could come through and discard another important card from the hand.
I think we just did a little bit of damage fixing there on the Mega Absol. Should all be correct. And Aban has to retreat here. It looks like it will be into Monkey Dory and simply passes the turn back over to Hale. What can he do? Does he have Boss?
He does. He has the Boss's orders, the Lone Curlia, and the way to establish threats here from Aban can be KO'd. And if Hale just finds a follow-up Gust effect, Hale will be able to close out this game with back-to-back KOs.
Wow, what a turn of events here. Hale has found a way to sneak back in, clutching for a couple of turns. May come in clutch here for Hale Obernolte to push himself into a Game 3. Blood Moon Ursaluna is hitting the field. That'll be a way for Hale to potentially close out the game immediately on something like Pheasantipity with a bunch of extra HP thanks to the Lively Stadium. And Boss's orders is going to be used to bring up the Curlia.
Wow.
You're going to see Claw of Darkness takes the KO and a card discarded from hand. At this point, I don't even know if any of these are going to help Aban. Maybe the Bravery Charm is the strongest option to discard for Hale.
I still think I like the Ralts. The only lose condition here for Hale is a Gardevoir getting established. I guess maybe the Gardevoir makes more sense. I don't know exactly what's remaining.
Does the Bravery Charm take the Pheasantipity out of range of Ursaluna KOing it next turn?
Well, we always have the Mew available. And
oh, yes.
Yeah, Hale will need 2 prize cards, so I think we're okay with...
Yep.
Maybe in the future that would make a difference. Goes for the Ralts, though. Removes that from play.
Wow.
Now I don't even know if Aban can even set up a Gardevoir. How much recover do we have left?
Yeah, he used the Night Stretcher last turn. That was his main way to find another one. He's going to use the Flip the Script, drawing 3. There's Rare Candy, but it is 1 turn too late.
And there's the Rare Candy, the Gardevoir, but now needs a Ralts, and Hale just dealt with the Ralts. There's an Arven and an Iono in hand, but with how big of a hand Hale has and how long he's been sitting on this, I'd be kind of scared that there'd be another Boss's orders in that hand.
Yeah, and that is what Aban is going to go with. The Iono sending the player's hands to the bottom. Worth noting here, Hale has prized a Boss's orders. He does play the full 4 copies, and he's got 3 in the discard pile, Azul. And he doesn't have access to Counter Catcher.
Yeah, but I don't think Aban has access to Ralts.
Just has to push this Monkey Dory and pass, and that may be enough here for Hale to just get himself far enough ahead.
Yeah.
2-2 on the prize trade at this time. 10 minutes left in the round, Azul.
That is another big concern here. Time is coming up, and I think less time probably does favor Hale. I think this build of Gardevoir specifically from Aban can be more aggressive with those Turbo Energize and the Enamorous, but you want as much time as possible in case you need to make the comeback as Gardevoir, because we know the deck can do that.
Adrenabrain moves 30 damage from the Mega Absol, healing it a little bit, pushing it over to the Monkey Dory, which of course is still going to be going down here, but Hale not wanting to leave any extra damage into play. Will go for the Lazy Determination, getting a nice little refresh of the hand here. A little unfortunate here for Hale that he did prize that boss's orders. If he had taken it off of his prize cards, he'd have had that option to potentially close things out.
Yep, didn't hit it, but I don't think he's going to need it. I don't think Aban has any way to not just lose the game on the next turn. Aban reveals his hand. Oh, it reveals his hand because Claw of Darkness, of course. We get to take away one of the good cards.
Yes, and it looks like Counter Catcher will be the choice, removing that as an option for Aban. It is just a one-of in his deck. Draw for turn on Aban's end. Is that a Night Stretcher, I think? A turn too late, one card short of getting a Ralts down.
That would have maybe been it, honestly, if we had found that on the previous turn. One card short there. Aban is still sticking this out. I have to imagine he sees a line here if he is continuing to play out this game. The Fezandipity can't tank a hit for a turn.
If he had the Bravery Charm, it could.
That is true. Yeah, with the Bravery Charm plus the Lively Stadium in play, that would maybe allow for it to survive a hit, not get KO'd.
Here comes a Ralts into play. Muse restart, draws one. Flip the Script still available. Not before, potentially Artisan or Ultra Ball. Those are in the hand, but no, it will be Flip the Script. No Bravery Charm is found. I actually think it might still be on the bottom of the deck from the Iono earlier.
Yeah, it could be. We did see that Artisan first, so we could have seen the deck get shuffled. But then if Lively Stadium gets bumped, do you tank the hit from the Ursaluna plus a Monkey Dory?
Oh, true. Yeah, no, you do not. Yeah, the Lively Stadium had to stay in play for Aban. And the Bravery Charm was one card short of being found as a draw.
There's the retreat into it and going to move that 20 damage off the Fezandipity. But the Ursaluna plus the Monkey Dory on Hale's side should be more than enough to close this one out.
Yeah, and that's it. And Hale did take the boss's orders as well. And another way for him to push us to a game 3. Hale Obernolte says he is not done yet.
Yeah, not done yet. Gets the victory in that game 2. Crazy game. Badu again with the opening to slow things down. And then, I mean, it looked really bad for Hale throughout the whole thing. But the Claw of Darkness managed to give Hale the resource advantage in the end, picking apart Aban's hand and getting the dub.
And we do officially have one finalist. Our other top 4 match happening out on the floor has concluded. It was Rowan Stavino versus Jackson Ford. Gardevoir versus Charizard. And Jackson Ford has come out on top. A Charizard player in the finals.
It's been a long time for that. I can't remember the last time we had a Charizard in the finals. It's been a little while, but I think we all knew it would be coming back around eventually. Just needed, you know, Dragon Ball to take a little bit of a back seat in the format for once, and I think we are at that point right now. So not a huge shock that we see Charizard rising to the occasion.
And it sounds like that game came down to a confusion flip as well, as things do happen so often with Monkey Dory in the mix. The Mind Bend, such a strong option. But Jackson was able to hit heads this time, able to move on to the finals and give himself a chance to claim this title. But will his opponent be Hale Obernolte or Aban Ahmed? Both of these players are playing their hearts out, trying to push themselves forward to become a finalist here and still in the race for the title. Here we go, opening Pokemon for both these players in Game 3. I would say less than ideal on both sides, Azul.
Yeah, but I would definitely say it's worse for Hale. The Clefairy can be utilized as a pretty powerful attacker in this matchup for Aban to get ahead or stay ahead in the prize exchange. Hale, once again, not opening the trolley in the opening hand going first. Something's definitely wrong with his Mega Absol deck there. And I'm not surprised here to see Aban choosing second, favoring the more aggressive setup, especially trying to get that Turbo Energized to set up the Enamorous on that first turn problem.
Prize cards for both of these players. 1 Turbo Energized and the prizes for Aban. 1 Rare Candy as well. Ultra Ball, a couple Psychic Energies. All things that could be a little awkward, but you got to prize something, of course. Over on Hale's end, that one of Fighting Energy in the prizes means that this this Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon that he's been attaching to is not going to be able to be useful. And Aban is playing quickly here, recognizing the situation. There are under 6 minutes remaining here, and let's just recap everyone on the rules here in Top Cut. We have to have a winner. There can be no tie. So after time expires, the current player will finish that turn. They are turn 0. Then the opposing player will play one more turn. That is turn 1. And then after that additional turn, the player who is ahead on prize cards will be the winner. And if the players are tied on prizes, they will continue play until one player is ahead.
Yep, and there's an Iono from Aban, which is a big saver here for Hale. One thing I did want to point out from Hale is chose to attach that Bravery Charm to the Ogre Pawn, but this could backfire if Hale wants to get into a Turbo Energize on this next turn.
Yeah, if he wants to Turbo Energize, he's going to need to retreat into some other Pokemon to do it because the Bravery Charm is attached now to the active. Abon with the aggressive attachment onto the Clefairy as well, threatening a potential attack very, very quickly. Now Hale here has quite a bit more to work with. I actually think his previous hand was pretty dead. He had two Penny, I think, and
the Psyduck.
The Psyduck, yeah, another energy card. Not much going on at all. So he will be thankful to see that Abon was forced to play Iono. And Hale does indeed have the Arven, so he's got the Precious Trolley if he wants it, but...
Hale has 8 cards in hand.
Oh, he does have 8 cards in hand.
Yeah, I think he drew as if it was a Lily maybe, or...
He just maybe one card stuck to another one, right?
Yeah.
He drew 7, then drew for turn. Did he already draw for turn?
I actually am not sure if he drew 7.
Yeah, confirmation. He drew 7 with Iono here.
Yeah.
Wow.
That is very unfortunate.
Wow.
If only he had just picked up his hand of the 7 and realized it was 7 before drawing for turn.
Yes.
It could have worked out.
Okay, so we're going to have to review this. Head Judge Pram there on the scene. Got to get this sorted for both of us. Speaking to both of the players, you know, Pram's someone who's very, very experienced in the game. He's, of course, a longtime competitor in the game, has tons of accomplishments, so he is familiar with these situations and how to approach them. Yeah, that is something you hate to see, Azul, in this spot.
Yeah, definitely very unfortunate, especially if this is a multi-prize penalty, coming up the double prize penalty. That's a pretty big deal, not just in any normal game of Pokemon, but specifically where being ahead in prize cards is a win condition like it is in Top Cut.
Yeah.
That would make quite the difference here. And it was almost looking really bad for Hale. Was bailed out by that Iono, but it might not be enough if this does end up being a double prize penalty.
Yeah, I will say, looking at that hand as well, it didn't look like he had an energy card. So it might have been a little awkward for him to get into a Turbo Energize here. But yeah, he's going to get it sorted. It looks like they're going to be reviewing the footage here to get exact confirmation, maybe of what cards were drawn improperly, right? And try to figure out which card should be placed back. And this does also get a little awkward here. You can't just shuffle the deck, right? Because the bottom of the deck is ordered from the Iono that was played from Abon, right?
Yeah, and that's probably the biggest deal here maybe is that there is some order to the deck. It isn't just a sufficiently random deck that cards are drawn from. There is some order to it because of the Iono. As far as the Turbo Energize goes, talking about like the board state here, and specifically how Hale has chosen to approach this game with the Badoo aggression, and also being in a situation where simply drawing the prize cards first is a big deal. I wouldn't be surprised to see Hale go into the Badoo here aggressively as the initial play he looks for. So the Bravery Charm on the active there, not getting access to Turbo Energize might not be that big of a hindrance.
For anyone worried about the time here, things are going to be all squared away. These players will get the sufficient time added back onto the clock here. So even though there's only a couple minutes left, not going to be a problem here. We're going to get that all sorted as well. But yeah, in a high-stakes situation like this, where there's so much on the line, you want to make sure everything is in order, all the I's dotted, all the T's crossed, to make sure that everything is back exactly how it should be.
Yeah, get everything as close as possible. I think they're trying to probably identify which card is not supposed to be in the hand. There's 8 cards in the hand. There's only supposed to be 7.
Yep.
So one of them's got to go. And if they are able to identify that card exactly, get it to the top of the deck, we should be able to continue play from there.
Now, I wonder if the issue could be with the cards that were put on the bottom with the Iono, right? Because typically what could happen in this spot is, you know, Hale would be working with information of knowing what the top card of his deck is, right? So you would shuffle the deck, but you can't do that because the cards on the bottom were put there from Iono. So I wonder if they're going to try to like retrieve those cards from the bottom, then shuffle the deck, then replace the Iono, right?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe they're going to go that extra step, even go one step further. It is all, of course, fixable through the broadcast here. We have the footage of it, so they can go back, they can watch it, they can get everything fixed as it should be. Depends on what they are ruling as far as that goes. So it might take a little bit here to resolve.
And it does look like things are just being double-checked here. This is a pretty rare situation where we're in single elimination, right? We have to have the winner. It does look like a double prize loss has already been issued by the head judge, so that means that for Aban to win this game, in the normal sense, he would have to take 2 less prize cards. Now, I think what is being just double-checked on here is whether or not that has an effect on the sudden death situation that we find ourselves in, where whoever is ahead on prize cards first wins, because you don't actually take the prize cards. You have to take 2 less prize cards to win, right?
Yeah, I would imagine it would still apply. You're still effectively ahead on prize cards, but yeah.
But you aren't taking the prize cards, right?
This is true. This is true. We'll have to wait.
And that was changed. I mean, there was a time in the game where whenever this would happen, you would just take those prize cards, add them to your hand. But now you take less prize cards to win the game. So it was maybe a little more straightforward in the past. A little bit more has changed with the rules in the last few years. So everyone's just making sure everything is done by the book, how it's supposed to be, and we'll get updated here very, very soon. A very unique situation for sure.
Of course, yeah, we'll get the official ruling here in a second. And then that will have to also resolve where should these cards be. It looks like they found the culprit here. And now where does this card end up is the question. Pram making sure everyone is aware of it. And then...
And the deck is ordered here, so...
Oh, hold on.
Yeah, and that is, I think, what Pram is just realizing. He was about to shuffle the deck, but no. The deck was ordered from the Iono, so not quite that simple. But if we just count how many cards Hale had in hand, you can pull that many cards out from the bottom of the deck, right?
Yep, and then shuffle that single card back into the remainder of it, and then put the cards that were Iono to the bottom of the deck back on the bottom of the deck. So it is all fixable. They just need to figure out how many cards did Hale have in the hand before the Iono was played.
Yeah, and it should be pretty straightforward, right? He would have had 7 in his hand to start his turn after drawing, right? And he has the Cornerstone Mask plus the 2 he put in play, so that means 5 cards were sent to the bottom, right?
Yep, 5 to the bottom. The math has been done. Just need them to do it on stage now. I'm sure they're working through it. So everything's solved at this point. Then I guess the only thing we're waiting for is that official ruling on whether or not the 2 prize penalty will actually affect the sudden death situation. We're not in quite yet, but it's looking like we definitely end up there.
Yeah, almost certainly, right? I think it's pretty unlikely either of these players takes all of their prize cards in 4 minutes, based on the pace of these previous 2 games. So I guess more likely would be a player gets benched out potentially, which you would also hate to see.
Yeah, pretty unlikely as well. They both have artisans in play. They both have board states. We'll probably see the trolley coming in. Actually, I don't even know. There was a lot of Pokemon drawn from Hale there. It had like a Yveltal.
And I will say, I do think the 8th card that was inadvertently drawn for Hale was an Arven. So that would have gotten trolley. Now he doesn't have that.
Yep.
So it looks like the fix will indeed be to set those 5 cards out that were put on the bottom from Iono. The reveal, yes, it was indeed an Arven. Shuffling the deck now. Re-randomizing things, and now Hale will have this 7-card hand to work with. 6 from Iono plus the draw for turn.
I feel kind of left out on that reveal. Like they showed the players, the judges. They didn't. It would have been nice if they had shown us as well.
We'll have to work on Pram's camera presence.
Yeah,
for sure.
Get everyone involved.
Yeah, a little bit of a slowdown here. And we are going to get back into things here and get that confirmation as well about how the prize penalty does come into play in regards to sudden death situations. And it does look like we're hopping right back into the game. Hale is playing and shuffling his deck. He benched a few Pokemon. It looks like Lily's Determination is the supporter being played, shuffling in, and now he gets to draw those 8 cards.
Yep, and we'll see where he goes from here. Playing pretty fast here. The time was added back to the clock. We have 4 minutes left, which is not a ton of time. Artisan still available as well. So if Hale wants to get into that Badoo, it is possible. I think the big card Hale is probably looking here for turn is an Energy to start to establish on an Absol, though, as we go into the draw with the Kangaskhan. No energy drawn yet. There is access to the Lively Stadium in hand. And just passes, though, with no energy established. Now, we could see an E-switch later to get this Dark Energy off the Ogre Pond to get a bigger threat established.
Now over to Aban, has the energy on the Liz Clefairy, is going to attach a Bravery Charm in order to boost that up a little bit as well for the HP. And Lily's Determination will be played, shuffling in, drawing 8 cards, has Artisan access as well here on the other end of this. Lily wants to find a few more basic Pokemon, I imagine.
Yeah, and without the Badoo, without that item lock from Hale, and no Turbo Energize, there's no threat potential on the next turn from Hale, and there's nothing stopping Aban from getting a Candy Guard Force. There's the Candy, and starting to attack as soon as this turn.
And I do believe we have gotten confirmation as well that the double prize loss does mean that in the turns situation, it would lead to Aban winning. If the players were tied at 6-6, since Aban has to take 2 less to win the game, he would indeed be the victor in that situation.
Yep. So Aban did whiff the Candy Guard for there, so not going to be as aggressive of a turn here, but I don't think you're complaining when you weren't Badooed. And there was no Turbo Energized, so there's no threat coming to you on this next turn.
And it does look like, once again, Aban has found the turn to Kirlia all 3 games.
Without Ultra Ball, right?
Turn to Kirlia has been found just straight up. And an attachment of the Darkness Energy to the Monkey Dory to be established. A retreat into the Ralts. And a pass now from Aban. Just under 2.5 minutes now remaining. Just over 2 minutes for these players to get into the turns so we can determine who's going to be moving forward here in the event. Does seem like Arven is being used now for Hale. Found a Earthen Vessel, Bravery Charm, Psyduck being discarded. Hale is playing quickly here. Players are adjusting to the situation, recognizing, hey, we got to go fast.
Yeah, Hale looking to get into the Turbo Energizer turn, establish the Mega Absol, the main attacker, and hoping that Aban is not able to establish a Gardevoir or too many threats on this next turn, and then start to pick apart the threats and the resources from Aban with the Claw of Darkness.
A few cards being drawn from the run errand. Now into the hand. Hale has a bunch of cards to work with. There is that Mega Absol EX. Looks like we are going to see a subjugating change to push the Absol into the active spot. Well, push the Eviltal, then retreat into the Absol attachment for the turn. And Technical Machine Turbo Energize is going to load one of these Pokemon up. Which one will it be, Azul?
I think it's the Kangaskhan. I think we're going all out. Hale's already in a tremendous uphill battle. May as well get a little lucky, hit some heads. You do want to be able to one-hit KO not just the Gardevoir, which Absol can do, but also this Clefairy with the Bravery Charm. It's not weak to Dark like a lot of the other Pokemon in this deck. It's weak to Metal, so it would survive a Claw of Darkness from Hale.
Hale is going to be relying on some coin flips here, and I do believe he was pretty fortunate on his flips against Xander Perot in top 8, so there's a chance it could be Hale's Kangaskhan's day. I think there was a situation in his top 8 game against Xander where he needed 3 heads flips to KO Xander's Kangaskhan, and he did just that.
I guess as a trade-off, you either open the trolley or you hit a lot of heads on Kangaskhan. So
and we know no trolley being played by Hale.
Yeah, there's no trolley in the opening hand for Hale ever, so this Kangaskhan's looking even more threatening.
Iono being played. Looks like Aban has found Seeker Box, so that opens up lots of possibilities, of course. It is going to be the play right away. A bunch of supporters found alongside it. A little awkward, but happy to discard Arven and Professor's Research, searching now for another supporter, and then any Pokemon Tool card, item card, and stadium card he would like.
Yeah, and is eyeing up that Ultra Ball for the Gardevoir, a Bravery Charm, and then another supporter for the following turn. So Aban has a lot of options here, but time is now expiring, which means Aban is turn 0 with a 2-prize lead.
Aban ahead on the prizes, so that does mean perhaps Hale is going to have to go aggressive after this Clefairy and try to hit some heads here. It also depends here what Aban is able to piece together now with the Gardevoir in play. Can he take any sort of prize card here this turn?
I don't think there's quite enough Psychic Energy in the discard pile. If Aban could just KO the Yveltal, Aban would win this game. But I think is a little bit short, but maybe tries to go ahead and pressure it anyways. Oh no, there's a third.
There is a third Psychic Energy. Looks like it's going to be the 2. Has the damage from the Monkey Dory as well here.
I mean, the third energy should do it.
The third energy would allow him to KO this Yveltal on the bench, but he's not going for it, Azul.
Well, this works as well.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, you just have to commit less energy to the Screamtail.
Yep.
This will still lead to the prize card, which should lead to game. Yeah, and Hale scoops.
Yeah, and Hale recognizes he cannot take 3 prize cards on his turn. I'm disappointed we didn't see any Kangaskhan flips, but I'm sure Aban is not, because he is moving on to his 3rd finals in 3 tournaments.
Yeah, a 3rd finals. Absolutely insane run. Maybe? Is this the greatest run ever? Who has hit 3 finals in a row in majors?
Yeah, that is absolutely wild. I mean, there was a stretch of tournaments where Jimmy Pendarvis, won 3 regionals in a row, right? But tournaments were a lot smaller back then. They were also way more spaced out as well. It was across different formats as well, but I mean, this is one of the greatest runs of all time.
Yeah, in the current day and age, this is unprecedented from Aban. Absolutely insane. Counting to make sure he has 60 cards before he heads into that final match. You got to make sure you have all 60.
Yep. Hale did not swoop any cards away from Aban. I do believe he should have the 60 cards. He is going to double check, which I absolutely will not fault him for.
Yeah, definitely. Is going to have to hand his deck over to the judge here before he gets ready for the finals.
And let's get into the replay, the recap of that game. It was a pretty interesting one, to say the least here. And even after getting his Curlia sniped away early, even after getting his hand pressured by Claw of Darkness, Aban was able to find the game-winning combos in game number 1.
Yeah, the Badoo honestly was kind of an MVP here for Hale, but it was matched by Aban's MVP, the Enamorous, which even though there was a lack of aggressive Gardevoirs, being able to Turbo Energize and create threats on the board really saved Aban from the Badoo into the Claw of Darkness kind of taking over.
And then here was able to close out the game by just going after this Pecharunt EX. Such a strong card, but oftentimes it feels like it has become a liability for this deck.
Yeah, that's how he closed out game number 1, and that's how he got aggressive in game number 2, initially dealing with the Pecharunt, and then starting to piece together prize cards here and there after Hale went for a clutch play, and then there was the insane comeback from Hale, removing the only Gardevoir from play, and then picking apart his resources.
Yeah, Hale taking advantage of perhaps a little bit of an overextension from Aban, able to figure out a way to clutch up the game, slow things down a bit, and eventually take this KO. Down to just 1 prize card remaining, getting rid of the counter catcher. He took the boss's orders off the prizes to ensure that he could close out this game.
Yeah, pretty clean at the end there from Hale. And then as we got into this game 3 here, the unfortunate double prize penalty, of course, and then Aban's start was just so much more aggressive than Hale's. Just had to draw that single prize card, and he's on his way to his 3rd finals in a row.
You can tell, I mean, this means a lot to Aban. An emotional moment, a roller coaster of feelings there as well with dealing with the judge call, especially considering the situation he found himself in not just 3 weeks ago in Pittsburgh, whenever he was the one who was on the bad end of a judge call, a mistake, you know, a missing card leads to him just conceding that finals match, but now he finds himself in a finals one more time.
Yep. Counting his deck, I'm sure, in between every single round, perfecting his mastery of the game one step further and into another finals where he'll be up against a pretty tough matchup in Jackson Ford with that Charizard.
Yeah, that will be interesting to see how things shape up. Jackson Ford, of course, the other side of the bracket, as you mentioned, that will be our finals. Gardevoir versus Charizard, 2 of the all-stars, I would say, of the Scarlet and Violet era of the Pokemon TCG. It's been a little while for Charizard, but it's here, it's back, it's ready to make another run, and could this be a time for Charizard to get a tournament win?
It definitely has the edge here, I think, but it's going to be a great set no matter what, and going to be a well-deserved victor no matter who it is.
Yeah, cannot wait to see which of these players will be coming out on top. You're certainly going to want to stay tuned for all of that. So much exciting Pokemon action still to come. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back shortly.
Wow, we have played twice in such a short span.
I know, yeah, and I wasn't in Pittsburgh, so
yeah,
2 for 2 for me.
I thought it was like, oh yeah, 200 is good, 350 would be better.
No,
nah.
it was like all in. I mean, I don't need, but I needed it, yeah.
Dude, oh my god, I threw.
I'll go second.
All right.
I played the video games when I was young, and then after a little while, my mom taught me the card game. We played at home for many years, and then eventually I figured out that people play this competitively. I went to my first league, figured out there was a whole tournament setting, and play Pokemon and everything, and from there I just started playing more and more, and eventually traveled the world and got to do all this. My favorite Pokemon is Celebi. It's been my favorite since childhood. It's just small, cute. I really like the 4th movie which Celebi was in, and yeah, it's kind of been like my lucky mascot ever since. I always go to the bathroom before games just so I don't have additional distractions at the very least. Try to drink a lot of water and keep myself energized throughout the day. But the most important prep is probably the day before when I go to sleep early. I think that's the most important part. I play Pokemon because it's so much fun. And the game itself is a lot of fun, so I enjoy the technical aspect of it. And I also enjoy the travel, hanging with friends, and meeting new people. That's all amazing. My best talent is definitely Pokemon, but I have other things I like to do as well. I have recently picked up chess a little bit. That's been actually quite fun. And then I also play a decent amount of tennis as well, which I also enjoy quite a lot. If I could be the designer of a card, I would probably like it to have some sort of consistency ability. So something that draws cards or something that allows you to come back into games that you're far behind in. So some sort of comeback card I think would be very cool. I think my favorite Pokemon events are probably the World Championships in Hawaii and Japan. It's really hard to choose between them for me, but I'll definitely go with one of those.
I actually listen to some of the Pokemon music as well, which is kind of fun. But I like a lot of fast-paced music. I listen to a little bit of everything. I'm Team Blastoise. I always pick the water starter whenever I play the Pokemon games, regardless of which one it is. So then I would have to go with Squirtle, and then that's Blastoise. So I'm Team Blastoise.
Step, and they are getting a knockout. They either way in. Break Queen does low. It's a turn! It's a turn! Peru Unite looks into the eyes of Zeta Division and says, we are the beginning and the end. We are Peru Unite! The time ticks down. 5 more seconds. 2, 1. Peru Unite are your world champions!
How much energy maybe that Corsola has
He has
in the
back-to-back. This is huge for Beelzebub. I don't know if it's going to be enough. He goes on the ice beam!
Wow.
He goes for the ice beam! It should be enough to knock out here. Beelzebub, he feels it. He knows it. It's Beelzebub in 2023 World Spectator. It's Beelzebub in 2024 World Commander. It's Beelzebub, your 2025 World Champion!
big one card here for Yuya as Jose will disrupt. It's lightning energy! If that's true, that would spell disaster here for Jose. Not done with the turn yet. Is going to do everything he can here in this second game. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, Phantom Die is being used. This Raging Bolt is being knocked out in the active spot, and if Yuya has an energy card, this game is all over. Raging Bolt charges him. There it is! Lightning energy in the hand. Yuya Okita takes the game and becomes your Juniors Division 2025 World Champion!
Huge congratulations! Question really is there a superior energy retrieval in hand? If there is, Figuan will be making history here, and it looks to be a jolting charge. No access to the knockout on this occasion, is going to have to take a step back and prep for a future turn. No other attacker on Figuan's board. Disruption. Boss's orders in hand, and that's it. Figuan Liao topples the Titan to become your world champion.
Oh my gosh, genome hacking, not just having its own move, it's hacking the system, copying the Dragapult EX and able to use its powerful move against it here, and then applied with that Fairy Zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game, it's over!
It's history made in the 2025 season here at the Masters Finals. Riley McKay is taking things down with Gardevoir EX.
He's played this so well. Twisted Dimensions return to normal. We got a twist our Pokemon.
Miraidon right into that walking wake. It's down. It's going to be Luke Whittier. Give a big hand to your junior video game world champion, Luke Whittier!
Rillaboom, Woodhammer, Bills, here comes the KO. Now the Calyrex Ice Rider has this opportunity to move, and that is the Glacial Lance. Double, Morgan down, double KO. Give it up, everyone, for your 2025 Pokemon
It's absolutely surreal. It's going to take a while to settle in, of course.
Me siento muy emocionado y alegre.
The feeling is yet to sink in. I'm still a bit in shock. Feels so surreal to me. It's my first year of seniors, and I won the World Championships undefeated. I feel very excited.
Feeling amazing. I'm feeling on top of the world.
Absolutely unreal.
Welcome back, Pokemon fans. We are here. It is time for the finals of the Milwaukee Regional Championships in the TCG. And boy, do we have two incredible players lined up for us here. Kyle Sabelhouse and Pablo Meza here for the finals, and it is going to be an absolute doozy. Jackson Ford, Abonamed. He's going for the third one. He's made the finals 3 times in a row. How are we feeling about Abon's chances?
I mean, 3 events, 3 finals. If you're gonna put money on someone, it's gonna be Aban, right? The consistency that he has shown across 3 events, the Gardevoir mastery. I mean, we were all about the Henry Chow last season. I mean, Aban has accomplished almost what Henry Chow did last season already in 3 events. But over in Jackson's side, he's been rocking this Charizard. He's been very loyal to it for a good while, and accolades going all the way back to the junior division, and with a very recent top 8 at LAIC, he's no stranger to the Masters division at this point.
Yeah, had to take down a good buddy in Rowan Stavino in the top 4 in an epic match that they had there. But it's Jackson who came out on top, and he is continuing to push forward with this Charizard EX deck. It is his pet deck, as you mentioned. We've seen him playing this quite often, and he's been adding a lot of bling to it as he goes along. Today is no different. He will show us all of the rarities you'd love to see.
Oh, he's gonna have a lot of extra income here to really bling out this deck for sure. But yeah, I mean, on paper, of course, Charizard, the dark type Pokemon against the dark weak Jellicent and Gardevoir. You have to give Jackson the advantage. He already beat his good friend Rowan, you mentioned, with the same concept of the deck, not necessarily the same 60, but the same concept. So on the table, the edge is for Charizard, but I'm sure Aban has faced off multiple dark type decks, multiple adversaries that wanted to have an advantage against Gardevoir, yet here he is in the finals. So it'll be interesting to see how he accommodates into this matchup in particular.
Yeah, tables definitely turning, as in top 4, Jackson was worried about TM Devolution, TM Evolution, whatever it may be from the Gardevoir player to press their advantage, then disrupt the other side of the board. Doesn't have to worry about that on this side. There were some changes made from Abon's list. He wanted to include some answers for other matchups. We see the Enamorous now, and a few different changes to the rest of his tool engine with the Turbo Energize as the focus once more. These are tools that aren't as impactful in the Charizard matchup, so look to see Jackson really leaning into those rare candies if he can get that early on.
And confusion, right? We know that Charizard has a hefty retreat cost, but here let's take a look at the prize cards. A copy of Pidgey and a copy of Charmander when you're running these thin lines could be problematic, but that rare candy at the very top could slow down Aban just a little.
Yeah, 2-1-2 Pidgeot line, and we see one piece there, one of the Charmanders as well, so 2 copies of those left to work with. For Abon, not terrible to see those cards, certainly not the pink one, which we know can be pretty important. We'll see what these players have for us as we move forward, but Jackson did win the coin flipped, will go second. I'm sure that means he's looking for a TM Evolution to get the ball rolling.
2 copies of the card to Arvin as well, so it's not the essence of his approach, but definitely a very important and key component, and especially pulling that off before any sort of Jellicent happens, as we see one of Jackson's crucial new inclusions, that Tatsugiri.
Yeah, what a great start here for him. He's got the ideal opener here with Attract Customers as he looks to see what Aban has to start the game off. Going first, it is the Artisan to find a basic Pokemon, and most importantly, check on those prize cards, see what you're working with.
Aban mistakenly dropped a Darkness Energy. I'm sure Jackson is completely surprised by seeing that Dark Energy in his opponent's deck, right?
A shocking revelation to see Monkey Dory may be a problem in this matchup, along with 80% of your matches today.
Now, speaking of Monkey Dory, though, Jackson is not playing Monkey Dory this time around. He's pairing Charizard and Pidgeot with Dusknoir. But the confusion from Mindbend can be an issue from into Charizard, but I think Jackson has the perfect answer to that. He has, number one, a copy of Mist Energy, which outright prevents the Mindbend confusion from happening if it is preemptively attached to any Pokemon that's attacking, usually the Charizard. But he also plays 2 copies of Jet Energy, which synergize perfectly alongside this Tatsugiri, for example. It's on your bench, you Jet Energy the Tatsugiri into the active, confusion is no longer gone, and you get a bonus Attract Customers on top of it. So those 3 key pieces being able to be searched out by Pidgeot's Quick Search, I think the confusion which Aban might try to rely on to slow down the Charizard aggression might be a non-factor because of those 3 energy cards.
Yeah, may see Aban leaning into a more aggressive strategy, trying to get the damage loaded up on the other side as opposed to relying on that confusion, as it's just not as impactful. Similarly, that turn wasn't that great. We saw just the Artisan played, a Ralts played down, no other cards. So it's just that simple deck search, and now all of that pushed over to Jackson's side, where he starts with Buddy Buddy Poffin and Artisan to go along with Attract Customers. This has to end in TM Evolution, you'd have to think.
And I'm seeing Shaman as well as a tech card. We have Klefki, we have Tatsugiri, we have Shaman. We have it all, Kyle. We're ready for every situation here. And, I mean, it's pretty great to see. And Shaman, of course, its main purpose is to stop Wellspring Ogerpon in those Terra Box matches to run you over. But stopping Screamtail from sniping your Pidgey, your Pidgeotto, your Charmeleon can be very important as well. So that extra use of the Shaman could be crucial in this finals match.
Absolutely. When you know that your opponent does not have that boss's orders on the other side that you have to worry about, it really is just that 1 copy of Counter Catcher. And if the prize cards are equal, you are guaranteed safety on the other side of the board so long as that Shaman is waiting on your bench.
There's the Buddy Buddy Puffin for the Pidgey and the Charmander, the pretty ones, of course. So this Attract Customers could be huge.
Yep, still plenty to see here from the hand. Have not seen the Artisan yet, but we do see the Shuffle, so maybe there's a little more to be done with this setup, and I'm sure we could also see that supporter for the turn too. That's always what you're looking for with that Arven, as you see 2 copies of that, but Lily's Determination, also not a bad find.
Right, Iono off the top. We're gonna shuffle, make sure that even if we use it, we do need our deck randomized. What are we planning? Did we have an Arven in hand, Kyle?
I haven't seen it yet, but
might catch it, yeah. Oh, okay. We just have the TM Evo. All right, so we need to hit an energy off this Iono. There are 8 copies. There is 1 fire energy prized. Huge Iono here. Do we see an energy to Technical Machine Evolution? I see it.
Oh, wow. Sure enough. Nice and shiny. Waiting for him, and he's got the supporters to go along with it. Has everything he needs. Doesn't want to overcommit to the board. Just adding 1 more friend, that Shaman. And that also provides a shuffle, and we'll see some evolutions here too.
Yep, all the cards that went to the bottom are now live in the deck as well. Technical Machine Evolution, protection from Shaman from a potential Rare Candy, Gardevoir, crazy turn, discarding energy, sniping your only Charmeleon. Now that is no longer possible. The only Pokemon that can be targeted is in the active spot. And I want to say advantage Jackson at this point.
Absolutely. I don't think you can draw up much of a better turn for Jackson as he's lined up everything he needs. Very simple, but very effective. Over on the Bond side, had the Ultra Ball, discards the Psychic Energy. Great place to see that resource. Now starting to build up a board of his own. We see the Nest Ball with the Ralts, also the Artisan there too. So Monkey Dory was found with Ultra Ball, and should have a little bit more wiggle room there if he chooses, but the hand is pretty low. We'll see if there's a supporter to go along with it.
Now, one interesting approach that a ban has is like, usually you'll see these Gardevoir decks and it's like, oh, well, there's no big attacker, right? There's no big way to dish extra damage to get to that humongous 330 HP from a Charizard. However, there is a possibility to use multiple Monkey Dory along with Mew, right? You can use your opponent's Charizard EX's attack against them, right? If they're too far ahead, they take in 3 prizes, that's 270 damage. Well, guess what? Double Adrenabrain plus copying their attack, you one-hit KO them right back. And I'm sure that's something that Jackson will have in the back of his mind and try to play accordingly.
Yeah, Burning Darkness, always a very important attack to look out for on both sides of the board. Typically, we'll find the knockout regardless on a bond side, but yeah, as you mentioned, you got to look out for those prize cards and look at this.
All right.
You want to start to adjust the board. Use this Iron Bundle, move the Tatsugiri out, and now we see Pidgeotto. And this is a Pidgeotto that has a retreat cost, right? Or is this the other one? I can't tell.
I think this is the one that does.
Yeah,
it does have a retreat.
This is 90 HP with one retreat. So we run into this situation sometimes where you have to worry about if this Pokemon will move or not. Thankfully for Jackson, immediately has the answer. Ultra Ball into the Pidgeot and the Lily's Determination. Doesn't get much better than that.
Yeah, Quick Search is live now. Any card Jackson needs can be found once per turn. That's still pretty good. How many times are you wishing you could just find that one card? Well, guess what? Jackson will be able to do so. And he wants the Charizard. He wants to apply pressure. We won't be seeing any sort of crazy KO on the Kirlia to deny the Gardevoir, but there's no rush, right? You really don't need to rush at this point in time. You can quick search for the Charizard, start applying pressure. You can quick search for the Buddy Puffin. If you want to take it a bit slower, we'll see what Jackson has in store for us. I do like the idea of possibly focusing on having a better board, right? The confusion could be annoying against your lone Charizard EX in play, if that's the route you go. And what better way to start off than going boss KO on a Gardevoir EX perhaps at some point, or chasing down the Monkey Duries to reduce the possibility of confusion being annoying. There's definitely an interesting balance between focusing on setting up versus focusing on just pure aggression. And that quick search on the Buddy Puffin.
Yeah, definitely a nod to that, as we see now. Charizard EX with the energies, but it was the Buddy searched out. So thinking about what you do afterwards in this setup. Yes, you have Jet Energy, Tatsugiri. You can move your Pokemon around and take advantage of these things, but you also want a backup attacker. And there is a chance, too, that you see the rest of this line that we have, the Dusknoir line. It is a smaller line of just a 2-1-1, but every once in a while, you sneak that in, you surprise your opponent, and this is a deck that builds up damage on the other side. Gardevoir, its main focus is Psychic Embrace, adding all this damage on. Sometimes you can use that Dusclops or Dusknoir, take a free prize.
And there's a retreat into the Tatsugiri for the attract customers. So although there's that Jet Energy in hand, we are not going to see any sort of aggression. We're going to try and continue to build up the board, have at least probably a backup Charmeleon. I don't know if Jackson knows that there's no technical machine devolution threat, right? He just played against a Gardevoir Jailsend that did include that. So perhaps by not knowing exactly a band's list, he's playing extra cautious.
Yeah, he did not have much time to research at this point. He knew about a few of the techs after top 4, but ran over to try to see what he could get from that match, and a lot of cards were already played by then. So that is it's something that you run into here. It's not an open deck list format, so both these players still trying to figure out the exact pieces of the puzzle.
And, I mean, this is like a quite high-level play, right? Going into the Tatsugiri instead of just immediately being aggressive, exposing the Charizard with not a great backup plan. But now next turn, we'll be able to threaten with a Charmeleon backup. We'll be able to have perhaps a Dusclops threatening, like a band could try to take it a bit slower, not evolve into the Gardevoir to avoid giving that 2-prize liability to Jackson. But then Jackson could respond with like a Dusknoir Curse Blast here, Boss KO here, and all of a sudden, there's no Gardevoir at all, just by there not being a Ralts at all in play.
Exactly. That's where you need to be as Jackson. You know that your opponent likes to work from behind. They use counter catcher. They don't have boss's orders. So how do you change that? You force them to take the early prize card, or you give them that early prize card with the Dusknoir line. We see upon wants to have a nice full setup. If your opponent is going to give you the time, you may as well take advantage of cards like this brand new Kirlia from Mega Evolution with the call sign, searching out 3 different Pokemon for you.
Wow, Adrenabrain onto the Shaman. If there was a world where we could have 6 damage counters to throw over to the other side, maybe the Duskull could have gotten taken down. Now, Aban, no fear, gets the Gardevoir into play, fully knowing well that there could be a boss KO on the Gardevoir. And the dream turn is Rare Candy Dusknoir, KO the Kirlia, boss KO the Gardevoir, and all of a sudden, Aban is left with very little.
Yeah, and that's not too far out of reach at this point. There is a Pidgeot in play. There is a Tatsugiri that could potentially see the boss's orders. As long as you have at least one of those pieces to go along with it. Okay.
Doesn't even want to look at any other card. He's just going to grab the top card.
I think he found it. That's going to be a pretty solid answer for him here.
All right. We're seeing a quick search for Charmeleon, though, so I don't think we're going to be seeing quite the double knockout, but Jackson's going to be happy. Take the first 2 prize cards. Nothing else on board to threaten him. Backup Charmeleon ready to go in case he needs to evolve into Charizard, retreat out of a confusion, perhaps boss's orders again, the next Gardevoir, which Aban has already in his hand.
He's got Rare Candy Dusknoir
he does
already
have
in
it.
hand.
My gosh, all these pretty looking cards, I can't tell what is what.
He just doesn't need any help. He just searched out a Charmeleon because he had another Rare Candy in hand too. Another Charizard's available whenever he wants. It's just an unbelievable spot to see him in here. He's going to take the Kirlia off the board, split the prize difference, and now he can add another Duskull to this board with Artisan. He's got a KO on the active Gardevoir. It's double monkey and a dream for Aban.
My goodness. I mean, who needs quick search when you just have everything in your hand, right? Like the quick search for Charmeleon is just icing on the cake. See the Super Rod recovering the pieces. We threaten a double knockout yet again. We have quick search for more boss's orders, but there's no Ralts in play. The best a band can hope for is a confusion flip, but with 2 Jet Energy still available and just a simple retreat. I don't know if that's ever going to be enough at this point.
Yeah, this is devastating to see for Aban now as Jackson is taking control of this game. KO on the Gardevoir. Aban does have some pieces of his own. He is down 2 prize cards in this spot. He has no Ralts in play. He does have a Super Rod to start to bring back some of these resources. But how do you find time here? Typically, the answer is Mind Bend. We know that's not a great answer against this deck.
Yeah, when you could just find those Jet Energies at will, it's just not going to be ideal. And then even if you'd use it twice, right? Like, you can Super Rod back energy. You have the backup Charizard. This is not looking great.
Charizard Retreat isn't even that bad at this point.
Yeah, exactly.
There's so many options for Jackson at this spot. And this was something that we were considering too with the math here is as you take the 3 prize cards, just 1 more Dusknoir, 1 more boss, Pheasantipity could be game-ending next turn for Jackson.
100%. Yeah, we're going to see the Mind Bend or we're going to see a Turbo Energize. I'm not sure how much that would accomplish. The Bravery Charm, if another Curse Blast gets utilized, would put the Pheasantipity out of range. However, we still have the Maximum Belt, which usually doesn't come into play into this Gardevoir matchup because Charizard just looks at any Pokemon and it immediately gets KO'd. However, Pheasantipity could survive unless we see the Maximum Belt on the Charizard.
Great points, yes. The Bravery Charm does add some extra hit points. The prize cards are not where Aban needs them to be, but that is beneficial for Burning Darkness, and this is a Mind Bend into a deck that loves to see this. Plenty of ways to adjust for this, but maybe you force your opponent to avoid KOing the Ralts, but I mean, at this point, if you have the boss and you can go after the Fez, if you have all the pieces, this could be game closing.
I mean, we have Charizard and we have quick search for boss, right? We go after the Ralts, perhaps.
All right, we'll see if the pieces are there. There's only 1 fire energy when searching out with the Charizard. If there's a fire in hand, though, then you're okay with the retreat. And there is the pieces. The Arvin searches out the Rare Candy and the Maximum Belt. Rare Candy for the Dusknoir. There should be a follow-up Charizard along with the Maximum Belt with this Pidgeot search now. I think he's found all the pieces to close this thing out.
But we played Harvin. How are we bringing that
right. How do you move the Fez? Yeah,
up?
You're right.
Yeah. Okay, we're just going to retreat. We're going to pay the retreat cost. We're going to Super Rod. We're going to Rare Candy, Dusknoir, KO the Ralts, and just attack, KO the Monkey Dory, leave ourselves with a Charizard with 2, a Charizard with 1, and all we need is a Fire Energy to close out the game.
So not a game ending, but certainly demanding an answer at this point. And without a Ralt, a couple of Pheasantipity, or a couple of a Fez and a Screamtail, you're just not going to get the job done.
There's a Fire Energy in hand, Kyle. This is basically checkmate, right? Like 2 Charizards powered up, Quick Search available, Jet Energies available. You just need to retreat even if an Iono counter catcher play happens. There's the 2 energies. What do you do in this spot? How do you deal with this? Yes, your opponent, you've taken 2 prizes, but just out of the graciousness of your opponent.
Jackson has taken all the prize cards of this game, throws down the max belt on the Pidgeot of all places. He has the knockout that he needs, down to 1 prize card remaining, and he has flown through this game in a commanding presence.
Yep, I mean, with Quick Search available, 2 copies of Boss's Orders, 1 has been played, the other one is not prized. The last prize card is an Ultra Ball, so we know that this is game on the board. Jackson could have a negative hand size, and he would have it, and there we go. Aban scoops and sends us into game 2.
Yeah, what a game here. That was a masterclass from Jackson Ford. Had everything rolling his way. You play all of the little tech cards for a reason, and they really did shine there. We saw Tatsukiri moving through. We saw really perfectly timed Super Rod into the Dusknoir line that he put some time in with the 2-1-1 line. It's just so many things to consider as you build out your 60-card deck list. And on the other side, Forban just does not have some of the tools that are really impactful here. We saw the Turbo Energize that was flashed at the end. Maybe that gave Jackson all the confidence he needed.
That Tatsugiri, Boss's Orders, first card off the top. Amazing to see. Let's take a look at the replay of what happened in this game 1, which was, I mean, one-sided doesn't do it justice, honestly.
Yeah, this was a commanding presence from Jackson. He set up perfectly, had everything he needed. Tatsugiri, along with the Pidgeot, very early setup, and this was a devastating turn. The Kirlia KO'd by the Dusknoir, the Gardevoir knocked out by the Charizard. Had an embarrassment of riches here at the tail end and did use another Dusknoir here. Naban knew the writing was on the wall. It's time to move to game 2. Still plenty of time left in this finals. He's going to give it a shot this time.
Oh, for sure. And I think a big difference between being under item lock and not being under item lock, right? You were watching the top 4 of Jackson versus Rowan. The confusion with a potential item lock starts slowing things down. Jellicent denying all the item cards, especially Technical Machine Evolution. If that doesn't happen early on, that can cause a lot of problems for Charizard. But when there's no item lock and all you need to worry about is confusion sometimes, and you get to take out all of your opponent's Gardevoir options, I mean, Monkey Dory is good, but it's not that good.
Right. There's just only so much that you can do, and Aban was not teching for this matchup when he made this deck list. He has so many great cards that got him to this finals, but now he has to rely on his skill to get him through this match. He's got what it takes. He's been to this table so many times. He can go second in this matchup now. We'll see what the prize cards have for us as we go into game number 2.
Aban choosing to go second. Klefki start for Jackson, combined with the Body Puffin. So off to the races here. If you have a decent follow-up, this could be bad. Klefki not really stopping anything relevant at this point over on Aban's side. There's not like a lot of damage in play, and denying a Drainer becomes relevant this early on. But, I mean, you never know when it could come back later down the line.
Yeah, this has been a nice tech inclusion for a lot of different matchups. You have that Jet Energy, bring this Pokemon up, and then maybe surprise the Psyduck with your Dusknoir, and it's not going to be as relevant. Maybe would have wanted to start that other Pokemon in the prize cards there, that Tatsugiri once more. But the rest of these prize cards, certainly manageable. Boss's Orders near the bottom will be very helpful for chasing down some of those Gardevoir pieces later on.
Yeah, I would say that's the key piece right here, and it being at the bottom. It's very crucial. Otherwise, knocking out the first Gardevoir becomes relatively simple. Knocking out the following Gardevoirs. Of course, Jackson is playing a few copies of Counter Catcher, but Gardevoir is not known for its early aggression, right? Gardevoir is very unlikely to be the deck that gets very far ahead. Maybe in the beginning, takes the first prize card, but as the game progresses, those Counter Catchers will not be very useful for Jackson. and therefore it's all about the boss's order. So he's very fortunate that it's at the very bottom.
Yeah, very, very often when you use the Dusknoir, it's not to leave damage on board and go down in prize cards. You're typically matching in this matchup. You don't leave damage on the other side. So we won't see the counter catcher very often. It is the Buddy Puff, and he's loaded up with the Pidgey and the Charmander now. And see what else there is to work with.
Maybe there's something else. We are seeing that very thorough shuffle. Maybe there's something else to be done here. We know there's no access to Tatsugiri. We cannot play a supporter just yet. So it could just be a thorough shuffle to make sure that everything is ready to go after that, after we fanned out everything to price check.
Yeah, not much else left to do here. Fire Energy to the Klefki, pass over the turn, and you have what you need as you do have a chance to evolve these Pokemon later on. What does Aban have to work with? He's going to download all that information and see, oh boy, you've got Arven, yeah. But I don't know if you're going to love that when you go into your deck search.
Yep, the pink card not being available is huge. I mean, do you ever... I know he's considering the Lily over the Arven, so...
Yeah.
I mean, there's no way he knows that the secret box is priced at this point, but maybe he knows there's a 10% chance of it being priced, and he's just like, nah, there's no need to risk that. I mean, there's no technical machine evolution, so that takes away from the viability of Secret Box early on in this particular Gardevoir build.
Yeah, now think of the opportunity to use Turbo Energize to load up on those Dark Energies, have the Monkey Dories. So not unlikely. It's so unlikely at this point not seeing the Arven. It is Lily's determination looking for a singular copy of Turbo Energize as the Secret Box and the other Turbo are in the prize cards.
Yeah, so... very unlikely. Very good call there by Aban. But now we have 2 Ralts, and we're going to collect for an extra card. And nothing else found. Not a single playable card in that hand, Kyle.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing. And this is a rare candy pitch out. There's an Ultra Ball in hand. Charizard is absolutely flying at this point. Arven to go along with this. If there was a Duskull in play, the game could have potentially been over. This is unreal from Jackson.
Wow, what a start right now. I mean, we could get that rare candy Charizard and start the aggression. It seems like that's going to be the case. I was thinking maybe he would consider perhaps going for the technical machine evolution, take it slow just as he did the previous turn, but maybe he's looking at a banned side of the field. He Lilied for 8 and played 0 cards, 1 Ralts in play. He's probably going for the goal now.
Yeah, you know, all of those cards start to smell like money, and he's looking at a little more on the other side of the table now as he's got rare candy Charizard, quick search to go along with this. He's going to load up a little safety measure here with another Charmander and a Duskull. This could lead to a lot on the next turn. A Dusknoir, even a Dusclops, any of these pieces here could be great, but this Charizard KO onto the Ralts means Aban is on his back foot.
It's crazy that he's pulling this off without Quick Search, right? Like, Quick Search is the extra piece. It's the Quick Search for the extra card that he needs to make sure that his board is even more ready for next turn. He's not needing to Quick Search for the crucial card to pull off these big card combos as he hits the Tatsugiri.
Could you imagine if it hit the boss's orders to go along with it?
That would have been crazy, Kyle.
Yeah, well, he might not be too far off. If Rare Candy Dusknoir hits the board, that is the prize card he'll probably take. And that could lead to some crazy plays. Aban needs to think of everything at this spot. Yeah, he's going to have a good time with it, but, you know, deep down, he's thinking, I wish I had that Pidgeot.
Yeah, I mean, he does have rare candy Gardevoir right now. He has a rare candy in hand. He has an Ultra Ball as well available. So that's pretty good as a way to, like, Mind Bend, I guess. But if Mind Bend is your crucial strategy, it's just not great. And I'm not entirely sure, but I think I saw a Jet Energy already in Jackson's hand.
Okay, so he's prepared if that is the play. Maybe Aban needs to switch gears. We know the Enamorus is a card that is teched into this deck, and there are some Psychic Pokemon on the other side of the board with the Klefki and Duskull. Perhaps he used that to soften up the Charizard. Maybe work in a 2-hit KO at this point, but it feels dangerous to play down Gardevoir and not be removing Charizard.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, you need to confuse it, make sure that it's difficult for it to attack. You still have the Mew strategy, right? If Jackson gets too far ahead at some point, UEX can get a return KO. But if you're even if you're taking down one Charizard, if you have the other one available, then it's just not great as we see the Rare Candy Gardevoir into a Lily. Hopefully a better one than the previous. Could you imagine not getting any basic Pokemon?
Well, yeah, it would look very quickly like a reward presence there. We'd just be handing out the trophy here.
Yeah.
Lily's determination now sees 8 cards, needs to find some help. I mean, there's so much there. The Artisan, the Nest Balls, anything to get some more Pokemon.
Now, this is a duel between the two titans of the Scarlet and Violet era, right? Gardevoir has dominated for so long. Charizard was dominant for so long as well. But it seems like, I mean, big advantage over on Charizard's side as we see Aban try to figure out what he needs to do for his turn.
I mean, there's not much of a better hand than this. Has Earthen Vessel, can find the Dark Energy if you want to start to move some damage around with Monkey Dory. Monkey Dory can be found by way of the Ultra Ball that we see in the hand. So there's a few different ways to go about this. And there is that copy of Mew EX to go along with this too. So would have the backup answer. And maybe you could have that Pokemon along with the Gardevoir both set up so that only one is removed at the same at one time.
However, seems like we're going to go for the Screamtail, going for that Roaring Scream, perhaps on the Duskull to slow down this huge aggression. I mean, Jackson now has a 2-card hand, not a 7-8 card hand like he had before, right? But every time he's had everything he needs. So perhaps Aban just trying to make sure that he has at least a Ralts next turn.
Oh boy, that's a lot onto the Screamtail, but I suppose being 10 damage short and being 50 damage short are the same thing. And if you can remove the Duskull, well, it's actually not going to be. This is a little risky here. We know that one Dusclops means that Pokemon is removed from play, and then Charizard might have a shot at the Gardevoir. If the right prize card's taken, boss's orders.
Yeah.
I mean, does Jackson say 1 in 5? Let's go for it?
Or do you just quick search for the boss straight up and take down the Gardevoir yourself? I mean, going for the Dusclops KO here is a way to protect your Pidgeot, right? Your Pidgeot is really threatened. Did see the quick search. I'm not sure what was grabbed. I couldn't quite tell. I think KOing the Screamtail is in Jackson's best interest. And I think Aban recognizes that if he's going to win this game, he needs to get rid of the Pidgeot and then hope for some good Mind Bend, Confusion, coin flips after a solid Iono or something along those lines. Yeah, It was a quick search boss.
Yep. Safety first. Just remove the biggest issue here, which is the Gardevoir. That Pokemon no longer to be worried about. Boss's orders will be found from the prize card. Screamtail still threatening on the Pidgeot, but Jackson might be okay from this point. It really comes down to if Bond has the Iono right here, right now, in combination with the removal of Pidgeot.
I don't think I saw an Iono in the hand. I saw a Lily. I saw a Night Stretcher.
You know what that means?
Yep.
Thin this hand down, Mew, and pray.
We'll have to see if the Hero Mew can get us that one copy of Iono. There are 4 in the deck. There aren't any prized. I don't think any have been utilized so far, if I'm not mistaken.
Haven't seen it yet. Just can thin this hand down to 1 and hold the Lily's determination, but he's going to risk it and let the hand stay.
I think this is Keen, Kyle.
Oh, boy.
Jackson got the boss off the prize cards. There's a 2-prize liability right here. If we quick search for Dusclops, KO the Screamtail, and then boss the Mew, that's the 3 prizes to close out the game. So Aban needs to stop this with like a Rare Candy Gardevoir into a Mind Bend, and that means the Pidgeot survives.
Yep, even with the prize cards taken from the Pidgeot and a Bravery Charm, Mew would still not withstand any of these attacks. It's being knocked out well out of its range.
Yeah.
What can be found here with the 8 cards?
Oh my gosh, that's a lot of energy on Monkey Dory, sure, but not much else.
Okay,
this
wants to use the Bravery Charm to withstand the Dusclops.
So now we need Rare Candy Dusknoir if we want to finish the game next turn. So way less likely now, for sure.
Pidgeot is no longer there, as it should be the likely target, and that means finding that combination very unlikely, but still advantage Jackson at this point. He could go down to 1 prize whenever he sees fit.
1 Kirlia in the deck list, and it is prized here for Aban. So really relying on Rare Candy. Couldn't quick search. Ultra Ball for the Kirlia here to threaten Gardevoir next turn. It's going to be all on flip the script. I mean, Pidgeot going down, your opponent having a low card hand is pretty great, right? Jackson's board is definitely a lot weaker or less developed than before. Yeah, we'll have to see how he goes about this.
Yep, we see the Gardevoir, no rare candy just yet, but does have a threatening board presence with the Screamtail. Can move a little bit of this damage before taking the KO onto the Pidgeot and soften up.
Yep, just one damage counter. You can see how like every single damage counter matters, right? As we see the Roaring Scream onto the Pidgeot. Secret box found. That's a pretty huge prize to find.
Yeah, that lines up with more Gardevoir shenanigans here, and Jackson does have the boss. He could go after that prize card on the Fez or the Mew, remove that threat, go down to one prize remaining, but is that really where you want to be? The Iono is also fairly tempting.
Yep, the Iono can be very good. Aben has accumulated a bunch of cards. We see the boss onto the Mew.
Okay, and this is a nod to the fact that Mew is a very great attacker in this late game. Going down to one prize card remaining, Burning Darkness, return KOs is not something you'd love to see. So give your opponent the Fez draws. There's a ton of resources here. Guaranteed Gardevoir to come out of this alongside likely Iono. This could be a big turn for Aban here.
This has to be the Mind Bend turn though, right? Like if you don't Mind Bend, Burning Darkness gets announced and anything gets KO'd at this point. So, and there's no way to one-hit KO the Charizard EX. There's no technical machine devolution. There's nothing to deal with it. So this game could come down to a coin flip, but Jackson has such a huge advantage that it probably has... yeah, you're right. I guess Mew EX could be the way to KO the Charizard at this point.
Burning Darkness is in perfect range at this point. However, that Pokemon was just KO'd. Have to see the Night Stretcher found, and potentially that is something that could be searched out at this point to bring that Pokemon back in and use it as a closeout attacker. I mean, there's not a lot left for Jackson at this point. He did really commit to that early board to try to get down to just one prize remaining.
There's two Night Stretcher in the list, Kyle. One was used to recover a Ralt, and the other is prized. So Aban cannot recover the Mew EX with those. He needs Super Rod, of course, but he can't grab two item cards from the secret box. If he wants Gardevoir, he needs the rare candy, so he's going to have to hit Super Rod off of the Iono plus Serendipity draw, which I don't know if it has been utilized already or not, but yeah. It's going to be Super Rod, and then a way to find a Mew.
He really wants to grab that Super Rod. It just keeps bringing it over to the top, but it's not going to work out this time around. Has the 4 selectable cards.
Yeah, can't grab 2 items.
Needs to take a risk. You have the Gardevoir. That seems like something you probably need, as you don't set up your Mew any other way.
Yeah.
But after this, you need to use Iono. You need to build this hand back up, and I'm worried about this. I don't know if you can get there with the way these cards have played out. I mean, there is the Nest Ball now. It's actually going to use that resource here, but I'm sure you wouldn't have seen that card, as Iono means it's not going to be available.
And I mean, Aban recognizes, even if I find Super Rod, there's no way to search for the Mew after I recover it. So the Mew play was never live at this point in time, even though, yes, you can use it. You just don't have the cards. That's why we saw the Fast Draw. If you found either Super Rod or Rare Candy, you could get the other one, the missing piece with Secret Box. But it's just going to be an Iono. It's going to be a Mind Bend to try to bring this game to a 50-50.
Okay, if the cards don't work out for Jackson, there's always that chance to flip the coin, try to win the game outright, and become the champion. We will see the Monkey Dory promoted to the active. There are some cards to look out for on Jackson's side. If he could find Rare Candy Charizard, we'd see him be the winner. If we see the Jet Energy, that would mean that he wins this game as well. He has a few other ways to do this. Rare Candy into Dusknoir could get the job done. What does he have off of this one card and the top deck?
Oh my gosh, Aban KO'd the Charmander. He could have tried that earlier and tried to hit the Night Stretcher from the prize cards before he committed to the secret box or before he committed the bench. Oh, never mind. He needed the second Monkey Dory to pull that off. Never mind. That was actually not possible. See the Mind Bend. We see the confusion. Arvin and Buddy Puffin found for Jackson.
Okay, Arvin is to see some resources, and none of them exactly what you need at this point. You can't search out that special energy that would seal the game for you. Instead, it's going to get some information and to maybe take account of what his odds are here. I see 50-50, but maybe he can make it a little better with retreating and slowing down.
Going into a Tatsugiri, right? Trying to find supporter for later. We see an Ultra Ball. Interestingly enough, he did find Buddy Puffin as the other card. Now that Maximum Belt will definitely be getting discarded right here. Could we see Ultra Ball into Fez? Jet Energy is game.
Yes, and he's thinned down very well. Fezandipity, flip the script. We've seen this ability win so many games, so many matches for players. Is this the time now for Jackson? He has the Charizard, he needs the technology. He has 2 Jet Energy that could get the job done for him. Rare Candy into Dusknoir would also do this. He's got 3 cards in a dream.
3 cards off the top, and none of them found. Countercatcher Lily.
Okay, he's grabbing the die. He's going for it, and it is a head.
There it is.
He's
There's
got
the head flip.
Burning Darkness taking down the Monkey Dory, and Jackson Ford is your champion.
Very well done by Jackson, trying to maximize his chances of avoiding the coin flip, but then in the end, I mean, I would say it was higher than 50-50, right? It's either find Candy, Dusknoir, or Jet, or flip heads. The chances of that are slightly higher than 50-50. Very well done. Congratulations, Jackson.
He got the job done. It was a very similar story for him in the top 4. Sometimes you just have to have it in you. Go for it all. Flip the die, and he found what he needed. This is how we see Jackson Ford become a champion. It starts all here in game number 1.
I mean, Aban did everything to try to come back, right? After that dominant game 1 where Kirlia and Gardevoir got knocked out in the same turn, Jackson just had everything in hand, created a checkmate scenario where there was no way he couldn't win next turn, nothing relying on coin flip. And then on the second game, Rare Candy Pidgeot, Rare Candy Charizard, Aggression, perfectly well done. And I mean, the prizes even helped him, that extra boss's orders, taking down the Gardevoir. Aban tried his best to make this comeback. He almost had it, I feel.
Yeah.
If that was a tails flip, then we could be talking about a completely different game.
Absolutely, and that's what you need to do as a great player. You see the percentages and you start to slowly flip them in your favor. Cards could have gone Iban's way. At any point in time, the prize cards were really against him there. The Night Stretcher couldn't be found, and the Mew play wasn't available for him. And here we go. Got a little nervous with which die it was, but I was tracking, and it was a heads. Jackson Ford finds the answer, and that is the look of disbelief, excitement, every emotion you can believe, and this is a well-earned win for this young man.
I agree. At first, I also couldn't believe it myself, especially with the 2 die clashing against each other. But yes, it was a head slip, and Jackson ends up winning a match that is probably quite favored for him, right? But I would have loved to have us go to a game 3 after Aban pulling an unlikely comeback.
Yeah, there was so much that went into that, and what a great match we had. Let's take a look at all of our players that made it into our top 8 here. This list is unbelievable. You couldn't have picked a better 8 out of the bunch here. And sure enough, it was Jackson Ford on top with the Charizard EX.
Yep, Aban coming in second in his 3rd finals in a row, winning the first one, 2nd place in the other 2 against these pesky dark decks that keep getting in his way. Then we had Rowan and Hale in top 4. Brandon, Sander, Ian, and Tord. International champions, regional champions, world champions. We had it all in this top 8.
Yeah, 3 Gardevoir, 3 Mega Absol, a Marnie's Grimmsnarl, and a Charizard. And sure enough, Charizard wins the brawl and comes out on top. And that moves us into our Phase 2 deck analysis, where we see there is so many great decks to use in this format right now. I am so excited for the future of this game under Mega Evolution. It looks like we are in for an absolute treat.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of decks got a very big upgrade with that Lily's Determination. Lunatonal Solrock didn't make the top 8 appearance that we all expected them to do, but in terms of popularity, so many trainers are believing in Cyril Edge, in Goldengo, thanks to that new Lunatonal Solrock engine to get them the cards they need.
Yeah, love to see all of this variety. So many players excited to bring their deck to the tournament, see what will win. We like to see which card will win the tournament. We take a guess every once in a while. We end up on top. Frillish was not in the Guardy that made the finals, so I'm a little upset about that. But Psyduck is pretty much all over those Mega Absol decks.
Except in the finals, right? None of us got a card in the finals, other than Juancho with Lily, which is like cheating. Yeah, like Juancho got eliminated for cheating, but everyone else, we were a little off the mark, right? I was definitely off the mark with Mega Lucario. Like, that was not the Mega for the weekend.
You know, Juancho drew the rules himself and said that as long as the Iono count was higher or lower, then he would win. But then he said that he wins the tiebreaker, which is just false. We did see an end Zoroark that was doing fairly well in the tournament. I believe it was close to that top 16 range, maybe fell just short. And you had the Sarah Edge idea. We saw a lot of great trainers on that deck. Mega Lucario, though, didn't show up as we thought.
Now, we are almost done with the Milwaukee Regional Championships, but there's still a lot of Pokemon to play for. We have Las Vegas coming up in the North American circuit, leading us into the first international championship in Sao Paulo. And of course, a lot of tournaments yet to be announced as well, leading into the World Championships.
That's right, North American trainers, you've got 1 month to figure out what you want to play. So much to look forward to as we move forward to Las Vegas. And then that very next week, go ahead, book another flight, go to Sao Paulo, and we'll see you there. It should be an incredible time. And this all leads to the culmination of the World Championships in San Francisco. We're so excited to fill an arena and see what Pokemon can do.
And before Las Vegas, though, we do have a major tournament over in Europe, in Lille, France, coming up October 25th and October 26th. That's not too far away. That's less than a month away from Las Vegas, and it's sure to bring in a lot of mega action.
Yeah, this is going to be great, and we are very excited to join Las Vegas, Nevada, and see what we do here in this incredible city. Maybe we'll be playing in the Sphere one day, but for now, I'm very excited to fill the convention hall and see how many Pokemon players come and attend and bring some of these incredible Mega decks that we've seen. Maybe it'll be a lot more Mega Absol. They've got more than 3 days to prepare this time.
Yeah, and I mean, we have a bunch of new decks. We have a newly, if you will, established metagame from this weekend. A lot of trainers will be looking at the decks from Milwaukee, and they will either be utilizing these strategies that were so successful, or we'll be saying, okay, Gardevoir still at the top. There's a lot of dark decks over here. Perhaps there's some room for fighting type decks to counter that Mega Kangaskhan. There's some room for Mega Venusaur, counter the Grassweek, Charizard. I don't know. We'll have to see what our trainers come up with for next time.
Yeah, there's a lot of tricks that these players can play on us, but we have a treat for you. We're going to take it to the lounge and see what we got.
Thanks, Kyle. Juancho Saldana here, and I'm joined by Chip Ritchie and Azul. We're going to have a little mini competition after the big competition, right?
This is what's more important here. This is why I came here this weekend.
Who needs to be the regional champion when you can be the Pumpkin King, right? Yeah. That's what we're fighting for?
That sounds about right to me.
All right, so yes, a lot of our casters, all of the TCG casters actually did work on a couple of pumpkins backstage. You know, it is the spooky season. We carved some up. So just to showcase a bit, yeah, you guys will have a chance to vote for these at home, vote for your favorite ones, but...
An annual tradition for us. Every October regionals, we tend to do this, have a little bit of fun. I do think...
Someone got a little bit confused, I think, with the assignment.
Yeah, definitely an interesting take there on that one.
Someone chose to carve the ugliest side of the pumpkin they could pick with this one.
I don't even know who that Pokemon is. Who's that Pokemon?
That one right there? That looks like a Fuecoco to me.
But yeah, all of us worked pretty hard on carving these pumpkins. It was hard to keep track of all these exciting games.
I think it's obvious one person did not work that hard.
I'm trying not to pull attention to that one, Chip.
A little bit more effort than some of the rest, for sure. Or less effort, I should say.
No, but yeah, I mean, you guys have a chance to vote for these at home. I'm curious to see who'd win. But, most importantly, though, this tournament, I want to see the winners for this. I believe we have a juniors and seniors winners announcement, though. Let's go ahead and check that out. Ladies and gentlemen, we are live here at the Milwaukee Regional Championships. We're right behind me. The finals of the junior division for the TCG is happening right now. And of course, we have Carson Turner versus Arissa Wong. Both these players find themselves in the finals for the first time. So no matter what, we are crowning a first-time regional champion. Carson Turner is playing the Walzek with Crussell. Carson is on his second competitive year. This is his first top 8 appearance. Carson play tests a lot after school with the best testing partner, his very own dad. Carson looks up to Tord Rekleb and was able to get the seal of approval on his deck on the day of the Milwaukee Regional Championships, giving him the confidence to make it here all the way to the finals. Carson has played this deck to multiple regional championships and is very confident, was looking to only avoid Gardevoir and Crussell, and is very confident in the Charizard matchup. His opponent, though, Arissa Wong, third-year competitive junior, has found herself here in the finals. First time in the finals, but has made top 8 at EUIC, top 4 at last season's Milwaukee, and is playing Charizard Dragon Ball. Very, very powerful deck. Arissa Wong owes her success to multiple coaches, Jackson Ford and Mark DeZone. Also tests a lot with her dad as well as the local game shop. Tests at least 4 times a week, as well as supported by friends Annabelle Ono and Zelda. Arissa Wong, although is concerned about the matchup, does have a game plan specifically for Walls. But we're going to have to see which junior comes out on top in just a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to announce to you your Milwaukee Regional Champion in the junior division, Arissa Wong. Oh, Arissa, my bad. One more take. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to announce to you our Milwaukee Regional Champion in the junior division, Arissa Wong. Arissa, how are you feeling? You're champion.
It's feeling great to be champion.
You excited? Did all the hard work pay off? All the training?
Yeah, all of the hard work that I've been doing, all turned out great.
Amazing stuff, amazing stuff. It sounded like you had a very interesting final match. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Well, first game, he thought I didn't play any Dragapult, so I just benched a bunch of Cornerstones, and I used Dragapult to KO them. Second game, give me a second.
Yeah, no worries.
Oh yeah, he used my Lodic, and I couldn't fight back, so he KO'd all of my Pokemon, and I couldn't do anything. We had to go to third game. Third game, he was actually going to win if he hadn't prized both energies or water energies, but he did, and I just spammed Dragon Headbutt from Draklope and won the game.
There we go. A little bit of combination of luck and skill, definitely leading your way here to become regional champion. With that, now that you're a champion, what advice would you give to other kids aspiring to win a tournament like you?
I would give advice to see more turns ahead, see if they're gonna Iono, see if they're gonna Crispin.
Yeah, that's great advice. Definitely you want to be able to look ahead. Definitely work on your game knowledge, game skill. Great advice. Anyone you want to shout out before I do let you go?
Shout out to my dad. He's always been around me and making me feel better even if I'm down. And also shout out to the Jackson Ford, who's been always around me, coaching me, making me better as a Pokemon player. And lastly, or next, is Mark DeZone. He's always been making me feel more confident and making me feel like I can do it. And last of all, my friends Zelda and Annabelle. Zelda gave me this cute Pikachu, and it's so cute, and it gave me the luck to beat the kid. Annabelle also gave me a positive potato to go through ASIM.
Great to hear. We hear so much about the positive potato. With that, thank you so much again, ladies and gentlemen. Arissa Wong, your Milwaukee Regional Champion. With that, there's still more regional champions to crown, so we'll go back to more Pokemon action. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Milwaukee Regional Championship. Right behind me, the finals of the senior division. And of course, it is going to be Elliot McQuail versus Eric Brown. Both players trying to find their first regional championship win in the senior division. Of course, we have Elliot McQuail playing Gardevoir EX. This is his first time in Top Cut, has been playing the game for 8 years, so is finding that first win as well. Decided to play Gardevoir on a whim. Pulled 2 Gardevoir EXs out of a box over 2 years ago, and has not looked back since. Is inspired by one of the best Gardevoir players out there, Henry Chow. Henry mentioned that Gardevoir was the best deck to practice, and that's exactly what Elliot decided to do. His whole family is here to support him. It's the first time his family is here at a regional championship, so he's definitely inspired to win. His opponent, Eric Brown, is playing the Mega Kangaskhan Bouffalant. Very interesting deck. New deck in the format, has been playing for 3 years now. Is the Vancouver Regional Champion as well as top 16 in Honolulu back when he was a junior. But in the senior division, made top 8 in Milwaukee just last season. His friends Lucas Z and G definitely helped him out to make this Mega Kangaskhan Bouffalant deck, but is also supported by his coach, Owen Dalgard. And although Owen didn't quite believe in the Mega Kangaskhan, Eric definitely did and finds himself here in the finals of the Milwaukee Regional Championships. He is undefeated against Gardevoir and is definitely confident in the matchup.
Mic test.
But we're gonna have to wait and see on which one of these seniors will come out on top. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to announce to you the Milwaukee Regional Champion for the senior division, Elliot McQuail. Elliot, you're a regional champion. How are you feeling right now?
It's a little surreal. I think I'm still a little bit numb to it. Haven't really started cheering or going crazy. I don't have my prizing. I just got the medal. So still hasn't quite sunk in, but it feels really good. And it was definitely an exciting tournament.
Sure it is. I'm sure it is. Let's talk about that final match, though. Any exciting moments, anything you want to talk about?
So I played against Mega Kangaskhan, and there was a really important flip with a Mind Bend on his active, and it was Tails, which was wonderful. And there was another Tails that stopped him from killing my active Gardevoir. So those were 2 really big coin flips. And then at the end of game 2, I ended up just having the perfect board of 4 Monkey, 4 Dark, 2 Guardies. And from there, I was able to kill his Bouffalants and just knock out his Kangaskans without any problem. So went really well.
A little bit of mix of luck and just perfect setup there. 4 Monkey Dories. I don't remember last time I've seen Gardevoir with 4 monkeys. That's very, very terrifying. That's for sure. But again, huge congratulations. Gardevoir EX, one of the harder decks to pilot, that's for sure. Again, now that you're regional champion, though, any advice you want to give to the aspiring champions out there?
Related to this tournament, make sure your deck list is correct. I had to find a Fluttermane from Prismatic instead of Temporal Forces the morning of, so that was pretty annoying. But other than that, just on deck selection and practice, it's really good if you find a deck, play it a lot, and have a ton of experience with it. I went into this event with almost no preparation on Gardevoir, but I've been playing the deck for 3 years, and so I was able to pilot it really confidently. And then if you do have a ton of time to prep for an event like I didn't, don't be afraid to switch to a deck that you think is much better, as long as you have the time to sort of get familiar with it. And then also have friends. I definitely wouldn't have figured out how to navigate the Kangaskhan matchup on my own. I hit it in the win into the top 8 as well, and just asked around, got the help that I needed. And everybody's really supportive. Everybody will tell you the answers that you need to know.
Friendship is power, after all. With that, anyone you want to shout out before I do let you go?
I'll shout out Alex Betzner, who I played in my top 8 match, lives 4 blocks away from me. Thanks for bricking really hard. That put me where I am right now. Shout out to Adrian and Alex, who quit for grade 12, but they're sort of close idols, I guess. They've done pretty good at Pokemon tournaments before and are on the local scene. Shout out to the entire Atlas Locals crowd in Kitchener-Waterloo. And yeah, shout out to Rowan and Jackson and Raymond for being sort of local players that I look up to and really, I don't know, I want to
sort of be them. Rowan, world champion. Jackson dominated Canadian juniors. Raymond, regional champion. But yeah, big thanks to just everybody who's been sort of with me on this journey. Harry and Daniel for the Pittsburgh list. Everybody that's helped me along my way.
That is indeed quite a lot of friends. But again, it takes a village almost, but amazing stuff, Elliot. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, your Milwaukee Regional Champion, Elliot McQuail. Amazing stuff. With that, just the Masters. We're going to have to see who wins that. But for now, we're going to throw it back to more Pokemon action. We're not going to have to wait too long to find out who won the Masters division. Actually, we do know. But first, right now, we're going to crown our 3-time Pumpkin competition winner. Back to back to back. Kyle Sablehouse. He's right there. Yes. No one clap. It's fine. All right, back to the real competition. Congratulations, though, Kyle. But ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to announce the finalist here at the Milwaukee Regional Champion, once again, Aban Ahmed! Aban! Finals again! 3 times back-to-back in a row now. This is a generational run. Once in a lifetime, some would say. How are you feeling?
I don't think it's gonna happen once in a lifetime. I'll do it again. But I don't know. It's stung way less when I lost to Liam because, I mean, Liam and I have been friends forever. I mean, obviously I have known Jax for a long time, but it's a little different. I feel a little bad, but it's okay.
No, for sure. But I mean, great accomplishment. I'm sure, yeah, you'll do it again. I believe in you, Aban. Anyone you want to shout out, though, before I let you go?
Oh my God, there's like too many people to name. Obviously I have to shout out Tabletop Village. Those are my guys. Thank you, Brian, for everything. Shout out Henry for all the lists. Shout out the whole super group. I'll also shout out Jishan for housing me and driving me up every morning. So.
Amazing stuff. Again, once again, our finalist, Aban Ahmed. But of course, your Milwaukee Regional Champion, Jackson Ford. Congratulations. Jackson Ford, ladies and gentlemen. What a run. Charizard EX. Just let me know how you're feeling right now.
It definitely has not sunk in yet, but I mean, really, really excited. This has been a long time coming. Andrew Estrada once said that I was the last Canadian that needed a win, so I'm happy to get one in the books.
I'm glad we completed that, that's for sure. Charizard EX, this is a deck that, you know, hasn't quite gotten that big win. I mean, just because of Dragapult, because of Badoo. Tell us about why we decided to bring it here today, though.
I mean, I think Charizard's an okay deck, but I honestly just really like Charizard. I've been playing Charizard for about a year now, and this was the first tournament where it actually felt like it was positioned pretty well. And, you know, it doesn't have to be the best deck in the game as long as it's something you enjoy.
Amazing stuff, amazing stuff. With that, now that you're regional champion, what advice would you give, though, to any aspiring champion out there?
I mean, Pokemon's a lot of hard work. Just like anything in life, if you want to be really good at something, you have to put a ton of time into it. So, I mean, I've put a ton of time into Pokemon and Charizard, but, I mean, you got to be willing to put in the reps and also learn from your mistakes.
Definitely, definitely. And last but not least, anyone you want to shout out?
Yeah, absolutely. I got a crowd out here. I got Nathan, Rowan, and AJ. Thank you for watching. Those are my boys, rooming with them this weekend. And also everyone in the crowd. I have a few people that I work with, a few friends as well. I mean, people that I work with are also friends. But everyone there, and then at home, my family and my girlfriend who's watching from home, and her entire family. They're taking some time out of their Canadian Thanksgiving dinner to watch. So I appreciate the support. Thank you for that. And also shout out to Arissa Wong in juniors, my student, for winning in juniors. That's huge. And we actually had the full Canadian sweep this weekend. We won in seniors as well. So, you know, it's I think the first time that we've done that at an American Regionals. So I'm very, very happy for that. And then last but not least, shameless plugs. The Wonder Tag podcast will be having an episode on Friday with Rowan, who finished top 4. So shout out to that. Shout out to my local card store, Banana Games and Hobby. And shout out to my sleeve sponsor, Endgame TCG.
Amazing stuff, amazing stuff. With that, ladies and gentlemen, Jackson Ford, one more time, your Milwaukee Regional Champion. Feel free to head down. I'm sure you want to celebrate with your friends. Whew, what a weekend, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of fun here at the Milwaukee Regional Championships, but all good things must come to an end. I want to remind folks at home, though, before we do close out, definitely follow all the channels, our Twitch, our YouTube/Pokemon. Don't forget our Twitter as well, @Pokemon. And of course, our broadcast channel, Pokemon.com/broadcast, where you can find all your broadcast needs. With that, ladies and gentlemen, this was the Milwaukee Regional Championships. We'll see you all next time. We're talking about all these amazing players. It's getting me excited. I want the games to start.
We are ready to get into our day 2 action. Rapid fire combo, that is 200. One more head, wins him the game,
God.
and he hit a head. Rowan Stavino.
I thought it was like, oh yeah, 200 is good. 350 would be better.
No,
nah.
it was like, oh, all in.
Okay, he's grabbing the die. He's going for it, and it is a hit.
There it is.
He's
There's
got
it.
it.